Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the road to the international qualifiers, the Western European region here today. And for the next 5 days, it's going to be myself, Odie Pixel, and Misery, ready to take you through the first half. And then, of course, the beautiful Cap and SVG take you through the second half of each of these days. Misery, how are you doing? Looking forward to watching some qualifiers?
Yes, I'm doing really good. Looking forward for this EU qualifier. Maybe the most hype region to cast and to watch in general, at least from my point of view. So a lot of good games coming our way, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath of a region. We, of course, I think we're going to be able to bring up some of the upcoming teams. We'll also show you some of the teams as well that have already qualified. Let's have a look what we're going to look at first. We're going to look at the overall state of the qualifiers and the teams going to TI. As you can see, I believe all the teams on that top row are the teams that got the invites. And then down on the bottom rows, you can see we've already secured East European qualifier there, Aurora, Heroic coming through from SA, Wildcard coming through from NA, and Extreme winning the Chinese qualifiers. Just quick flick over those ones. Any sort of surprises, do you think, or do you think we're kind of seeing the teams coming through from the other regions that you would have called at the start of this?
No, I'm really surprised that Wildcard managed to beat Shopify, right? I think that's a big upset happening, I guess, in the night while I was sleeping. This happened. So I think that's a big one. Apart from that, I guess it's fairly standard, I would say. Perhaps the Heroic series was also very close. I think they are the favorites, but it looked like they were struggling a lot to get the win in the end. But they did manage to qualify, so that's good for them.
No, absolutely. Always going to be interesting to see how these teams are able to do when they come over to the land portion. And of course, many of those players have had experience before, but at TI, at the road to the international, it could be all very different. We're going to be able to have a look now, ladies and gentlemen, at what you guys and girls can expect to see from this region here in the Western European region. We have, of course, this double elimination bracket. Every series is going to be a best of 3, and that is, of course, including the final series of the upper bracket and the lower bracket, because we need to get 2 teams through from this region. So no best of 5 grand finals here. We're going to be ending up with 2 winners qualifying, moving on to the international. And of course, as you can see today, those 2 series there are going to be the ones we're going to be starting with. First one of the day being that Na'Vi Junior versus Yellow Submarines match. And here is the breakdown of today's games. Na'Vi Junior versus Yellow Submarine, 4 Pirates versus Pro, Mouse versus One Win Team, and then OG versus Team Secret. Misery, dare I ask you, which one of these do you think you're looking forward to the most today?
Oh, I think it's got to be the OG Secret match, right?
I think so, yeah.
In the end, that has to be the spiciest one. But I'm a big fan of Na'Vi Junior, to be fair. The game we're going to cast now, I think they're looking really strong, and I've been following them for I guess a year or so now, since they formed, and I would expect them to make it really far in this qualifier. They did just win the Esports World Cup qualifier as well, so I think they're looking pretty strong.
I got to agree. Yeah, this team is a team to watch out for. We've seen them, pretty much within the last season, have very impressive results. Sort of relative to, I think, what people's expectations were at the beginning of the season with these players. And it's going to be interesting to see how some of these other teams come in and challenge them. This first one in particular, Yellow Submarine, because I've got to be honest, I'm looking at some of the players in Yellow Submarine. I'm not too familiar with the Misery. I mean, do you know these names, or are these kind of new kids on the block?
I know some of them for sure. I know Infernal and Lupsione and I don't know how to pronounce that one, might butcher that, and then Sakura, right? I think the 3, 4, and 5 players I've definitely seen before. They have played in some teams, and I've seen them in pubs. But the +1 and 2, I don't recall seeing those guys. So they might be really young, up-and-coming players. And they did manage to make it through the open qualifiers as well. So, you never know with these type of teams. They can definitely make upsets.
No, absolutely. It's not going to be a walk in the park for sure for Na'Vi Junior. They've got to be prepared, because it could be your run in the qualifiers could be over very quickly. 2 series losses, you're out. You're not going to get a chance to get to TI. I mean, obviously you yourself, Misery, in the past, I'm sure you've been through a fair few qualifiers. This sort of stuff, especially for like TI. How is this nerve-wracking for the teams? When you're turning up today, you're like, guys, if we don't win, if we're not making it through here, we just have to sit at home and watch from home TI. There's a lot on the line, right?
Yeah, for sure. It does hit you differently, I think, when you're playing this event in particular. I don't know how much pressure the teams like Yellow Submarine will feel, though. I think it's more the teams that are meant to be qualifying, right? For example, I think Nigma really wants to make it there. OG, Secret, like these names. Like I think it hurts those guys more because they have certain expectations that they are meant to be at TI, right?
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's across the board for sure that the stakes are incredibly high. Everybody wants to make it.
Yeah, I mean, and you were saying yourself, Na'Vi Junior, they have impressed recently. Would you straight up call them as one of the top 2 favorites from this region? Are you having them in as one of the top 2 to make it through?
I think it's close. I think actually both the Na'Vi Junior and Virtus Pro, who turned down the qualifier to play in their own region, EEU, to go through opens, I think both these teams has the potential to make it all the way through. We saw Virtus Pro also win the EWC qualifier against Nigma in the final. I think it was a few days ago. So I think both these teams have the potential to beat everybody else here. So yeah, I think I would call them small favorites to make it through.
Absolutely. And we'll see how they can get the run started here. And what do you sort of felt about the Dota right now? Have you got any expectations for the sort of games that we're going to be seeing, maybe specifically from this region and from these teams?
I think it's hard to say. I think that even though the batch has been out for a while now, it feels like the teams still have their own identities, and teams deliver very different playstyles. I think teams like Mouse has their own completely unique heroes they're picking, a lot of Enchantress, a lot of Wisp, things like that, whereas other teams play more traditional heroes still, like Warlock, Shadow Shaman, right? So Daxia, a lot of team fights. So I think it really depends on the teams we're going to be casting, and in terms of what we're going to be seeing. How about you?
Yeah, I just hope we get a lot of action. I don't. The farming part of it is, never the most exciting, especially when it's all kind of like, you've got like this incredibly greedy lineup, some offlaner, some sort of Doom and like a Medusa on the other side of the map. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see that. Right. Even though it kind of works, it can be pretty good in this patch to go for that sort of greed, especially in these sort of games where it's high stakes and you don't want to take too many risks. You want to try and play it as safe as possible, not try and overplay your advantage at any points of the game. But I'm very much hoping to see that we do see like those individual picks or some of these players that we might not have heard of as much coming in and just bringing out some of these heroes that nobody else has been playing or that the enemy's completely caught off guard by.
I do think that this region is packed with aggressive teams though, and teams that emphasize the laning phase a lot, which can snowball into very aggressive games, right? So, and I also think that TI in general, even though historically it's been a lot about team fighting towards the later stages of the tournament, I think oftentimes the teams who play more aggressive in the group stages, in the qualifier, are the ones that come out ahead. So yeah, I agree. I do definitely hope that we get to see a lot of action-packed games.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's very much the confident teams and the teams that, as you say, the ones being more active, more aggressive in the early stages of like qualifiers or a tournament are the ones that do tend to go a little bit further and or maybe not necessarily just further, but have a better chance of actually getting that championship title, getting the ultimate victory at such events. But I'll be coming in at the beginning of this one. We do have a little bit of a delay, ladies and gentlemen, so apologies for that. We're just making sure that all players are ready to rock and roll with this. And of course, once the day gets started, should be very smooth. It's going to be a rolling schedule, so we are going to be flying through the series today. And as you saw earlier, many, many series to get through. So especially if you're looking for that OG secret match up later, just be in mind that might start a little bit sooner or a little bit later, depending how long the games have gone, because I do know, especially last year in the Dream League, right, on the patch, there's been quite a few games that go quite the distance, Misery, in this patch.
Yeah, I think the tendency was that the games a few days after the patch were really long. I think you almost averaged an hour a game.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy,
But then as teams started figuring out their identities a bit more and, I don't know, maybe getting confused. I guess I'm not really sure exactly what caused it, but then the game started to become shorter after that. And we saw more stomps and we saw actually more boring games towards the end there. Maybe the teams also figured out each other, right? Banned out the key heroes that they were winning with. It's hard to say. It can be based on many factors, really. But I think it's a bit hard to expect what we're going to be seeing. We're just going to have to wait and see. I think these teams have been probably practicing a lot the last few days and developing maybe some new things, but also just figuring out what they're going to be playing.
Yeah, and I think, one thing that's definitely going to benefit the level of Dota we're going to see is it's just the fact that there's been so much in terms of like these tournaments, right? These other qualifiers, most of these players, they're coming straight in after kind of like week after week of playing in these different competitions. So that they're absolutely going to be bringing their best coming into this international qualifiers.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, actually, that every team here has been playing so much Dota the last week or two that everyone should be warm and having their heads in the game. Sometimes when you see a tournament occur before anything's really been happening, like the weeks leading up to it, it can be a bit different how the teams fare against each other, because some teams are more prepared than others. But I would say that most teams here should be bringing their A game for this one.
No, for sure. Yeah, they're ready to go. And lobby's loading in soon, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be able to see what we get coming out of these two to start off the Western European qualifiers. Na'Vi Junior versus Yellow Submarine. I mean, from yourself as well, when you've been watching the games on the patch, do you feel teams have got a pretty good grasp right now? Or are there still maybe some heroes that are being ignored or some heroes that are being overvalued that you yourself would maybe disagree with?
I think most recently, I feel like Death Prophet has looked pretty broken.
Okay.
I also felt like the whole idea of having these sort of what you would define as green heroes, I guess. Heroes that are very hard to fight into, heroes that are very hard to deal with, like Undyings, Death Prophet, Pognat. Like these type of heroes are sort of coming back into the meta a lot, bringing a lot of problems. I mean, we also see the Death Prophet being banned out here in the first phase, right? I think a month ago, nobody was touching this hero at all. So it is showing how the meta is still under development and teams are figuring out like what heroes are actually broken. But yeah, we'll see.
So far, the other bans, not too surprising. We've got Bristle, Shaman, TA, and Doom being taken out by Na'Vi Junior. And now time to see what Yellow Submarines want to open up with. It is going to be the Dark Willow here coming in as their first pick. All
right. Seems very, very casual pick, don't want to reveal too many things. Just pick up a support early on. Also a hero that has been buffed in the recent patch, gaining more HP regen when you Shadow Realm, and I think having a new facet to play around with as well. I'm not sure if people can take that, but I think this hero has seen buffs enough to the point where he's gonna be back to the solid 4 that we know.
Yeah, I mean it's just I guess the thing with this hero has always been that like the two sort of elements of control, one is not very reliable with the Curse Crown, with the time it takes to tick in, and the Bramble, you're going to have dispels and such down the line. But early on especially, if you, the amount of impact you can have in a team fight before these sort of items are online or ways to deal with the control, like the Dark Willow can pretty much control the entire team fight.
Right. I mean, the hero has a lot of utility in the sense that, like you said, he has the Bramble and the stun from the third spell, but he also has the potential to hit a really nice Terrorize later on where there's no real counters to it, right? You have to probably a BKB before it hits, things like that. So I think he becomes stronger even as later game, but he's also strong in laning phase. He has different timings where the hero is very strong. And I think same can almost be said for Batrider too. Like this hero has the potential to be very strong in laning phase. He can stack very easily. He can farm the stacks himself, right? He can also scale insanely well into the late game with the lasso. Of course, always a big thing in competitive Dota where you can bring a hero out of position. I think we also see this hero being more of a damage dealer than previously with the new facets. So I think this hero has also looked really strong for Na'Vi Junior, and I'm not surprised to see them pick it up here.
Absolutely. The Yellow Submarine. What kind of bans do they want to consider? Something going to be the trickier ones here, especially in the first game. Things will become a bit more clear for them after into the second one. They'll get rid of the Abaddon. So obviously one of those very annoying heroes for the Willow to play against with the amount of ways that he can remove kind of everything she's throwing down on him and one of his teammates.
One hero that Na'Vi Junior has been bringing back to the meta a bit has been the Warlock. They beat Avulus in the EWC qualifier not that long ago with this Warlock pick, and I think it's a hero that was very popular last patch, and then people sort of forgot about it, and then it really didn't get changed much, right? But it's just one of those things in Dota that happens sometimes where other heroes gets popular and then others gets forgotten for no apparent reason. But I think Warlock is still very strong, so I would expect Na'Vi Junior to consider this hero right here, as they already have the 4 for Syads here, the bat. They still need the 5, and Warlock could be a hero that they could pick up on 9 here. That would just be a solid, setup for the next few new picks. Oh, they actually go for Ringmaster. Okay.
Okay.
Also a hero that has fallen off a little bit in favor in general, but actually, not looking at Na'Vi Junior's recent games, they are playing a lot of Ringmaster. It's pretty much always picked when they have the chance.
Yeah, still able to be nice and obnoxious with the save potential, and also just sort of the large AoE team fight impact, kind of similar to that of the Willow, with kind of the fears and the pulls.
True. I guess those heroes are fairly similar in the sense that both their toolkit are, you could argue, fairly situational, like how they're a bit hard to hit. They don't have the direct stuns. They're more like a follow-up type of support, right? But they offer not maybe the most damage, but still significant enough damage. I guess they have this somewhat similar toolkits, I would say.
Yellow Submarine. Let's see if they want to reveal or secure one of the cores now. I'll just get that other support out.
Try to see what Submarine has actually been playing recently. Go with
Look at the
Undying.
Undying. Oh, they're quick with this one. Undying, and they'll get themselves that Ember. So ready to show that one out here.
So Undying has been flexed a bit recently, where you both play it on the offlane, and you can play it as a 5, right? So this hero has a little bit of flexibility for Yellow Submarine. I do think the 5 Undying is a little bit better, just because the offlane Undying maybe is more cheesy, and when you show it early, perhaps if you don't get a good lane, if you don't snowball, then the hero doesn't offer as much as other offlaners perhaps do.
Yeah, and I feel you're definitely going to want to try and get some more catch into your lineup now. Now that this puck's come out. You've got to have something to deal with him, especially if Willow and Undying are going to end up being your 2 supports. They just don't have the easiest way of catching the puck. They're going to have some pretty good catch on their side here. Na'Vi Junior getting the axe into the mix. So already having at least those 2 very solid ways of getting through any sort of debuff immunity with the axe call and the Batrider lasso for all stages of the game. So it's a good hard lockdown from Na'Vi Junior.
Yeah, I really like the picks they've made for themselves here. They have so many ways of starting the fight. They have so many ways of killing heroes across the map. And they also, don't compromise their own scaling, their own team fight. I think they're looking really solid from Na'Vi Junior. Yellow Submarine, however, they end up picking the Tiny here. So I guess this would mean it's a carry Tiny.
I think, it must be, yeah.
I do think they rely a little bit more on winning their lanes right now and getting Ember off to a good start. It is traditionally a good matchup against Puck early on. So if they can snowball this Ember with potentially the Undying and the Willow playing around him early on, then I think they could potentially have a really strong early game here. But apart from that, I do think Na'Vi Junior's lineup look a little bit more solid overall. But of course, I mean, it's both looking good though.
So Na'Vi Junior, their final bans. We'll see if they do indeed kind of target the offlaner more than the 5, depending on where they think this Undying is going to be going. See which one they fear more.
I would expect Yellow Submarine to look at a +3 last.
I'd like to think so, yeah.
Of course, maybe if there too many offlaners are banned in the end, they might be forced into some weird pick or to put the Undying on the 3, right? Because if you look around the bans, actually a lot of offlaners are banned out, right? The Darkseer, the Doom, Bristleback, Enigma, Timbersaw, Pangolier, Abaddon. Like, actually a lot of the best offlaners are banned out. So, and I'm not sure if it's better to just put this better hero Undying on the offlane and get another 5 in that case, or pick a lower tiered offlaner, right? That's something that they have to consider.
I mean, whatever happened to Legion Commander. Is this hero just bad? I mean, I feel like there's a bat. You know, you're going to be able to have some sort of save for your teammates. It gives you that sort of hard lockdown for something like a puck. Is Legion just bad right now?
I don't feel so bad when I have this hero. When I play pubs and I have a Legion offlane, I don't feel bad. I think this hero offers a lot of good catch and a lot of strong laning phase. I mean, it doesn't matter that much here, but they only end up picking a mag. But I do think that Legion eventually will see some play. I do think that the hero fundamentally has the same issue it's always had, that it doesn't offer teamfight, and the duel as a concept just doesn't scale that well. Like once people get saves and items later on, it's, you know, you counter it with the Aeon Discs and Lincoln Spheres and Wind Wakers, and there's just too many things that makes this hero's life hard.
Okay, so indeed, the Magnus coming out as the last pick here for Yellow Submarines offlane, and got the juice very quick with that. Happily, it's just locking in the Lifestealer to close their lineup up. So, initial sort of vibes from these two drafts. Misery, what are you kind of feeling from these two?
I do like the Mag last pick. I think it synergizes well with their draft, with the Willow in the lane, with the Empower for Tiny later on, for Ember later on. So I think Yellow Submarine's last pick looks really good. But on the other hand, though, I do think the Nakes, he looks very free this game. It looks like it's very hard to bring him down. He's a good carry matchup into the Tiny. He doesn't really care about much. So I'm leaning a little bit towards Navi Jr., but I do think that Yellow Submarine, if they can snowball mid, like we talked about earlier, then perhaps they have a chance this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's really going to be sort of the X factor from Yellow Submarine. As we said, this is the team coming through the open qualifiers. You know, we're not familiar with all of the players on the lineup, so it's going to be their chance to sort of impress and show us what they can do here against Navi Jr. And yeah, I got to just the fact that Lifestealer was picked as quickly as it was, it very much tells a lot there. I feel, you know, that's got the juice saying, just give me the Lifestealer. This is this was the plan they had all along. I think with the draft that they were setting up, he gets it. I think he's feeling pretty confident about this one.
Yeah, they probably thought they wanted Lifestealer even before the Mag came out, right? Considering they also banned Enigma last, it makes a lot of sense. And then the Mag did not deter them from going that direction. So yeah, I should be very confident. I do think that now that I'm looking at it in the game, where you kind of get a more of a different look at how the lineups match up in terms of just visually how the heroes look next to each other, I do think the drafts look pretty even. And both drafts look very balanced and sort of well-rounded. You know, there's not a lack of team fight on either. Both has team fight, both has damage, both has stuns and catch, setups, strong lanes. So it might actually be a close one here.
Let's have a look. Both teams with the smoke, ready to try and look for the early action. Good wraparound coming in from Navi Jr. And let's see who smoke's going to pop first. Bottega. Looks like they're sort of aware that this kind of angle of attack could be coming in. Yellow Submarine staying grouped up themselves. Bottega. And he's going to have the smoke dispelled. They're going to be aware that they're around one another. There's Loopsy and Jakoda just going to be able to push back around the runes. Just going to be the 2 for 2. See them try and chase down Bottega. See what they can do about this. The blood grenade dropped down. Impalement arts coming in as well, but the backup's there from Loopsy and Jakoda. So Navi Jr. not going to get the first blood quite here, as they will be chased back out towards the top. I mean, looking at the lane setups, it does seem like we've got a lot of early game battlers. I mean, is there anyone in one of these lanes in particular that you feel is going to be the nastiest? I mean, Loopsy up top. It's going to go for the Shadow Realm TP. That will get him out in time. Yeah, is there anyone going to suffer during these lanes, you imagine?
Right. I think top lane is going to potentially be a brawl, right? We have Undying against the Axe. Both heroes being very strong early on and very, ready to take the fight to the enemy. So same goes for Batrider, to be honest. So this is probably the lane where we might see the first blood. I mean, even bottom lane as well, you're going to have Ringmaster and Dark Willow fighting for the early region. So there could also happen something down here. Explosive lanes all around, I would say. Really quickly, though, I think the kind of interesting smoke battle level 1, which kind of shows why teams are doing the smoke level 1, even though they're not necessarily going for any first blood or going for any kind of aggressive play. They just smoke and sit in their own jungle, right, for the Wisdom rune, for the Bounty rune, just so that they know if somebody's coming, their smoke is going to pop, right? Just to prevent anything kind of gonna catch them off guard and put them in a bad spot before the laning phase.
Both managing to keep it safe with that. Make sure that no one's going to drop quite yet. And yeah, but would you imagine as well with the way that the draft did end up, do you think it was the plan all along from Yellow Submarines to have the Undying as the 5?
Yeah, I would think so. I think Sakura is a player who is very much the traditional 5, who has been, for the most part, playing the most meta heroes in the patch. So I think them picking up the Undying 5 there is probably just locking in his hero early on. I don't necessarily think there was much flexing going on there. But so pretty good start for Yellow Submarine here on both the lanes.
Yeah, top lane's looking pretty easy here for Bottega. And Shakoda's doing a good job. Make sure he gets the space. Some good damage down onto Shakoda, but he's chilling. He's got 9 stick charges, plenty of mangoes ready to play with, so he can continue to spam the decays. And down on the bottom lane. Also not too bad of a time if I got the juice. It's not getting contested or pressured that heavily by Infernal or Loopsy so far. And I guess that will remain the case, right? The Lifestealer was just super safe down here against these two.
Yeah, I think the more levels he gets, the more safe he becomes. I think if he were to be bullied, it would have been the first few levels. I think once he hits level 3, gets that brazier going, maybe the boost of speed, then at that point I think he's not really going to be able to be touched anymore. At the same time though, you will also see the mag. Like Lifestealer doesn't necessarily pressure mag that much also, so mag will also be able to get his farm.
Yeah, should be able to be on track to get good progression in towards the Blink Dagger timing. Unless we see some of the rotations come in. Mid lane, so far, pretty much dead even here between these two. Obviously, the puck was picked up, Niku, in response to the Amber Spirit. More so because of the fact that they're going to have that Dream Coil in the mid-game and late stages to lock down the Ember, have a chance of catching him. But yeah, as for the lane, both getting pretty easy farm out of this.
I wonder if the... Oh.
He does get a good call off, but yeah, not quite enough there. So Shakoda will survive.
One of the mid-matchup Ember Puck has changed a bit with the introduction of facets and the fact that Ember doesn't go for the double strike facet anymore. He goes for like the more scaling, perhaps chain gang, right? That doesn't necessarily help him in a lane phase. So this matchup perhaps is not as bad as it used to be. We also see that reflected in the CSR here.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, because we did definitely see some Embers, really did quite the number against pucks in the matchup. But yeah, it's just too hard to not take this chain gang nowadays, right? With 4 units on a searing chains, it could be pretty insane in the fights.
Yeah, the potential there is too big.
Still, slightly slower farm for Infernal, but not by much. All cores really getting what they're after in the lane. We'll see a bit of an attempt down bottom maybe. Pings are being made. And we've got the Juices, got the Rage. Still going to be able to try and get a hit in with the Shadow round, but yeah, actually getting the chance for a kill proving to be pretty difficult for the teams in these laning stages and laning setups. A bit of a move over towards the mid here for Shakoda. He's just going to maybe pick up some of the XP whilst Morel takes the walk back to base. They might try go for him. Zayat's around. Still a little bit unappealing diving in for an Undying, so nothing to be found here.
Actually, with this with the curveball as well, you have 2 ways of abusing your innate puckish, right? That's gonna continue to give you mana and HP back from dodged attacks. So we just saw Nico there dodging an attack with the Illusory Orb from the tower, and then right after that using phase shift as well. Obviously, this hero, if he's allowed to do that, how are you gonna kick this guy out of lane, right? He's gonna have infinite resources. Bot lane mag almost going down there. Oof, very close. Gonna have to make the trip back.
Lipsy was trying to chase back at an attempt for Riddies, but not going to happen. Got the juice, continuing to remain strong. See what we get around this first rune. It was just the illusion rune, so nothing too exciting going to be coming out from the pot quite yet. We're going to see the stack start to get cleared here by PMA.
Axe is 6 already, pre 7 minutes. Gave him a lot of solo XP. Syag was like moving towards mid, stacking a lot, and now also clearing out the stacks here. So nice macro game from Na'Vi Jr. You can even see Syag stacking another camp here, and the Ancients too.
Yeah, this is going to give him really solid timings on this blade mount for PMA. It's going to make it pretty difficult for Yellow Submarines to fight into them. If PMA is able to just step up, get a position for the call. Got good follow-up as well, and as long as Niku's going to be ready with TPs. As this is going to be an incredibly farmed Dax. Top CS right now off the back of clearing those jungle stacks.
Yeah, it seems like nothing is really going to stop this from continuing to ramp up, right? Seems very hard to kill this guy. Seems hard to stop him from taking the stacks. So yeah, we might potentially see PMA pop off this game with this good of a start on Axe.
Yeah. No, I think so. Yeah, he can start just grabbing waves. We could even pull them into the jungle, start clearing some of the enemy's camps as well if he wants to. I don't think he's going to be feeling too much under threat up here. They just have to bring up a lot up here if they wanted to try and do anything. I mean, the big difference as well we're seeing is, you pointed out how high his levels are. Of course, on the other side, how sort of low Infernals are. Right? You've got level 4 Magnus right now in comparison to the level 7 Axe on the other side of the map.
Yeah, good point. You see Redis get the first body, and Ember also breaks the coil.
So if Mirel could get out, we'll be able to get out with the Spirit. So they get the 1-for-1. But indeed, Redis there on the Ringmaster, able to secure the kill first before he goes down. These little things adding up, giving Na'Vi Jr. this little bit of an early game lead.
The fact that Axe is such a strong laner and can clear stacks so easily is like, you might think Mag can do the same, but he needs so much more levels and empower, right? And he doesn't clear at the same speed. So maybe this is also why Axe is such a popular hero right now, that he just always has this type of game, and he's very hard to shut down.
I guess if you look at the lineup as well, right, it is ultimately 4 melee heroes, and trying to sort of burst and poke the Axe. It's not going to be difficult to sort of it's going to be difficult to take him down 100-0. So just dealing with him at any stage is not going to be fun. We'll see if they're able to get any sort of itemization online to kind of mess with his game. See if someone wants to buy Yules sometime soon or earlier on, so they can at least kind of take him out the fights and hold him back when he does inevitably just start charging them down and getting in right into the center.
Also see the way Syag is playing is creating a lot of space for his team. Like, he constantly starts roaming mid, walking into their jungle, and it's very hard for them to kill him. Like, he already has 1,000 HP with the Lotus, so for them to kill this bat, they have to bring... they have to bring both supports and the Ember, right? And even then, it's not necessarily that clean. So I think he's doing a lot right now. Are getting a haste for the Ember though here, so maybe that's an opening for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, sitting back definitely doesn't feel too good for them right now.
Oh, Undying spots the stacks here.
I mean, can they do something about this? I feel like you might even want to bring like 4 or 5 heroes over, right? This is like, it's a pretty big job.
Yeah, I don't think you can't really kill it. There's too many Ancients, I think. Maybe you can get some kills on some heroes, but it does seem Na'Vi Jr. are very aware of the fact that Undying saw this. They even have a ward right now, spotting out everything.
And we're seeing the mid. Good jump forward here with the Remnants. Morel's able to swing across and take down Zayats. As Na'Vi Jr. did try and attempt to poke at Lupsi in the mid. That's good moves from the Embers to swing back over and help out. Make sure that Na'Vi Jr. don't find the kill.
Yeah, interesting to see how this whole battle for the stacks is gonna end up playing out. It feels like if anyone tries to attempt to kill it, it's probably the team who's gonna suffer for it. Especially if Yellow Submarine is around when that happens. Let's
have a look. Once again, Shikoda. He's actually going to drop the tombstone.
Okay.
All right, they definitely show that they want to try and fight around here. As you said earlier, killing the stacks doesn't really seem to be on the table for Yellow Submarine. I mean, they do have like 4 heroes around, but I don't think they're getting in on this. The Tombstone's just going to end up getting farmed by Nico and the Puck.
And now they're just giving out the stacks, right? Because now you don't have the Tombstone. Okay.
I mean, I guess they felt that they had to try and do something, but I think in reality, as what you mentioned earlier, there really was just nothing they could do. Even though they had that information, they saw the stacks. Maybe they sort of just had to suck it up and say, well, let's just focus on getting as much as we can out the rest of the map, because we just don't really have the tools or the heroes to get up there and do anything about this.
Yeah, I think that's kind of true. Like, this was probably going to be the outcome regardless. Of course, it was a optimistic attempt to the tomb, maybe thinking that, okay, we can at least clear the hard camp perhaps with this.
Sure.
But yeah, when Na'Vi Junior bringing all 4 heroes there in that position, it seems impossible for Yellow Submarine to really stop this from happening without feeding a bunch of kills as well, right? So it's better to just get out of there and concede the stacks.
Yeah, I imagine the best sort of point of action is to just try and get Infernal's Blink Dagger timing in line with that of the Axis, so that they at least themselves have some sort of counterplay, some sort of jump for the team fights. Because, yeah, with the way those stacks were cleared, PMA, it's just about a stack or 2 away of having this Blink Blade Mail phase boots timing, which is going to be insanely fast on the Axe and very difficult for Yellow Submarines to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. That's so early. They are going to look at punishing the bat here. Actually,
easy
solo kill here.
Nice solo play there for Lupsi, yeah. He's got the combo, can lock him down, and easily got the damage there with the Bedlam.
Okay, so we actually also have a Blink Dagger for Mag, first item here, coming up shortly. So obviously you don't have a Blade Mill on top of that, but that gives the Yellow Submarine a way to fight back at least into the Axe. So a scenario perhaps where Axe jumps calls, you have the RP to follow up, right, to counterplay that.
Yeah, and they do have really good follow-up on the side of Yellow Submarine as well. You know, if they get this sort of RP into the Avalanche of Bottega, and then this sort of Willow combo coming down, it is a lot to punish Na'Vi Junior if they get a little too grouped up themselves. But from what we see from Na'Vi Junior, they're a pretty tight team. They don't seem to make those sort of mistakes in the mix of a team fight. So it's going to be hard for the Yellow Submarines to find that opportunity. We see the smokes coming up from both of these teams, of course, in timings with the releases of the Blink Daggers on both of their offlaners. Well, so see who can find who. At the moment, both seeming to kind of avoid each other. Heading up towards Zayats up top. Not really the biggest of catches, but I guess Yellow Submarine will sort of take what they can right now. They do see the Courier. I guess, okay, yeah, he still missed the Relic, so yeah, it would not have been worth revealing to snipe the Talisman Evasion. They'll settle for the jump top, and we'll get Zayats there with the Blink Dagger reveal from the Magnus. It's something, but of course not something that I think is going to shake Na'Vi Junior up too much.
For sure. I think also more importantly, they don't get punished by the Blink Blade Mill Axe, right? And end up in
they
really
do
bad
dodge
scenario, giving away of stuff. So I think also that was a pretty cool movement across the map, but both teams ended up pretty much making the same play with their own timing of the Blink Dagger, right? And it was completely mirrored, the timing. So interesting. So not something that you perhaps see that often, that it's the timing hits that clearly.
Yeah, no, it really was. See some pressure from Na'Vi Junior, getting the tier 1 tower down bottom pretty low. They will finally catch on Shakoda. Dunk for PMA. They can continue to keep the pressure up down here, claim the tier 1 tower. And of course, continue to maintain all of their tier 1 towers, all looking in pretty good shape right now. And Na'Vi Juniors, Yellow Submarine, not really being able to find the chance to get any sort of pressure going themselves. And,
yeah, we talked about we want to see aggressive games. We kind of have aggressive games in a way, but there's also a lot of farming going on, right? A lot of avoiding each other. We haven't really seen any team fight occur yet. Of course, both teams want to make sure that they're the ones getting the proper initiation.
Still continue to try their best to keep their tier 1s up alive in the mid lane. And further blinks coming out soon. Zayats on the bat. We'll have his very shortly.
Yeah, Puck as well. Closing in on his.
Actually, they're going to have the triple blink on Na'Vi Junior's lineup. Pretty early as well.
They are. They're also gonna. I mean, when they get their blink daggers and the radiance on lifestealer, I think it's time to start 5-manning and start forcing these fights a bit more aggressively than what we've seen so far. Like Na'Vi Junior has gotten strong timings with the Axe Blade Mill, but they haven't exactly tried to open up the mid tower, right? They haven't tried to invade the jungle very aggressively. So I think the radiance timing should be the time to start doing that. And then what do we have on Yellow Submarine to kind of counteract that timing? Tiny, not really any clear timings for this hero, but he does have the shard, so he's very tanky, so he can fight back.
Yeah, if he's able to turn up and getting in power coming in from Infernal, they can be able to hit pretty hard. We'll see them try and go on PMA, but PMA's just going to stand his ground, get the call, they'll get the follow-up, they'll look for the RP, but the Tornad's in time to push back the Magnus, stopping getting the RP off. The fear will come in from Loopsy. He's going to try and run them down. Now the RP comes into place, but got the juice. He's perfectly fine. He can walk this off. The dunk comes out from PMA to clean up Loopsy, and they can go in for more. They get the jump, the lasso onto Bottega, got the juice, making sure they bring him down. They'll skewer him to the side. The Tiny, can he get out? He cannot. Zayas ticks him down. They get the cool control onto Morel. Can he jump out of this? He can't. The dunk comes in before he can jump over to the Remnant. The Yellow Submarine, they try to fight this, but they just get completely controlled there at the start. The call coming in, and then with the Wheel of Wonder laid down. It's got a mid-animation there from Magnus trying to get the RP off, but the pull at the wheel comes in, and he's not able to get that perfect follow-up they needed.
Yeah, for sure, man. It was also a very, very close fight, actually. Axe initially missed his blink in, but somehow gets the two-man call anyways, and the three-man Wheel of Wonder absolutely destroying them. Yeah. Ember also didn't manage to get there in time. He came in all the way towards the end and just died. So I think that was also the deal breaker. The fact that Ember was not ready to cast spells from the beginning made a huge difference there.
And it was very much a great control coming in from Loopsy, but indeed just with the remainder of the Wheel of Wonder controlling the rest of his team into the Dream Coil that came out from Niku, it just meant that Yellow Submarine as a whole couldn't capitalize on the fact that Loopsy on the Willow did get that lockdown onto the rest of Na'Vi Junior. So everything not quite falling into place as much as Yellow Submarine would have hoped for there. Na'Vi Junior getting that little bit of a team fight win, and now up to a 5k advantage, and obviously the thing they've got to worry themselves about next time in the next team fight. Look at, got the juice. Next fight, he's going to have the Radiance on him. So if they're not able to make that quick jump, get those quick kills, the Lifestealer is just going to be able to win out those sustained team fights.
Yeah, for sure. I think also the fact that they're losing these fights means that the Ember and the Magnus starts dropping in net worth, right? They really need to kind of win these fights to make it up, I think. And I think also Axe, just being such a strong hero, he's going to have BKB very soon as well. With the Radiance, I fear for the Yellow Submarine's ability to fight back. They definitely need to be all ready with their spells at once the jump's called, or it's going to be very hard. We have another smoke here, and this is the Radiance timing.
Well, let's see what they've got with this. This could get pretty messy for Yellow Submarine. They're going to get caught here. Loopsy gets jumped. They get the lasso on a Shakoda. It's the two supports instantly dead. Definitely proving it's only going to get more difficult for Yellow Submarine. I mean, what is the plan? I feel you've got to keep trying for some sort of smoke plays around the RPs, right? You've got to look for some sort of action to catch Na'Vi Junior off guard.
It just feels like it's hard to start the fight as Yellow Submarine in comparison to Na'Vi, right? Na'Vi has so many tools of starting the fight, and even if you catch somebody, like, who are you really going to start the fight on? You almost has to catch the Axe first, or the call is going to come in, right? Or the pocket count initiative is going to come in, or the escape Axe going to come in. I don't know. I think it's very hard for Yellow Submarine to start the fight. We are going to see them smoke up here to look for something, but this is already after the Tormentor, and now you see why the Tormentor is so important. Already up to 9k net worth lead now.
This is going to be difficult.
Can they kill the Nags?
Would be quite the nice kill. And he's got the rage. They do have the RP ready if they want to, but he's able to get into the creep, and it's already become too awkward for them. They know that they can't mess around with him. The backup's coming in for Na'Vi Junior. Yellow Submarines, that they have to start backing off. We'll see the Yules from Loopsy at least hold back PMA as PMA try to get the call. We'll see the lasso coming. Zayas, he's still able to jump in, get the lockdown follow-up here with Berserker's call from PMA. So Na'Vi Jr. still able to get a kill. The rest of Yellow Submarines, they've got to continue to back off. They can't push forward for more. I mean, got the juice. He was just able to step up, pretty much just start farming a creep wave. Just going to show how impossible it feels to make any sort of play onto the lifesteal, even when he is out on his own.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, unless Tiny is there to right-click during the RP, they really don't have the damage to bring down this lifesteal, right? Yeah. It's all this chip damage. Maybe if Willow is there with his ultimate, there's a bit more damage, but the damage doesn't really come from anyone except those two. You have slow damage from Ember, slow damage from like Undying, Mag. Where you have to get off multiple rounds of spells, but at that point, the lifesteal has already clicked Rage. He's already clicked Ultimates, right? The TBs are already coming in from Na'Vi Jr. So, yeah, it looks very challenging for Yellow Submarine to play the game right now. I think they have to perhaps look at trying to drag out the game, play more of a split map with the Ember, with the Tiny, and just try to get as much farm as they can out of the map.
We'll see what sort of plan of action they do play for now. Those last few moments have not gone too hot for them, Yellow Submarine. Na'Vi Jr. very much in a solid position right now. Pretty early on here, 22 minutes into this game one. We'll see themselves go for a smoke. They know that they can look for plays wherever they want to here with the jump of the two of them, Zayats and PMA. Niku ready to join as well. Whoever gets caught is going to look very dead. Shakoda, they've got eyes on him. They'll be able to claim his life. See if they can get the dunk. 14 coat of blood here on PMA. They'll get the pressure onto the tier 2 top. Unlikely the Yellow Submarine are going to be able to do anything about this. They're probably just going to have to let these out tier 2 towers go.
Yeah, I mean, Undying is like the best case scenario, I would say, for Yellow Submarine. You could see that Nico was even looking at this Undying for a while, thinking, should we kill this guy, or should we try to fish for a different target deeper on the Yellow Submarine map? But they decided to just take the tower, and then I don't know, it doesn't seem like they're actually going to be able to take this tier 2 top. The Glyph sort of pushing them away from it. Looks like they try to defend bottom instead, perhaps. But yeah, we do see Yellow Submarine maybe trying to not fight into Na'Vi right now, in the same fashion as we saw earlier.
I'll see how much they're able to avoid it. There's Na'Vi Jr. coming down the mid lane and getting the call. Shakoda caught once more. Definitely the one sort of taking the brunt of these plays that Na'Vi Jr. are making.
I mean, the problem is also for Yellow Submarine is that they didn't even get to take this bottom tier 1, right? Even though there were no Na'Vi Jr. heroes around. And the reason for that is that there's so much catch on the Na'Vi Jr., right? If you show, you can get lassoed, you can get caught, you can get jumped by axe. There's just so many ways to die in this game when you show on lanes. So there really isn't any other way for Yellow Submarine to play the game except for fighting back. And that's, like we talked about, it's also very difficult. So they're kind of in a tough position here, but they do try to look for something in mid lane here.
Let's see what we've got. Oh, the call's there from PMA. It's another one.
And if you think about the implications of how that works out, the Yellow Submarine cannot really show on lanes without dying, right? But that also means that they're going to be missing off the map, which means Na'Vi Jr. more or less know where Yellow Submarines are at all times.
And down bottom. Look at the opening onto Bottega. He's going to go straight for the TP out, though, and with the 2 lockdowns already used, he'll survive.
All right.
Now maybe they could get Riddies here. So then Riddies, he's got backup coming in for him. They're having to try and drop a lot to kill this Ringmaster. The call comes in, Riddies, he's got to survive. They'll come in with a combo, looking to try and punish the act. They get the RP off as well. It's enough to bring down PMA. Can they bring down the rest? They'll get Zayats. The Dream Coil's been dropped down onto the 3 of them. But it's absolutely a bit of a punchback there from Yellow Submarines and a massive kill to get there. Bring down PMA, and it is Bottega who gets the hit on that. So a lot of money going the way of the Tiny. We'll see them try and chase the Tiny down. He's still got the dust on him, but it's going to wear off. So Bottega, he'll get out of that. So for all things said and done that we've seen so far this game, very much a little bit of something there for Yellow Submarines.
For sure, some sign of hope there. Also the fact that Tiny TV is out of bottom and he was so tanky, so hard to bring down for Na'Vi Jr. That gives them a bit of a way to play around it and a bit of hope that this Tiny can potentially be the difference maker and the carry that they need to win this game. I think they can also fight back. I think if there is a team fight like we just saw, right, where they can get to cast their spells, they have good spells, like we talked about. The problem is that it's hard to start the fight for them. But if it ends up in this type of scenario where it's like very brawly, very random, like there's not a clean initiation for Na'Vi Jr., suddenly it's a very different scenario for Yellow Submarine.
Absolutely, yeah. If Yellow Submarines are able to set up the fight in any sort of way that's going to allow the Tiny to just step up and start getting the hits in, they can still try and punch back at Na'Vi Jr. despite the large lead that Na'Vi Jr. have. Na'Vi Jr. they will be able to secure themselves the Roshan though. They will have that Aegis ready to go for the next team fight. And it's going to go the way of Scott the Juice.
Speaks to Na'Vi Jr. playing very clean and very fast, you could say, and very. It doesn't deter them that they lose a couple of heroes. They just now they know no RP, we can go Roshan, right? And just capitalizing on that, not really losing any network lead despite losing a couple of heroes there.
Of course, pressure on Shakoda to make these clutch tombstone saves here with the Blink Dagger in the team fights. Could be the difference maker if he's able to save whoever gets jumped by the axe or the Bat Rider.
Yeah, that was also a big factor last fight, right? The fact that they could save the Tiny up and Tombstone could be a very nice way to bait somebody, get the Tombstone down, hit the RP, right?
Down bottom. And got the call onto Bottega. Trying to take him out, but he has got backup. The Dream Core's going to be there. BKB's partner get the RP off onto the two of them, but Bottega's already dead. And with the Tiny gone, they do not have a chance to follow up on the RP. PMA cleans up the two of them. I mean, it seemed like they were kind of fishing for that Yellow Submarine because they did have the two of them down there, but biting off a little more than they could chew because even though they are kind of like the stronger two on the team, or at least they have that great synergy with the RP and the damage from the Tiny, it was a bit of a risky spot for them to be on the map. And one of the reasons why, as you said earlier, that it did look like they didn't really want to try and hit this tier 1, and that was with 5 of them before.
Exactly. That's really the problem of this game. When you're behind against a lineup like this with so much catch and damage, you know, you can't really get out on the map properly. You can really only hit jungle creeps, right?
That was a risky one that doesn't pay off for Yellow Submarine. Getting a little bit too relaxed after their success in the team fight in the mid lane, and now they're paying the price. Na'Vi Jr. pushing up. PMA continuing to rack up the kills here on the axe as he's 7 out. Fantastic game, obviously largely off the back of the setup the Zayats was able to give him, but the stacks and the way they left the lane to himself. We'll see bottom. Oh, Infernal. Tombstone save will come out. But Got the Juice is going to try and work through that. Kill it off. The Wheel of Wands is going to catch Infernal as he comes out of the Tombstone. He's dead. The Mangus is gone. They do have buybacks available. The Dream Core's going to get locked down with the two of them. Bottega trying to step up with the damage to bring down Niku. Niku is able to get the phase shift, jump out with the illusory orb. He's fine. They'll try and chase on for him, but Bottega is dead. No buyback on him. Morel's going to get caught by the lasso. The Ember's gone. He doesn't have the buyback gold either. They just don't have it in them to take these fights, Misery.
No, for sure. At this point, they're also so far behind, right? And you see the lifestealer being such a big problem for them to deal with in this game.
Yep.
After, of course, the Axe and Puck show throughout, you know, now it really comes into play that they just don't have the damage to bring this lifestealer down when he starts hitting your buildings like this. Also, a little heads-up play by Redis there, canceling the skewer with the Tame of the Beast. So that's something.
We'll see if they can put together one more fight here. Yellow Submarine. The middle racks and the bottom being taken away from them. The smoke's coming out. They'll have the Ember back in 10, but still 25 until they've got their Tiny. That's their main source of damage. The push continuing from Na'Vi Jr. Going to try for a wraparound. A little bit before, as I say, that the entire team is backing up. Just trying to catch Na'Vi Jr. by surprise, but the attempt has been revealed, so Na'Vi Jr. know what to expect. The push continues. The Mega Creeps are out. We'll jump forward here, coming in from the Axe. And we'll try and play in response. The Tombstone save comes in to force the BKB at least out of the Axe. Oops, he's going to try and get away with the Shadow Realm. But the Impalement Arts will connect, as well as these Battle Hungers taking him down. The heal comes in time. They're looking towards this lifestealer, but still has this Aegis for a minute, so not an appealing hero for them to try and make their last jump attempt on. Off to the side, Shikoda gets caught. Does have buyback available. Let's see what they can do here. Here comes the buyback, but the lasso's there, grabbing the two of them back. The fear from Lupsi will push them back. They're focusing, but take it under the towers. They'll step up, get the call off. They'll be thrown up in the air by the shield, so they have the RP open for the two of them, but it is game over. This first game will fall into the hands of Na'Vi Jr. Yellow Submarine looking a little bit out of their depth in this first game, Misery. This was a tough one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you are also playing against what we argue to be maybe one of the favorites to win this whole qualifier, right? Against a team that's very recently formed. I do think they were also maybe, you know, now that we see the game play out, that was a little bit of a draft issue, I think, as well. Sure. Not necessarily that their draft was bad in itself. It's just that Navis Junior's draft was much more explosive and much more, much easier to execute, perhaps. I think this fight in particular was the real deal breaker for Yellow Submarine.
No, for sure. There's so many things that were so close to being good there for Yellow Submarine, but Na'Vi Jr. able to trip them up in both fashions. You know, the clutch one's been the wheel stopping the RP, and then the Dream Coil stopping the team from being able to connect to the control that the Lupsi on the Willow was able to get down onto Na'Vi Jr. Na'Vi Jr. just able to play that a little bit more tightly. And I feel like next game as well, if you are Yellow Submarines, do you think you're going into that with a bit better of a plan to sort of tackle this sort of stack gameplay going on if you do see Na'Vi Jr. start to draft these heroes that are going to be stacking and cleaning these stacks up?
Perhaps they could. I mean, I think it's more of a draft thing, because I think when you already have Tiny Undying against Bat Axe, it's already very difficult to stop the Bat from running back. And maybe you can sentry the camps. That's one way to do it, at least, or run in there with Undying and start like making sure that at least the Bat doesn't get a completely free way of doing it. But it can be very hard, just by the nature of the hero matchups, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and do you think, you know, after seeing what Na'Vi Jr. is able to do with his playstyle and the PMA on the Axe getting as much done as he did, is that enough to sort of warrant an Axe ban? Or do you imagine with the way that they could change up the draft, they could do it in a way that means that the Axe can't sort of be allowed to be left on his own and get so much solo from the lane, and that you can punish the Axe more in the laning stage?
I mean, I'm not sure if Axe is actually going to get banned, but I do think that this hero looks very strong right now. Yeah, it just feels like he's too strong in lane, gets too farmed. Like, it's hard to say what you're really gonna do to counter this guy early on.
Yeah, hit crazy times this game. Zayat's, of course, getting the majority of the stacks in the beginning, but PMA absolutely making magic happen with that ending the game. 15, 1 and 4, 82% of the kills he was there for. So some fantastic stuff from him, and yeah, looking forward to see if he gets that on his hands next time. As you say, I think, you know, I've got to agree. I think we could see a bit of a better shot from Yellow Submarine coming in on the game too. I think game one was always going to be a difficult one. Yeah, they're just sort of kind of feeling out what's coming out from Na'Vi Jr. Now they're seeing what they want to do. The draft, it can be done better, and I believe it will be. Do you think they got a better chance in game two, Misery, or do you think this could be a rough series as a whole?
Well, I do think that there's a kind of a skill, maybe not a skill difference, but a difference in how good the teams are right now. Yeah. But I think that there is a chance that we're going to see a closer game next one. I do think that this was a bit of a rough one.
I hope so. I hope we get a bit of a closer match. This one, indeed, Na'Vi Jr. definitely much outclassing Yellow Submarine. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a very short break, and then we will be back for game 2 of this best of 3.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Road to the International Qualifiers. I'm Odie Pixel here with Misery, and we're currently enjoying our first best of 3 of the day. Na'Vi Jr. versus Yellow Submarine. And Misery, game 1, very much Na'Vi Jr. and coming in, showing us why they are one of the favorites to take one of the 2 spots in this region.
Yeah, I think that was a very, very clean game by them. Very well executed. Just good stuff from them. I think they showed why they won the last qualifier right here in this first map here, looking very strong. I'm wondering if Yellow Submarine has anything in their arsenal to try to bring it back to a third game.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, you know, Yellow Submarine, the team making it through the open qualifiers to get a chance to play here in this region, and they was in the second open qualifier as well. So not sure if they played in the first, but they might have played in the first, not been able to make it through. So in terms of like expectations, definitely the weaker squad in this qualifiers. But we've had upsets in the past, and might all begin here in this game 2 against Na'Vi Jr. In particular. But we'll see how they sort of target some of the play style and picks that Na'Vi Jr. were getting in last game. Because I think, you know, as you very much were saying, right, you did feel that when it was playing out, it felt like the drafting was something that Na'Vi Jr. very much got the upper hand on.
It did look like that. I wonder what would have happened if they swapped the drafts, if Na'Vi Jr. would have still won, right? That's an interesting thought experiment, I guess, depending on, or like if you think about, you know, how good the teams actually are when they're matched up against each other in general. But I guess it is worth to note that the Yellow Submarine got the absolute last spot in the open qualifier. So technically, they do, you know, according to results, are the weakest team in the qualifier. But Na'Vi Jr. gets their doom here, one of their most played heroes in the last couple of weeks. And Yellow Submarine going with the Tiny again here.
Okay. I mean, it did feel like the potential was there from the Tiny, right? So I can sort of understand that they're like, hey, you know what? This is maybe their strongest bit of the lineup, strongest bit of the draft. And they are concerned that Na'Vi Jr. might not have let them get it through this time. So, yeah, wanting to just throw that out first. And potentially they might be a lineup that does have a bit of flexibility with this hero. We'll have to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I like it more when it's picked in this type of spot. I mean, not necessarily more, but just it allows you to be able to flex it to mid, flex it to potentially even the 4 or 3 if needed. So in that sense, it's good. Wonder if they're gonna feel good about putting the carry Tiny into the Doom. I don't know if that's the best solution. Perhaps it's better to just put it mid here and have him be like a playmaker type of hero for your draft. We saw them play Ember last game. Worked out okay, but having this type of mid hero that is able to be active is always nice. So it allows you to pick very greedy heroes on the side lanes just because you have that mid playmaker in your draft.
They're going to grab themselves.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Wonder if what that means, if they're going to pick some sort of healer. Maybe the Death Prophet, actually. It's available in the pool. It was banned last game.
Yeah.
So that could be the reason.
Yeah, that could be appealing. I think we just, last draft we saw the Morphling get banned out later on in the lineup. Maybe now that there's no AA in the game, that also gives the option, or at least makes both teams have to think about banning out that Morph as the draft goes on. They'll go for the Pango here.
Yeah, I guess the AA counters, usually the IO as well. Death Prophet, Morphling, like you mentioned. Chen, perhaps. Certain heroes that we might be able to see here by that logic.
Oh, there's your Warlock coming through this time.
Yeah, there's the Warlock, yeah. I think that Na'Vi Junior's +5 heroes goes in this order. It goes Ringmaster, then Warlock.
Okay.
So if Ringmaster's banned,
see,
then it's Warlock. Yeah, I think that's from looking at their Dota buff, that's kind of how they prioritize right now. What happens after that? Those 2 heroes are banned. I don't know. But that's,
we might see crazy stuff then, yeah.
Yeah, that's literally their pattern, so.
Yellow Submarine. Let's see what they want to switch up from last time.
Again, I like Na'Vi Junior's setup very much. They have so much teamfight and scaling in their drafts already that they can pretty much pick anything in the last 2 heroes, and I think their lineup is going to look strong.
Yeah, having the Warlock 5 definitely it enables so many position ones, right? That it's just going to suddenly have a pretty nice laning stage being backed up by this Warlock. So gives you a lot of options to play with when it comes to what sort of carry you want to try and make sure has a good time early on. Yeah, the Submarine. Are we going to see something a little different from last game? Well, I guess we're going to have to, obviously, with three of the heroes being banned out. Yeah, the Magnus, the Undying, the Ember. So definitely going to be forced to play a different hand here, Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, what do you go for here? You see the Warlock. Is Darkseer in the pool? They go for Nature's Prophet. Okay. That's definitely going to potentially speed up the game, at least allowing you to play pretty aggressive early on. The new support Furion being very, very potent with this new Sprout facet change.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Now they are going to have to
again,
show core, yeah.
They are definitely going to lack some team fight going into the mid-late game. That might be problematic for them. So they do need to rely on the early game tempo, getting through the laning phase, with some sort of advantage, I would say, or they could be in trouble. As of right now, at least in the draft. They can still make up for that somehow. Trying to look at the potential offlaners that they could be looking at. Darkseer is in the pool still. There's also a hero like Brewmaster that could be interesting. Pretty decent versus both the Doom and the Warlock, I would say. Okay, but they go with the Axe. Okay. I think Warlock being pretty good against Axe overall. Just because if somebody Axe jumps in, gets the call on somebody, you are just happily throwing down the Golem, throwing down your Fatal Bonds and your Upheaval on top of this Axe. So it kind of feels good, I think, to play the Warlock into Axe. At least it can be.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem as easy as an Axe game that Na'Vi Junior were able to secure themselves when they picked it last game. It's definitely going to be more difficult for Yellow Submarines to perform with this.
Also have the potential counter pick with the carry, right? You can pick up the Ursa, you can pick up the Life Stealer, for example, if you want to go that route. Pick something that feels really good playing into this Axe in lane, making it harder for him.
Yeah, I'd say Ursa does look pretty fantastic here. It's actually Battle Fury hero as well, so you're always going to have a way out the Sprout. You don't really care about that. Hard for sort of Tiny to get the opportunity to burst you completely. And yeah, Ursa Warlock, super safe lane to play. Could be an appealing option here for Na'Vi Junior.
I guess they could also pick Monkey King.
Oh, that's also pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nasty. That's pretty nasty, I think.
Yeah, it's quite nasty.
Yeah.
Also, when you consider the fact that this hero also offers even more team fight with the Wukongs, right?
Yep.
And they're already winning in that department, just adding more on top of that, it just makes it even harder for Yellow Submarine later on to take 5-on-5s into Na'Vi Junior.
They're going to have some serious answers for at least some sort of way of finding the Monkey King. I mean, is that lane going to be enough? Because that's going to be the lane, right, against the Monkey King, this Axe, Nature's Prophet. Is there any sort of changes you can make there, or do you sort of just have to suck it up and play that lane?
5 seconds remaining.
I think you just play the lane and you just don't. I mean, the thing about it is, we talked about it last game too, is that this Axe hero is just so strong in lane that even if you counter him, it might not matter. Like, he might still win the lane on Axe. Not necessarily win it, but at least get the farm he needs, right?
Sure.
You can still play for farm. You don't have to run in and give the Monkey King Jinko stacks all the time. And then at some point, you can potentially set up to start cutting waves. You can play on stacks, right? There's just so many ways you can play this Axe that I think his game might still be fine. The question now becomes, where do you want to put this Tiny? Are you willing to pick another carry last, or are you going to pick another mid last? Because you see all the cores of Na'Vi, I would say right now. Na'Vi most likely going to end up picking a 4 for Sciads here and just putting the Doom off lane and the Pangolier mid.
Yeah, it does seem to be the most likely.
Medusa is still in the pool, a counter to Doom, traditionally at least, but I don't know. Then you're playing into Pangolier with Diffusal. Perhaps it's not maybe the best game for it.
Ooh, look at a Ricky. That's nice and annoying there from Na'Vi Junior.
Yeah. Nice and annoying indeed.
Yeah. This sort of the smoke screen is going to be very irritating for pretty much all these heroes. I mean, what do you pick against this? I got to be honest, we were hoping for sort of like a stronger draft from Yellow Submarine against Na'Vi Junior game 2, but it feels like we haven't seen the last pick for sure, but what Na'Vi Junior have on their side, it looks it's pretty devastating.
It does.
Yeah.
I remember we talked at Blast. We talked about the Ricky countering the Ringmaster due to the shot of the smoke screen, right? That you cannot target somebody in the cloud. You can't save. Of course, that is potentially a factor. It doesn't have to be a factor, but it could end up being something later on. But yeah, 10 seconds left for Submarine. It's not an easy pick here for sure.
What do they do? It's gonna be a Sven. All right.
Okay.
So a bit of beef there coming in from the carry. Doesn't mean that Tiny is going to be put in the mid, which does indeed mean that they're going to run Nico on the Monkey King. So as soon as they see that Tiny go into the mid lane, right, that's them putting the Monkey King in the mid matchup against him, and they're just going to run the safe lane Doom and take PMA off lane with the Pango.
Yeah, actually, I like it. I like this more, especially now with the Sven. I think this makes more sense. Now you have the tempo control from the Monkey King and mid lane, right?
Yep.
It has the potential to completely snowball this game. Can also run to the axe if he starts cutting. Can also interfere with the stacks, wisdom runes, things like that. So I think Monkey King mid looks like a very good counter to axe. Actually, now that I see it in the draft like this, it also gives them the perhaps more scary Doom overall. I think the carry Doom looks more scary to me. The fact that you get this Radiance really early on with the BKB, it just looks like the hero offers a lot of damage and ramps up the net worth so quickly, right? Compared to the offlane Doom that sometimes has a bad lane and then he has to buy a Midas and then suddenly he doesn't actually offer anything in the game at all. So an interesting setup for Na'Vi. The Sven pick though is not bad here, I think.
Okay.
It is one of the heroes that potentially could have a very strong timing in this game.
Yeah, could at least give them that sort of hero that, as you say, is going to hit those sort of first two major items and then be able to just join the fights, get involved, and potentially keep the team safe when they are getting gone on by the sort of physical damage, especially this Monkey King. Well, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting one. It was a tough game one for Yellow Submarines. Can they pull through at all here in this game two as we get into the action between them and Na'Vi Junior? Tips flying out already as both teams ready to roll here with this second game. And we'll see it, of course. Axe, we had it pop off last game from PMA. Let's see if Yellow Submarines are able to enable Infernal in the same way this time.
Yeah, I think it does, in theory, like we talked about just now, seem like a harder game to pull off the snowballing axe, right? Just because you are playing against the Warlock in lane, you're playing against the Monkey King mid that can rotate on you. But most Dota games I see nowadays, the axe does win his lane. He does become top net worth, and then it's a matter of what does he do from there. So let's see how this one plays out. Again, we have the 5-man smoke from both teams, setting up this type of, hard to break scenario where no matter what happens, you feel safe because you just know that if my smoke pops without me seeing somebody, well, then I need to run away, right? So gives you that the safety before the bounty rune spawning.
We'll see if they want to do anything about the fight around the bounty runes as Loopsy and Mirella watching this bottom one. I'm going to try poking a little bit. I'm going to shield crash out of the Sprout. Yeah, no blood to be found, just the 2 for 2 on the bounties. As we'll settle into the lanes and see how some of these matchups go. So this mid matchup in particular, right? Na'Vi Junior obviously settling to have Niku play the Monkey King in the mid. Is this one that could get pretty rough for the Tiny, or can the Tiny do all right?
I think it definitely has the potential to be pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
Like you give away too many stacks of the Jenku, you might just get out denied, especially by level 3. I think it could be really rough. At the same time, though, if Tiny manages to, like we see right now, for example, with him just getting multiple denies with this tree.
He's feeling good about that first wave.
Able to do fine.
Throws a tip out the way at the Monkey King.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And definitely one that Niku plays too aggressive. Maybe Mirrell's able to catch him under the tower with the combo. You've got to be careful how far you do try and push your advantage as the Monkey King in this matchup. And Niku ready to throw a tip back out his way as Niku gets a good few denies in a row back. So both mids kicking it off, heating up in the mid lane of this first wave of CS. We'll see top. Is there a chance for sort of the Axe and Nature's Prophet to put pressure onto the Doom, or is it's just pretty much impossible with the backup of the Warlock up here?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be hard. He even got the mana aura, so they're gonna have infinite mana in this lane. Like 2 mana regen actually for this Warlock early on. Right? He's pretty much gonna be able to cast his Shadow Word off cooldown. I think looking at this lane in general, I think it's a very strong combination with Warlock Doom. Seems very hard to shut this type of lane down in the lane. And they also have the aggressive potential themselves, right? With the Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade, so...
Yeah, they can turn and kill. Especially for Loopsy, right? Loopsy's got to be so careful. If this Nature's Prophet gets caught out of position, it's going to be in big trouble. Bottom lane, how you can imagine things are going to go down here for Bottega on this Fen? Is this also a pretty easy safe lane, or a little tougher for him on this side?
I think Sven's going to be pretty happy. Not too much aggressive potential coming out of Pangolier Ricky, but at the same time, I think Pangolier is a deceptively strong laner, and Ricky will not take that much XP, kind of like we saw lane where Sai was playing bad, and he just gave solo XP to PMA for the most part. I think that's what we're going to see here as well. So we're going to see Pangolier over-leveled, and the Ricky being, of course, lower level, but it's not going to matter that much in the grand scheme of things. So I think Pangolier should be very happy going into this lane.
Mid, so far, continue to be pretty even. And Morel's going to have these creeps coming in under the tower. So if anything, putting him a couple ahead. So doing well so far against the Monkey King. So no straight up beat down. And first blood will end up going the way up top. Loopsy does end up getting run down. And just before they did lose what got the juice, but of course he did go down to the neutral creep. So they don't even get anything from that. Unfortunately there for Yellow Submarines, as Na'Vi Junior are able to get everything and give nothing.
That was a intentional creep aggro from the Doom causing this to happen. It wasn't just a random neutral creep coming and stealing the frag. It was actually the Doom pulling the aggro from the Axe, right, onto the neutral. So that was really well done by the Doom.
Yeah, super heads up. Got the juice straight back to lane. Not missing out on too much of the farm. Also able to secure the Lotus. Keeping himself in a very solid spot to start this top lane off. We'll see bottom. Going to try and go for Zayats. They get the block off. He's going to try and get under the tower in time, but the right click from Shikoda will do it. But they are able to ensure that they can get themselves a kill on the board there with that rotation, bringing in a second support down bottom to try and set up for that play. A little bit of something there for Yellow Submarine. Still overall farm, very even once again here. All cores not getting zoned out or having too tough of a time here in these first few waves. So if that continues to stay solid, but it's definitely a game where I feel we're going to see more movement from the teams. Obviously with the Nature's Prophet support, Loopsy's going to be all over the map if he sees opportunities. And both of these mids, once they sort of hit that first timing, they're likely to turn up to any sort of action that goes down near either of their side lane tier 1 towers.
Yeah, Monkey probably being one of the more aggressive mids that you can have in Dota nowadays. I think when he gets level 5 to 7, something like that, you know, he just starts roaming around the map, giving up the... Maybe not this game as much, giving out the mid lane, but at least, you know, he's very fast around the map. So we saw the nice little glyph there used by the Tiny. So basically Nico faking out the stun on the creeps, getting lifesteal from Jingu, but Tiny glyphing and but Nico, you know, faking the stun, so actually not getting the lifesteal. But I think this is around the time where it starts getting rough for the Tiny. He can't really come up without giving away the Jingo stacks.
Yeah, pretty much seeing that play out. And we are starting to get the stacks, of course, coming out on Yellow Submarine's side as they do prepare for Infernal to be able to have that big boost, the same way that PMA did on his axe in Game 1. I mean, this time around, do you imagine Na'Vi Jr. will have any ways to sort of look towards contesting the stacks that they know are going to be being created for the Axe?
It depends how early the... Oh, okay, is that? Okay.
Nice little toss there to finish off the job in the mid.
All right, nice rotation from the Furion. Not maybe not what you would expect. Level 2 Furion coming in and making such a big difference there, but nice done. He didn't even TP, he just walked over. But yeah, in terms of the stacks, I think the Warlock Golem timing is gonna be very powerful here, right? So you gotta be very careful fighting into that. You know, he's already level 4.5, has the book to be able to even ramp that up if you need be, and I think that with that in combination with a high level Doom and Monkey King, they could definitely contest these stacks.
On bottom, PMA. Trying to make the solo play there onto Shikoda, but doesn't quite have enough in the tank to burst him. Top lane. Oh, got the juice. My goodness, nearly goes down there, but ends up surviving between the one charges and the Shadow Word, as he will live, and the two of them take Infernal down.
Yeah, very different game of Axe now, right, compared to the last one. First of all, he just died, of course, but he also has to go for the Vanguard build, and not the Face Boots Blade Mail, right, which is gonna slow down his farm and his aggressiveness a lot.
Well, Niku. I mean, Lupsi was chasing him. Niku just turns and kills him. So a little unfortunate there for Lupsi, who was following Niku up to the top lane, but ends up in himself dying. They did want to try and contest around the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. They get both of them. You know, with Briddy's being able to step up and take the Wisdom Shrine away from Yellow Submarine.
Oh yeah, this is definitely this is very rough. You're gonna have level 6 on Doom and Warlock very shortly here at closing on 8 minutes. They're probably gonna be available, and then it's all on Na'Vi Jr. to be aggressive. Axe might not be able to stay in this lane anymore. He might just keep getting ran at. We have actually a gate play by the Warlock, so maybe they're gonna look to be aggressive on the bot lane instead here. Monkey King also rotating over.
I mean, this sort of pressure, it's kind of making it awkward for Bottega, right? Because he doesn't want to be in the lane. He tries to back up and clean up some stacks, but he's having to be very aware of Zayas, who's just sort of been hunting him down, trying to mess with him, and as he tries to find some sort of space in the jungle. It's not easy.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the weaknesses of Sven, is if he loses his tower early on. That doesn't really feel good. He wants to stay down there as long as possible, keep cleaving in the creeps and farming the jungle back. Looks like they're not really gonna... They're definitely gonna walk over and try to contest this a bit, but I fear if they stay down here too long, they're gonna have to fight into roll and Warlock ult, and that's really problematic at 8 minutes in.
It does seem like a pretty dangerous part of the map. See how much they want to try and hold on to this. The golems at the ready. They'll drop it in. They'll try and push them back here with a whip, but it doesn't catch on to PMA, so he can continue to push on, take Bottega down. And I think you're right, Misery. This just was not a place to be right now.
Yeah, it's like it looks at least pretty obvious from our point of view that, ooh, can you really stand down here at the tower without them going on you? You also see what we talked about earlier, the fact that Pangolier getting the solo XP means that he's level 7, right? And Sven is only level 5. So that even though Sven has high CS, you know, the level difference is just massive here. And that's kind of what ended up happening here. The level 6 is from the Na'Vi Jr. just coming in earlier and taking down this tower early on. So, you know, this could be even a quicker game than what we saw last game, I think. The snowball potential is very big here for Na'Vi Jr.
They'll try with a setup on the mid. They'll get the toss back into the fear. And they have the wraparound from Lupsi. Sprouts out. They'll be able to control him here. Do they have the damage to kill him off? He jumps to the side. He's been healed up by the Shadow Word. They couldn't kill him.
Oh,
he'll survive here. Using the changing of the guard, of course. One of the recent changes here for the Monkey King. He's just so slippery in this ultimate.
That's actually one of the first times I've seen this be that effective. Also so early on, right? Like such a massive save for himself there. Also just the level 4 Shadow Word coming into play so early on as well, being a big deal breaker here for Na'Vi Jr.
It's gotta feel rough. Like they felt so close to killing this Monkey King. A hero that is so important to try and slow down his game, and a hero that's going to be making these rotations up towards the top. They get the jump in. They got the Doom drop down upon him. Should tick down here as he's getting dove under the tower. Maybe he's actually able to live. Niku, can he chase this? No, he can't. Okay, the urn comes in, stops him from being able to jump forward.
He has a Boundless.
They're thinking about turning. The Boundless is there, though. My goodness, he's living on the edge here, Infernal. The toss comes in. Infernal survives. My man, he steps up. He lives. He gets away with it. Crazy stuff there from the Axe, but it pays off.
Yeah, that's a big moment there for Yellow Submarine. If Axe dies there, you know, instead they get the kill back and breathing room now for Yellow Submarine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I can start working on the blade mail. Done some rescue farming here on the edge, but yeah, with the Vanguard should be safe enough.
And the fact that he has to go the Vanguard, Phase Boost and Blade Mail before the blink also means that the blink timing is going to be slightly delayed here. That being said, the Tiny is closing in on his, and he's going for it without upgrading his boots. So I guess that's a nice adjustment made by these two players, right? Knowing that, okay, I'm going to go Vanguard Blade Mail before the blink, so Tiny, you're going to have to carry some of that weight early on.
We'll see what Tiny can do with this. Still trying to hover around up top, but this Observe Ward's gotten away with the full duration, giving a lot of information to Na'Vi Jr. and when it comes to whereabouts of Yellow Submarine. Zayat's continuing to just sort of sap XP here from Bottega as Bottega tries to make his rounds in the jungle. I'll see the Monkey King coming over here under the cover of the haste ring. It's a little too deep, though. They won't be able to try and make that play towards the Sven. Stick around the mid. So if they want to dive the mid, they look tempted. They're going to try for it. And with the screen and the Boundless Strike, but not enough knockdown. It might get punished for this now. The toss comes in. He'll be caught under the tower. He'll get the Wukong's command up, but the Wheel of Wonder locks him down. Niku again getting punished. You know, maybe getting a bit too aggressive that time around the mid lane and not respecting the toss back potential of the Tiny. They will lose a Jakoda in return on Yellow Submarine, but very much a couple of times they've been able to kill off this Monkey King. Well, anytime it comes into play, they'll drop the Golem. They ain't messing around. They want this support Nature's Prophet dead, and they will get it. I'll see the jump forward again from Morel, who gets the toss back into the call. The damage coming in as well from the Sven. Is it enough, though? The shield, crash shield, keeping PMA safe. He's getting healed up as well by the Shadow Word. Inferno tries to step back in, but the dunk is not enough. Battle Hunger and the toss, though, will get the job done. They do kill PMA off. Respawn starting to come into play. See Zayas try and walk up to the high ground, but they were kind of prepared for him. He has to jump out here. See if he can continue to escape. Another combo from Morel. Bringing Zayats down low. The Shadow Word is healing him, though, and Zayats will live. Loops is able to TP off, shut off the escape of Riddy, so they'll punish the Warlock. I mean, Yellow Submarine very much showing that they're not afraid to fight, and they are tripping up Na'Vi Jr. I mean, the two big losses there being Niku going down at the start and then PMA going down towards the end of it, as they just dove a little too far.
That was like the perfect blink dagger reveal for the Tiny, right? He just picked it up. And then the initial Monkey King kill happens, and the fight's continuing afterwards. Him getting, I don't know how many kills he got. He got maybe 3 or 4 kills off of that. So that was a very big moment for Yellow Submarine. Also, that was playing into the very strong timing of Pangolier Diffusal Blade, right? The Warlock had his Golem available as well, and I think if Na'Vi Jr. had been a little bit more patient, they could have collapsed with all their heroes on mid lane with the Golem, and the fight might have looked completely different.
Yeah, next timing, they can have the Radiance on the Doom on Na'Vi Jr. Yellow Submarine, they will have Blade Mail online for the Axe. See over in the jungle, they find Zayat, so getting a bit better setup here. They're prepared for these sort of risky movements, so Zayat has got to be a bit more careful. Yellow Submarine, they're ready for him.
And again, we see the Axe, right? Climbing the net worth chart again, after having a rough game, and having level 12 now. He's so farmed again. Sven also having a good game now. This suddenly looks like a real game on our hands here. That could be a close one. maybe Navi Junior are a little bit in trouble right now. It doesn't seem like they really have the damage, perhaps, to fight into all the tanky cores of Yellow Submarine. This might
They're
look
going to try and turn up.
a little deep.
Look at the swashbuckle and shield crash onto the both of them. Rolling Thunder coming in. That's going to be Lipsy going down. Infernal, he will get caught.
Okay, well,
That's a little bit deep there. I guess the two of them, they felt that they could go for that, but they were chasing that wall up for quite a bit, and they were going pretty far for that chase.
yeah, that was definitely questionable. Because like, just as I was about to say that they don't have damage, of course, if they dive so deep with 2 heroes, they can die, right? But if they are fighting 5-on-5, Yellow Submarine right now, they are very strong.
That was a bit of a rough one there, because it did feel, especially with sort of the Axe Inferno getting his timings, that he doesn't really need to go that super aggressive, right? He can just sort of try and farm up his Blink Dagger, and just play responsively if anything goes down near his own towers, rather than making these sort of crazy chases deep into the enemy half of the map.
Yeah, it's also a combination of heroes that don't really have the necessary damage to bring down the Warlock, right? Between the Furion and the Axe.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh, look at the tower taken down in the mid.
I think the fact that the Axe didn't go Blink Dagger early, and that Yellow Submarine still has up their mid tower against Monkey King, Warlock. You know, the diffusal timing of Pangolin is a very big deal. It allows them to play the map more, less scared, and farm a lot more, right? You see them farming up their own jungle here, being able to receive mid lane here, and but on the other hand, though, we have the Doom, who's extremely farmed. He has the full Radiance, and now another Midas purchase flying out to him right now.
Oh, they're going to try and get the setup on him. So caught up by the tag, gets caught in the court with the backup, comes in with the Rolling Thunder, and the Golem drop down over towards Infernal. Can they keep got the juice alive? They can't. He will fall, and now the TP comes in from Bottega. As they clean up the two of them, can they get something more? They get the Avalanche connection in on towards PMA, tossing him back over towards the Sven. He'll try and break away with the swashbuckle. Wukon's command coming in from the high ground. Nico ready to jump down and fight back as PMA gets the space to retreat. It's going to be the death of the Sven, and now Yellow Submarines, they have to just retreat. See if they can chase here. Niku, he's got the boundless strike down onto Loopsy, but under the tier 2 he doesn't want to go for it. The Golem's going to certainly try for it. The Sprout is out, but the Golem's got nowhere to get in, so Loopsy will be able to heal up and stay safe there. Now this time around, Yellow Submarine, they try and make the fight happen. They turn up with their Sven, but Na'Vi Jr., they do get the cleanup ultimately.
Yeah, the what do you call it? The setup that we talked about during the draft happened there, right? Axe blinks in, or like calls the guy, and Warlock is just ready to throw everything on top of this Axe. And it was fairly close, but Na'Vi Jr. do end up killing off both Axe and the Sven in that fight. So big win for them.
Science keeping tabs on the mid. I won't be able to set anything up here.
We have boots of travel on Tiny. That's not normal, is it? I don't recall seeing this type of build. Usually it's phase boots, then yields perhaps, or the Echo Zip build, but the boots of travel is quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always a big fan of the early boost of travel, but it's definitely kind of the greedier move, unless you can make the plays happen. You know, he wants to be involved in every sort of play, any sort of fight that goes down. But if those fights start going rough, then that heavy investment definitely starts to hurt you.
Sakura just bought a gem at 19 minutes, actually. That's so early. It's on Tiny right now.
He's going in. That's what the Wheel of Wonder is not going to connect, and this is not going to go well for them. They've got to try and get out. They'll lose Lupsi. Shikoda, he's going to get chased down as well by the looks of it. Is he able to live? No, Rolling Thunder's up there with the Diffusal Blade slow. And there's going to be both of the supports getting punished heavily for that, and Tiny has got an amplified damage rune. Same time around the mid, they're coming in with the TPs. They might be able to make a play with a call. They're in with the jump on and got the juice. The Shadow Word Heal coming in. Doesn't matter. They're in with the dunk. They take him out. And now to the side. They've found Zayat. Zayat's able to jump down to the low ground and get away just in time. So they lose their two supports, but they do manage to take down the carry in the mid.
Yeah, and maybe more things can happen here. The board is stuck in Sprout.
Well, there's another good rune here for the Tiny.
Should be able to... he might... they do get the D-ward, so probably nothing more is going to come out of this. Tiny needs to be careful he doesn't lose his gem. That would be devastating.
Very close to having the force next, so positioning will be super easy for Morel. Highly likely that he's able to get in and look for these toss opportunities. TP's coming in on the top. Na'Vi Jr., they're not afraid to fight. Doom's at the ready. They've got the Chaotic offering as well. They have these ultimates online, something that Yellow Submarine very much has to take into account. And they will, they'll back off. I got the juice very close to us next time. 3,400 gold in the bank. Let's get the SMY queued up. They can look to try and take the Tormentor here if they want to. Na'Vi Jr. They've got a good hold of this area of the map.
Doesn't seem like Yellow Submarine are quite ready to defend this. Might not even be really thinking about it right now, as it does go down. 6k up now. Doom, even though he dies twice, this hero is just printing money with this build.
Yeah, super tough to slow down this hero, especially when it's in the carry position. And one of the reasons why we're very much seeing teams like to run it as such nowadays. It's super far ahead on the item timings. So that SMY will be out for the next fight.
Also see the Monkey King going for straight Mjolnir, which I think is a good choice this game, considering how the early game didn't end up snowballing as much as you perhaps would have wanted, going for something else like Echo Saber or Diffusal Blade or Mage Slayer, whatever else you might go for on Monkey King. This build allows him to deal a lot more damage and of course just farm the map quicker, right? So you see his net worth is also ahead of both Tiny and Axe right now. Just taking the game perhaps a little bit slow is a nice adjustment, I think, from him. I think sometimes you can easily see the Monkey King being a bit stubborn and going for the Mage Slayer even though you make some mistakes early on, and then suddenly you stop farming and you also stop scaling as a result of that.
Yeah, your game can get absolutely ruined if you do try and take that sort of move, and as you say, don't have the sort of serious farming item online. So yeah, definitely feels good here for Niku with the timing that he's got. And yeah, just with the way the Yellow Submarine are playing in response, right? They don't seem to be too aggressive themselves. They are just ensuring that the timings can be hit here for Bottego on his Sven, which in turn is giving Na'Vi Jr. also lots of space on the map to keep this farm going. And next thing you know, got the juice is pretty much going to have the BKB. They'll see a bit of signs of life up top, and they'll want to show up to this. So they come in with the TPs. The Yellow Submarine, they're starting to back away. Shikoda, he'll get completely torn apart. Tries the TP out here in front of the tree line, but Niku's found him. Still have to be careful when making these sort of moves up here. This area of the map proving to be a space that, if you show yourself up here, Na'Vi Jr. will very quickly turn up and bully you out of it.
Play a bit harder next time.
Might also be a bit hard to understand for Yellow Submarine exactly how strong they are. Like, can they actually 5-on-5 into Na'Vi Jr.? Right? You have this BKB on Sven, sure, but you don't really have any big teamfight spells. You are staring down the Doom, you're staring down Warlock Golem, Monkey King ult. At the same time though, if you're Axe, you want to fight. You want to find kills on the map, right? Same goes for the Tiny and Ringmaster, Furion as well. But if Na'Vi Jr. not giving you any openings, what is the game plan exactly, right? That's I think it's a bit hard for them to tell in the game how strong they are or how to actually, play the map or find a way to win this game in general. Like, what is the path to get ahead or to hit some sort of timing?
I was trying to see maybe if they can get some sort of vision control around the dire jungle. We'll be able to at least knock that out away from Na'Vi Jr. So force Na'Vi Jr. to be a bit more careful of what areas they feel confident farming in. Smoke's going to come out for Na'Vi Jr. now. They do very much want to try and use this lead against the Yellow Submarine with the fact that the ults are online, but Yellow Submarine are also, they're happy to look for this. That's definitely the biggest risk. The risk is that they're fighting into these big team fight ultimates. A lot of pressure on Infernal and Bottega to get big jumps with the blinks.
Yeah, this is where the Ricky gets so annoying, right? If you break him, Penguin knows.
Oh. They're going to get the jump in, but the Golem comes out in time. Rolling Thunder's there as well. The Wukong's command laid down. It's going to be Infernal dead in the midst of the Wukong's command. We'll see Bottega try and chase down the Warlock. Will kill Riddies off, but can he survive this? He cannot. Ends up dying for his efforts there, Bottega. Jump forward again from Mirel. Will be able to clean up a second kill as he picks up PMA at the end of the fight, but can he actually get out of this? They're trying to retreat here on Yellow Submarine. Lupsi, he's going to turn up and just sort of take the attention away, which will at least give the space for Mirel to run, but of course does cost Lupsi his life.
Yeah. Again, not really a clean jump from anybody there. And that's where the big teamfight spells are easier to execute, right? You just throw the Golem on the ground, throw the Monkey King ring on the ground, and let the nature of those spells just do the work. But I think it was very important that the Tiny got out of this fight. If they also had lost the gem, it would have been even worse.
Oh, Tiny's been greedy.
He might get caught here.
Oh, that was... Oh, no.
He's
got teammates coming over. See if they can save it. The call comes in, but it doesn't matter. He's gone. Can they at least find Zayas in return? They can, so hey, you know what? It works out. It was all just a bit of a bait. Mirel says, you know, this was all part of the plan.
Yeah, it was. It was good for them, for sure. Now they're going to walk right into Roshan.
All right. I mean, that's...
Yeah, they have Sven ult, don't they?
They got Godstroke, yeah. They're going to head into the pit, so I'm sure they'll absolutely trade the Tiny's life for that. They keep the gems safe. They kill up two heroes, one being the Monkey King, the mid lane of their Niku. And they're going to get the Roshan. It all works out here for Yellow Submarine.
Dire's bottom tower.
Pretty crazy stuff. A little bit of a swing back. Still very much Na'Vi Jr. with the gold lead. But as we've seen, the potential for the Yellow Submarine to make plays, and as we did sort of see a glimpse of in that last team fight in the mid, that would cause a situation where they did get all the ults off on Na'Vi Jr. If Yellow Submarine are able to make some sort of jump, you know, someone's able to find this Warlock, stop the Golem coming down, even though they are at a gold deficit, they've still got a fighting chance in this team fight, Yellow Submarine.
Right. So another point to make is that last game we saw Na'Vi Jr. with all the ways of starting the fight, right? You had the Puck, the Batrider, Axe. This time around, it's sort of reversed, right? We have the Tiny Blink Dagger now, we have the Sven Blink, the Axe. We have three ways of starting the fight. Very powerful ones too. On the other side, you don't really have that on Na'Vi Jr. this time around. So they are going to be playing much more reactionary. You know, relying on getting those golems, getting those saves from the Ricky, Cloud, things like that off instead. And that's a dangerous game to play, because you might just get bursted before you can even get your spells off at that point.
Group top down bottom, Na'Vi Jr. Jakota's got to be careful how he shows himself.
Is under attack.
Nice little check there just to sort of see if the camp was there, has been cleaned up. So seeing that's cleaned up, he does know that Na'Vi Jr. are in this area. They could try and set up and prepare for the Yellow Submarine because, of course, they have this Aegis on the Sven. So sort of setting up for this smoke move coming in from Na'Vi Jr. The jump's going to be made. Finds the stun on it, got the juice, but it's not really the target that he hoped for. The Rolling Thunder now comes into play. See what they can chase down here. Jakota is falling incredibly low. They jump in, they get the call off on it, got the juice, but the BKB's out, so not a lot of follow-up able to be thrown down on towards the Doom. PMA is going to bully Lupsi back underneath the tower. They've lost one of the supports. They're going to lose the second as the Boundless comes in from Niku. I mean, you can feel it there. Yellow Submarine, they did feel that with the little info they had, they could maybe try and set up to make a play happen, but it just doesn't end up working out for them.
Yeah, the Ricky making a big problem there for the Yellow Submarine. He broke the smoke initially. Sven is kind of caught in the middle of nowhere, and both supports get exposed there.
Radiant are scanning.
Of course, that fight, not even all the ultimates having to be dropped down there by Na'Vi Jr. Still with the Doom at the ready. Wukong's command good to go. Of course, Rolling Thunder as low as the cooldown is, it's going to be back up in less than 20 seconds. They're trying to step up a Yellow Submarine. Still very much wanting to play aggressive whilst they have this Aegis timing on the Sven. We'll see the lead in. They get the setup. Call to follow up. They've caught Niku. It's a big catch. That's the Monkey King dead. See if they can get anything more. TPs are coming in now. Lupsi's going to get left behind. He's going to try for the TP out, but the damage is there from Got the Juice. They still might try and fight here, Yellow Submarine. Seeing if Infernal can find another action to get the jump back in. But Na'Vi Jr. are playing it safe, keeping their distance on this side of the lane so that that sort of jump can't come in from the Axe.
Yeah, again, you see the 2 Blink daggers coming into play there.
And Bottega, still a minute and a half on the Aegis. Na'Vi Jr. very close to having Nullifier online for PMA, so it'll make it that little easier for them to focus down these heroes. Once the BKBs are gone, we're out very close to the Octarine, so we'll have that there's sort of multiple chances of getting combo after combo off in the team fights as long as you can get in and out.
Dyers are scanning.
The fact that this Yule's Octarine core build was discovered, sort of, by for the Tiny, means that this hero has a very different way of scaling. He doesn't rely on the same way on getting those right clicks off anymore, right? Which I think makes the hero a lot more flexible. And the Boots of Travel build has kind of worked out so far.
It has, yeah. Yeah. He hasn't slowed down. He's not been punished for it. He's only died the once this game, Mirel. And has had good involvement in the action that they've found. 12 of the 15 kills he has been there for us, this Tiny. And still holding the game and not too terrible of a state at all. Sure, the gold lead very much there for Na'Vi Jr., but definitely to be expected a bit with the Doom carry. And in terms of the map control, Yellow Submarine still holding on to their tier 1 tower in the mid. And again, as we've been seeing, it's just not afraid of looking for action. They will lose the Aegis here, coming down to the final 10 seconds on Bottega. So we'll see what they do after that. There's going to be a case of just sort of sitting back, trying to get the next round of items online, which Bottega is very close to. Pretty much has the money here to pick up the full harpoon. And just fighting into these big ults, though, is definitely the fear here for Yellow Submarine.
I think the nature of the Na'Vi Juniors draft just that means that they can't really move out that much. Like we talked about before, the fact that Yellow Submarine has all the ways to initiate, it's not that easy for Na'Vi Junior to clear that.
Look at the setup, but he's pretty tanky, Got the Juice. He's able to get the BKB off. They'll drop the Doom down onto Infernal. Can they get Infernal out of it? They're going to try and allow him to escape as Lupsi TP's in to create the distraction. He'll go for the TP out Infernal. He should be fine as he'll get himself out of the fight. Does mean the support's left behind, though. As in fact, Infernal, the ticks were enough in the base. He still ends up dying to the Doom in the fountain. And I'm back on the fight. But Got the Juice just turns and stands the ground against Bottega. Bottega tried to lead in, but did not have the damage to outdo the Doom. Lupsi desperately trying to find something, but Got the Juice drags him in with the harpoon, claims another. They do get 3 kills, but losing 4 themselves, and this time not able to take down Got the Juice. Yeah, this Doom comes out of that team fight. He's level 25.
Yeah, yes. That's pretty crazy, actually. I mean, the fact that you don't have the Sven ready to right click when you jump the Doom means that there's just not enough damage, right? And also just seeing the way when Doom right clicks back the Sven, it's like he's a Sven in his own right.
Yeah, he punches.
Yeah, he really does. He has the same numbers, damage numbers as the Sven does. Quite the hero.
I mean, that's crazy, especially because if you consider what the critical strike was, a 20% chance at 250% damage. You know, what the Daedalus, what's that giving him? It's 30% chance at 225% damage, so pretty comparable, you know, in terms of the effect of the crit and the chance of the crit. It's not far off. So, yeah, you got to be careful when you get up close and personal with this Doom, even if you are a Sven with a Daedalus. As we see the damage there again.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to be afraid of much at all. He's going to have Doom back up in 10 seconds. They're smoked up behind him. Yellow Submarine, I think after the way that last fight went in particular, they know... I mean, they've got to stop these ults coming out, but they've also got to try and find some sort of way of making sure that Got the Juice just doesn't destroy them all. With this incredible amount of damage that he's doing, this level 25 Doom.
They see the Doom again. and the Warlock, but no clean way of starting.
Rolling Thunder's in. They'll get the Sun onto the turn, then they jump, and they get the Doom down on the walls to Sven. Botega's just immediately dead. And he's gone for 80 seconds. The Rolling Thunder clips on towards the Tiny. I mean, God, the Juice is just out of control now.
Yeah, I mean, how do they get caught on the low ground there? Like, completely caught off guard. Losing both Sven and the Ringmaster in the same jump from Pangolier. That is not what you want to happen.
It's just, yeah, but they've got the Juice. He's just BKBs. If he just jumps, dooms anyone now at this point, there is no saving them. They're guaranteed dead. And if he can do that against Botega, find the Sven each and every time these team fights, they just don't stand a chance at all in the team fights, Yellow Submarine.
This Doom is just, I mean, of course, he has 8k net worth more than the Sven, right? But if you think about it, he deals a similar amount of damage as the Sven, but he's so much more tanky, right? He has all these auras. He's really just a better Sven, it feels like.
Yeah, 1,000 more HP. That's a lot to bite for. It's a lot to bite for. They'll take out the mid. They'll be able to swing up towards the top, get the tier 2 here as well. Continue to grow their advantage in RV Junior. Bottom lane. Looking for a sneaky play here, maybe Infernal. Don't know if he can really do it on his own. Maybe with the creep wave. He's going to try. He's going to need a fair few spins. They do have the TP in and the combo. It's enough. Can he get out as well? He can.
All right,
Not
nice
a bad
play.
shot there from Yellow Submarines. They find something.
The boots of travel 2 on Tiny there coming into play, right? TPing on the axe.
It's always very nice to have, and yeah, that sort of reduced channel time. Easily able to get there before the call comes to an end, so you can get that follow-up avalanche. RV Junior in with the smoke, though. They know how strong they are. They don't need to have everybody alive to make these moves. Got the Juice, can find his target with the Blink Doom. The fight will be easy. They're kind of getting some information here with the Illusion Rune, and there's the jump forward. They found the Sven. They'll try and get him out here with the box, but the Doom's already been laid down. That's Bottega gone once again. Got the Juice, just destroying them all. As the call will come out, doesn't matter. They can beat him down through it.
Oh, that's the fact that your Sven just dies in 1 second, man. That's real
That's rough.
Yeah, it really is. And we also see them having the ways to start the fight now, right? With the Doom Blink Dagger and the Pangolier Blink Dagger. I mean, Pangolier was dead in this case, but it doesn't feel like it's a problem anymore for them.
Nah, this is all bottom lane. I mean, got the Juice. He's ready to keep this going. And he goes. He's found Lupsy. Lupsy's going to get out with the TP. Nothing to break for the Sprout, so he will live. Able to escape from the power of the Doom. I think for sure, I mean, with the way this is playing out, I think the teams that are going to be going up against Na'Vi Junior down the line, if indeed Na'Vi Junior closes this up and continues to make this upper bracket run, the Doom's got to be at the forefront, I think, of your considerations with how well they play this as the carry.
Yeah, certainly. I do think that there's a lot of information out there on Na'Vi Junior, considering they just played a long qualifier, a long open qualifier, things like that, where they have been playing a lot of the same heroes, right? Like we talked about the Ringmaster Warlock on the 5. They have been playing a lot of Doom as well, Pangolier. So I think that it's going to be interesting to see when the quote-unquote very clever teams, smarter teams start to have time to, prepare for Na'Vi Junior. If Na'Vi Junior has more up their sleeve once their core heroes are getting banned out.
Ready to push it. Doom back online. Nobody wants to step up. Whoever shows, they're just going to get completely destroyed by this Doom. But what do you do? Who's stopping this push?
He's even a building hitter. Look at him.
Well, it's just nobody can do anything. Is there any sort of items that they're trying to get closed up? Not really. Before they try and make a defense happen, they're going to have to let that bottom set go. In the mid, they've caught him again. Bottega, they'll try and get him out here with the box, but he's going to tick down for sure. As Botega's out, they'll jump towards the Tiny. Morel's gone. He does have buyback available, but Botega does not. The Sven down for 90 seconds. The buyback will come in from the Tiny. Look at the Wheel of Wonder controller. Hunter got the juice, but the Golems dropped down as well as the big old Wukong's command. Morel down a second time. They're ready to close this one up here. Try for a call here. The kill got the juice off the once. They're going to try with the buyback, but Morel's got it. It's just over. GG well played is called. Na'Vi Jr. will take this series 2-0 against Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I guess it's not so surprising. I mean, you always want to give every team the benefit of the doubt, but Na'Vi Jr., of course, being the heavy favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, this we definitely saw it. I think at least in the game 2, right? The first half of it, we saw Yellow Submarine definitely a bit warmed up, having a bit of a better effort than what they were able to pull off in game 1. But yeah, ultimately, it was going to be a tough one. As you know, this was the team, Yellow Submarine, that made it through the open qualifiers. Of course, Na'Vi Jr. very much prepared and ready to come through in the first stage of the opens and show us that these guys likely to be one of the teams you will see making the run towards the end and have a very solid shot at taking one of the 2 spots here in this region. And yeah, we've got to see the other teams start preparing for this squad, right, Misery?
I think certainly they look very strong. I do think that this game in particular, they had a little bit of a hiccup in the early mid game. Not so much these fights that we see here on the screen, but some of the early games were not as clean as maybe they have to be to win the qualifier. But I do think that they are in this series. At the end of the day, they are showing why they are the better team.
A really, really good showing here. And yeah, getting to do it very much with their Na'Vi Junior flair that we've come to enjoy from them in all the times that we've been able to witness this team perform during the season so far in the run-up towards TI. And with this win, 2-0, moving forward, it's going to be a good one next. Not next today, I believe it'll be tomorrow, the next game, Na'Vi Junior. They're going to be up against Nigma Galaxy next, Misery. That's going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, I mean, the games get more and more interesting for sure. Very quickly here in this qualifier. That's a really good series that can, potentially go both ways there.
I think so, right? I mean, because Nigma Galaxy, they have been getting very close, as we saw recently, some of the other qualifiers to making it to some of these tournaments, and the wins they've had have been looking pretty convincing, and the series that they've lost have still been relatively close. So yeah, Nigma Galaxy versus Na'Vi Junior. I believe that will be tomorrow. By looks at the third series of the day. Third series of the day tomorrow. If you're a Nigma Galaxy or Na'Vi Junior fan, you're going to be able to catch that next stage of the road for both of those teams. Yeah, you're not going to want to miss that one. You're not going to want to miss that. And of course, you're not going to want to miss all the rest of the games that we've got coming up today. I mean, still hovering on this game, though, this series. Who did you say was sort of the standout player, Misery, if you've got to sort of make a call from this game in particular?
Maybe this game, maybe it has to be Got the Juice, just because
I think so, right, yeah.
Yeah, he was just kind of walking down lanes, doing whatever he wanted, right? Top net worth all game. Yep. He died a couple of times, but it didn't matter. He just looked like he was a beast.
Yeah, he really was. Absolutely nailed it there on the carry doom. And again, just very much reminding teams that this is something you've got to be aware of when going against Na'Vi Junior, that they can play this sort of lineup with the carry doom very, very well. And also being able to do so where they do get away with a little bit of extra grease. Sure, it was still a Monkey King in the mid from Niku, but still the fact that he was able to go for that full Mjolnir build alongside sort of the greediness and the farming heavy of the Doom. It works out. It works out very nicely for how they want to play out these sort of not too short games, but closing it up very securely here at 40 minutes in. So yeah, Na'Vi Junior moving on. They take the series 2-0. We're going to have a short break. Any final words for this first series of the day, Misery, from what we saw from these two teams?
No, it's just nice to be heading into the TI qualifier and watch some good Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe the next series will be a little closer after this one's a bit of a 2-0 storm. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The next series that we're going to be coming back with after this short break is going to be Virtus Pro versus 4 Pirates.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western European Regional Qualifiers towards the International. I'm Odie Pixel here with Misery, and we're just about ready to get stuck into our second series of the day. Of course, starting off with the first round here in the upper bracket. And this next series, is going to be between Virtus Pro and 4 Pirates. And of course, what Misery Virtus Pro recently, they've certainly been showing off their strengths. 4 Pirates, they came through the open qualifiers, and I've got to say, I think this is another one of those teams where I'm not really too sure what to expect from them. I mean, do you have sort of info on all these players, or some of these players, this is the first time you're seeing them as well?
I know their mid player and their carry player, I would say. The rest, I'm not really sure about, but the carry player and the mid has been playing high-level pops for a very long time, so I remember those guys. But again, yeah, in general, I have no idea what they're going to be bringing. Might we see another similar series here just because of the class of the teams, or... we're getting a closer one.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Because I imagine what VP, you would also have them as definitely what potential to take one of the 2 spots here in this region to get to TI. Mm-hmm.
Well, they beat Nigma recently in another qualifier, and they also beat Secret, I believe. So, and that's obviously 2 of the bigger teams here in this qualifier as well. So I think they are also, potentially one of the favorites.
Yeah, they've looked very, very strong recently, and of course there we have, of course, names that most of you will also be pretty familiar with. I'd say what sort of Rain is the newer one, at least in terms of showings that we've seen. Names that you have seen be playing before on previous squads elsewhere. The other name's much more established. So, one of the newer faces, and we'll see if he can continue to bring some magic, as they've been able to do so around them before. And the rest of the lineup, Antares, very much a player that we've seen kind of hop around a lot of the teams within the regions. And then Dahak, Lorinov, Vichun, some of the names, Dahak and Lorinov in particular, that have had some pretty standout performances on some of the different squads during this season, coming towards that. So let's see what VP can do. And if there's any chance that 4 Pirates can come in with an upset, because quite like the first series that we just witnessed, I think it very much would be that of an upset if 4 Pirates are able to take the series today against VP. Let's see them try as we get into the draft here of Game 1. Change-ups from what we saw from the 2 teams early today, getting the Dawnbreaker ban coming in. So maybe something a bit more targeted towards that of the players of 4 Pirates, because I believe that hero was ignored completely in the first series.
I think the first game he was banned first phase, and in the second game it was actually just ignored, yeah. But the hero just looks really broken, so I'm not surprised to see it banned out. Oh, the Naga Siren. Okay.
All right. This is that support Naga that we've been seeing, I think from VP, right, themselves. I think they were the ones doing it in the other qualifiers.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams has been experimenting with this hero, and it's hit or miss, I would say. I think you can often end up in a situation where you don't have much to combo with the song, and you don't have that much damage, because Naga doesn't offer damage herself. It's kind of a special hero in that regard, that he offers very unique things that I think you have to adjust with the rest of your heroes in the draft.
4 Pirates, as we say, a team where they've got a few players we don't really know what to expect from them. So maybe we'll get some exciting picks. First pick, it's not an exciting one. It's just the good old Pangolier coming through.
Yep, nothing too surprising there. Still, this hero still keeps being first phased, even though he gets changed over and over and over again.
Yeah, it is pretty ridiculous. Just like how this hero just seems to always be a staple. Just the fundamentals of his toolkit does seem that even if you're turning down numbers here and there, nerfs are coming in, it still feels so good to have. You still have to have a little bit of flexibility as well with the position that you can run them in. And I guess at the end of the day, just a good Rolling Thunder, shield crashes in the team fights. It just always feels good. You never feel bad having a Pango on the team. And there's always moves that you can make. The cooldowns are so nice. Yeah,
what is sniper ban? That's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Sniper?
Maybe, is there a sniper specialist on 4 Pirates?
I'd only imagine it's got to be this mid, right? Natty Narwhal.
Actually, I don't know.
Was it some sort of like support sniper that they're cooking up on 4 Pirates that these guys know about?
I played support sniper the other day, actually. It's a great
How'd it go?
success. It's a great.
Okay,
I was
okay.
owning.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was sniper itself or it's just how the game turned out, but
Yeah.
it has some potential. It's like the new way of scouting is pretty cool. The fact that you can click on your take aim and
Sure.
pretty much see
Good
like
vision.
3,000 range into the future. I was about to say is pretty cool.
Seconds remaining.
Well, let's see. I mean, this is at least going to show the VP. They've definitely done their homework on 4 Pirates.
Or
And all
they're
these guys have
trolling.
been playing. Well, that could be. It could be BM, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna crush these guys. We'll just ban some random stuff. Let's have a look here.
So what could you combo with this Naga Siren? It's usually what we've seen in the past. Obviously, Enigma, Disruptor comes to mind, perhaps. I think another thing we might see this game is Shadow Fiend. Another thing is Lina. So it's more not necessarily you combo so big with the song, but you have a very strong lane with it. And I mean, obviously, you have a song into Requiem potential as well with the SF. But those are some of the combos we've seen with the Naga.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, let's see a VP. Well, they want to do in response to this. The Shaman comes out for 4 Pirates. VP, they're going to get themselves in the Doom.
Yeah, they are. Wonder if
course
we're going
we'll
to see
see.
the carry
Yeah.
Doom again, like we saw last game.
I think they could, yeah.
It
Yeah.
does seem
10
very strong.
seconds remaining.
I think I like it, the carry Doom a little bit more than the offlane Doom right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think so as well. It just feels like with the offlane Doom, if things don't go too great elsewhere in the team, it feels like you kind of got this offlaner that just wants to hit creeps, get this. It still wants to play greedy. Gonna get Rubik coming into play. Always fun to see. Not a support really that'll all the teams are willing to kind of slap out right now. But VP, they're not afraid.
Yeah, I think the Rubik has seen a bit of play into the Shaman actually, just because stealing. It's very easy to get the Shackle. It's very easy to potentially get the Hex as well, right? Which is very good strong spells. Basically, all the spells you steal, even Ethershock is also a very strong spell on Rubik, right? With the extra amp and the cast range and stuff like this, then you have a lot of damage suddenly coming out of your +4. So I think this is part of the reason why we see this hero come back a little bit.
All right, quick picks here. They get the Tusk and the Bristle.
Yeah, Bristleback.
Team back.
Ooh.
Team
A Drow coming in, so it is going to be Doom elsewhere. Won't be the carry this time. They're going to get the carry Drow in for V-Tune.
That's a good draw game, right? And so no matter what you're playing against on the offlane, at least of what you see right now, you're going to be very happy. I think there's also, you have some ways of getting on top of draw with Tusk and Pangolin early on, but I think as the game progresses, those become ineffective. You also don't have that much damage to actually take down the draw, I think, so it looks very strong. Now the question becomes, does the draw pick make your own draft, weaker? Or like lack synergy perhaps? And I'm not sure. I think actually it looks not so bad. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how 4 Pirates choose to deal with this Draw Ranger here. It looks like a very good game for it.
Now, last ban from VP. Likely looking to target the carry potential. Unless they think that the Bristle's going to be safe lane.
I think they don't really care if Bristol goes offlane into Drow Ranger, then he just has
Yeah.
such a bad game that the hero becomes more or less useless. They also don't mind the Pangolin going offlane, so I think they're probably going to expect the Bristol to be carry, Pangolin to be mid, right? And then them trying to pick another offlaner, but can they then win the game with this type of draft, right? With the Bristol back carry and stuff? It seems very snowbally at that point.
VP, what other offlaners do they not want to have deal, have their Drow deal with in the lane?
I was thinking about Enigma, but then you're picking Enigma into the Rubik, right? That doesn't always feel that great either.
Yeah, it's like the Eidolon pressure's nice, but yeah, finding a black hole this game would be pretty tough. They'll mix it up. They'll also ban out a carry just in case. You know, the Pirates are still considering getting something different for their safe lane and putting either the Bristle or the Pango top. VP.
10 seconds remaining.
See if they do want to get the mid. I mean, I've seen some teams in the past run the Doom mid.
Because I hear like Magnus is in the pool, which is decent versus Drow, right? The fact that you can, you know, get her out of position, skewer her back into your team. There's also I hear like Lycan that we could potentially see
Radiant team
in this game. 4 or 5 poor pirates.
Oh yeah, Lycan would be kind of hype actually. I think you'd hit really good timings with that lineup. Trying to just overrun the Drow team.
True. I mean, if you're picking the Bristleback, if you're putting Bristleback on carry, then you probably have to adjust your entire lineup around that idea, right?
Ooh.
So that you hit the same timing.
Could you not just get a Beastmaster in for your off lane? Or is that
Maybe.
like how's the lane against the Drow? Is it not great?
I think it has the potential to be really bad, but I think I could see the Beastmaster being okay as well. I just think the offlane Beastmaster is a little bit, it's very fragile.
Oh,
Okay. So
we're getting a Clinks coming in. All righty, yeah, Clinks coming in the last out. I don't know if that was something the VP was going to be expecting coming out from 4 Pirates, but yeah, they carry Clinks here as that last pick. I mean, what do you make of that? Do you like this, that they've settled with having the Bristle on the offlane and getting Otacare on the carry, this Clinks?
I kind of like that more just because we kind of went into the rabbit hole now of what can they pick in the offlane. But if you think about it, putting Bristleback carry here into the Doom Rubik lane doesn't feel good either. So you might as well just put the Bristleback offlane with the green facet, right? And try to get as much as you can. Pull some waves, maybe get the Vanguard up early. And then instead pick a hero that maybe has the potential to snowball the lane against the Clinks. Also as a... You are the underdogs, right? So you might as well bust out something that's a little harder to play against in general to make the upset. So I kind of like it. It also synergizes as well with the Tusk if they are to put that in the safe lane as a 5, right? So I think the Clinks pick makes a lot of sense. Is it going to work though? Not sure. What do you think?
I mean, in terms of sort of catch for the Clinks, I mean, they have got ways of getting in the face of him, and I feel like it's always going to be difficult when there is sort of this song set up just to allow the positioning to surround the Clinks and deal with him, because he's going to be such a huge amount of their scaling damage output, right? So if the Clinks can be dealt with in these fights, it will fall apart. And I don't know if necessarily at the timings you think from the Clinks going to be fast enough to sort of enable this sort of maybe snowball potential that you want to against this Drow lineup and Drow Doom lineup. You know, can he play fast enough, do you think?
I mean, they do have a lot of catch between their supports. So this Invis hasted Clinks running around the map, right? Setting up kills for his team. I think it has the potential, but I don't even know what do you buy on Clinks? Is it still just like the Maelstrom type of build? With like Falcon Blade and stuff like this? Or is it something else?
I think we've it used to be like because you just rush the Bloodthorn, right? You can go some sort of walkie blood and then you can sort of, sneak around the map, look to open up these opportunities. But I think it's definitely still a hero that there's, people have experimented different things. We're rushing different things with, for sure. Whether you still want to go for just like the Deso build up, just go for the full damage, the Deso into Daedalus, and just try and shred through heroes.
I do think the Clinks is a bit underrated. As I remember seeing, I think the main player who's actually been experimenting with the Clinks has been Yatoro.
Oh boy.
In recent tournaments, at least. And it looks pretty strong. So I'm kind of excited to see this hero.
Exquisite. Exquisite.
Let's see what Otacare can do with this.
Exquisite.
So we'll be set up. See if either team wants to go for the sort of smoke play here to start things.
Yeah.
Imagine VPs will probably be more on the defensive. I think level 1 for Pirates could definitely do that a little bit more aggressively.
30 seconds to battle.
Seems kind of rare nowadays that you actually get something out of level 1, like have a fight or somebody gets caught first blood. Like, it doesn't happen as much anymore. I think it's
The battle begins.
kind of a big mistake, I think, if you let the enemy get first blood before the runes spawn.
Yeah, it does feel far too risky. So only just the 2 for 2 coming into play.
Oh, look at what the Drow has been doing in top lane.
You're in deep now.
He's been cutting out all the trees here, getting more vision, right? So he can position himself against the shaman, get more right clicks in with the quelling blades. I think that's a kind of not something you see every game.
Yeah, definitely going to make it a bit more difficult for your aerial to play the lane. It's going to be one of those lanes as well that after you've got kind of like level 3 on the Drow, they can definitely look to get aggressive against this off-lane duo and try and bully the Bristle. So we'll see how much of a pre-farm V2 can find here. Up on the top. As down on the bottom. And Clinks, can these two pressure the Clinks? Like, how solid is a Clinks laning stage nowadays?
I think Clix is a very strong laner. The times I've played against it, I've been surprised how much damage the hero deals, even early on. Of course, he can also get caught out from a lift. You know, some level 3 timing from Doom Rubik can net a kill, but I would expect the Tusk Clinks to be ahead in this lane.
Has been killed.
Top lane Rain was just able to walk up and take out Ariel's courier. Did have Ariel's Sentry and Mango on. Mid lane. Oh, it's going to be down bottom. That's the first blood. Not what you want to be seeing if you're VP there. 4 Pirates getting first blood for their carry.
Actually, like we talked about the carry Doom being good because, you know, you don't have this situation where you get put in the offlane and have a rough lane, right? This could be one of those times where the Doom struggles a lot to come back into this game, especially laning up against a lane like Tusk Clinks, right? You might just, if you start going bad, you might just keep dying over and over. You can't really do anything when Tusk gets on top of you.
Absolutely, yeah. Now that with the tag team, the Clinks' damage coming in, it's a lot for a Doom in the early levels. So Otsuka, I mean, CS of course has definitely been slowed down. They're trying to look towards Pedanic. I have to be careful. Any sort of chance that Pedanic gets to turn set up for Otsuka to bring the damage in could warrant them more kills here on the safe lane for 4 Pirates.
Pedantic.
Is it?
Yeah. The 4 in Russian is like CH sound.
Ah, that makes sense. Because I looked up the pronunciation of the bristleback, because I know that's Mr. Morale. So we got that one.
That's good. That would have been hard otherwise. I think another thing to note is the Facet Shaman. The Shaman Facet choice this game could have been an argument for the chicken fingers, right? Playing into Naga, killing off the illusions with 1 hit. But he does choose the massive serpent ward, which I think is kind of underrated.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy now with, I think it was the most recent patch, the one before it, where we got the buff.
Yep.
Top lane, keeping the pressure on him. We're already starting to see, you know, V-Tune able to get some damage in onto Mr. Morale on the Bristle. Keeping him, making sure he's not constantly at full HP. And CS for V-Tune stays super solid. 17 last hits for the 3 at the moment. Having that bit of an easier time with CS. We'll see bottom lane. Going to try and lean in here with the snowball on towards Antares. But the tag team and the right clicks flying through. Needs 1 more. They've got him. Tar bombs there. Again, the 2 of them. The Clinks Tusk lane showing how successful the offensive potential is from these 2 early on.
He does get the ice armor though, which is a big win, I think, for the Doom. makes a very big difference. But I mean, is it enough though?
Telekinesis come in and yeah, that will be enough to save him. And not easy. In terms of regen, he's still got a tango left here on Dahak and does have a salve. But as you can see on the CS, he is not getting a lot out of the lane at all. Only 10 CS so far here. Top, look at the reel in onto Ariel. See, yeah, Mr. Morale's going to head over, start to force back the Drow, so VTune can't continue to chase. But he doesn't want to continue to chase anyway. Wants to get back to the creeps, being pushed in under the tower. Continue to stay up top there with the CS here as this Drought.
So far, so good for the Bristleback, though. I think he's closing in on that Vanguard. I've seen this matchup be absolutely devastating for the Bristleback to the point where, you know, after 3 minutes, he can't come up anymore into the lane. But this is looking a lot different, and actually, he's leading the CS charge for Radiant. So I think, you know, should definitely be happy about that. I think once the Vanguard comes online, it gets a bit more annoying to get rid of him.
Yeah, definitely unlikely that VTune will be able to bully him out the lane on his own once the Vanguard's online. So it could be continued pretty solid farm for the Bristle, and not really any kind of clear combos that can kind of bring down the Bristle early. It's not going to be the easiest hero to rotate into. In the mid lane, Lorinoff did get bullied kind of out of the lane, so has to take this walk back to base. Hasn't quite hit the 6 yet either, so no quick chance to jump in and out of the lane. And meanwhile, whereas obviously on the side for Pirates, Natty Narwhal, he's got the 6. He's got that Rolling Thunder ready to play with. So VP definitely got to be careful around the mid. And this little bit of a period before they have 6 on their own mid laner. A bit of rotation coming in. Ariel and Pedanchik seeing what they can find around the high ground. They've got eyes on Dahak. They would love to try and set up for Otaka to get another opportunity to tackle the Doom. Dahak's got to be careful. Might feel a little too overconfident here with the Ice Armor. Steps up. Supports, can they find the angle to get in on this? They're going to try. I'll throw down the Blood Grenade. Is there going to be any backup coming in for Dahak? As they're locking down with the Shackles, no TPs are coming in, so VP, they're just going to let their offlaner fall.
Yeah, and this is right before the 7-minute Wisdom is spawning, right? You do have the Naga rotating around the Bristleback, but there's a Vanguard on him. It's going to be very hard for him to get rid of him. The real Indo, oh my god.
We'll see at the same time the pressure down bottom. Antares is trying to sort of draw their attention away, but it is going to mean that the Wisdom's there for them. But as you say on the other side, Rain able to make sure they get the trade.
Oh, he reeled in the Bristleback onto the cliff. That's what happened.
Did he? Yeah, because we were watching. We were watching down bottom. Yeah.
Oh my god, they would have lost 2 Wisdoms, but the reel in.
As down bottom, they're going to lose Dahak again. Comes back into the lane. He's having a rough one now, Misery. This Doom is, I mean, we see the tips being thrown out his way as well. They know that Dahak is not having an easy start to this game.
Yeah, that's very rough. He even lost his tower. He's queuing up the Midas. Oh, this is the type of Doom game that we talked about earlier. The one where he's going to be more or less of a burden for a long time in this game.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of expectation on, I guess, the supports and the mid laner. But even the mid laner, right, Lorinoff, he's got just as much from this lane as the Pango, but still a little behind on the XP. And Natty Narwhal's had a good start here. Good shards. Pedanchik is able to catch in Rhine. That's going to be a kill here for the two of them. He's done a lot down on the bottom lane, Pedanchik, and now with these moves over towards the mid, setting up for Natty Narwhal as well. So some great early game here from the Tusk.
I think VP is going to be in a lot of under a lot of pressure the next 10 minutes or so, right? They have this Doom who's struggling. They also have this Naga Siren who doesn't really offer much damage like we talked about, or any real impact at this phase of the game. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have the Tusk who's ready, the Vanguard on the Bristleback. Klings is online, right? They pretty much have 5 online heroes who are ready to brawl, ready to run at VP right now. And I can't help but think that you might end up, like we talked about the first pick Naga, right? And I was mentioning how...
Oh, Lorinoff did nearly die, but yeah, okay, yeah, with the Naga.
Yes, to finish my point there with the Naga, it's like, when you pick this hero early, it's you can end up in these scenarios where your draft doesn't really have much synergy. It's something that seems to be a pattern with the Zero in general. I think maybe VP fell into that trap a little bit in this game too, because who's really gonna play with each other in this game, right? Ember doesn't really have any natural heroes to play with here, outside maybe the Rubik, right? You don't have a good save for the draw, you don't have really clear timing, so I think it's gonna be an uphill battle to play this game for VP from here on out.
Dire's middle tower is
Mid tower under pressure here. So we do have a level 6 on Rubik very early. I mean, somewhat early, which is gonna help a lot fighting back and dealing with this mid-wave pressure. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have a level 5 and 4 Shaman, so... That might save VP the next few minutes, the fact that the supports are a little bit under-leveled.
Because do you think VP, will they put a lot of effort into trying to hold this tier 1 mid?
I mean, it's not necessarily a lot of effort, but considering there's no level 6 on Shaman, right, that makes it more difficult for players to actually commit to taking this tower. And you gotta be careful you don't run in and give away a bunch of kills, right, where you overextend. But I do think 4 Pirates have the upper hand in the fighting right now.
Otaka. Oh,
Snowball.
comes in just in time there because Dahak was considering dropping the Doom down onto Otaka. He's still going to try and push forward. They'll get the Doom onto the Tusk, so Tusk will fall. But Otaka remains safe. So VP at least getting their first kill.
Yeah. That was pretty good. The fact that they are choosing to fight back around this mid lane is very good. I also think it's very detrimental to 4 Pirates, what could you say, you know, ability to speed up this game that Shaman is only level 4. Like, would they be able to take this down, this mid tower, around this 10-11 minute mark right now? They could potentially snowball this game fairly hard with the diffuser blade timing, the Klings running around, the map just opening up, being much bigger, right? But the way the game is slowing down right now is definitely going to be benefiting VP, at least in the short term.
Yeah, let's try and find some of the XP here around the mid aerial. Catch himself back up.
Bot lane, Doom sniffing it out there. On the hunt with Klings and Tusk.
And that's Narwhal clearing this little bit of a stack. That will give him the diffusal online now for the Pangolier. So extra bit of potential here in these early skirmishes that 4 Pirates have been looking for.
We do see the Klings item build as well, being queued up. It's a Dragonlance into the Desolator.
I like it, yeah. They're the full damage, and it's going to do great for them on the pushes as well, and the objective taking in general. We can get a good timing on this Deso. No, a good amount of minus armor, of course, between him and the nasal goo from Mr. Morale on the Bristle when they turn up to fight together.
Mm-hmm. Lucky shot. Goo.
Yeah, it's a lot actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Like these heroes will die pretty quickly. Yeah, and the tag team on top of that as well. It's a whole lot of physical.
Looks like there's gonna be a brawl around mid lane. They finally come around to take this tower. Tusk is going in here.
No, Podanchi's gone straight in. Got the backup of the Rolling Thunder coming in as they look towards Antares. And get the space to finish up the tower. Won't be able to quite lock down any of VP, so no chance to go for a kill, but they get the objective 12 minutes in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep,
They're ready.
They do still have the Mass Sip and Serpent Ward as well available. Looking to smoke up right away here.
Or potentially might be able to get the setup on this if he wants to. Doesn't want to try. Okay, doesn't want to go that deep there. Doesn't have enough info on what lies behind. They're going to try for the Roche with the Serpent Ward. Straight into the pit they go. This might be pretty heads up. I don't know if VP's going to expect this.
No, I don't think they are. I mean, even as Klings is showing bot lane too, he's not even gonna gonna help with this Roche. So this is very unexpected.
Yeah, absolutely. They're coming in with the smoke now, but I think this is just going to be a smoke towards the Clinks anyway. It's not like they're going to be going towards this Roshan. So just really abusing the power of this Serpent Ward early on and getting a Roshan that I think is going to caught VP by surprise.
This is a very cool move. Also, if you consider the, let's just see what plays out here on the Wisdom.
Yeah, can they get there in time? It's 5 seconds. It might be a little too hard to enter into this area. Yeah, they're going to be careful about this 4 Pirates. They know VP's likely set up.
Right, so the implication of that really early Roshan, right? If you look at the... Okay, is there something going to happen again here? Oh, nice shards.
Oh, it's good shards. And Sentry's at the ready. They're in with the punch. That's going to be a dead Rubik. And now with the Rolling Thunder over towards Dahak, they can get him as well. Shackles are there for the lockdown. I mean, this Tusk here, Podanchik,
wow, yeah.
He's making the plays happen this game. Shards after shards. And he's ready for them.
Sure. Very nice. The point I was making is that 4 Pirates draft is very snowbally type of draft that has very strong timings early on. And when you kill a Roshan so early, like 14-minute Rosh, it's gonna add the second Roshan much earlier, right? Which is exactly where the 4 Pirates draft really comes together and wants to potentially start going high ground. All right, with the flag. So I think that could end up being a very big deal here in this game, that the second Roshan comes much earlier. But I will see if that is going to have impact.
Yeah, because for 4 Pirates, how much do you think they wish to try and achieve here with this Aegis timing on the Pango? Like, how much do they want to be pushing for, or they find sort of sitting back and just keeping the game where it is so that Otter can get this Deso timing?
I think they definitely want to own like 60 to 70% of the map. I think they definitely want to run in and take over the enemy jungle like we see them doing right now. I think they were just waiting for whoever it was to heal up. But they're all ready to fight, and they definitely need to be aggressive here.
Oh, they get the Hex. They got the Shackles as well, but the song is there. We'll give a chance for Lorinov to jump out of the fight. Do they want to try and fight this? I don't think so. I think VP's going to need to run. They do turn. They've brought Featuring in, so we'll be able to turn and take down at least Podanchik, but they won't be getting any more. So at least they're able to make sure nobody goes down, and they do find 1 kill from that.
Yeah, I mean that was for sure nice for VP. Good use of the song early on. It's not that often that you get to use the spell that effectively at this phase of the game, I would say. So, but this was a nice time where he was at the right place at the right time. Poking onto the Pangolin here.
Oh, the Gust. Not quite there. It's on the edge.
I think also Clinks is not exactly online just yet. He did go for that Dragonlance, which means that he doesn't have as much damage as she would like. Wait, he also bought the shot actually.
Yeah, it goes super early this game, yeah.
Burning Barrage. Okay, that's the old spell he used to have. Mid lane.
I mean, they've got the catch. So let me get out with the Remnant, but the Rolling Thunder's there. They've caught him. He's out of mana. He's not going to be able to jump away. The Hex comes in from Aerial. That's Lorinov gone. They can turn Fine Rain as well.
Lorinov has a Blade Mail. Oh god, this game is not looking good for VP now.
It's looking rough.
Yeah, the tier 2 going down bottom as well. Another factor of Clinks being so strong at taking down towers early on. But the fact that you have a Blade Mail and Ember as well means that he's queuing up Lincolns. What is the role of this hero in this game? You can hope that you press Blade Mail and everyone's focusing you. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, it's rough because for the most part as well in the mid. Sure, he's always like a little bit behind that of the Pango, like in levels, but he wasn't like getting dumpstered in the mid or anything, Lorinov. But now as those last few minutes have gone on, and now with the build that he's going down, it's going to be a very hard game for the Ember. It's going to leave a lot for VTune to try and carry this game on the Drow.
For sure. I mean, all their hopes should be in Drow this game, because I don't think their draft has really any synergy, and maybe that's also why the Ember is buying the items that he is, because like what is he really gonna buy? What kind of timings can he play around? He could try to go Maelstrom and just try to rat and drag the game out, but the way the game has been going, that doesn't seem like it's realistic at all. So I do think that the next few minutes, next 5-10 minutes, is gonna be very hard for VP to hold. We have a Deso up on the Clinks now as well. I feel like 4 Pirates can start threatening high ground already.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, the push is pretty insane here between the Clinks and the Shaman.
I think they might get caught here.
Oh, he's got to be so careful.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
Shaman
Tower's
wasn't
gone.
in range for that one.
They're going to go for the smoke. Whoever they catch, unless they saw the Naga Siren around with the song, saving whoever gets jumped by the Shaman.
Speaking of song, he just misclicked it, I think, on top lane. So he won't have
Wow.
that for a couple of minutes now.
Did they see that? Or was it?
I don't know.
Radiant's turret has been
I don't know
That's
if they
kind of
saw it.
rough.
Yeah. They ping out the Doom here. Can he find a spot to TP in? Ah, the ogres.
They got him. Throwing out the tips as well. They know that Dahak is struggling this game. 1-5-1, whereas meanwhile Otakar on the safe lane Clinks 5-0-3. He's had a perfect game so far.
tower is under attack.
VP getting shaken up. A bit of an upset, as I said, coming into this series. This was one of the favorites. And here in this game 1 against 4 Pirates who came through the open qualifiers, it's not looking great for them.
No, for sure. The question now becomes, can they close out the game with this team, right? That's usually something that maybe the more experienced teams are more used to having to deal with, or whatever you want to say. But okay,
easy.
Naga's just gonna die there.
Yeah. Easy kills with this damage now of the Clinks. But indeed, that is the case. And we have seen VP, of course, recently make some pretty big comebacks when they do get far behind. So definitely still not off the table here for VP.
I don't know. This game looks. You have a Midas on Doom, you have Blade Mill, and an Ultimate Orb on Ember Spirit. So much dead net worth. They're gonna go into Bristle.
It's a good snowball. It's going to give him a few moments of safety and should be enough to get out of this. Yeah, Bristol's going to be perfectly fine. And they can maybe look to get back in on this. I'm not going to get him this time. Dahak able to slip away. But that was your effort to try and make a go with the Doom.
Yep. I mean, that doesn't bode well as well when you finally caught somebody there and he... I mean, it looks like he would, you know, be close to dying from a goal like that, but he just scratches it off completely. Also having a lot of items on this Bristleback. I'm not even sure that VP's lineup outscaled the 4 Pirates either.
Oh, especially not if their Drow's going down and V-Tune's just been caught out behind the tier 2.
Oh,
That's going to be the tier 2 under threat as well.
Uh-oh, by the way, Roshan is alive already. The second Roshan, right? Now you could just go high ground because you have a wave and Drow's dead. So that's what they're gonna do here. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, why not? There's literally nothing VP can do with him. They don't have Doom. Their Drow's dead. They have no items.
Now, how do you stop this push? How do you get anywhere close to this Serpent Ward?
They have no spells. I just think their draft offers them no real way of coming back into this game.
Definitely feels like it. This top racks under threat. And VP, what can they do? Backdoor protection will kick back in, and next creep wave follows up, and it's back off. And yeah, this is going to be that top set. Pretty much being taken down. The Serpent Ward should be able to finish that off on his own, and he will. It's the full set taken out at 23 minutes in. As, 4 Pirates can pull back, and as you said, they've got a lot of options. They can keep the push going, or they can look to try and settle and get that early second Roche.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, VP is not going to let that happen, right? They know that if they just sit back and do nothing, 4 Pirates are going to get Roche, and then they're going to come knocking at the base once again. So they're going to try to do a smoke here. But it's sort of read by 4 Pirates, right? The way they're posturing, they're not moving to that Roshan blindly and just getting caught from this. So very aware of what's happening.
And they've hit it with the scan as well, so they know that VP was coming around that Roshan area. So they're kind of reading the move pretty well. I think they know that VP's coming in from this angle. Quick blinks there in time, and now they're ready to get back in. They get the Rolling Thunder off. Great angle here for Natty Narwhal. He catches Dahak and Vichun perfectly here on the steps. What a Rolling Thunder here. The song will come out. Give them a chance to get away, but no, the snowball was there. Vichun tried to TP out during the song, but the snowball was already casted, so it just goes off automatically at the end of the snowball and interrupts his TP attempt during the song, so Vichun is not getting out.
Yeah, he certainly isn't.
That's a rough one there for him.
You even need Roche now. I think you don't even need Roche,
no,
right? You can
just go high ground.
Get another Rex. Yeah.
Rough game here for VP. 4 Pirates. They turn up. And they're smashing them. And this has got to be feeling pretty good for 4 Pirates, right? Again, you know, VP, we've seen them recently. It should be a team to be scared of, but 4 Pirates, they're not scared of them at all.
No, 4 Pirates showing up. I mean, this is a little bit of a shocker for VP. I don't think they expected to meet so much resistance here from in the first round against an open qualifier team, right?
Yeah, just get completely crushed here.
They're getting mega 25 minutes.
25 minutes in.
I don't know if they can stop this. Okay, we're gonna play it safe. We're gonna go Roche. I mean, can't blame them.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But it also shows the fragile. Can you say fragility? Is that a word?
Yeah, the fragility, right?
The fragility of Dota nowadays, right? The fact that teams can beat each other, any team can beat anyone. It feels like it really just comes down to the draft, maybe the early execution, things like that, right?
Absolutely, yeah. 4 Pirates, just not letting, I guess, what VP get to play this sort of slower style, this greedier style. I mean, as you say, you're not a big fan of the offlane Doom in a few situations potentially, and we definitely saw the downsides of the offlane Doom this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of things you can touch on in doing the draft where they pick the Naga, right, and then they don't really have a good combo with the Naga. They also pick the Doom, but then there's a juicy Drow pick there against the Bristleback, so then they end up throwing the Doom off lane, and suddenly nothing really makes sense in as a whole. I don't know if they feel that was the reasoning to why they lost, but it certainly looks like that from where I'm standing. That this was a very hard game from the very beginning, just for that reason. So we have a Lincoln Sphere on Ember, second item.
Radiant are scanning.
So maybe he'll live, but what's he gonna do?
Yeah. Another Blade Mail on Doom. This is also like desperate territory, right?
Yeah.
Hoping that the Blade Mail is gonna...
And they just get the jump immediately. He'll get the Blade Mail off, but it doesn't matter. The Huck's just immediately gone. He'll come in with the buyback. And they can just chill in 4 Pirates and reset. And just no way of starting the fight here, VP. Otsuka. They're not going to be able to get in there. I mean, again, they'll play it careful.
I also think there's something to be said for the... Because we talked about the Bristleback Drow matchup, right? And Drow being very good against Bristol. Not only in the lane, but also later on in the game, how you get by the Aghanims and things like that, and he can't really move. But I think there's something to be said up for the Naga, maybe not doing enough in the lane. That Bristleback can kind of just sit there and get CS and weather the storm of the early levels. I think if for example you have an Undying Drow, for example, it's much harder for the Bristleback to get through that phase, right? Because he just keeps getting harassed by the decays. There's the 100 to 0 potential from the Tombstone as well. Go and yeah, And maybe that's another bait that you can get into with the Naga, that the hero is not necessarily the strongest aggressive supports.
Oh, maybe they can set up some crazy turnaround with a song on the high ground. You know, unlikely, but you know, maybe.
Unlikely. Okay, so what needs to go right for VP to win a fight? Maybe they can song the initial goal, right? Maybe they can
Sure,
kill
and
the
just
Pango
go out of
during
the
roll
base
with the drow.
Yeah.
Doom him, you know, drow clicks him down, he takes out. Maybe they can isolate supports off of that and take the fight in that way.
There we go, though. 4 pirates, they're already in on them. Looking at the barracks, the Song of the Siren will come out. Not really doing a whole lot. Of course, as Rolling Thunder continues through it, they look for a Doom opportunity. They will drop the Doom down onto Natty Narwhal, but the snowball save comes into play. They'll put the fortification, but the damage is pretty much done as they can stick around 4 pirates, look to clean up the barracks and maybe even clean up some kills. Zotka focuses down to Hack, tears through the Doom, brings down Ryan on the Naga Siren. They're cleaning them up. The buybacks are coming out, but it is over here for VP in this game 1 as GG is called. 4 pirates. They turn up and they dumpster them.
Yeah, for sure. Nice. Well done. Nice Klink's pick too. Right? To see that this is a game to pick Klink's last pick is in itself pretty impressive, I think. Not a hero that we ever see, right? So well done by them. I think VP's gotta be a bit shocked.
Yeah.
Also, 4 Pirates very happy with that
They
one.
were. You could tell it. You could absolutely
maybe even
see it
shocked
there.
themselves as well, that how smooth and easy that was.
That's the thing, right? This is the VP. They've recently, well, they won the qualifiers. They managed to qualify for EWC, but here in this first game, it's not looking great. It's not looking great. I mean, as you say, you very much feel that they were maybe being a bit greedy or maybe a bit too cocky with their draft and sort of feeling what they felt that they could get away with. Do you reckon against 4 pirates?
I don't think it's intentionally like a way where we're greedy, but we don't.
Yeah.
It's going to be fine. I think it's just this Naga hero, man. I've seen it so many times that people pick this hero first and then they end up with a lineup like this, where you don't have a good song combo, you kind of lose your lanes, suddenly this hero doesn't look that good, and yeah, I just think that this is a Naga, a result of the first pick Naga, almost, you could say. Maybe a little bit of a, okay, we're just going to walk over this team, we just won the qualifier again in EWC, we're the best. Maybe a little bit of that as well, but I do think it's the Naga factor.
Yeah. Well, I'd be surprised if we see them do it again, at least in that early pick sort of way that they tried this game, because this one very much dealt with by them. And indeed, we've got to give it the standout player here to Otaka on the Klinks, bringing that in, something that we necessarily didn't see for the draft. After this game, well, definitely something that will be in the back of our minds when we're watching this team play, because it comes out 10-0-3, gets in as that last pick, ends up being the perfect game for him, really, Misery.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I mentioned before, I think it's always nice to see this type of heroes come back. Heroes that only very few players in the scene actually play.
Yeah.
And that is very rare that you can pick them. And then they pull it off to that extent. That's very good stuff. But
Yeah.
also maybe shows the weakness of the carry Doom, right? Or the offlane Doom. That you are able to pick heroes like Klinks into it and shut them down.
Yeah, no, I think so. I agree massively. We'll see. Game 2, if VP do indeed just change that up completely, get something else different down there on the bottom lane. I don't think after that one, Dark's going to be too hyped to play Doom again. Sometimes when you have that bad game on a hero, you get trashed in the lane. You don't want to play it a second time. So I'm sure we'll see Dahak get something different, and VP definitely should be able to give themselves a better effort. Or maybe 4 pirates have just turned up and they're that good. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a short break, and then we're going to be back for game 2 to find out if 4 pirates can get the 2-0 or if VP can push this to a game 3.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Western Europe Regional Qualifiers for the International. I'm ODPixel here with Misery, and we're just about to get stuck into Game 2 of the second series of the day up here in the upper bracket. The first round is, of course, Versus Pro versus 4 Pirates. And Misery, we've just seen 4 Pirates turn up and look pretty damn good.
Yeah, we certainly have. That was a big upset. I don't think anyone expected that. I mean, I didn't at least. We do see a quick adjustment here from Virtus Pro in the draft already with the Pangolier ban.
Yeah.
Definitely a hero that made them have issues last game.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, let's have a look. Yeah. Well, what else they want to ban? They say the Pango was definitely a bit of a nightmare for them to deal with. Maybe they'll even show some respect towards some of the other heroes we saw for Pirates coming in. They like to ban the Nagasaran out themselves. Obviously, they picked it early last time for themselves. Didn't have great success with it, but still very much rating the hero highly. So don't want to let 4 Pirates have their chance of getting a hand on it.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, the Naga thing is I'm not really sure about. I have not been too impressed by this hero in general. Some people have made it work, but that's, I don't know. I just don't think this hero is as strong as it's given credit for. But obviously VP thinks so, considering they picked it first and now they're banning it out, like you said.
Well, let's see.
I'm kind of interested to see what 4 Pirates has up their sleeves now as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
They might.
Should be very confident now and like really believe that this might even be possible. This whole thing, qualifying to TI.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's early days, but you got to imagine, right, in that position as that team, there's still going to be a little bit of like, damn, we just crushed VP in the first game of the qualifiers. Yeah, we can do this.
At least a confirmation that we're good, we can do this,
No, big stuff for 4 Pirates. Let's see if they can keep it going, if it's just a one-off. There's that DP that you've been talking about, saying has been pretty scary. We've seen it in the bans. This game, it gets through as the first pick for VP.
Yeah, I think the main a couple of reasons why this hero is strong right now is that, first of all, it's very flexible. The best teams are able to put this hero both mid, offlane, and as a 5 as well. I think you could probably even play it as a 4. Not that many teams will be doing that right now, but it might get to that point. And then the second point is that the new facet with the fact that you take over heroes that are dying on the map into your exorcism.
Yeah, you get them as the ghosts.
It feels really strong, at least from what I was seeing when I played against it. It feels like the hero does a lot of damage and becomes this raid boss in the game. But VP are letting through the Mr. Morale Bristleback one more time here.
All right. Yeah, had a good game in the last game, and but played it very well against a lane which other Bristols could have suffered it. He got a lot of farm against that Drow, got a good timing on the Vanguard, and was able to play it in a way that he didn't feed, didn't get zoned out. It was a very strong performance from him. They're going to combo up now with the back coming in as the second pick.
Also see the VP bans, right? Targeting the last game with the Tusk and the Shaman ban here.
Yeah, I mean, they were both great.
They're also banning out the Shadow Demon. Like a hero that I remember being the counter to DP is the AA. But I think nowadays the AA counters DP still, but it's less so because the Siphon isn't based on percentage anymore, and perhaps if you pick A, you can still put the DP on 5, right, where it doesn't matter as much. But the SD, it does shut down DP a lot.
All right, and a bit of a classic here, right? Yeah, you see the bat, you pick up the global silence potential with the silencer.
Yeah, I also think the silencer looks good. The curse from silencer looks really good here, right, against both Bat and Bristol, who rely on spamming their spells over and over again. That's like very annoying for these heroes to deal with a spell like that. But I think VP needs to be careful now that they don't fall into a similar trap where they suddenly pick too many backliners, maybe too little stuns, maybe even too little damage. I think this next pick better be some kind of initiator or stunner. Maybe not next pick, but at least then in the future picks. Kunkka kind of covers that bill a bit, right? With the adding more team fight, you get the X at least, and then you have a frontline hero that's also really tanky together with a DP.
This is some pretty big old beef here that VP's going to have on the front lines with these two.
5 seconds remaining.
I'll see 4 pirates.
Yeah, I think also you have a lot of flexibility between the DP and the Kunkka, right?
Yep.
The Kunkka can be mid, offlane, and carry. Like we said, the DP can be the same, maybe not carry, but then everything else.
Radiant
So 4 pirates likely gonna pick a 5 here. There is the sniper that was banned last game.
I'm hyped to see that because obviously
So-
VP knew something. They were like, their sniper's pretty good. We got to ban it. They don't ban it this time. It gets through.
Oh, so what is this? Is this a support Sven and a carry sniper, or is it the other way around?
I think it's got to be the support sniper, right? Surely. But then is it what 5 sniper? Well, maybe it's just mid. Right?
No,
Maybe
no,
it's
no.
in-
I
what do you
think it's Otaker sniper
Okay.
remaining.
and a 5 Sven.
I mean, I kind of like sniper should be pretty good, right, against like the Death Prophet because you've got that range. You're just sort of able to peep
Certainly.
at her. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good against the silencer too. You don't really
Yep.
care about global. Like they have no real interaction. And okay, I mean, so you're gonna play the Kunkka or the DP into the sniper lane. I mean, I'm just assuming it's carry sniper now. It might not be.
I think you're
It
right.
might be.
I
But
think
they
you're
have
right.
last pick. Remember that, right? They have the absolute
Sure.
last pick.
They could switch it
They're
up.
not gonna carry Sven and sniper mid. That's not gonna happen. One of these sniper or Sven is the support,
Yep.
and I just don't see the value in like a 5 sniper. And what would be so scary to ban that out? First
That's true. Yeah. If you consider VP's banned from game 1, yeah.
by that logic, I would think that it's a carry sniper. I also
Yeah.
seem to remember Otaker actually playing this hero quite a bit.
It does
even
ring
in
a
pops
bell.
as well.
It rings a bell.
It does. Yeah. So I think it's and the Sven 5 is also something that has been creeping up a little bit. It used to be a thing at TI several years ago. I remember Fly playing it a lot, also with heroes like Drow Ranger, Carry, maybe Shadow Fiend Carry and things like that, right? And the hero as a support does have potential with the armor aura, the move speed, and just having a stun, being very strong level 1. So let's see what it is in the end here, but
Because it
interesting
definitely feels
draft. Yeah.
a little risky right against the Kunkka. Because Kunkka is just going to be able to... If he gets the X mark on you, the whole team's
Sure.
just going to be able to surround the sniper. So you have to be so careful your positioning to ensure that you're not getting X'd in these team fights.
That becomes a less of a factor as the game progresses, though, right? Because eventually you are going to be too far away from the Kunkka.
Yeah, that he can't
If the
get that
Kunkka is
grab,
going to
yeah.
show to X, he's
Yeah.
going to get lassoed, right? He's going to get jumped by something. Early on, yeah, it can be problematic. The lane might go so bad that you don't get to play the game. But on the other side, Sniper is a pretty strong laner, though. If you max out the shrapnel early on, you have a lot of you're a very annoying laner with between the headshot as well. So I kind of like what 4 pirates are bringing here. This kind of their own identity, right? Their own niche picks into this qualifier, right? Not afraid to give it everything they got. I do think VP needs another hero to start a fight. I don't like having just one Kunkka with one X mark, because what happens when BKBs come out?
Marcy.
Okay.
Okay, that's the...
Does it a little bit as well, right? Probably going to be a DP3 with the Marcy 4 then,
Sure.
and then the mid Kunkka.
Sure.
Again, at 30-minute mark, it's not that obvious how you're going to start a fight, right? Because then Marcy doesn't offer it and Kunkka doesn't offer it. Terrorblade, okay.
What's going on here? So what's going on?
What we got here?
Yeah. So it's Terrorblade carry. It's good. There's a sniper in the mid.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Terrorblade... I guess it's a very good Terrorblade game, right? If you look at it.
Yeah, I think so, right? You got high armor
It's good
against... I mean, well, there's a lot of physical damage. So the fact you're a high armor hero is going to be feeling pretty good here, right?
Yeah, it's also a classic counter to the DP overall. Like
Yeah.
he pops his ult and then Terrorblade is just standing there, right? You don't care, making DP basically run away with his ultimate on, right? That doesn't feel good for DP. Same. I mean, I think even the Sven Terrorblade lane is going to be pretty strong. You have the meta timings to play around, going for kills, and then when the meta's down, you just farm and chill, right?
Yeah.
I think it's
yeah.
I kind of like 4 pirates again.
I do. Honestly, especially, I feel like the Terrorblade can be kind of similar sort of timings and move around the map, similar to like just how Otaka did on his Clinks. So I think he's, he crushed on the Clinks. I think on the Terrorblade, he's got potential to do something pretty similar. And you got to respect the fact that Natty Narwhal getting this sniper, the sniper that VP did ban out last game, VP was scared of this. They've let it through this time. It could be pretty scary.
Yeah, so the idea in our heads that it's Otake or sniper is like some psychological phenomenon where we think it's actually related, or do they maybe have a flexible sniper here where they can both play it really well and then they choose?
Because because if it is a flexible sniper, that does explain the ban a bit more, right? Because then if it was in case of the fact that it could be carry on mid, then it kind of makes sense why VP would prioritize the ban on it as they did in game 1.
Well, it's a silver tier sniper.
Yep.
Now we don't know if he's still a Dota 2 plus subscriber, right? He might not be
true. Might have been stuck
going
at the
for
level.
those levels, but
could be. And we will see. We'll see. We've got a little pause at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we get ready for this one. There we go. Getting ready to go with this game 2. But I don't think I will be surprised if VP get run over the same way they did in game 1. Like that, it happening twice in a row. Then that's like, my goodness, these 4 pirates lads, they're going to win the whole qualifiers.
They're going to win TI.
They're going to win TI. It'll be quite the show if they're able to do what they did in game 1 again here in game 2 against VP. And VP's lineup is a very different lineup to that of game 1. Does still feel like the sort of the setup. It's kind of what Xmark and Marcy jumping in with the rebound, right? It's not the easiest way to set up plays. Whereas eventually you're going to have this Sven with the stun. Maybe does get Blink Dagger down the line. Obviously going to have the Blink Dagger bat down the line as well. So the single target in the initiation does seem a bit simpler for 4 pirates. But I guess VP, they do have the global silence, which is kind of the ultimate response to those sort of moves. So maybe that's VP's plan. It's sort of like they're going to let 4 pirates fight into them and then look for the turnaround.
I mean, that could be one way of doing it, and the way you actually achieve that is something that VP's lineup excel at really well, is the fighting around objectives, right? Around the Roshan with the Ursa, around the Tormentor, again the Ursa, the Exorcism, right? Around towers. So they have that going for them, VP, that they are very good at forcing those objectives. On the other hand, I think the problem with 4 pirates drafts in some aspects is that they have a lot of carries, right? They have the sniper, they have the bristleback and the Terrorblade, 3 farmers, right? If they don't have a good game on Batrider, who's actually going to make plays and make something happen on 4 pirates? That is a problem. That is something that they can run into in this game, where actually nobody wants and can do anything in this game. It's just going to be Sven continually dying, and then everybody's farming, right? Trying to get to their timing. But we'll see. I think maybe they rely a little bit too much on winning their lanes for pirates for their heroes to play the game out.
Oh, so looks like we did have a brief pause. Oh, we're getting the question mark. Yeah.
I think they're talking about that Kunkka.
Yeah, one of his items.
Immortal. I'm not sure what
I don't know
that
what
is about.
do you know what the bug is? If there was a bug?
Do you know?
No, I mean, I guess I imagine it's maybe there was some bug where like one of the abilities like doesn't show or something. But I don't know what that could be.
So there's some kind of immortal Kunkka item or what? That then...
Yeah, that I'm guessing just bugs the animation of some skill maybe.
Okay.
Maybe it makes something invisible, like the Torrent or the Tidebringer animation, I imagine. But no, I've not heard anything of that recently. So if that was a bug, maybe it was an old bug.
It seems like that.
Consistent.
That seems to be the reason of the pause.
Yeah.
To find out something like that.
Well, looks like we're gonna go. So I imagine. We'll find out if the cooker turns up to a lane and suddenly these invisible torrents or something are coming out. But which is fair play. That's why Otaka, I imagine, was trying to check that now, so that if they needed to change the cosmetic, they could get it done before the game starts. But looks like we're all clear. But whatever bug is not a bug anymore.
Oh,
maybe still some issues. Yeah, looks like we're clear to play. So whatever the immortal bug is, it shouldn't be a problem. But we'll keep our eyes out. For you boys and girls at home. Here we go. Can they do it again for Pirates?
I'm a little skeptical now that I look at their lineup, like we talked about just now. By the way, they did this exact same thing last game.
Yeah, they said exactly
four
here,
heroes
right?
in
Yeah.
their ancients, and then they did this late smoke. Actually, very cool. I mean, that does show that they're prepared for this, right? This is a setup that they've been talking about, that they feel like is the most safe, or whatever it might, their logic might be.
Лишь утратив все до конца, мы обретаем свободу.
VP did also do the same thing, to be fair. They also smoked, and he plays the same ward last game, so a bit of things to look for there in the replays for future teams.
Yeah,
I wonder how this game plays out, because go ahead.
No, I just wondered if they were going to try and contest for the top room, but yeah, they don't. Nothing this time, just the two bounties.
But yeah, I wonder how this game's going to play out, just because there's so many farmers on 4 Paris, right? And that just means that you are going to be playing on your own side of the map. You're going to be playing your lanes a bit longer, perhaps, than you normally would, right? Compared to last game, where you start running around with both supports and start taking towers and making moves across the map. This time around, you're going to be playing a very different style. You're going to be extending the lane phase as long as you can. Just sit and farm creeps. Whereas on the other hand, DP, they have a bit more potential to make rotations happen. Perhaps with the DP level 6, Kunkka level 6, things like that.
A little bit of a rough first wave there for Natty Narwhal. Only got the 1 CS. To get that range creep denied. Laurenov was able to find that. Because I imagine, do you sort of consider that the harassment that the sniper can do in the mid lane against the Kunkka enough to bully him, or is the Kunkka going to out CS him?
I do think it gets worse for Kunkka, as by level 3 with the shrapnel, you are going to get zoned quite a bit. But it's definitely not as bad, this matchup, as certain other melee versus sniper matchups.
Yeah.
Like Ember, I don't know, there are other matchups that are a bit worse, I think. But, I mean, overall, Sniper is a very annoying laner.
Keeping
you
low
also
enough,
have
pretty
options
low.
for Kunkka, perhaps, when you start getting a bit more levels, then you can go jungle, things like that, right? Whereas other heroes might struggle more in that aspect.
And would you imagine you just max shrapnel, right, and go for kills?
Yeah, I think so. He did go for the facet that keeps the old shrapnel duration and doesn't just have 1 tick. I actually don't know. I don't see that much sniper. I don't know what's normal. Maybe this, when you're playing core sniper like this, maybe it is better to have the... Because this one is actually very good, right?
Top lane.
So actually just gonna go down.
Yeah, they're able to get him with the spam. Chase him down and get that first blood. And Otsuka already throwing tips out from the other side of the map.
You don't want to give a good start to Master Morale's bristleback like this.
Yeah, it looked pretty darn good last game. So if he once again gets a good timing on that early Vanguard, if he wishes to go the same route, he's going to be quite tough to bully out of this. And bottom lane, I mean, it's not looking easy for them to really pressure the Terrorblade, and if anything, they've got to be careful right on this Death Prophet. In case they want to go for some sort of early play once the level 3's there, if they want to take a point in the meta.
Yeah, no meta yet actually. Let's see if he chooses to go for that, or if he just decides, okay, I'm just gonna go 2 points Illusion and just farm. I have no interest in trying to get baited into going for some kill or anything like that.
And so I was trying for the setup there onto Banchik, but you can just turn and trade back. Mid lane. It's we are starting to see Natty Nar will get that lead. 19-9 against the 13-4. And pressure adding up a bit now for Lorinov. Could have a tough game last game. Right, Bodomotica just holding that skill point, ready to consider whatever situation he ends up in. They do want to try and get aggressive or just focus on keeping the wave and farming up as he is.
And not too much happening. I think VP are pretty happy with the way lanes are going. I mean, realistically, both teams should be pretty happy. That's how it's going right now. I think especially top lane. I mean, Ursa CS is good, but I think getting away with getting such a good start onto the bad and crystal back lane is going to be very, very nice.
Oh, this mid definitely getting rougher. Lorinov having to just continue to keep the tangos out, so he's got some form of regen to be able to stay in the lane.
I think it also gets to a point where every time you try to get step up for a CS, you almost have to buy a salve afterwards, right? And then it's just not worth laning anymore. Like we see him right now, just going jungle, because like you can't just keep buying more and more regen.
Bottom lane. Trying to go for Pedanchik. They've got the Metro at the ready. Pedanchik, he's able to get away. They didn't have enough to kill him off. See if they can escape themselves here. And Tara's on the retreat. Little body blows coming in from Dahak, so they'll be able to protect their own support. The rotation coming in.
Barely level 6.
The shrapnel, it will get Antares. And now Dahak's in a rough spot. I mean, where does he go? He's got nowhere to run.
There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Yeah. Only into Roshan.
Just got shot in the face.
You can't. You can't.
Just blasted there, and of course they're happy to throw out the tips. That kills like this going to feel pretty good, and they know they wasted quite a bit of time of Dahak's there, you know, where he's just sort of running around in the river. And they kill him off. Ace Stream will be there for Lorinov, so we'll allow him to get out safely. And he's actually going to look to try and turn it into a play up top. Maybe see if they can go for Mr. Morale. Got the X mark. TP's coming in. With the stun up at the torrent, into the jump forward. They get in onto the two of them. The boat comes crashing down as well. VP able to group up and clean up the both of them.
Yeah, and what are they going to do now? There's Wisdom spawning in 30 seconds. Seems like they're moving towards mid here, but it's better to just try to...
Arrow's trying to poke the Kunkka here. It's not going to happen. Can he actually get away from this?
Here, though.
I mean, they're able to bring him back over towards the Ursa. Vichu's turned up and he's tearing apart the Sniper. Sniper gets the kill, but he goes down for that one. They get the X mark dragged back, and that's Vichu just casually heading over to the mid, 7 minutes in, and picking up a double kill as this carry.
I think that the fact that V2 is there saves this whole scenario. Right?
Yeah, it really
the fact
does.
that he's actually running over there as well instead of staying in the lane. I think a lot of carry players would have just continued to farm the lane, right?
And look at this.
Ball zeros.
He's going to get another one. Okay, Rain will take the
is.
last hit, but these are big kills to get the Ursa involved with early on.
Yeah, very, very good play by V2. Because like, if he wasn't there, I think Sniper actually cleans up that fight in the river there.
Oh, VP getting themselves a bit of a lead this time. Looking much more solid from them in the early game.
Kunkka TB's on bottom here. Just set up on the TB.
Oh, he's looking
With
at
the
a bit.
gate as well from Silencer.
Yeah, he's looking pretty dead here, Otaka. I think starting to see more of the VP that we expected to here in this game 2 opening.
Yeah, it's crazy how so little things in this way can determine the game. Because like it looked so good 2 minutes ago everywhere for Pirates, right? And now suddenly, just after 1 or 2 good rotations by the Kunkka and the Ursa, suddenly it's complete opposite. Okay, this is also the kind of nice play by the Batrunner, dragging the wave away. He might end up dying for it, but Still sort of worth it, wasting the first exorcism. If you call it wasted. At least you keep the tower alive.
Yeah, it gives the chance for Otaka to maybe spend a bit more time down here now, with that tower still up. Yeah, slowing down the progress of VP a little bit on what they were trying to achieve down there.
Also seems like a harder game to play Bristleback at this phase of the game, at least, because now if you ever get caught, you will die to the Ursa. Last game, it was less liked, right? Drow just doesn't output the same amount of damage early on, and the incentive to go for the Vanguard is also lower here because the Ursa still chews through the HP.
Ariel might start looking to get some stacks going soon. They've got some good sort of boost of gold and XP to fall back on. I'm on
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Around the middle. I mean, mid's pretty scary enough. If Florinoff gets any sort of setup with the X mark and has a +1 around like Antares, it's very easy to get the kill. So Natty Narwhal's got to be careful with his positioning. Keep his distance. Let's get the invis, but unlikely to make a move with it. Just got the couple of stacks here if he wants to clear those up safely. Same time though, smoke players coming in from VP, heading the way of Pedanchik and Attacker down in this bottom lane, coming through the twin gate as well. They've got the 4 of them, and Rain, of course, he's level 6, has the global ready to play with. Full 5 of them now, in fact, here, looking for this action, and they'll find him. The global silence will come out. They're looking towards Attacker. They'll drag him back into the stun, into the turret. They've got him. Easy couple of kills for VP as they take the double here for Antares, and they're able to look towards the town. A bit of a pause coming out. Let's see what the reason for that one is, but I mean, you know, there was a lot of tipping coming out earlier, so it's always tempting to pause back. But I'm sure it's not a toxic pause. They wouldn't do that. It's just, you know, something's gone wrong. But if this was me and they've been tipping me, no, I'm not a pauser, actually. I wouldn't do that. But some people would.
Like just spam F9, watch the in the game. Yeah, that is. Some people will do that.
Let's have a look. I mean, you're not defending this tower, right? You just let this tower go.
No.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't think you really can fight, because what are you fighting back with, right? That's a little bit of a problem with 4 Pirates drafts, is that when this type of situation happens in the laning phase, you start, and it breaks up, and you start getting picked apart across the map, then it's really hard to actually fight back. You have no real spells. You have to rely on them running into you and getting more and more farm on your heroes. We have a Yule Scepter queued up by the Bristleback, by the way. That's a different approach.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we're super strong against the Ursa. Someone wants to get it. Mr. Morrow says I'll be the man to do it.
Can they get the Kunkka here? It would be a very big kill.
Why, he's not expecting this, Lorinoff. Torrent is going to be dodged. They bring him down. Yeah, it was not ready at all for that sort of rotation to come in. Catches him completely by surprise. A good kill there for Natty Narwhal, getting the gold here as the sniper. Same time around the mid. Antares gets the lead in. So beginning with a jump. And lasso TP attempts being made, and I tell you what, it's going to work. He gets out, Ariel. Heads up play from him there, and Natty Narwhal, he might just find a kill off the back. The smoke's there in time, though.
Nice. You know, he actually gave the smoke to the silencer inventory.
Yeah, I saw that as well, because
the
it was...
smoke was on cooldown from backpack, right? And he gave it over. That was some good stuff.
Yeah, that was heads up coming in from Antares.
Yeah.
That's the Battle Fury timing done. So, Vichu, amongst all the chaos, he's having a great game. Got involved in those early kills. 7k net worth nearly. Zooming ahead on the gold, and that Battle Fury is only going to speed it up with this early timing in the mid.
Mid lane.
They've got the setup. Able to walk up, get the X mark. Not able to actually burst him all the way down, though. He's still perfectly fine in Natty Narwhal. Didn't quite have enough to truly threaten the sniper here with the 3 of them.
He's quite tanky, actually. He pops strength threads and has a wand. He's 1500 HP. You need a lot more to bring Sniper down. That hero is deceptively tanky.
Yeah, it can be very slippery as well once he's got the Hurricane Pike online and eventually that Shard. Has got ways to get away.
Is this the sign of a good sniper player? The fact that you know how to connect the camps like this in between the trees?
What do you get the maximum sort of effectiveness with the shrapnels?
I mean, I saw him earlier as well. He pulled both camps, and then there's these trees there.
Yep.
The one at the bottom and next to the shrine outpost, and then the other two. They kind of make this concave where the creeps run through the shrapnel and get blocked by the tree and farming patterns.
Yeah, it's looking good for Natty so far. Only caught out the once. 4-1-0 on this sniper. Second highest on the net worth hit so far, 14 minutes in. Still, this Ursa is definitely going to be a problem. V-Tune is out of control. Very close to having the Blink Dagger on top of the Battle Fury. And it's got a huge lead as this Ursa. I mean, how is it a good Ursa game, or are there going to be difficulties still, even though the Ursa's this farm down the line? Like, do they have good ways to deal with the Ursa?
I mean, the fact that Bristleback is going Yules does help quite a bit, right? They have the Sven armor, not necessarily the easiest targets for Ursa to find in the Sniper and the TP. I think it's an okay Ursa game. Obviously, when you start getting Blink Daggers early and start getting Aegis on Ursa, like, the hero pretty much kills anything, right? But I think as the game progresses, it might be harder and harder for him to kill targets in fights. We'll see. Bat is closing in on his Blink Dagger. That's going to be very, very important for 4 pirates here, for them to be able to make plays. Also just be threatening on the map. They are smoking up here. Pre-blink.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see what they go for
Maybe
with this.
anticipating this type of mid wrap around here.
I mean, they've seen Lauren off do this a couple of times where he's just Xing himself and clearing the creep wave. So maybe trying to punish that, but he's got a lot of backup, Lauren off.
Yeah, there's 5 heroes mid here.
They try for the flame, but they're trying to catch Lauren off first. They will get him, but the blade mail comes out in time, as well as the global silence. In the middle, V-Tune will make the jump over towards Pedanchik. They brought down the Sven. And now coming in with the ultimate, they're going to try and look for Attacker, but Attacker's just able to turn, stand his ground, take down Dahak. And Antares, he's got to run. The Assassinate comes in. The Yules controls there from Mr. Morale. VP, they try and poke with the 5 at them, but for Pirates, they're more than happy to turn up and defend, get Attacker involved, and they hold that defense easily.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I'm not sure if this is gonna be the rest of the story for the rest of the game, but there at least we see some of the problems that VP could run into in the future, right? You see the Sniper, he's so far away from everybody and still dealing damage. And there's no real good way of getting on top of him, especially when the Kunkka is the one getting jumped at first, right? If you don't start the fight with Ursa jumping Sniper or somehow locking him down with Marcy or the X-Mark, there's just no way to not get kited backwards, right? And how's DP going to be able to deal damage in this game? It's very difficult, I think.
Yeah, I mean, because what the Terror Blade and the Sniper, especially when the meta's up, the two of them could just focus the Death Prophet, and you just got no chance of surviving through that.
Correct. I think this does, you know, it just tell a story that the VP needs to really consider how they take these fights. It's not always that obvious. They still have a lead. They still have good heroes overall, but it's not necessarily an easy way to close out this game against all these backliners and against, you know, these heroes. So I think the Bat Rider with Blink now also gives an opportunity for 4 Pirates to really take the game into their hands and start making plays for themselves.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they can definitely start to try and group up around the Terror Blade, attack and get some of these objectives. Starting to get closer and closer to putting pressure onto the tier 1. And I'd imagine with the way that fight went down as well, like 4 Pirates, do you think they would not be afraid if they do feel that like VP's trying to go for some sort of Roshan play? They will be quick to smoke up and contest it? Or do they let them have it because the team fight around those areas is still a bit too much?
I think it just depends on when VP does it. and what the lanes look like and stuff like this. It's not necessarily so clear cut because they do have pretty annoying heroes around the pit, right? Like the goo, what's it called? The hairball, throw it in there, right? The illusion scouting, the sniper shrapnel. Like they have a lot of ways that makes it difficult for VP to just straight up take it in this game. I think around minute 20 we're gonna see them try to attempt because it's harder for Radiant to contest that one potentially. Similarly, the Tormentor might also be a fighting point, as it usually is. But I don't think VP would really go for the Roshan on top lane. It just feels like that high ground there on the left is just the perfect spot for Bristleback to kite back and forth, right? Same with the sniper.
Is under attack.
Terrain doesn't really play in your favor.
Dire's structures.
Tier 1 slowly getting chipped away here by the Terror Blade. And see, ready to join him as well, Ariel. And if anyone does show up solo, he might look for the Blink Lasso play, and dragging them back into the damage of the Metamorphosis from the Terror Blade could be a chance of a kill. Have to be a bit
That's
careful with the
Crimson Guard on DP
TP.
now.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is a little harder now. Unless they have like kind of the sniper or something as well. They've got the 4 of them here. And Maelstrom is online for sniper. He's TPing over as well, so they're going to bring the 5-man up top here for Pirates. See what they go for with the smoke. And VP doing a good job of not showing.
Both teams are playing very, very careful. I think that's a good thing. Not getting caught out by the smokes. The same with what we saw earlier, right? When the VP went 5-manning mid. Marcy will get caught.
No! Yep,
Oh.
they got him.
And that's the Tormentor. And VP ready for this one actually. So really heads up by 4 Pirates as well, right? 4-manning, 5-manning this top tower right before the Tormentor spawns. And VP are not in a position where they can take Roshan in return or anything. So
I mean, if they find V-Tune down here as well, that's going to be pretty insane.
they see him, right?
He's out.
barely
He's
gets
not
out
sticking
there.
around here a moment too long. Yeah, he's away in the trees. And that is the BKB online for him now. So next time, even if they do find him, yeah, this bear's going to be ready to fight back. I see another smoke. Still trying to see if they can make something happen with the Blink Dagger from Ariel's bat.
But this time VP gonna be ready. 5 vs 5 heroes here.
Get it on the Sven. The stun and the yaws are there. They'll be able to hold back the Ursa. Now with the jump forward, the Global Silence will come out. They have the X mark onto Ottica. They're trying to step forward, but he's able to get her out from the combo. Ottica's going to be perfectly fine, and now he's considering trying to get back in there. VP, they have to back off. And that's the Global and the Exorcism
Yeah.
drop for nothing.
Yeah, again, it's just hard for VP to latch onto any heroes, right? I think that was a very important global. Does he not global there? The Ursa gets lassoed and probably just dies from 100 to 0. He didn't pop BKB, he didn't pop Enrage, so yeah, I think that was a very important global, and even then, they don't get anything out of it. In fact, they even lose their mid tower as a result, right? And now, I don't know if 4 Pirates have the will to go for Roshan here, but
Oh, it could be tempting, right? Put those
it's an
ultimates on
option.
cooldown.
I think it's a bit risky though.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a bit definitely risky.
Because you got to get past the bristle though, and there's the lasso. Ariel's actually able to get in, get the jump. He's not quite able to drag him down to the low ground, so Dahak's still up there on the high ground. They'll look to try and jump him out of this. The Assassinate's coming in though. He's healing up with the Siphon. It's not enough to stay alive. Dahak falls, and Tyrus goes down as well. And they might even see if they can dive the tier 2. We'll see how much they want to try and push it. The stun comes in from Podanchik. He's been able to turn, get the boat out in return, but Lorinov still gets peeped down by Natty Narwhal on the sniper. 4 Pirates, these guys are good, Misery.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're making a lot of good moves in this game. Very unique drafts as well. I think it's nice to see, for sure. This was also a good move just because you're not committing for the Roche, right? You're not.
Yeah.
The goal isn't Roche itself. The goal is that, hey, they don't have Exorcism, they don't have Global. Let's start hitting Roshan, and well, if they give it, great. If not, then we're gonna jump them, and this is exactly what happened. And yeah, I don't know. I just think the sniper hero it's a big problem for VP. How do you get
Yeah.
to this guy in the fight? There are so many things that you have to worry about before you get to him. Getting lassoed, the Sven in front, the Bristle in front, right? Even if you do get an all in the sniper, there's still the Terrorblade as well, who's another turret hero, right? That's just gonna output insane amounts of damage. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. You're also buying all this Crimson Guard, a Vessel. They're good items on DP, but it doesn't help you with the core of the problem. Is that if you cannot get on top of the heroes, then you just don't have a way of winning the fight.
And that's, you know, I mean, the next fight's going to have this full Miona, and that just steps up the damage output from the sniper pretty insanely.
Yeah, it's also nice combo the way they're thinking about this Bristleback hero. I don't know if this is intentional, but the fact that he's the Scoo, Bristleback, and then they have these backliners. Last game was Clinks. This game it's Sniper, right? It makes a lot of sense. You get all this minus armor, and it's hard to play against.
Yeah. And even for Vichum, right, on this Ursa, he's been having a super clean game. He's been smashing the timings, but to try and carry as an Ursa into this, kind of in particular, the Sniper and the Terrorblade, they're able to sort of kite him out. It's so difficult. He's got a lot on his hands here as the Ursa.
Definitely hard game for VB to play. They're definitely not out of it though. They are
See if
setting
they
up
wanna
this
do
fight
anything
here.
here.
Sniper is hitting the tower, showing on vision. He does have the Aegis though, but this is maybe an opportunity for them to jump him actually.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it twice. With the drag back into the bow. Stun holds back the
stun.
three of them though. They can't take him out that cleanly. He's not even going to go down at once, and now he's ready to turn. They've got the lasso on a Dahak. He'll die. Or just a bit of a bait. I mean, it did feel like that, you know, 4 pirates, they were ready. They were, you know, come at me, bro. They weren't scared at all.
No, they weren't. Also, normally when a sniper hits like that and you get jumped, you imagine him dying much faster, the first life at least, right? But he doesn't even lose the Aegis. And then the 3-man Ravage from Storm, like with Sven Stormhammer comes out. Also kind of crazy idea that this hero is gonna stun 3 heroes in the fight, right? BP are still lingering around though. Not sure what they are considering here.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Are we just gonna go high ground? As
I mean, they got, what, yeah, 2 minutes on the Aegis. I guess they're going to give it a shot.
If meta,
VP, what do you do? Are they going to try and jump this from the back and just see what happens?
that's at least what they're thinking, but
Like-
I understand why they're hesitating. It's not.
Yeah, they're
it's
like,
not
do
look-
we
it's not
really want to
looking
do
easy.
this?
It doesn't look easy, yeah.
And they're
They're
losing the
hoping
base.
somebody's out of position, right? Like the right angle.
Okay, they're going to try and make the jump. They're in with the global silence. They get the control here on towards Attacker, but already that's both supports dead. Ursa's trying to stay on top of Attacker, but he can't. The lasso's there. They lock down Vici and will get the enrage off and try and run. You see on the back lines, you've got Mr. Morale just kiting Lauren off, forcing the Kunkka back. Natty Narwhal finishes off the Ursa. They can dive down and chase out the Kunkka as well. They get their kills, they get the barracks. 4 pirates. People have got to start very quickly taking this team seriously. They've turned up today, and in this first series against VP, they're upsetting one of the favorites massively.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy, but I mean, it's put VP or like any team in the position that they were in 2 minutes ago from that high ground. It just doesn't look like it's really possible to take a good fight, right? There's just something about it. They're just getting outranged every fight, right? How many times in this game have we seen the DP get in this middle spot, right, where she's committed, but she can't really get to anyone, and then she starts running away and just dies, right? That seems to be the problem with this hero is facing in this particular game, at least.
So they've got here. Another one.
Kane dies again, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under
Maybe this is you gotta stop banning sniper against these guys. It's too much to deal with.
Certainly looking like it. Natty Narwhal only been caught the once this game.
Yeah, and that was in the river at minute 6 or whatever it was.
Yeah, the very just early death. Stage is gone, but they got a lot done with it, pushing the game up to a 12k lead now here in Game 2 for Pirates.
Okay, we see is Kung gonna get caught here. He's getting chased by a lot of heroes.
Whoop.
Yeah,
That's close.
that was close actually. But I mean, just to make a comparison, for example, with the Sven 5, I think looks pretty strong.
Yep.
Comparing it to the Naga, for example, from last game, right? What really is the incentive to pick Naga over Sven? I feel like Sven just looks like a better 5. It's easier to play. It keeps things simple, right? You just follow people around. You have a nice stun. You give armor. It just there's not all this like shenanigans and hard execution. I just think it looks really good. I think we're gonna see more of the Sven 5. Combos really well with a wide range of ranged carries, right?
Dire's middle tower is
Oh yeah, it does. The lane, you know, is they didn't necessarily win it or anything, but you know, attacker gets out of it. Still with a good amount of farm. And we see at this point of the game, he's managed to catch right back up as the Terrorblade. And yeah, just saw the timings, the way they're able to move around the map, push for these objectives, and seemingly be too much for VP to fight into as a team. I'll see 4 Pirates. Let's see what the call's going to be next. Smoke coming out from VP, yeah. They've got to find something. They've got the ultimates, but they have to be sure that they can kill someone off, ideally one of the big targets, either the Sniper or the Terrorblade, during the coverage of the Global Silence. It's full Butterfly now online for attacker.
There seems to be an okay angle here they're coming from, but actually 4 Pirates move out of the river. So now they're just kind of circling around each other.
Right,
If 4
start
Pirates
tickling the
starts
base.
hitting,
Yeah, they got to do something sooner, VP. And 4 Pirates are going to definitely start to figure out where it is likely that VP's trying to strike from. The ghosts are out. They're going to try and run into this. They're looking towards attacker. See if they can bring down this Terrorblade. They'll catch him in the torrent, but he's forced out to the side. He'll get the Sun Drop. Back up to full HP here. Vitrian, he's going to try and do his best to stay on top of attacker, but he cannot do so. Has to fall back. They've lost the Master. They've lost the Hack. They only managed to kill off the support, Sven.
yeah, I mean that's a Terrorblade with Butterfly, right? You're not gonna 100-0 this guy with all the support behind him, and again they just get kited, right? Once they reveal themselves and 4 Pirates start scattering around the fight, and they start showing shrapnel down and the flame break, napalms on the ground, stuff like this, then you're just gonna get kited.
They're trying to go on attacker again. They've got the X smart. Try with a pullback here, but you know, attacker just living on the edge, and he's getting away with it. Because Lorinov dies for his efforts. He's out for 50 seconds. No buyback. The push can continue here if they want from 4 Pirates. Assassinate coming in. It's a dead silencer.
What a terrible matchup that has to be. The silencer sniper. You just
At
don't
this point,
do
yeah.
anything to the sniper in the game.
Definitely not a fun one for Ryan. Had a pretty good start. Was getting some early in, but yeah, at this point, cannot step anywhere close to the fight. Has to sit back and just get ready to press R. That's about it. That's the mid-rank's gone.
Gotta commend Mr. Morale as well with this Yule's pickup, right? The face Yule's build, adjusting his item build from last game to this game where he's playing against Ursa, he's playing against Silencer and DP, right? And X-Mark as well. Like, Yule's is an amazing item in this game.
Yeah, maybe just the hero in particular on this player. The team's got to respect it. Now, but 2 lane matchups which could have been tough ones. You know, laning against a Drow, laning against an Ursa, but for Mr. Morale, it was easy. Nice Roshan.
Do we have any more smokes on BP? Doesn't look like it. The smoke at the Roshan is already dead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There we go. He immediately smoked up here behind the Ursa. Daedalus online now here for the sniper.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This might be VP's last attempt here in this series. If it doesn't go too hot. They've been found.
They use the banner on the high ground. They see everybody.
Attacker just immediately kills Antares. Antares tries to get on top of Attacker. Attacker turns, takes him down. They clean up the hack. The rest of the team will try and bail out of here. They will make it away. But of course, for Pirates, they don't care at all. They don't need to kill heroes. They're just ready to kill the base. Bringing in the creep wave and ready to start eyeing up that final set of barracks up on the top lane.
Yeah, this looks like it's game. I mean, there's really nothing you can really do with VP at this point.
It's VP. Do they have a final fight in them? Lasso's there. They've caught the Conquer. Loronov's out. He doesn't have buyback.
The thing is, it even every fight, it's like they don't even get to take the fight, right?
I saw
They
it,
just
yeah.
don't. They don't really get to click spells. They're all.
Oh, look at that. The GG's had a little bit of a smiley face coming out there from them. I think they're going to be pretty excited about this one for Pirates, and fair play. They've turned up first round here at the Western Europe Regional Qualifiers, and they've made it look pretty easy against VP, to be honest, Misery. This was quite an upset, and they did it in their own style.
For sure, very cool hero picks, good plays all around. Yeah, I think it was a impressive performance for this fight in particular, right? They've stopped 3K. Maybe you would criticize VP for this type of dive, but yeah, it's not necessarily that easy to understand that you're that far behind. The DP had a vessel already. He was really farmed. He had a good lane, but yeah, I think this was the beginning of the end, this fight we're seeing here, and it shows how hard it was for VP to fight into this long-range artillery.
Yeah, and this sort of holded well against around the Roshan pit against VP. Massive fight for Pirates as they're able to sort of set up the, as you say, just being able to start for the Rosh without overcommitting and having that flexibility to be able to move away from the pit and just get kill after kill after kill as they just bully VP back away from this area of the map. It's just, yeah, good moves from Full Pirates. They very much seem to be a team that's really in tune with one another. Very much feeling that in the play from them. And yeah, I imagine they would have felt it after game 1 victory. I think after this game 2 victory and therefore the series that they're taking against VP, these guys, they're going to have a lot of confidence in themselves.
Yeah, who are they meeting in next round here? That's an interesting series, right? Okay, so they're meeting Avulus.
Okay,
Like.
yeah, Avulus.
That should be also a very competitive opponent.
It should be. I mean, honestly, though, if they can do this against VP, I'd say they might even be coming in as the favorites against Avulus. You know, if they can bring this level of play again, yeah, that's not going to be an easy series for Avulus. They got to be prepared. I'm sure they were watching this series, taking some notes. I mean, if you were taking notes yourself, is it what the Natty Narwhal sniper that you're saying, hey, you know what, VP was on something in this game 1, just don't let these guys have the sniper?
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily just the sniper. I think, to be fair, both games, I feel like VP outdrafted themselves a little bit, and
yeah,
not to take any credit away from 4 Pirates, but VP made it kind of hard for themselves in these games. Game 1, we talked about it a lot already, but this game as well, right? You see the sniper and you choose to pick the Ursa. You have the DP, you know this hero is flexible, you pick the silencer up early as well, right? I just think that there are some illogical choices made in the draft that ends up biting them towards the end, right? Where the draft actually lacks very important tools to deal with the 4 Pirates draft.
Yeah, we definitely felt that towards the end. Yeah, I mean, Tahak not having a great game, unfortunately, but maybe large in part due to the fact that, yeah, he was a Death Prophet against a Terrorblade and a Sniper. Doesn't feel good. Anytime you especially these sort of ranged heroes that want to try and be tanky but just get completely outranged by these heavy damage dealers, you get crushed. You get crushed. Well, we have a look at the bracket, ladies and gentlemen, to show you exactly what's been going on. If you did miss some of the action earlier today, we did start off Na'Vi Jr. getting the 2-0 against Yellow Submarine. I would say no surprises there. You know, Na'Vi Jr. one of the favourites to get one of the 2 spots here in this region. And then, as we just witnessed, 4 Pirates versus VP. That was a surprise. 4 Pirates coming in, crushing VP, a team that have been winning other regional qualifiers and other tournaments. What a performance from them. And as you saw, we do still have much more Dota 2 to come in today, right, Misery? Obviously, that's us done. We'll see your boys and girls tomorrow. Misery, what are you looking forward to at the end of the day? It's a good one, right?
The OG Secret Series is pretty high, I
OG,
think.
yeah, there we
I
go.
even think seeing the new Mouse team could also be interesting, right? They have brought some unique heroes in the last qualifier, like the Enchantress, Io, things like that. So I think they're also teams to look out for.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from me and Misery today, but many more games to come. You're going to have Cap and SVG taking you through the rest of the day. They're going to have one win versus Mouse and then OG versus Secret to complete the day.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Western European qualifier for the international. Me and Avery going to be taking over the broadcast now. Avery, our next matchup is going to be Maus versus One Win. It's early in the morning, so I don't know if you were able to catch any of the previous matches between Navi Jr. and Yellow Submarine, and then we just had 4 Pirates and Virtus Pro.
I mean, 4 Pirates already upsetting the top dogs, right? So this is already looking to be a more unpredictable qualifier than I think a lot of people would have thought of, because I think a lot of people had Virtus Pro going pretty deep or maybe earning one of those slots, since there are 2. But hey, you're already out of the top running, so you're gonna have to make do with what you have. And I'm curious to see if we'll see some more upsets here, because I think a lot of these teams are pretty close in skill, like in that middle of the pack, and anything can happen.
Yeah, indeed. And I think a big part of that is the fact that there are 2 slots in Western Europe, and that is why so many of these teams ended up trying to go through the Western European qualifier, because, like, hey, 2 slots means double the chances, right, to be able to qualify. So at least in Virtus Pro's example, they can hang their hat on the fact that that's coming up a little bit later. They can maybe just make a run through the lower bracket. Nigma Galaxy is going to be quite happy, I'm sure, as they may just be able to make an upper bracket run without running into Virtus Pro now.
I mean, don't curse them, right? If they end up in the lower bracket and they get eliminated by VP in the lower bracket, that's going to be maximum despair for the Nigma fans. So they still have a lot to prove. And like I said, I think even if you look at all these teams that are most of people's favorites, like the Secret, the OG, the Nigma Galaxy, right? The old school orgs that are going to duke it out here. We're going to see some of those later. To me, it's a wild card. Like, any of those teams could end up claiming one of the 2 slots. Any of these could just not win a single game and get eliminated, and it wouldn't surprise me. I think the range of quality we've seen over the year has been from 0 to 100. At least in Nigma's case, they have a bit more experience this year in terms of playing at some of the lands and getting some wins in, getting some losses in, knowing what they have to do to adjust. I think that's a big advantage for them here. But like we just saw, like Virtus Pro, they just won that EWC and they just go down here. So didn't do much good for them in the end.
Yeah, could be a bit of a slaughter. We'll see what happens for the rest of the favorited teams, but looking forward to the match sitting in front of us, Maus and One Win. Do you have a favorite for this matchup?
I feel like I might favor Maus a little bit with just the player experience on paper, but honestly, I think it's 50-50. And I think if One Win get their player synergy going and they just play as a coherent squad, I might favor them just in terms of like more recent results. But of course, I'm a big Abed fan. I'll always believe in this guy to some degree. If Maus can play around him and really use his strengths as the stable, high-skill mid laner he is, then I'll shift that edge back towards him. But to me, it's really dependent on this mid lane. Like, how much work does Abed get done, and how much can the team take advantage of his strength as a mid laner to propel them into a strong early mid game?
And for those of you guys who maybe don't know the Maus lineup, maybe you've only been paying attention to some of the LAN events and haven't gotten a chance to see the new Maus, that is Celery's new lineup. And I think it's funny because everybody, the hot topic is, of course, everybody talking about how all the Eastern European players are playing on a Western European qualifier. But Maus is actually more Southeast Asian than Eastern European, because they've got both Abed and Zeal on their lineup. So it is probably one of the most interesting rosters coming into this qualifier in that regard. Meanwhile, One Win is a fully Russian squad: Munkushi, Squad X, Triple S, Sweden Strong, Kasane. I think most people would probably recognize Sweden Strong, as he's been around the scene for a while. But if you've watched kind of like any of the like tier 2 tournaments in the last 4 or 5 years, you will have recognized all of these names. I think Triple S is the only player that I haven't seen personally play ever. So this will be a first for me.
And of course, they are representing CIS Dota here, which if you go by the metric over the course of the year, has been the strongest region, especially going into this later second half. So they have that going for them, right? You come from a region that is on the up, is dominating the boards right now, and you get to scrim against all those teams. You get to practice in that region. You get to play pubs against these guys. So that's another nice upside for them as they go into the second half of the year. But already, we saw this earlier today, the Death Prophet makes another appearance. Did not work out for Virtus Pro last game. And if you looked at the draft in that game and what happened, this DP pick got really abused down the stretch in terms of the core matchups, and there was just nowhere to go on the map, nowhere to go in the fights where this hero had good interactions going for her. Ended up playing against Sniper and Terrorblade, two of like the worst core matchups for this hero in the game. And at the same time, you have to worry about the support matchups for this hero because AA's in the meta. We see that banned out here. Shadow Demon's in the meta, another pretty bad matchup. Some of these long-range supports like the Dark Willow that one win pick up already. Pretty bad matchups for the DP. I don't doubt this DP strength. I think this hero is a justifiable early pick because this hero is incredibly good and it can go to a bunch of different roles. But it has one big weakness, which is when it plays into these lineups that outrange her, that out-control her from a distance, and she can't get the gap close early on, she really suffers and she can just go down early and feel pretty useless.
Do you what do you think about the newer build that we're seeing on the Death Prophet? People are really trying to use the Aghanim Scepter a lot more. I did not believe in it when I first saw it. I'll put it that way.
There was a guy who was doing this Ags Rush build a long time ago out of China, and I forgot who it was. And he just went like brown boot Ags. It was when DP was an offlaner, and he would just run people down with it. I don't know if that's somehow coming back. I'm not sure I believe in this Ags build too much. I think, honestly, for me, the hero is more about what you get done with Exo rather than, like, item timings. I think she uses items well, and, of course, you want to get tanky on this hero, but it's more important to land siphons in the fights. It's more important to get good value out of the Exorcism. If a Yules helps you do that, awesome. If some early, like, you know, Kaya build-up, Kaya Sanj, Kaya Yasha, like we used to see, helps you do that, cool. If you're trying to get earlier Shivas in the game, or Lotus, or you're just going to tank up with Crimson Guard like we see on some of these offlane DPs, whatever keeps you alive and lets you use your spells generally is what ends up being the best item build for this hero, because it's just all about the siphons and the ult. Enchantress, another support that is pretty annoying for this hero to play into. Super long range damage, and a hero that we have not seen a lot lately, but is like one of Celery's powerhouse heroes, so maybe they're stealing it a little bit here too.
Yeah, I did think that was pretty funny that they're willing to just take it away from the one guy who is probably willing to play Enchantress right now, and seeing as there's not too many, but instead he's playing perhaps an even more forgotten hero, pulling back the Witch Doctor.
God damn.
I didn't know that this hero was still a thing, to be honest. We had some changes to it. There was that new facet. I highly doubt that new facet is the reason it's being picked, but that's interesting.
I mean, when you got to play the Doctor, you got to play the Doctor. Now, this is a hero that Celery is familiar with from those Gaming Gladiators days, but it was predominantly working for them in the off lane with like that soft support flex. And here it just instantly get abused. I mean, you just puck into this. This is a very scary puck pick right now because you already are showing both supports. Neither has a really good insta-stun or way to really stop this guy in the fight. This is kind of the downside of Witch Doctor. He does a little bit of everything, but nothing at a top tier level. Like if you want to stun, you're better off with the Shaman type hero. If you want team fight, you're better off with some Warlock Undying. If you want kill power, you're probably better off with some of these roaming 4 Bailey heroes that can set ganks up because he doesn't have gap close. He's not good at setting it up. He's kind of just a little bit of everything in terms of follow-up, which is why I think we don't see him in the pro scene a lot. You want these heroes that excel in certain areas more than jack of all trades, and I think that's Witch Doctor's biggest weakness. So we'll see if OneWin can take advantage of, but it is a cool hero to see, and I do want to note that this hero has one of the highest pub win rates right now. Like, this is a pub destroyer. This is the Death Star of pubs right now. So you do have to respect that a little bit. I mean, it does point to his spells being strong when you can make them work. How much of that you can translate to a pro game versus a pub game, we will find out here. But the hero spells, you do have to respect it.
I don't know how much I believe in the new Maledict facet, but when they made paralyzing cast from the jump now bounce 3 times instead of 2. Like, that just sounds amazing, right? And then they're like, oh yeah, and you also get the 20 extra damage per bounce. Now you can't farm as well on creeps, but I think most supports would take that trade-off, right? The possibility of being able to do more hero damage versus, you know, the clearing out a creep wave with your 5 position.
And this is, I think, biggest thing is Celery's response to the Enchantress. He knows that hero through and through, so he's just trying to take this Ench off the map a little bit more, put the ult into her, kill her a few times, slow down the momentum. This Terrorblade pick, yeah, I mean, it works here, right? I think Mouse's lineup it's pretty well rounded. It's strong. It's going to kill Roche super fast. It has a lot of single target physical burst between Terrorblade, Tusk, and this Exo going through, and a Death Ward, I guess. Like a huge amount of physical damage going in here. So if you're 1-1, you really got to think about, can we get some armor somewhere? Can we get ice armor off the Doom? Can we get early Shivas or AC somewhere in this lineup, depending on what your carry hero is? And that carry hero is likely going to have to tank a lot of damage here. So if he's physically strong, it's going to go a long way. The puck can dodge some of this and help you scale, but you are going to need someone to help you do objectives here. And that pick is not easy when you're going against this much physical in the lineup. So a lot of pressure on their last pick there. Whereas Mao's just kind of probably looking for some initiation, some more team fight if they can get it, and decide where they want to throw this Death Prophet. Because now it is a very hard Death Prophet game. And this is kind of the problem that happens when you first pick this hero. Like now you're against a bunch of long-range artillery heroes and a Doom. So you can't really stay on the outskirts of the fight because your spells don't do anything. And if you go in the middle of the fight, you're likely going to get coiled doomed here. No, feels bad for the DP right now.
Yeah. I do think this is probably the toughest carry to lane against right now. Doom, I mean, this guy's just a laning monster, right? 0-2-1, it feels like it's impossible to beat this hero in lane. So if you have any kind of proficient support behind it, and add on top of the fact that in the safe lane position that a lot of these Dooms are being run, you have more room down the lane to run down heroes, getting more Scorched Earth damage. You add an Enchantress on top of that, which is traditionally a relatively strong laning support. I do wish Mao's the best of luck with their offlane, but fortunately it's a Death Prophet that is probably better suited to deal with it than most.
If I'm Bowser, I'm definitely throwing this DP Tusk up there because I think the DP's game is already rough. Just let him buy some ores, buy Pipe Crimson, whatever. His game is rough, but he can contribute to the fight, tank that bad lane, and then just get some really solid mid here. And they will do that with this Tiny, which is good matchup versus the puck. It's an Abed classic. Gives you some more scale here as well. Another target you kind of want to Doom, but at the same time you don't want to Doom. So now you have to pick between this Tiny and DP in terms of who you're going on. And yeah, it's a good carry Doom game, but I also feel like this Ursa pick is pretty tempting. We've seen this hero go pretty ham in the last month, and I feel like it gives you the quick Roshan kill, and it gives you some good core matchups here. If you're not going that route and you want another offlaner, I mean, there's Underlord in the pool. It's a pretty good Underlord game, but you are against Witch Doctor Tusk, which is a pretty rough support duo to go into. But that's going to be the case for a lot of these tanky offlane boys, is you don't want to play into Witch Doctor Tusk here as any of these big beefy guys. So what are you really going to get in the offlane that's scary? Like, are you going to go some cheese route with Veno or some, Enigma, crazy stuff like this? You can, but that you have like no front line in this draft. That's
the important part is that trend-wise, anyways, both teams went into their final pickup with flex, right? Both of them had this potential offlane situation that maybe the Death Prophet could have been mid, and the Doom could be safe lane, and they may decide to flex it into the offlane here.
I mean, if you're first picking Death Prophet and you don't flex it, you're just losing the whole point of this hero right now.
Do you think it has flex potentials in this patch as a support as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's always a viable support when it's viable. Because again, you're predominantly putting it there when you're trying to get another really good clutch pick down the road. Like, that's the value of it. So it doesn't have to overperform from its role. It just has to do okay on lane. And one win, they will go the carrier out here. Felt like they needed some more oomph in this lineup. I kind of agreed with this. I was thinking the Ursa, the Morphling will do similar things here. It does give you, some true one position carry potential, good matchup versus the TB, some single target burst damage to come through on this DP if you ever lock him down in the coil. And I mean, your lane's still strong, right? Even if it is this DP Tusk up there, that can be a scary lane for a lot of carries, but you have mobility with the Morphling, you can stand your ground. I think OneWin are looking pretty strong in this laning phase between the Doom and the Morphling on the side lanes, and there's going to be some pressure on Mouse to get something done with this support duo. Like, I think if you can combine the Tusk and the Witch Doctor with some clutch ganks, go through the gate, classic celery gameplay, that's how you want to use this hero, and he does have some openings to do that. They're just going to be difficult to hit, and you have to line them up well.
Okay, so when it comes to favoring just purely from a draft perspective, you do have a favorite?
I do like OneWin's draft here. I would favor them, but I will say I feel like the execution for Mouse is a lot more straightforward. Like with this tiny Terrorblade, like just get the Terrorblade farm. If Abed has a good game, he's just going to jump stun anybody. There's not a lot of people that OneWin want to put up there that are going to tank the tiny combo. Like your Puck doesn't want to tank it. Your supports don't want to tank it. Your Morphling doesn't want to tank it until way later in the game. Like your Doom can kind of tank it, but you know, he ideally wants to be starting fights on his terms. So I think this tiny is going to cause them some issues, and that makes the level of execution easy for Mouse. But I do like what OneWin have, and I think they're going to scale really well here.
Okay. It does also look like the Witch Doctor did go that Maledict facet. I mean, both facets are honestly not that. I don't think either facet is like super interesting compared to what was before, where it's like, oh yeah, the cast facet is like super strong, and if you're playing around cask a lot, that's going to be the better one. Like I felt like before Witch Doctor's facets were more impactful, let's say, but you know, again, they wrapped up some of that facet now into the basic of the hero, like the fact that the cast does more damage over time. So for those of you guys who haven't seen this one, the malpractice facet, enemies who die while cursed deal damage equal to 75% of what the next burst damage would be to all enemy units in an 800 radius. So instead of just like, if you can actually kill somebody and they had a lot of Maledict stacks on them, then they can actually do a big burst of damage to everybody else instead. So
a little caustic finale action, you know, if you can get it working. It was like, for me, it was like caustic finale mixed with fatal bonds is how I thought about it. And it always goes off, is my understanding of this spell. Like, as long as you have Maledict on you, you'll always get the last Hicks burst. So it is a reliable facet if you're killing people, but if you can't kill anybody, then it's a dead facet. And I feel like that's kind of Witch Doctor in a nutshell anyway. Like, you're either killing people or you're not, and if you're not, this hero feels pretty bad, unless you're going the heal build. But that is not a build we've seen on support in a long time, as shards come out from Eki.
Oh,
not
no.
good enough, though.
You leveled up shards for one and haven't gotten the kill, and you gave up 3 runes, and you're not even going to win this fight because it's an ambush from the high ground. Now the cast is going to do some work here, but Cut or Dream is almost already dead, and he gets the final swing at him from Triple S. Kasani still had a Fairy Fire to work with. He does get blocked in by Eki, so Eki will collect a kill, but the big bounty is already taken. First blood is claimed, and all in all, I think Maus are very happy with, OneWin is very happy with their setup of the game.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, 3 runes, first blood for a Doom. You get it on the enemy carry as well. Extra demoralization there. Some XP to boot. Super happy with that exchange. And this will also give the pull down bottom for Maus. I guess that's like the one upside. They get Equilibrium down here against this Morphling lane. It's kind of nice. We see Eke doing another pull. He's going to lose the range on that. Feels a little bad. But, I mean, that is the Light First Enchantress. Pretty tough hero to get the Equilibrium against early. But still in a pretty good spot overall.
Are you one of those guys who, do you just always throw as many sentries in the lane as possible?
I used to, but I feel like it's pretty hard to stop it early now with so many camps. I think you can go for some small camp blocks. I think that's the one that can be valuable in the first few minutes because you want to set this lane up well. But after that, I'd rather invest the gold in like regen and trade with her and free up the lane more for my core than just trying to waste time going for all these blocks, you know? Like, you also have to consider the downside of just committing all of your time down here as a 4 versus what you can get done on the map, particularly in a support duo like this, where you do have a lot of kill threat, and you want to be applying that kill threat as much as possible. He will lose another sentry. That sentry battle not going well for him, as Squad X feeling the pain in this matchup, that is for sure. This is a matchup I 100% know Abed has probably played close to 50 plus times, like at least. I mean, this is a matchup that I felt like got played every other game in NA for like 3 years between him and Quinn and, you know, him and all the other mids. So he is very comfortable in this matchup in particular.
I thought that was a bug. I thought that bounty room was it. I thought it was a bug. I thought somebody had already taken it. I was like, that's a funny bug. That's so funny. They never took that bounty room. Did Abed intentionally? There's no way you intentionally left that for more bottle charges, right?
There's no way, especially versus Puck. He can just orb and take it, right? If he saw it was there. He just didn't see it. Also, like, if you, oh, look at that damage, man. But if you look at this ward on the bottom cliff, it doesn't see that rune because of the tree. Like, the 2 trees block it, so he actually just didn't see it. Kind of unlucky, to be honest, but I don't know why you would be thinking it was still there, right?
That's funny, man. I mean, it works out really well for Abed. You got extra, extra value out of his bottle.
Next level for him. I mean, he is completely full resources now. Pretty nice turn of events. A little hill troll action, but some of the strong creeps were denied early here for Kasane. He'll have to decide if he wants to linger down here or make that rotation potentially top, because this is a battle lane for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I never feel good about battling against Doom in lane right now. Nobody goes Devour, everybody goes 2 levels of Scorched Earth. It's just tough to beat, but Kasane does end up going down to the bottom lane. Munkushi is ultimately still free farming though, so I think the situation is probably fine.
I mean, if I'm Kasane, I kind of want to get out of it here, to be honest. Like, this lane is not too fun for him. He's not exerting any sort of aggressive pressure. You can gank top for free in this game. Like, this Terrorblade's super susceptible. Witch Doctor's not going to defend him against a good creep dive. He's probably waiting for the level 3. And that's when we'll see some potential of this. You also have meta down up here, so that window is very open. If you just want to go up here and look for the quick 2 kills. And I think that is worth it over helping the Morph a little bit in this early game. Like, I think Morph can always recover in this game. He doesn't need the greatest start. Here, shutting down Terrorblade really hurts Mouse. Because he needs to have a good presence in the fight. Especially if he falls behind, then your Doom targets become easier. You just Doom this tiny, kill him, then where's your damage in the fight? Particularly if the Death Prophet gets kited. I feel like Mouse are a little more dependent on this Terrorblade than one Winar on the Morphling, which might shift my presence up here. We'll see what Kasane decides to do. Securing your carry farm is never a bad option.
Well, it seems like we're going to be chilling out for a little bit here. I figure all the action is probably going to be in this top lane, but they go after and trap the Dark Willow, which that's just an easy Shadow Realm TP out, so no big deal. And the creep wave is pushing in, so it's not like they can really punish the Doom too much and zone him out of lane, unless they're willing to try and dive this tower, which is extremely unlikely. He's already cleared out the creeps. 30 seconds until our first power rune, and in the matchup of Puck versus Tiny, that is always going to be a very important part of the game, so expecting to see some support rotations there. But Kasane pops back out in top lane, doing some damage to Celery, but there's no way he's going to do anything here.
Oh, that was awkward. If he's there like 15 seconds earlier when they go up to that tier 1, I think that's an easy Terrorblade kill. You run him down the lane. And just a little off on that window, and now you miss contesting the power rune. You do win it anyway. Squad X will get a very nice arcane. As Abed quite sad about that.
Yeah, expect to see him make some sort of rotation. Hell, just TPing up to top, perhaps.
The lane's up. If the lane's up, yeah, you can look for sure. But just these 3 heroes up there is pretty tough for Mouse to contest. You just don't have that good of early damage sources to enable this Maledict right now. Like, you have 2 points Maledict cask, but what are you throwing in on top of this Maledict to actually get it to work? You need the Tiny, feels like, or some really good tag team connection. That is another way you can do it. But the tag team connection's risky into this Doom. He just beats your ass back, and we are seeing the struggle right now of this Mouse support duo trying to find kills on the map.
Yeah, it does definitely look like between the Puck's power early before Tiny has Blink Dagger and the Doom being such a potent force, the supports it giving a better rotation, but Triple S is in trouble here, and it looks like he is probably going to go down. Snowball helps set it up, but here comes the coil. Now the punish. Squadix is a little bit low, though. He can't just all in right away. He's got to play the margins here, and
nice
he
Bramble.
will. Very nice Bramble. Gets the catch onto the Terrorblade, so that's 2 down. A third available, but the TP out from Tusk is successful. So yeah, it just looks to be like one win for at least this maybe next 5 minutes or something like that, are likely going to be out fighting Mouse. And I feel like the result is it's hard to pressure Morphling. I don't know how much Mouse is going to get done elsewhere on the map. Like, they're going to lose the safe lane tower, but I don't know if there was an option to, you know, take bottom tower in return.
Just a difference in the 2 carries and where their power points are in the game. This Terrorblade is way more susceptible to the early skirmishing than the Morphling is. And we're seeing it right now. The Morphling's pulling ahead in XP. It's like 2 levels ahead because he's getting solo time. He's not getting killed. This tower top dies, so he has to go in the jungle here. Has no choice, really. Can't stand on lane when this arcane Puck is still zooming around up top, has coil back up already. A lot of pressure on the map. And the question for Mouse is, where are you going to get a trade-off? Is it this Exorcism bottom? Because right now, Zeal, he wants to get something done with it. Has a couple of the ghosts picked up off of the Spirit Collector. Would love to claim this tower. And this is kind of a big question for one win in this game, is how much do you commit to defend against the Exos, or do you just look for trades if you're farming this Morphling? It seems like they're just going to give it up.
I think you could just entirely shut the game down by risking fighting into that Death Prophet, right? The game's just over for Mouse. I think if you manage to keep the Death Prophet down, but I like the fact they're not taking the risk. It's like not worth it. You already got what you wanted at a top. Continue to keep the Terrorblade down. They're going to go after Kasane in the mid lane now, but the coil is there, and Kasane doesn't end up going down. So I thought it was going to be 1-for-1 support trade-off. Instead, it's a 1 for nothing.
I mean, now they're really happy making that decision, because if you don't defend against the DP, then yeah, you have to get at least something on the map, and they find something. Another Terrorblade kill. Cut. Still level 5. You get more experience in gold for your Puck, which is the best hero to get it on in this game. Like, this is a very scary hero to go up late game here as Mouse with your limited stun potential outside of that Tiny. So this is looking pretty solid for one win, considering they gave the free tower for the Exo. Yeah. And yeah, that's the power of Doom in the laning phase. This hero just takes too much to bring down. I think Tiny's very similar. Like, Abed has not really been challenged at all in this early. That said, he's also 0-0-0.
Yeah.
So he's not making a lot happen for the team right now either.
Trying to secure power rune, ends up being bottom. Pull supports denied at the shield rune. Apparently they managed to pull that off. Well done.
I think that like, I don't know if it's a bug per se, but that thing's existed in the game for a while now.
Yeah, how many times have we seen a rune get quote unquote denied, but it actually is picked up by somebody in their bottle? Yeah.
There's probably some reason that code still exists. If Valve's like, I'm not going to fix it, you know, don't cause more bugs.
HP. Damn, that was close.
Belt to strength, saving lives.
I guess so.
Only 1 point in that heal. So he is a little susceptible to getting run down like that, but the upside is you have 3 points in this enchant. And this spell is just, it's just nasty for Mouse's course to deal with if he can land it in the fight. Like, if you can land a good enchant on this DP or Tiny or something, it can absolutely just kill him in the middle of the skirmish.
Right. Still a ways away from Blink Dagger too, so it's still gonna be a while until Abed really comes online for the squad. Little 2-man smoke up from Mouse. Anyway. They're gonna move without him. The 2 supports rotating down to bottom lane to I assume meet up with the Death Prophet and try and make use of Exorcism. Got to block in on Kasane. Again, this hero is difficult to kill, but they do have the ward now, so that makes a big difference.
We got Croaker from the Enchanted Croaker. That's kind of funny. Not
actually a sick pickup for Enchantress. I forgot. Honestly, we haven't seen too much of Chen and Enchantress since the Croakers were added in, but those are good creeps to have.
That's a nice spell. Does some decent damage. You get that aura as well.
Yeah.
And they just have decent stats early on. Like, Sing has, 1300 HP. Finally, Abed, though, finds something in this game. And that is big. This Tiny can heat up pretty fast here going into this mid-game. Like, he's your big driving force. You would love a power rune here as well. And he will get it. Nice little regen. This Tiny's strong on the map.
Spotted again. This time doesn't get the shards on him. Oh, and it's so bad. Death Prophet shows up. Exos immediately got doomed. That is the worst case scenario for Mouse.
That is just an overstep by Zeal. Like, you gotta respect where these heroes can be on the map, particularly this Doom, when you're exoing into these towers, and you did not have the proper backup to get a good trade out of that. Just right into this Blade Mail Doom's hands, which, by the way, that's even more insult to injury here. Is like, you're playing in a Doom, he goes Blade Mail, he has Chipped Vest, he has Cloak Aura. This guy's insanely tanky.
your Spirit Siphon, it can't heal you if you get it off before Doom. He stops that healing. You're taking as much damage as he is from the Blade Mail, and that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I don't see a good way for Zeal to force these towers down. I think you got the bottom one, sure, but this mid towers, you're gonna have to make a smoke gank, get some sort of lead off, position him well.
Yeah. Now this is part of the reason why people are enjoying this Aghanim Scepter, right? You get Tread's Aghanim Scepter, and you get the 10 talent, which is 40 attack speed, which is, you know, I think that's a pretty hefty amount for just a 10 talent. And it makes the hero more independent from your exorcism cooldown. So, you know,
you also just farm a lot faster.
Yeah, that's also true.
And you just right click down camps.
Caught in the jungle here, nowhere really to run. Gonna be blocked in and quickly killed. Dream gets the extra bit of gold as he continues to farm his way through the jungle, desperately trying to catch up to the cores of One Wind right now, but there is still quite a gap between him and even the Puck, who's sitting in third place. The Doom and the Morphling are just about to break 7K.
And you just got that amp damage. That would have been a massive rune for both teams here.
True.
I think One Wind are a lot happier taking it away from the Tiny.
They're just running it back at the mid tower.
I mean, Doom's up in 10. This is not a guaranteed free push in terms of the cooldowns, and One can absolutely bring Munkushi over. This Morphling is strong, with Vlad's Yasha already done. Amp damage on the Puck. This is not the fight to take right now, I think. Especially just head up. Maybe if you got some good angle, sure, but this feels a little forced. Maybe they just want a reaction out on the map. That's fine. But
Yeah,
it's totally meta on
they
cooldown.
honestly did not get much of a reaction. They pulled 4 heroes there, but the Morphling was farming the entire time. So it was a 4 versus 5. You pulled your Terrorblade off of his jungle farms, used his meta, and you didn't get that mid tower, nor did you pull to stop the Morphling from farming.
You didn't stop the Doom either.
True.
Yeah,
Yeah.
SSS is just, he's cruising up the chart here. Quick smoke on this Puck with the amp damage. They're kind of looking towards him up here, thinking that Mals are going to make a move onto the Doom.
Yeah.
But that's not happening, honestly. It's been kind of a quiet game from this mid-tiny. Mal's not making a lot of smoke ganks with Abed. I think he did get the worst end of the power runes. Like, he got the less aggressive power runes. Didn't get the amp damage, didn't get the arcane, didn't get the haste, but still got to look for something with this blink dagger.
Yeah, and his illusion rune was 2 damage shy of getting the Enchantress kill, so it didn't even.
Yeah, that also hurt.
And amp damage definitely would have gotten him that kill.
Oh man, if they could find somebody up here, it's massive. But they're just gonna miss everybody. It looks like.
Yeah, somehow managed to split between the Puck Dark Willow duo and the Doom. Maybe they could still find Doom. Triple S is gonna come back to this wave. But there is the gank coming in from behind. They get the avalanche toss back onto Triple S, and they do some good damage. Manage to stop the ult there. So Triple S is probably going to live, and it's going to be the Terrorblade run down from behind. Very nice setup.
His Doom is...
he's dead. Doom did end up going down, so at least they got a trade-off of cores there. That was barely enough damage to get that.
I'm surprised he went down. If he had the Cloak Aura from earlier, he might have lived, but that Urn tick on top of the Maledict, enough to bring him down. There's a lot of damage in this early game. Do have to respect it. That said, I mean, are One Win that sad about this? That was a heavy committal smoke. He ended up killing the Terrorblade again as a result. Pretty easily. Not the worst outcome. That said, Mao's are going to hit a pretty nice window here where this Ags on the Death Prophet is done. The Tiny is being activated right now. This is what you want.
Got the kill on Kazane. There you could see the Maledict facet, the AoE damage it did.
So they're kind of online. Like, this lineup is ready to rock and roll. They're ready to take fights that lead into objectives. That's the dream for Zeal right here. Has 6 spirits collected on the collector as well. Level 2 Exo up. He just hit level 12 with this Ags done. This is one of DP's best timings in the game, if you can get a fight out of it. Like, you have 2,000 HP, you have your attack speed, you have your Ags, you have your Exo just leveled, you have spirits. There's nothing more you're waiting for right now. It's time to get something done with it. And ideally, you get a fight into tier 1 mid into Roche. That would be the biggest prize on the map right now. So I would not be surprised if we see Mouse go for the smoke play. Just bring everybody into this. Try and find the opening off of Abed.
Zeal pushes forward first. Doom dump, terrorized in from the side, all in to try and kill the Death Prophet. Good save from the snowball, but the Death Prophet is still in a bad situation. Abed tried to come in. I think he was going for a defensive toss play, but found nothing. Immediately got silenced up and will not be able to do much there. So it's just the Death Prophet death. Looks like the Tusk is actually going to join her in death as well. So very nice response from OneWin. Good setup. Nice pick off on Sweet and Strong. At least Abed got something out of this situation, as long as he can get out. I was wondering where the silence came from. Munkushi, nice play by him. Turned it to Death Prophet. Must have thrown out the silence to stop Abed when he tried to go in. If Abed still dies, though, looks like he may just get run down as these mobile heroes. There's no tier 1 tower to save him. There's no allies to help him out. It's a third kill going to OneWin.
That's huge. The fact that you can jump the DP first and doom him, that's just a guaranteed one fight. Unless you somehow get him out and he can re-engage, which just, there's not enough utility early on here. There's no glimmers or force stabs or anything. You're in big trouble. And that's just a nice jump, nice recognition from OneWin. That was even with the coil being dodged on the snowball from Eki, which is like best case scenario to try and disengage, is you just dodge the one spell that locks you in. You still can't get out. Tough fight once that DP gets doomed, and we're just seeing the draft set up right now. It's about who jumps who first, and if the Tiny's not jumping, it probably means you're getting jumped. And yeah, Munkushi with some big plays off the Death Prophet spell steals. Scary spells to give away, but nothing you can really do about it.
Theory crafting it out, I could see a world where Tiny gets the initiation, he gets a toss back into Death Prophet. Death Prophet gets a free activating of Exorcism and Spirit Siphon, and then you try and go in after that. Like, the Doom maybe doesn't feel like it's enough to kill the Death Prophet quickly. Exorcism does a bunch of damage, and there's actually a world where Mouse can win with this setup, but we're just not seeing it at all.
He's gonna get doomed again.
Gonna get doomed again. He does have his team behind him here, but again, same situation. There isn't enough utility to save the Death Prophet. There's only the snowball if you get it off. Didn't get it off this time around, and even when he comes back from the snowball, as you said, there's no Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs to actually get him out of the situation that he's in. Snowball is just a temporary reprieve.
Especially if you get coiled. Like, that was a coil silence on the Tusk and the DP. You're especially screwed then. This Tusk is your best chance to somehow disengage. I still just don't like how Mouse are playing this. Like, the game is not an easy Death Prophet game by any means. It's not as if you expect Zeal to survive every fight and own them, but you have to set the fight up in a way where if you're baiting him like this and you know he's going to potentially just get jumped and doomed, that you're ready to take the fight with the Tiny Terrorblade to get something out of the exchange. Because right now, you're just giving him up for free. And this has happened 2 times in a row right now at very pivotal points around these objective timings. You're just going to Exo really to try and take this Roche, but...
Yeah, you were setting up the team fights into Roshan, and funny enough, OneWin won the team fight, but then win for Tormentor. In turn, Mao's trying to take the Roshan. Terrorize. Ooh, is he going to throw it out? They've all backed out of the pit. They jump inside the pit on the puck. See nothing there. Zeal is now going to go back to committing. The Exorcism is bringing the Roshan low.
He has to commit here. Exo's running out. You got to get the fight right now.
And they They are able to get the Roshan, get the Aegis. Terrorize is going to land onto the Terror Blade and the Death Prophet. Death Prophet trying to blow her up here before the heals come back into play, but it is just enough damage. No heals out for the Exorcism return. Triplets does get caught as a beautiful Death Ward goes out from Celery. Very nice damage, but ultimately it's one win, winning out in the situation, and Dream has to think about walking away.
I gotta respect the Terror Blade damage here. But ultimately, man, that Doom, he just soaks up so much attention and damage in the fight and reflects so much with this Blade Mail. Had a BKB for that as well, had Ice Armor. Just a tough target for Mouse to bring down. And Zeal gets popped again. I mean, that's the name of this game, is even without Doom, this Death Prophet just gets shredded in the pit. Not a fun place to fight versus the Dark Willow. Like, you got terrorized, brambled around this pit. It's pretty brutal. Did get a nice toss on this Morphling, kind of took Munkushi out of the fight as he's got to morph up a little bit. And that Maledict pop on the Doom was actually pretty juicy. Hit everybody around there. Some nice facet action.
Yeah. Celery kind of showing off the Witch Doctor between the Maledict facet actually being successful and him getting off a full Death Ward. I mean, he was half the damage that Mouse threw out in that team fight. So
he definitely did some work, which is, I mean, it's what you need from this hero, because he's not giving you direct utility that's going to bail out your cores. So he's got to provide some impact of his own, and he'll deliver it there. I think now you got to look towards this blink on Eki on the Tusk and the BKB on the Death Prophet, and then you're looking to fight again, because you still have this Aegis for a while. 3 minutes left, enough to get this Terrorblade in the fight, and you can start to look aggressively. The question is, can you catch anything on this map? Like, this just feels a little slow to just try and smoke and look for random heroes right now.
Full out Parasma done for the puck. I mean, the damage is pretty intense for this puck now. I don't know how the Death Prophet possibly lives through this. Like, no matter how, it's pretty much you have to get the initiation. There is no way I think they get initiated on and it's a winning fight. Maybe they trade a little bit, but I think it's always going to favor one win.
Yes. I mean, your options are jumping one win first, or, like I said, just being super ready to counter initiate when that DP gets jumped and goes down. Because I think you can win a fight in this game with Zeal dying. Like, you don't need the DP to survive the fight to win the fight, but you have to get enough done while he's going down.
I mean, what's that look like for you? They get like blink punch on
man.
And well, there goes that.
But not like this, I'll tell you that much.
On the Death Prophet, BKB, Doom is probably still going to take him out. Good Death Ward on the side, though, by Celery between the
he got glimmered.
Maybe she actually lives, though. Munkushi coming in through the side, waveforms through, and he just picked up his Butterfly, so he is strong, already turns into a meta TB, puts the damage onto Celery, brings him down. Now, between the TB and the Tiny being a little separated here, Dream is getting isolated. He does manage to get off a good Sunder, but the team all-ins, Triple S helps him with the stun, and they take away that Aegis. Now on melee form, the Tiny is still lurking on the side here. Force Staff down to low ground. Good play there from Cut. Abed helps him with an avalanche here, but there's just no saving him. There are too many stuns, too much mobility on the side of one win. Once they've won the fight, they will hunt you down. You can't get away from them.
Yeah, triple blink dagger between the puck, the Willow, and the Doom. Plus a drum on that Doom. There's a lot of chase in this lineup, and of course the mobility, like you said, between the puck and the Morphling. Once you're locked in that cage, it's really tough to get out. And I think the target prioritization there from OneWin is, once again, absolutely on point. You land the Doom initiation on the DP. We've seen this before. Now, Mouths do have some utility to bail him out here, which makes a big difference because it means you have to recommit. But that Terrorize landed on the Terrorblade during the sequence means Dream can't sit there and kill people for the 3 or 4 seconds where he needed him to. And so you get to free reinitiation on that DP, you finish him off, you kill the supports, and now it's just easy kiting mode. Like, you don't have enough lockdown here between the 2 cores left to take this kind of long-lasting fight, even with a Sunder on the Morphin. Like, it's just not close.
Nope, not close at all. And it looks like I misspoke. The Butterfly wasn't even done from Munkushi. I know he was really close to it leading to that fight, so he, I'm sure, has to have it now. Going back in real time, though, Mouths do manage to get a pick off on support Enchantress. So they're still trying to be aggressive. They're not playing all defense.
And they have their BKBs. That's BKB done for Abed, BKB done for Zeal, like we saw. They have quad Essence Ring. don't know if I've ever seen that before. That is
Oh man.
there's a lot of essence ring action,
Dire's top
a
tower
lot of healing, which I mean, you are up against a lineup that's going to build anti-healing anyway, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're looking at Scotty for the Morphling, you're looking at Shivas for the Doom. These are natural item buildups because you're against this Terrorblade who might go lifesteal at some point. You're against the Death Prophet in particular. You're against Witch Doctor heal. It's a minor bonus here. And here's another heads-up push for Mouse. As Zeal is getting chunked to half HP. This does not look good for them.
Start to things already.
He's losing
Maybe
versus
he
the
doesn't
neutrals,
get
man.
jumped this time though. Instead, it's going to be the Tiny. Abed. Silence on him. Coil gonna get thrown out. But
They got Doom on him again.
Almost not his option, but instead he gets punched up. And
Oh, he didn't.
Zeal is doomed now, but the exorcism is already out. Between that and the meta, whoa, the meta actually is expired here. So Dream, let's see what he can get done in melee form, because he's matched up against Monkush, who's just marching forward with his own metamorphosis, trying to focus on the Death Prophet. Does have enough damage. Waveform's over to the side, chasing after Mouse as they try and exit out the back door. A TP away from the Tiny will make it through. The Terrorblade also gets out successfully. Honestly, it's obviously still a great team fight for one win, but I'm surprised they did not manage to kill the Tiny or Terrorblade there.
I mean, so much as the Doom did not get the Doom off. I thought he got it off initially. He had like the full cast animation. He got canceled at the last second by Cask, which is not often. Cask bails you out of that situation.
True, yeah.
But then it begs the question for, if you're Mouse, if you're not winning that fight, this game's looking real tough, because that's about as best initiation wise you've seen from them, counteracting this initial Doom jump. You get some life and value out of the DP, but now you have a bigger problem in this game, which is this Morphling. Vankushi's just scaling out of control. Like, you do not have good answers for the Morphling, especially if the jumps are not coming from the Tiny, which feels impossible at this point. There's too many heroes that can just run in front line. Like, you're happy to sacrifice an Enchantress or a Dark Willow to give Morphling a free fight at this point. And he is just shredding your team with these Terrorblade steals. Like, they are... It is not something you can deal with. This is a really good Terrorblade game for one win, if you think about it. Like, he gets to play the Reflection, the Illusions into a Death Prophet, into a Tiny. These are heroes that traditionally were not that great of matchups versus the Terrorblade. So he's kind of using this pick against Mouse themselves.
Yeah, true.
It's doing some work. Doing some real work here. You get the Scotty on this guy. He feels untouchable. Too much HP to burst on the jump, and nobody can sit there and man fight him. And what is your control for Morphling?
And it feels like that is never really going to change. Like, Mouse would have to extend this game a really long time, and I think one win would always be favored, basically.
Especially with the position the puck's in. I mean, this puck is 8-0 and 11. Like, he's an absolute beast right now. Octarine done. The Parasma we saw finished earlier, he's already level 20. Like, these cores are just scaling like monsters, and Abed did not have the game on this Tiny that Mouse needed him to. It's not entirely his fault. It's just the early skirmishing and the runes and everything did not go their way, and they are feeling it now, because he's the one hero that can maybe give you a chance to bring these cores down. If his game is not good enough to do that, well, now you're just getting pushed down. One win saying, we do not need an Aegis to take your high ground. We don't even need this Scotty on the board. Amp damage, we're just going to go.
I don't want to... I'm not putting the blame on you here, but I'm just saying... I think every single time that we've talked about Abed, and you said, I have a lot of faith in this guy, he's really good, etc., they lose, and they lose pretty bad. So maybe it's time to stop having so much faith in Abed.
Yeah, so I should just say this guy sucks. He's going to lose horribly, and then he'll
I'm just saying,
10-0.
Don't put your eggs in the Abed basket. That's all. Just don't go out there and curse him like that. Squadix, try and get that initiation. Do manage to go to toss into Walrus Punch into a phase shift. Man, that's like a situation you did everything right. You maybe could have changed it slightly better. It's just the fact that you're just too far behind. This puck has too much. He's too high a level. He has too many items. He's actually too tough for you to bring down, despite exercising the chain stun correctly.
Radiant
They needed the Terrorblade hits to get in there sooner.
Yeah.
If cuts a little faster and they synchronize that is a kill. It's a very tough kill to get, but that's a gem puck. Could have been a game changer here, especially with Roche back on the map. And this is a Roche that OneWin are not going to be afraid to walk in the pit with this Morphling and just start chipping down and force the action.
Yeah. And it seems like Abed, Mal's entirely have a good idea of that. That's why they're positioned up in the top lane. That's why they're pushing so aggressively into the tower, because I think they know OneWin's just going to play for Roshan here. So they can get a decent amount done. They position themselves well on the map to min-max the situation. Almost getting the kill on Puck. Might be able to get this tier 3 before the team comes back in time. So, oh no. Doom out on cut. Triple S sets it up. Stun and so much damage just between the two of them. Hey, they didn't even really need the Puck. He was already dead.
It's just 2 heroes bringing your Terrorblade down while you're doing the Roshan for free.
Yeah.
And you get the BKB out of that Tiny. You lost a good chunk of your tier 3 tower, but hey, that is well worth it there. Now, I was just about to say, I mean, that is one thing you can do with this Mal's lineup is you can kind of threaten the split push a little and try and stall this game out. Go ultra late with like 6 slots on all of your cores, some hex actions, some tiny, crazy physical burst action, but I don't think OneWin are going to give you the time to get there. This is a Aegis that can absolutely just end this game.
Yeah, we've also seen OneWin. I think they've tackled that problem pretty well. Just little things like Sweden Strong running around using his Bedlam to kill Terrorblade illusions, right? Like that's going to be their biggest source of split push. And so if you just stop his illusions from being able to push out the lanes, then you're kind of kicking that to the curb right away. And Mao's now going to be left in a defensive situation. OneWin are going to take the first lane of barracks for free, it seems, and there's still plenty of time left on that Aegis.
This is cruising towards a very solid game 1 victory here. Being close this one out. And it's hard to see a world where it goes wrong.
No pollen bags on OneWin. Just the one on
the only one
Celery.
is not
I thought
bad
this
for
item
him.
was going to be picked up a little bit more. Like I thought there was going to be 1 per team. Not every game, but like, you know, relatively often. But maybe it's not that impactful.
I think this item's really strong. The limiting factor is the cast range, I think, for a lot of heroes that are... They'd rather just have better positioning in the fight and make sure they survive or get spells off. This item doesn't help you do any of that, and it's dependent on, do you have extra cast range like Aether Lens or, you know, an innate ability or something. And like even here on Celery, right? For him to go in and pollen bag somebody... I don't know how realistic that is. Like maybe you do. Maybe you're just a god and you get in there, but
he's gonna blink and he's gonna blink, pollen bag, and then voodoo switcheroo, you know?
Yeah, except he doesn't have blink and he doesn't have the shard. So
yeah, but he's building to it, you know? He's got that idea in mind.
Yeah, you know, he's only like 4,000 gold and a dream away from making the big plays. Ags done for Squadix. Holy moly, someone is dying to this guy. Like this,
Yeah.
There's no way you can win a fight in this game without people dying anymore as Mouse. I don't know if you can win the fight, but somebody's dying for sure. You're gonna have to land some really clutch hex off the site.
Oh no, he tried to clear out the creep wave and go for a blink back off of the snowball, but his number has been had pretty much the entire time by Squadix. Squadix has got him more times with the silence and coil than the snowball has managed to save him from the coil. So
we've seen why this puck pick was just really difficult on this support duo.
toss back onto the Morph lane. Do manage to get the stuns immediately, so they have a chance here to take away this Aegis. It takes a little while though, and Triple S already got his initiation. It's going to result in the death of the Tiny. Resetting here, the Morphling just able to wait for him out. Triple S, they snowball him, shard block him in, and they do manage to get that kill. So decent initiation here from Mouse. It's still trading off heroes, but maybe it's enough? Probably not.
You lost Abed to the puck Morphling damage here. Your meta's about to wear out. You can just continue the siege if you want. And you just got a hex done on your Dark Will. I mean, there's just too much gold in the bank right now. This mid game just got out of control. Like, needed more snowball action. And this feels like another game where the first pick Death Prophet, it gets counterpicked, and we don't see the presence being enough to justify it, or the other picks making up for it. Like, even here, right, you're BKB siphoning, but it's not doing enough. Too far behind.
Beautiful coil. Cut already down to half HP, and now the Morphling has his hands on him. He's gonna die. Even if he gets off the Sunder somehow on some hero in that situation, he probably just dies anyway. Probably just gets HP back and then gets beaten down by the Morphling. There's really nothing stopping Monkushi or Squadix at this point.
Those early kills on the Terrorblade as well.
Yeah.
Really set him back in this matchup, right? Like, he gets his butterfly now, but he didn't get to aggressively use it, whereas Monkushi did get to aggressively use his Zeal dieback. That's a rough one.
I'm honestly a little surprised the Mouse hasn't called GG yet. Nice snowball.
Well, there it is. They call it for you.
There we go. Thank you.
And it was Abed, you know, the good old NA player. He's like, I know when it's over. You know, that's how it goes sometimes. I mean, this game is over. You just get outscaled here. Like, I don't think your lineup really wins this late game 9 times out of 10. Yeah, they were not. They weren't even ahead in the mid game. That's the downside. If you can look at this game one as Mouse and go, yeah, okay, we get outscaled, but we were ahead in the mid game. We kind of threw, you know, we were hitting our timings, but it did not feel like they were hitting timings at all in that transitionary phase. This Tiny it felt like the Tiny was getting a kill every 3 or 4 minutes. Like, there's a 3 or 4 minute pause, he gets a kill. 3 or 4 minute pause, he gets another Enchantress kill. And that's just not enough for what they needed this Tiny to do in the lineup. Like 3-3-5 on Abed compared to 12-0-18 on Squad X. To me, that is the story of this game. Like, one team enabled their mid, got in power runes, played around his aggressive initiation and killing potential, and the other team did not. And to be honest, I think this is part of the downside of the support duo for Mouse. Like, this is one reason we don't see Witch Doctor a lot, is it's really hard to execute ganks, counter ganks, rune skirmishing with this hero. Like, his spells are short cast range, they have animations on him, he has a channel ultimate, he can't always use that well. His spells don't synchronize with something like Tiny that well, right? Because Tiny just wants to jump combo. You can't Maledict that guy before the combo. It's not possible, right? It's already done. So then what are you doing to help this Tiny kill people? You're like, we saw the one play top where they found the Doom, right? And the Doom died in base to Maledict Urn, but they lost their Terrorblade going for that play. It wasn't even that smooth. So I don't know. I think if you're going into the next game as Mouse, you're really looking at, okay, if you want to do this Death Prophet trade, sure. It didn't look great this game, but ultimately it's about what do you get later down the line. And to me, that's the Tiny pick, and you didn't do enough to enable that Tiny pick. So that's where the real problem lied in this game.
Yeah, I think it's quite telling, the fact that I think Celery played the Witch Doctor very well, but you are definitely highlighting the poor synergy of this hero with everybody else on his team. And so it feels like it was just a pick that, like, that Celery's just like, this hero's OP, guys. You know, like, it's overtuned, and they just jammed it and didn't really fit the lineup too well. Didn't fit to help out, as you said, the Death Prophet or the Tiny. And yeah, I mean, Death Prophet, again, having rough times if picked early in the draft. I just don't. I just don't. I think this is a hero that needs to be enabled more than first pick. I cannot believe in it. It can't be. It has to be massively overtuned. I remember there was a time in like Dota 1 days where like Death Prophet was overtuned to a point where she was first pick material. But it's very rare, I think, that she gets to that kind of point.
I would agree. The heroes changed. It's still one of these heroes that, well, you get a lot of draft value out of it, can be shut down through picks very directly. And that's where I go back to, you know, you were talking about early ags on this hero, the itemization on Death Prophet. Like, what are you supposed to buy to get you out of these situations? Like, you're against Doom. you're against the Morphling who just chunks you down. Are you supposed to go first item Lincolns? Are you supposed to go Ghost Scepter early? Like, it's just not that easy. And so the hero feels a little one-dimensional to pick that early in the current meta.
All right. Well, that was game one. We've had a lot of 2-0s today, but I thought one win Mouse was going to be even. We'll see if that proves to be the case after the break as we go into game two.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of Mouse versus One Win. Game 1 was a little one-sided. Definitely felt like One Win was comfortably in the lead the entirety of that game, and ended up being another around 30 to 35-ish minute game, much like every other game of the Western European qualifier so far. But that is kind of the nature of qualifiers in the first round, right, Avery? They tend to be a little bit more one-sided, though Western Europe does seem to be one of the more even just on paper. So we'll see if that proves to be true as the rest of the qualifier unfolds. But it does feel like there are a lot of teams that all have the potential to be able to take one of these two slots.
It is funny calling it the Western European qualifier, though. You know, let's be honest here. Like, every game so far today has been won by a completely CIS roster. I don't know what that says, but it shows the strength of the region, and hopefully we'll get some more contested series here, because I mean, at this point, Western Europe, they're gonna have to step it up in this second round. Of course, that first round was 4 CIS teams, so of course they won all of those games. But the streak continues here, Austin. That was the joke, in case you missed it. But that's what I'm saying. As we go into the second round, if those teams can just continue off the momentum, right? It's going to be a scary qualifier for some of these last Western teams trying to get to TI, and you know, things change pretty fast, and we are definitely seeing the rise of CIS Dota. We saw it here in Game 1, One Win taking it to Mouse with their global roster here, not finding the momentum. And if you had to point towards one guy to get the job done, I'm not going to say Ovid this time. I'm going to say Zeal, because I think we've seen a lot more from Zeal, and I think that game in particular, he's just put in the worst position, right? Like, he's put in the position where he's the first pick. He doesn't get the flex counter pick. He has to take the brunt of that. He has to play into the bad matchups. But the team did not really take advantage of him on that front line, and that call has to be made. Like, if you're going to go there and say, I'm going to get doomed, let's get something out of this, you have to get something out of it. And in that type of situation, he just got thrown to the wolves, and they were like, oh, those wolves are eating you up, bro. Like, what's going on? And I mean, you can't do that. Like, you can't just throw your offlaner into that kind of position and just accept it. So I think One Win laughing all the way to the bank here is, if they get another game like that where they just get to punish Zeal, make him 0-8, they're going to be looking at a very quick 2-0 here.
Do you feel like in that situation, are you going to first pick Zeal's hero again?
No, I think we're probably gonna see some support trade, unless you really want to take like one of these flex cores that can go at least across 2.5 lanes that is not as easily counterpicked. I think that's the issue for me with the early DP. Like, it's not like Bristle. Like, when you take this Bristle, the hero's just really annoying because you can counterpick Bristle, but he can also just play through it. He always gives you value with the goo stacks and the frontlining tank ability. It always takes an absurd amount of damage to bring down. That game, DP is not the same. Like, when DP's throwing out spells, it's not setting the fight up for your team. She's a damage dealer. She's a pseudo carry. You have to play through her. It's a very different setup when that hero gets countered. So it doesn't mean you can't make it work, but you kind of have to appreciate the differences. And here we will see the support trade out a Celery Classic here as he gets Enchantress again. However, One Win upping the priority here. Is this hero coming back in the meta? They're making a case for it.
I guess. I mean, I didn't really feel like the Enchantress stood out that much, I'm honest, in that game. It didn't win the lane, right? That it was matched up against the first couple of rotations that we saw, kind of whatever. And then, you know, then she did some Enchantress things where, like, she got gone on and lived barely, or in one or two cases didn't live. But I didn't really feel like the hero looked that strong.
I think it did help them push some of the lanes out versus the TP in the early portions of the mid game. I think it was fairly strong at defending that mid tower and contesting some of the runes. And we saw it was a tough hero for Abed to kill sometimes, right? It forced them to bring an extra hero. So I think it did do some more intangible things, but it did not have one of those clear, like, you got run over by Enchantress games. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That said, the other biggest thing it might have done was it baited Celery into picking Witch Doctor. So that's like, that's mega value right there. You know, if I pick Enchantress and my enemy's going to pick Witch Doctor to counter me, I feel like I've already done my job. It's like, all right, team, I got you the 5-on-4. You know, they have Witch Doctor, so Like we won, and it's one of those matches where even though the Witch Doctor in theory is good versus Ench, I still rather just be Enchantress because I feel like I can farm the map, I can farm jungle, I can push waves, I can take towers, I can make rotations, I can frontline in a team fight. I just feel like I have more play options depending on how the game goes. I can play more styles. It's a more versatile hero. Whereas that Doctor, you're locked in. Like I gotta kill some shit. I gotta take fights, or I'm gonna have a bad time.
See a couple more supports being banned away, or not supports, rather. Sorry, cores. Undying, Doom, and Terrorblade. We're going to be seeing a bunch of offlaners taken off the pool. Undying offlane has been all the rage of late. Big meta thing over the last week or two.
That's strong, man. He's just a strong laner, strong team fighter. Kind of surprised we didn't see it more in the previous patch. Like, obviously, I know patches change all these dynamics a lot, but I feel like he had some more games he could have just owned. And that innate is super broken on a core, right? Like, when you just get this free respawn, it's pretty goddamn stupid in a lot of situations. So,
you want to know why? You want to know why we didn't see it for a while? It's because Liquid was the first team to bring it up.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
No one wants to copy them. That's fair.
Well, also, the success rate was maybe a little hit or miss. It's the same for, like, Liquid was
That's
technically
fair.
the first team to bring up the Slark support, right? They actually brought it up before 9th class. Boxy tried it, and it did not work. And then that delayed Slark becoming the support meta until 9th class showed, like, oh, this is actually really sick. So,
That is a fair point. Liquid has been sabotaging the meta progression for some time, and they tend to do that, right? Like, if you play some stuff as a top team and it looks really bad, other teams are going to go, oh, well, if they can't win with it, it must be really trash. But no, it turns out Liquid was just trash the whole time. That's what we've learned from the last year and a half. So, or maybe they do it on purpose. Maybe they're like trying to sandbag the picks,
Yeah, they're sandbagging for another TI, right?
Ah, yeah, the long con. That's actually next level. I'll tip my hat to that.
It's like OG's strategy of just like not showing up for the first half. What's even more impactful than not showing up for the first half is tanking the first half.
I thought that's what OG was doing. I'm just confused now. I guess they didn't show up and they tanked their slain. Oh, Chen, the celery Chen. Now this is a classic for him. This is his wheelhouse, his hero. And he's going to get it versus the Enchantress, saying, no, I am going to control the creep equilibrium. I'm going to control the tower taking, the group up, the push strat. A lot of auras suddenly coming out for this Mal's lineup where you might have thought this Jakiro was going to be a 5, and now all of a sudden this lineup has a lot more HP to work with. Monkey King on top of it. So some strong laning here for Mao's. Like, you look at these 4 heroes, that is not a fun lineup to go into in the first 10 minutes, particularly if you don't get good core matchups here. So you really have to think about this pick if you're 1-win in terms of who are we trying to send where, and particularly who are we trying to get against this Monkey King. Your supports are okay versus the Monkey King, but you're going to need something here to not give him a free game. And it might not even be guaranteed for you because you don't have last picks. So it's a really tough situation to try and force some Monkey King matchup when Mao's can throw it any of the lanes here, right? They can put the Pango mid, they can put the Pango off, they can put the Monkey mid, they can put the Monkey safe. Like, you effectively have to provide 2 lanes the Monkey is not happy in, and that might not be something you want to do that sacrifices your draft integrity.
Yeah, pretty much the only way to do that is you have to do carry a Baton, and then you have to draft a mid and an off lane that deals.
Which would be like Queen of Pain or something. They'll go back for the puck. I mean, this is not the most fun matchup versus the Monkey if it ends up in the 1v1 mid. It is one you can escape from and have some impact later, but I mean, if I'm Mao's, I'm kind of happy to see this, I feel. Like, you have a Monkey matchup, you have a Chen, which can be a pretty good hero versus puck because you just sit there in the coil and you have all these auras and, like, the onus is on you to kill me. What are you going to do about it? The Pango matchup's a little rough, and Jakiro's not giving you the best stuns versus the puck, so it's another game where this puck is playing into a pretty limited lockdown, but you do at least, in theory, have a good lane matchup and a hero that can snowball the game with this Chen, and not just, oh, this puck is split pushing us and farming ultra late. You have some sort of game plan here if you're Mouse, so I like it better for them, even if the puck's game does look pretty good here.
Going down the line, final bans. Any heroes to be worried about?
I mean, they're banning carries on the side of Mouse, thinking this is going to be offlane Abaddon. That's interesting. I mean, I can see this Abaddon going either way. I think OneWin would like some more damage to throw into this coil if they can get it. And Mouse would just like another stun, honestly. They can get another stun somehow on whatever their last core is, depending on where they flex these heroes. The stun would not be as easy to get from the carry roll. It'd be a lot easier to get from mid, but then you lose this Puck Monkey matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
See if Tiny is the last ban. Like, maybe it could be this Abed Tiny for the second time. I would not rule it out. But it did not look so great in the game 1, so that's kind of the downside.
I do think Carry Abaddon looks pretty decent right here.
It looks pretty solid. The only thing you kind of care about is like some of the mana burn from the Diffusal plus maybe a Chen creep here or there, but
yeah,
it's not too punishing here. You just jam something really annoying or get an Aura Buyer here, like to match the Chen a little bit. If you're afraid of getting balled over, something that just defends tower, stands its ground. Again, you're a little worried about this Monkey King's lane matchups, but there is Enigma in the pool. There are some ranged offlane Aura Buyers. There's that Death Prophet. You really want to go back for it, though it's a pretty bad DP game.
10 seconds. Radiant team pick.
The Primal.
Holy.
I did not see that pick coming. This is not a hero we've seen a lot of. At least going back like 6 months, right? I feel like he's been one of the dead heroes. Definitely possible he comes back in this patch a bit, but man, that's kind of a wild card of a pick. It is a Pango counter in some ways, and
yeah, it's a Pango counter, but is it good against
they take the DP?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's where I go. Like, what does this give you against the Monkey? Because this Monkey's game looks pretty damn good. I mean, unless you're getting killed by Puck and the supports, like you fight these other two cores, you just stand your ground. You have Chen to back you up. And now you did end up getting this mid. You got another mid matchup versus the Puck. So you had your option of putting the Monkey there, but they chose, with seeing the Primal, okay, we can just play Monkey safe. We can get another matchup for this Puck. Give Abed the Death Prophet, another matchup he's very confident and comfortable playing into the Puck. And it can be a very toxic one for the Puck to deal with, particularly if you get pushed early and there's support rotations into that mid lane. You can just get run over sometimes. So this is a scary push lineup here from Mouse. Like Chen, DP, Monkey, tough to fight into, a lot of HP, a lot of sustain, and what are your anti-sustain mechanics in this lineup? I'm not seeing it. Like, you don't have the Doom, you don't have a Scotty buyer, you don't have a Shiva's buyer. You're gonna have like an Orb of Corrosion, Abaddon. Yeah, that's like your one tool, I guess, right? Maybe you get to Shiva's on this Primal eventually. But that's kind of it in terms of the anti-healing. You might need a Vessel on the Willow if you can rush it here, because you are going to be up against a lot of HP to get through. And that is generally not something that the Primal Puck thrive against if they can't snowball the lanes.
Avery, what do you think about cosmetics in Dota?
I enjoy them, Austin.
Okay, do you have a particular philosophy when it comes to your cosmetics? Do you try and make your hero look as good as possible, or do you try and make your hero look as bad as possible?
No, I try and make my hero look as expensive as possible, Austin. That way I can flex all of my Crimson cosmetics against everybody and show them how many
flashing
TIs
your
I've been.
change, trying to show off the bling. I see. Well, one very famous player, Zai, was well known for his strategy of trying to make his heroes look as bad as possible. And he, of course, is one of the great offlane heroes of all time, and it seems that Triple S has followed in on Zai's footsteps, and he has made his Primal Beast look like a goddamn abomination. He did that thing where he took we'll go into the game. You guys will see it soon. And, we'll highlight the Primal Beast. But he took the snowy abomination on the.
I mean, what's wrong with this? This is just the next evolution right here.
It looks like some sort of horrific scientist experiment. They tried to create some sort of chimera.
I think it looks badass personally. So
His legs are normal, but his arms are these woolly things.
Also, this is not a Zai level set. If Zai were playing Primal, he would have the entire base set with like one arm cosmetic, you know,
somehow
just to make it as janky.
Just that only one arm could have the cosmetic.
Yes, that's what I think would happen.
All right, we'll see whether or not that ugly ass Primal Beast is actually going to be a shining star in this game. It's going to see us pick up one win, and they're going to clash once again on the enemy side of that. But Brown's going to get caught out by this a second time. So he almost did. He broke the scope. He walked away. One win. They got 3 bounty runs. So it's still a trade. So.
Yeah, that's an okay economic trade. Unfortunately for them, it went to the monkey. It's probably the last hero you want getting first blood in this game, because he has a lot of snowball potential, and he has a very good game backed up by some strong supports. This monkey is gonna have a good time, and Celery with the early mana burn can make sure this lane continues to go the Monkey King's way. Like it's gonna be a strong lane with penitence early, extra attack speed, mana burn going into this primal who does not like the mana burn. I see Cut having a very good game here. I see Abed having a very good start mid on this DP. He gets last pick. He gets the matchup. It's a good one. The monkey does lose his courier though. That's a big loss actually. That was all that first blood gold. So, all right, that evens that out quite a bit. And then you have this top lane where I do expect Abad and Enchantress to win this lane. This is a really strong lane, especially the downside for Mouse is you have this Forge Akiro into the carry Abaddon. Does not feel good. Cyril can just shield off everything you put into him. So I expect Munkushi to freeform up here, but otherwise I think the 2 lanes for Mouse should go pretty well here, and they're likely looking at a stronger laning phase in game 1.
Abed, he really puts the screws to Squadix early before he has phase shift, which is part of the recovery for sort of bad conflict. So got steel projectiles, and you're trying to draw aggro on power and trying to get that trade. Abed did a very good job of setting the pace.
Yeah, he's trying to punish him as much as he can on these early waves. As a little zoning from Kasane up here with the little Hellbear doing some decent damage. This lane equilibrium is just not where they want it right now. They do have small camp available. They have Ursa on the big camp as well. So Kasane can get this lane back. You definitely have chased out potential with the curse going through on top of Enchant. No stuns. You can always TP out, but Swedish strong.
Done. Very low. So, well, it looks like he doesn't need to come back. Celery will survive to that.
They got the Primal's courier this time around, so extra gold going the Monkey King's way. Still waiting for his own courier to arrive, and it just made it awkward because he lost Orb of Frost early, which is kind of worst case scenario for this item.
Yeah.
And now he has 600 gold, which would be his boots on the monkey, but he has to run the courier now. So now he doesn't get the boots super fast. Man, that courier kill really messed up the monkey's net worth momentum on this lane. And these early items matter a lot for him because it's your chase down potential. That means you can save the boundless. You can get those kills without the TP out. Massive wave going in to Triple S here, though.
How much of that do you think is intention of specifically sniping out the first blood courier? Like, do you feel like they gave up first blood and you feel like that was a conversation you actually have, like, hey, let's snipe that courier to make sure he can't get that fast orb of corrosion and boots and stuff? Or do you think that's just kind of happenstance? You're going to be sniping couriers anyway. That's just part of the lane strategy for Dark Willow in this matchup.
I think it was a product of him just trying to pull the wave and looking behind the tower. It didn't seem like it was a conscious go for it. That said, they're like the really good teams do think about that stuff, and they do, you know, exercise it. And it is even something you think about.
Avery just doesn't think they're very good. That's all.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying, you know, in that particular situation, it felt like, okay, we'll clean it up. But it's definitely something they could have thought about it. I'm not trying to undersell their idea. It is a very good play if you do it in the right circumstance. And a lot of times, you think about it in terms of the lane matchup in general. Like, if I'm playing Dark Willow, Primal into this monkey, the monkey's likely going to freeform down here. If I can take his couriers away so he doesn't get super fast boots, that might be the most impactful thing for the lane, right? So you might just be looking for it in a lane like this regardless if you don't feel like you can fight heads up. Very even laning phase though, and honestly, I feel like Squad X is doing quite well mid. I think he's getting full XP. He hasn't gotten zoned out. He hasn't gotten too much regen burned. He's continuing to get the most out of these phase shifts.
Nice kill, bottom lane, triple S.
Yeah, damn.
Able to dive onto the Chen and a big creep wave. If they can put pressure on the Monkey King too here, make him at least miss some of this CS, that would be nice. It seems like this lane is going pretty well. I mean, sweet and strong. Uh-oh. Okay, gave up the Jingu stacks. Has Shadow Run was just coming off cooldown, man. He probably still gets run down anyway, but at least he would have, you know, created a distraction for another 5 seconds. Zeal, he takes some damage at the top lane, slowed down, he's dead.
That is about what I expected from this lane once the lane got closer to OneWin's tower. There's just not enough room to operate. Mankushi eventually gets the best you. Jakiro cannot help you in those situations. Both these side lanes trying to find some aggressive action with the heroes they want to snowball in this game, as mid lane is getting towards the level 6. This is a big point in this game for both teams. Can you get something out of the exorcism with the catapult pushing in mid, looking towards 6-minute power rune? Or does Abed just die on some coil gank, which would be worst case scenario for Mouse? Yeah. I mean, it would take a lot to kill this guy in a coil right now. But if he's just alone,
can we confidently say that OneWin is just outplaying Mouse on lanes here? Because I feel like Mouse was supposed to, in this game, have the laning phase win, and the fact that OneWin have managed to make it even, or in fact walk away with a net worth lead, a very good sign. But Squadix have used his orb earlier, almost dies as a result. In fact, still almost dies. Had to pop the Fairy Fire just to make sure he didn't tick out to the damage over time. But that does free up the mid tower. Mid tower with Exorcism and a Siege Wagon and Chen creeps. This is a 100-0 push, unless OneWin could do something about it.
Just gonna look for the trade bottom. This is a nice trade for them. They have catapult bottom with Enchantress pushing it. This is pretty fast. They're gonna get this tier 1 before the mid, or yeah, little before. That is honestly not that bad for OneWin. Like the fact they made that move with the Enchantress that fast makes you feel pretty good about giving this up, because that mid move was hard to stop. Yeah, I do not think you're
gonna happen eventually, right? No matter what.
You just don't have damage to throw in the coil this early on with the 2 supports. Like, you have 0 points in Impetus. You have 1 point in Bramble. This DP is just going to sit there and siphon you back.
Yeah. You'll have damage once you get 6 on Dark Willow, because then you'll have the Terrorize to force him out of the coil for that damage, and you'll have Bedlam, which is a lot of damage if you can close that gap. So,
I mean, look at this. Top 3 networks all belong to OneWin, and now they're pressuring this top tower. They know there's no Exo on the map. No Rolling Thunder as well. This Pango has really been shut down in his laning phase. Is he? Oh man, he almost just goes down to the harass.
Yeah, that was a hefty amount. Mankushi about to be level 6, but also he has 21 charges and a Lotus, so they've got tons of resources, which is, I think, in part why they're trying to be so aggressive up in this top lane.
They're forcing a lot of reaction out from Mouse right now. And this is generally not what Celery wants to have happen. He wants to be the one forcing ganks, hitting towers. Instead, he's kind of sitting here watching Enchantress do it to him. Sapping XP from the Pango as well, who needs some XP right now. this Pango is only 5 1/4. Pretty brutal start for Zeal again. He has just not found his place in this series so far.
Well, another exorcism should be coming up, so we should probably expect Mao's supports to be played to the Death Prophet, and Death Prophet goes to some side lane and tries to force a team fight / tower again.
You're looking top. That's the move for Abed right now. You go top, you exo. If you can run down and kill this Abaddon without him TPing out or something, ideal. But even if you kick people off this lane and just get the tower, you should be happy with that space that opens up.
This move would just feel so much better if you did have level 6 on the Pango. That Rolling Thunder could set up Abed, right? You hit a stun or chain stun on some heroes, Death Prophet just rolls in with Exorcism, easy team fight win. But as it stands, they don't have any control really for this Abaddon. And they are going to go for the tower here. 1 win. We'll see whether or not they give this up, or if they're going to try and contest. Primal Beast TPing in. They're going to go for the contest. Abed already out of position. Gets pulled back into the coil, and he's going to get bursted down. Now the Death Prophet's gone. That's pretty much the team fight. I mean, cut. You could drop the Wukong's command if he wants. Don't think that's doing anything for you here. Again, Zeal not having his level 6 is just killer for them right now. Shield crash back into play. Now the Wukong's command does go out. He jumps under the trees, jumps back in onto the Enchantress. You've committed heavily to kill the support. Munkushi finally forced to level up his ultimate, does get a full heal out of the situation. So, yeah, no surprise there. The Death Prophet dies, and the team fight goes bad for Mouse.
I don't know what is going on today, but I feel like we are just not seeing teams position and play around these DP pushes well at all. Like, they're just kind of running this hero into the tower, letting teams go on him. And there's
it seemed
no
like they were so certain that they were just that 1 win wasn't going to contest them for the fight, you know?
Yeah, that is what it felt like. And I mean, now you lose a haste rune to the puck. So another quick pickup for Squad X here is his reign of terror on this hero continues. He has not died yet in either of these games. This puck's KDA is completely out of control. And like we talked about in the draft, this is not a game where you're going to have an easy time killing him in that mid game if his laning phase was not very one-sided. And in fact, he's ahead of your DP here. So this pick has just not worked out for Mouse at all. You're looking to be in trouble this game. It's going to have to be a game where you kind of fall back on the Monkey scale and the Chen scale to kind of power up your 5-man, because you did not win this laning phase. And it's going to be difficult to get the Pango in particular, but the Pango and the DP, these are heroes that kind of want to get their item and then fight and get some kills, continue to scale that way. They don't really want to just be farming the map, but that's the position 1 win had put them in. So see if Mouse can find some openings here. If they get, Hand to God up on Celery, he has mech, another Exo coming up soon. Could definitely try and re-push this top tower. It's not out of the question.
Yeah. We'll move through the gate here, smoke up. Trying to back up Munkushi in his push with the Siege Wagon on this tower. Dream going to be forced to drop his ultimate, but again, it's an Abaddon, so he can live inside here. Fortunately, did get the Jingu, but the jump in from Triple S almost got him. Was that changing of the guard going out? Cut. Nice play. I was about to say. So I was just like, did I see that right? Or did he? It's hard to tell between that and like trickery. Maybe he just turned into a tango on the ground and then lost sight of him. But now he's got even extra weird ass things going on with him.
It has almost no animation to it.
Yeah.
It's actually really hard to tell in the fight. But I guess that is also part of the point, right? Like a confusion tactic type spell.
Sure.
It gets it out there.
What's funny is I was watching the Chinese qualifier, and I can't remember who, but they used the changing the guard, but he had fatal bonds on him, so they instantly knew where he was because they saw the fatal bonds bouncing out of the statue. So he tried to use it as a juking measure, and they just made a beeline straight to him. Abed coming in from the side, hit the silence onto the puck. That's a good start, but they need more stuns. They got one. That is going to be cut. Coming in at the right time with the boundless strike to help get a crucial kill, the first death of Squad X of this series.
Finally, they killed this puck, man. God damn, it took forever. And it was another play of just walk up, hit the tower, get gone.
In the end, 1 win did manage to get that mid tower, interesting enough. Stellar was forced to deny it, so at least they took away some of the bounty. Abed with the rest of the exorcism tries to make use of that to finish off that top tower. Does manage to juke back a little bit, so Triple S doesn't really get the full amount of damage here. Turns around, goes for the kill on Zeal, but Zeal, saved by the Boundless Strike, gets off a Rolling Thunder, and this fight is not clean for one win. Mankushi still has his ultimate though. Perhaps trying to get too aggressive on him. Coil goes out onto the Monkey King. Terrorize. It's going to snap that coil, but they can't confidently go through the Wukong's command. Now that it's gone, though, maybe jump back in. Finish off at least one. Triple S is in the middle of them, trying to finish off the Chikiro. Does manage to get that. Cut. Looking for that Jingu stack. Gets it. Oh, the Boundless Strike. He was so close to getting it off. That would have been clean for Mouse if he had gotten that off, but now the Monkey King's dead. They've got some numbers. Swashbuckle back into play, finished off the Abaddon. Another silence hitting on the Squad X. Meanwhile, Zeal got off the shield crash. Lives thanks to that shield. Kasane falls, and they got what? 3? How did the Primal Beast not die? They got 3 out of that in the end, 2 for 3.
And he got a very clutch shield thrown on him that bailed him out. That is a win for Mouse. Like, that is a big win. You get another team fight that goes your way. You take down this Abaddon before he finishes Radiance. That's a huge deal that you got this fight before that item was done. He's pretty close to it. And finally, you get some impact out of Zeal in this series. Like, this is what Mouse have been looking for. This Pango did some decent work here. Rolled through on a lot of heroes, a lot of swashbuckles going through, lives the entire time, just baiting him out. If you got that strike off from Cut, I think that's just a cleanly won fight.
Yeah.
And it's just the power of Chen. He gives you a lot of time to get multiple rounds of spells off. He gives you extra sustain. He gives you some extra armor. And he keeps these heroes alive by thin margins. And ultimately, Abed living through all of that might be the biggest win here for Mouse. He got a lot of XP off that fight, and it should push him towards his Ags. He should have it for the next little skirmish here.
Yeah, he's going to be super strong. He's going to be level 12 and having Ags soon. That is going to feel fantastic. I have a mechanics question for you.
Oh boy.
I know you love those. Waning Rift is force movement. Does that mean the Monkey King, when he Primal Springs down, does it stop him from doing the landing damage if he hits him with Waning Rift midair? Because I think Squadix tried to do that in that fight, where Dream was jumping back onto the Dark Willow, and he was just a half a second late. But I was curious if he managed to do it a little bit faster, if he would have stopped the Primal Spring damage, and then Dark Willow lives as a result.
I mean, I assume if you hit him with the rift while he's jumping down, it should pull him out of it. But I think in that situation, he effectively landed it as he got rifted. Because he definitely landed the spring there.
Yeah, he did. I'm saying if he did it while he was still midair.
I think if you do it early enough, it should. I think any force movement pulls you out of it, so don't know why Waning Rift wouldn't, but maybe it just goes through it. Who knows?
There it is, level 12 with an Aghanim Scepter and an Invis Rune, which can't forget that this still gives you that bit of damage resistance, right?
Yeah. I mean,
just a wee fairy going about her business.
I don't know how useful it is here. Maybe you can get an Invis jump on somebody. Well, never mind. But should get a clear off this.
Wait, did you know that it scales the damage resistance? Yeah, so it's 25%. It's 25% base, but then it goes up per invisibility rune that has spawned.
Oh, I thought it was based on the time of the game, but I guess that's another way of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, yeah. I didn't know I didn't know it scaled up over the game. That's funny.
It's because Valve was like, they were trying to make this rune stronger relative to everything else because it's generally the weakest rune.
Yeah, it always has been.
And it's also really bad in late game situations because you're never going to invis run into the enemy in a late game.
Yeah.
It's like, there's always going to be a sentry or gem or something, so you're just killing yourself. So at least if you have
that means invis runes late enough into the game will give you 100% damage resistance?
Is it flat? I don't think it's flat stacking.
I don't know. It just says resistance increase per rune cycle 5%. I assume the second time it's 30% is what I assumed that meant.
Oh, maybe. I've never thought about it. I mean, that would take a lot of invis runes, though.
I mean, we've had some long games recently.
Just a wee fairy going about her business.
All right.
That's a really long game. Like how many?
I mean, I'm just
You
saying,
gotta go
like,
through all the
you know,
runes.
like even you get to a point where it's like a 60% damage resistance. Like that is actually pretty insane.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Triple S shows up, clears out his triangle, at least tries to, and then he sees it's not just a Chen, it's a lot of other heroes. So he'll run back away. Doesn't have to use his BKB. That's still available, and that's going to be his biggest tool for these fights as he tries to counteract Zeal's impact, as he's going to be trying to Rolling Thunder in, obviously, and then Primal Beast is going to BKB, grab the ball in order to stop it. So we're going to have this back and forth between the offlaners. Zeal's going to try and keep away from the Primal Beast and hit everybody else, and Primal Beast is going to try and stop him before the Rolling Thunder does too much. Kasane caught in the jungle, slowed down by the inhibit of the Diffuser Blade, will die.
As Chen Ball is starting to pick up a little steam. Mal's trying to force the issue, but that is an amp damage puck. That is
how did
little too
Shakiro
deep.
get there?
It's a good question, Austin. We'll never know. It's just Eki
Yeah, tip from
looking
Sweet
for
and
something.
Strong. He's like, what are you doing underneath our tier 2, man? What the hell? Try and clear out the Chen creeps again. Wukong's command is the response, though. Primal forced to BKB, gets the grab on the Rolling Thunder, stops it, and keeps running.
Well, that's every ult down. I guess you still have Exo, but you don't want to pop it here on the retreat.
Immediately
Yeah,
smoke
one win
up from one win.
They have Vessel done as well on the Dark Willow. Did get there on the first item. So this is a big timing here. You have the Vessel, you have the Radiance. Don't have the Primal BKB, but this puck does some damage.
Another pickoff on his support. Mao's. It felt like they were a little in the lead, but that is beginning to be taken back by one win.
At least the Roshan is a lot slower here for one win. Like, you can afford to give up some support this game.
Oh, don't mind.
It's the upside for Miles, I guess. You just keep looking around the map, hunting for stuff, scaling your Monkey King. This is a Radiance Monkey King as well. So you are going to match the Radiance with another Radiance.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I like this one. I mean, it's a strong item on Monkey. You'll farm pretty fast. It'll help you scale.
Trying to burst him down and do manage to do
Damn.
so. Abed caught out in the jungle, and dude, this facet is so scary on Dark Willow. Like this Bedlam is back to old Bedlam damage when Dark Willow first came out.
It's insane if you can isolate a target and throw that Vessel on top. It's a lot of damage in a short time period. That's a big pickoff here. It's going to open up the Tormentor straight into it. You lose another big core like that, you're going to lose Roshan in this game, and it's going to become very difficult to team fight.
So pick up for Kasane. So he gets Sprink.
Feels like this game might come down to how many times Maus can actually catch the puck in these fights. It feels like they're going to have to kill him 2 or 3 more times to win this game. And if they don't, he's just going to win the long exchange for sure. You have a Baden running around with Radiance. You have this puck running around getting spells off. Feels like you're going to get kited out with your limited control. And you are trying to match it with like Chen Auras plus that Monkey Radiance. So you have some lasting power here. And BKB on the Death Prophet will definitely help. But at some point, you have to catch Squad X a couple more times here. As he's having another terrific game on the mid-fairy dragon.
I wonder what the I guess the plan is that you hit him with a Blink Rolling Thunder and then you follow up with the Death Prophet Silence. Is like, I guess, the most likely scenario of catching puck.
Plus Boundless Strike in there, right? You can Boundless Strike into a Rolling and Silence. You can Boundless Strike into Silence potentially. It's a little difficult, though. They did increase the projectile speed. The spell is slowly coming back to its former glory. Perhaps one day will be insta-cast again, you know? Never know.
All they need to do is up her attack speed again. Projectile speed, that's the word I was looking for. I still hate this hero's projectile speed. Even though he sped it up, it still feels like one of the worst heroes to last hit in Dota.
Business.
But it's iconic, so you can't really get rid of it, you know.
Yeah, it's iconic that it's trash.
Well, it's not trash. It's just how it's always
Dude,
been.
it was so trash. That it was. I mean, you remember Dota 1 Death Prophet, right? That was the
but it's fun.
most trash of trash for projectile speed. It was just it did this weird loop-de-loop thing while going super slow. It was awful.
Yeah, it's iconic.
Oh no!
Only got
There it
baited.
is, the Rolling Thunder initiation, but it's on an illusion.
Oh, you gotta chill now. Get the hell out. This was your BKB Death Prophet fight.
They smoked back, and immediately the smoke pushed forward from OneWin, knowing that they got something big. But there's going to be Wukong's command. It's going to be dropped on Triple X.
That's
He
a
already
good
took so much
position.
damage. His BKB isn't going to save him. Nice turn by Mao.
That was very ambitious going up that hill, especially after Monkushi just shielded you. He can't bail you out of an instant stun there. You cannot take fights into choke points this game. That is for sure if you are OneWin. Like, you have to respect Wukong, Exo, Ice Path, Rolling Thunder on a choke point. Like, good luck. There's no way you're going through all that. Did take Exo Wukong off the map, so yeah, I guess if you feel confident enough to take the fight, you just force the Roshan. It's not super fast here, but it's fast enough. Parasma already done on the puck. Gives you a little bit of extra damage here.
Yeah, by the time
And
spells
Mouse can't
come up,
contest.
like Rolling Thunder comes back up into play, then the Primal Beast is there anyway, so it's not even like they can fight into having a numbers advantage. So good read by OneWin of the situation. That gets SquadX his Aegis, which, funny enough, I mean, this guy has died only once in this series, and he may not die again. And Aegis will help ensure that.
He's dealing a lot of damage now. So this is a nice pickup for him at the right time in the game, and an even better pickup. Free Zeal. He'll gladly take. That ward doing some work down here as Puck's starting to take over a little bit of the map right now. You have wards on both side lanes. In fact, they have another dire ops up on that cliff top.
Just a wee fairy going
So
about
like
her
you
business.
scout these heroes splitting up on the map for Mouse, you're just going to be able to freely pick them off if you're OneWin during this Aegis period, and that's the name of the game. Split this Chen lineup up. They're easy pickings. You don't have to fight this mech pipe hand to God head on. It's a lot of HP to go through.
This Enchantress
Even have,
is actually going to be a problem, man. Because he's got
He is.
he went the damage facet, right? The one where you enchant and get longer
spell
attack range against the target, and then he's got the shard. Now he's got a Hurricane Pike. Like, these impetuses are going to be dangerous for the Death Prophet.
I mean, this is why we saw him, I think, go back for the Ench. It was like daring, hey, you want to take DP again? We'll play this matchup. Like, we like this matchup. It is a good matchup. It's not an easy hero for the Death Prophet to run down when you get more points and heal later, and you have a 4-staff up. Just an annoying hero in general. And Kasana putting in some work here. We get another tower. He has really put the objective pressure on Mouse in this series with this hero. We're seeing Mouse get split up. Like, this is there's wards on the map. There's Abaddon illusions pushing waves. There's creeps pushing waves. Enchantress creeps. The puck you can't catch. Mouse are really having a tough time maintaining map control or grouping up behind this Death Prophet. They're losing some gold lead right now.
Dire are scanning.
It's weird because they have the BKB on Death Prophet, so I feel like they should feel like they're strong, but I guess they're still waiting on item timings. Plus the Aghanim Scepter on Zeal is the next one, but as it is right now, OneWin just feel full control of the map. I don't know
The
if
thing is,
Aegis should just bully you back to your base, you know, for the entirety of the
It is doing that right now. So
thing.
the catch is too bad. Like, you can't catch this puck on the open map. And this BKB time for the Death Prophet was designed to get you Roshan, so you could push with Aegis and force OneWin to fight you. If you don't have that capability, you can't get the team fight here unless OneWin want to take it. Like, they are the ones in control of whether this team fight happens right now. And right now they're saying, no, we're okay. We're just going to keep farming. Get to our big items. Like, we can get an Ags on Primal. We just finished an AC on the Abaddon. Our Puck can get an Ags. There's big damage items coming out. Whereas Mals are still pretty spell dependent. Like, you need to land big ults. You need to land a Wukong. You need to make this exorcism work. So the more items that come out for OneWin here, their position is looking stronger and stronger by the minute. I guess Chen is the one saving grace here for Mals. Like, you can continue to scale through the auras on Celery and just make your cores beasts in the late game.
Get a grab on a Dream. And don't manage to kill the Monkey King, but they'll catch the Jakiro. So Eki still falls. Mals seeing a bunch of heroes at top, push out the bottom lane, but right now they're just waiting on that Aegis to expire. 50 seconds left, but the Puck now has an Aghanim Scepter, so we're getting back to the same status he was looking at in game 1, which was last time he went the Octarine before the Aghanim Scepter. This time he went the Ags first, right?
Yes. Just faster damage ramp.
Oh, and with an amp damage. Celery, not long for this. Well, okay, maybe all of those heals actually do bail him out here. Squadix, good attempts. Can't really punish him too much. So he's just able to hop away. Terrorize goes out. Does manage to hit onto 2. Triple S. This feels a little forced, though. And Triple S not BKBing means he gets hit by the Rolling Thunder. Mals, can they get a punish anywhere out of this? It's going to be on Kasane. Doesn't look like there's anything else they'll get out of it. But OneWin, yeah, very.
I think it was okay to look there with the Terrorize, because there was a decent chance you got the Terrorize root on the Monkey, and with all the Chen utility down, could definitely commit there. As we see, the damage is considerable.
And Dream will try and get the kill on Sweden Strong for that, and does manage to do so. Again, though, it's Mals getting a support. So even when OneWin mess something up, they actually don't get like this big headwind. You know, they don't get this massive reward for the situation.
Yeah, product of if you can't bring the Puck down, the map doesn't really favor you. The Abaddon continuing to push in waves. He was just chunking top tier 2 while a lot of that bottom fight was happening, and you get another power win for the Puck. Do have the Hex done for the Death Prophet, though. This is where tides can turn a little bit, because now you have some control to play around. You can start to aggressively look for plays. You have Blink Ags done on the Pango as well. All 3 of these cores are really strong right now in the fight. If you can get
and they might run into the Puck here. Ooh. Smoke's gonna break. Squadix gets his jump. Munkushi trying to follow it up. Bound the Shrine goes out. It didn't manage to get his sight into the silence, but they don't have quite enough. The Puck just walks away. Still, though, the Exorcism might kill Munkushi here, as an early ultimate's going to have to be used. And Zeal with his Rolling Thunder. Oh, there's the grab from Triple S. Nice response by him, and a good Terrorize to follow things up. They missed their opportunity. They missed their initiation. And Mals will lose 3.
Man, Squadix going on your Pango there hurt that play so much. Also, the fact you went 2 different paths there with your cores. Like, you end up getting initiated on by Puck on the Pango while the Death Prophet is going on the Puck after that initial play from a different ramp. So you can't combine the damage and control onto Squadix. He gets brought down to half during the Hex Silence, but then that's it. There's nothing else to finish him off. This whole play just gets ruined, and that's the strength of that.
Why is Zeal moving in a different direction in the smoke than the rest of his team?
I guess they just thought they were going to be deeper in the river or on their side of that hill, and not clumping there would be a bigger benefit, because you also don't want to just run in super clumped. Just get like terrorized, pummeled by this primal. So I kind of understand splitting a little, but just the positioning from Squadix is too good. Read you like a book, and now he's taking your racks. He's about to send you to the lower bracket.
Under the pressure, have to pull something out. Oh, beautiful silence coming in from the side, set up by the boundless strength of Dream. They'll get 2 supports. Can they finally get a core kill, though? Surely. And they run down Munkushi at least. Dream certainly has an opportunity to close the gap. Can the rest of his team help him out? Hit the Jingu stacks or try to. Radiance just keeps on making a miss. Hits the boundless strike. And looks like that slow is going to be good enough. Okay, they finally got a core kill out of this situation. And Roshan is up. So Exorcism coming back up means they could just take this opportunity to Roche.
You absolutely do it here. 70 seconds, no Abaddon. Like, this is the dream. One win, overextend on that push. They lose a big core hero for once, which means they cannot control the lanes. They could have just taken mid and then backed, right? Yep. They got a little too greedy. And this is why a lot of teams don't like pushing when that Roshan can spawn. Because if it backfires real hard. And you just sit here wondering, why did we do that? Giving Now's an opportunity to come back in this game right now. Haste rune on Abed. Should be able to pick up the Roshan here. Barring some crazy steal. Waiting strong. The roar goes out. Oh, that's a big buy. That's very aggressive. Yeah, Terrorize going to be used. I mean, the Roshan only at half HP. Not that they have a good sense of being able to tell what Roshan's HP was. The roar goes out. You know he's at least a little bit low. But Abed still has Exo. Very nice. They back out. Smoke. Yeah, they try to do it with just the Aghanim Scepter. Can't hit. So Mouse know they're on this hill. They're going to take the long route. This is really good positioning. See what kind of initiation they're going to get off of this. Dream's going to see a bunch of heroes. Boundless Strike hits onto 2. They go immediately after the Primal Beast off of the site. He gets off the BKB though. Bailed out by a Force Staff. Still though, they can chase for more here. They spot Munkushi. Munkushi doesn't have the same kind of protection. He only has a Blink Dagger to protect himself. Does manage to get the Blink backwards. Abed's being kited around. They got to protect Abed here. BKB goes off. Goes Squadix. He uses his BKB. Doesn't have the damage to kill Abed though. Abed's going to be good for now. And it's Squadix who dies instead. Meanwhile, Munkushi trying to come back to help out Squadix. Abed hoping to slow him down, throws out the silence. That's not good enough. They see Kasane in the river. A Boundless Strike hits Sweden Strong as well. And looks like both supports probably out of this one. Roshan gonna be running in the midst of it. Triple S did manage to get a kill on the Celery on the back end. Once again, they're trying to hit these back ends. And it looks like the Impetuses might kill it off it. Abed, he's just gonna die. Kasane, shot after shot after shot. Artillery style. He just took him down almost solo. 3,000 damage from Enchantress into this Death Prophet. It's like 8 Impetuses. I mean, that is absolutely massive. That Enchantress was going to be an issue, and he became a goddamn issue. It was a big issue, particularly when that BKB is down and you're in the later stages of this team fight. There's no Chen to bail you out. You just get chunked, man. That death summary that's brutal. It's a brutal death. Well, you want to audibly tell us what it looks like, because unfortunately our observer can't. Oh, that's sad. Well, I'll tell you, it's 10 Impetuses dealing 2,200 pure damage straight into Abed's face, and nice. The next highest was 1,200 on the Abaddon, which was, the finishing off. So he really did a number on him. Yeah, you can keep clicking it, but I don't. it's not coming. What an awkward fight for both teams. I feel like that was going to go better for Mouse when you take the puck down and he doesn't have buy, because Squadix bought out for BKB there and ends up going down to the Pango damage, trying to reset. But you just run out of steam, and the supports, buybacks to the outpost, doing some work there. For one win, as they'll claim this Roche. They needed it. They committed a lot of buybacks. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's team fight lane right there. That's huge. Reward Munkushi for the buyback. Bring his economy back up in the game. And most importantly, take it away from Mal's here, who were starting to snowball a little bit with the Chen. Now it's going to reset the momentum. Did get a Silver Edge on the Monkey. So that is something to threaten this Abaddon in combination with Hexes plus the Silence. So that is something that Munkushi has to think about. The I remember I was talking about it, and I was like, something was wrong about the situation. They took last Roshan. One win got last Roshan. Roshan roared. Was it because a Brambles hit him when he was low, and he just, any bits of damage, he just roared immediately? You know what I mean?
He only roars when the team that
Well, yeah, but he
killed him
took
last
damage
time.
from both teams, right?
Yeah, I'm saying like a random bramble that he threw into the pit forced him to roar, basically. Right?
No, there was a Mankushi went in the pit. Like he radiance burned the Roshan stuff too, which I assume counts.
I think we're talking about different scenarios, but that's fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about when like they terrorized the pit, and Mouse had already kind of like left it and stuff.
Oh, you're saying what did Mouse hit it with in that instance?
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Did they terrorize the pit? Roche got hit by a bramble, and he got hit by a Baden Radiance burn. Because he ran out of the pit. That's what I'm assuming. Otherwise, I do not know how to answer your question. I do not know what you're asking me.
I think we got some false memory situation because Baden was not in the pit when he roared, is what I'm saying. I think it was just a random bramble, but that's funny.
He sent illusions into the river, right?
Okay. Maybe that. Yeah.
Whatever. I'm sure we're both wrong anyway, so we'll just leave it at that.
BKB almost done for Mankushi. Does he need BKB? I feel like you only need BKB if Rolling Thunder is a problem, but Rolling Thunder shouldn't be a problem because of the Primal Beast, right?
It's kind of a guarantee versus getting like Baroque Silence killed.
Yeah.
I think it's a little hard to see that happening exactly. Like, I don't really see you getting Silver Edge hit into DP Silence all in, but it does prevent that kind of thing. Oh, he's already switching it up. No, he bought out. Okay. I mean, it is just it's a strong item. Like, you can just BKB through the Pango control, through Jakiro control, and just run at some dude. Especially if you end up going a Refresher build, it can be really strong in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. Mjolnir for Squadix, so his damage continues to ramp up. And he is in a very interesting position right now. No real threat, I don't think, unless he gets perfectly boundless struck into Ice Path.
No,
Either way, Maus, they go through the gate, go to the other side, gonna join up with their Death Prophet.
Oh, don't mind me. Just a wee fairy going
I almost feel like
right.
Maus's game plan is to try and take these supports out early, especially with Nullifier on the Pango. Like, try and open up the fight for the DP.
They have some good vision on him right now.
They insta smoke. They're just beelining.
They kill the ward. Oh, Shivas is gonna spawn him, but they can't get the stun in time. So
How'd they not get that?
close.
I think they should have gone that with Coil or something there. That felt too close for Abed to have escaped, but man knows his limits.
Good. They have a gem, right, on Radiant. Yeah, Seal does.
Yes.
So they saw the ward, immediately pulled the ripcord there. That was an emergency situation. You're that out that far from your base, out on the map, underneath a ward like that. You know a smoke is coming your way.
Especially with heroes off the map, yeah, that's guaranteed. Yeah. Ag's done for Celery. This is the new one. Pretty cool. You get debuff immunity, 60% magic resist for 6 seconds.
Well,
how relevant is it in this game? Pretty relevant if he can actually land it in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you use it at the right time to save the puck, right? Scythe of Ice gets put on the puck. I feel like the only situation that you're using it. Or sorry, I'm mixing up the teams here.
The thing is, it has a radius on it, so you kind of have to be in the middle and just sit there channeling. I don't know how realistic that is. But I guess even if you get it off for 1 or 2 seconds when you need to, it could be pretty impactful in this game versus some of the puck and Willow control, particularly for Abed. Like, if he gets jumped and you can just put this on him, and it forces OneWin to have to target you on the Chen instead of him for 1 or 2 seconds, that can be a really big deal. So I do think this is a really powerful Ags in general in terms of the concept, right? Like, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I think Chen honestly has had a lot of really strong ags conceptually. It's just getting them to work is the difficult part. Like, you remember he had the fucking global hard dispel ags? Like, what is that? Conceptually, that's so stupid. But we still didn't see it played a lot just because, you know, getting Chen on ags is kind of difficult and using it can be
triple S. Nice quick blink away from that situation.
Wow, that's a post-pause mentality destroyer right there, you know?
It really is.
You pause, you smoke, you get insta-broke, you're like, all right, well, that's kind of bullshit, but we'll go with it anyway. And there's your full Mjolnir for the puck, so the damage is here, man. This is crazy amount of damage. See if Hobbit can survive. That's what it feels like it's coming down to. Can the DP and the monkey just survive in the fight? Or do you just get obliterated? Because there's Parasma, there's Shivas, and there's a lot of magic damage between the Willow and the puck. It's just going to slay you if you get stunned at all, if a coil or a terrorize or something.
If you get coiled, terrorized, like, if you get terrorized, right? Chen, he pops his ult, that probably instantly gets rid of the terrorize, because it doesn't dispel, but terrorize also doesn't pierce debuff immunity. So you should just kind of instantly be free of it, right?
Yes. You should be able to take action. Though that said, he just got 25 on the puck, so this is Dream Coil, Pierce the Spell, debuff immunity now.
All right, so now it's pretty much just the terrorize.
Yeah. And this was off the Wisdom Shrine, so this is he basically went from 23 to 25 out of nowhere here. Pretty big upgrade for 1-win, as they're just continuing to try and scale all their cores in this late game. They will smoke. They're going to try and take the fight. 2 Maus. See if they're ready for the jump.
They're going to get sandwiched once again. The Rolling Thunder does manage to go off, but caught inside the coil, now gets grabbed. That's just not going to be useful, and Death Prophet already at half
surviving.
He is kiting around, though, and he's managed to keep up. Yeah, with the BKB and a good Wukong's command, they trade out offlaners, but still, 1-win, I think, likely to continue to look for more. Now the Wukong's command is gone. Immediately to jump in from the Dark Willow, trying to get something out of this one. Puck reaching out with his orb, scouting what's going on. They got Abed, and they'll keep it at that. Brambles goes out. Eki is able to dance around here. Zeal forced to buy back, but simply put, the bigger ultimates, longer cooldowns on the side of Maus, they are way more handicapped in this fight.
1-win know it. That aggressive primal buy is designed to inflict some pain here and get the team fight going. This is a tough high ground, though.
Good grab from Triple S. Fighting for his life over here. Any saves from Maus whatsoever? No force stats or anything to help him out there. He was just in that situation and no way out, I guess.
Chen had nothing. There's only a glimmer on the Jakiro. Yeah, he's just gone. No BKB, you're dead in the water. This could just be megas right here. Didn't feel like that fight was that bad for Maus in the end, but really getting abused with the cooldowns.
Yeah, exactly. Even if the Death Prophet had buyback, probably wouldn't be that effective without Exorcism.
No.
And this Primal Beast is a problem, man. He's shut down Zeal over and over again. The Rolling Thunders just haven't been able to do anything because there's just the hard counter on the other side. And he's tanky enough that he's able to, a lot of times, frontline without any real threat. Zeal just trying to slow him down here, but it will cost him his life. It'll cost him Celery's life and Eki's life and probably everybody else on Maus, which means that they will be dropping down to the lower bracket. 1-win for the first win of their Western European qualifier run.
Yeah, it was pretty consistent, too. It did not feel like they were behind in either of those games at really any point. They were controlling the fights pretty well, and man, Squad X on that puck, this has got to be a hero you think about it, because he is extremely good on it. They play well around it. It combines well with the supports they're picking, and really took advantage of the support duos Maus were playing today. Like, you look at the 4 supports across the 2 games, they had their best stun was like Ice Path, right? It's just not going to cut it against this puck. He has way too much freedom in the fights, and he's just doing way too much damage. This is also another game
right here. I feel like this is the fight that Maus had the best opportunity to take over the game, at least from a mid-game standpoint, and they just whiffed on the smoke, basically.
Just didn't get the damage from all 3 cores to combine when they needed it. And we really saw some of the weaknesses of Death Prophet in this series. Doesn't mean this hero isn't strong. Doesn't mean it wasn't doing some work, but it gets kited out in some of the fights. Like, particularly this one with the Enchantress that went late, right? Like, Enchantress just solo killed your Death Prophet almost. And then she's really dependent on the ult cooldown. And when that ult wears out, those fights become tough. When the ult's out, when we're just running at you with aggressive buybacks to end this game. So you had some big cooldown issues. Maybe not enough to make up for it, right? Like, you have to control the map, push the waves out to make up for this, but yeah, we saw some good exploitation of this hero. And I think somebody got insta canceled on like the Hand of God channel there.
Yeah,
So
I was looking for that. I
didn't get to
did
do a
not
lot.
see an impact from the Ags at all.
No,
Sadly.
that's the problem. Like these Chen Ags are, it's like, it sounds amazing on paper, and then a lot of times you just can't make it work, and you would have been better off with like 4-stack Glimmer or something. The old trusted and reliable. It's hard to go wrong, but man, what a performance of Squad X in both games, and one win, showing up big time on day one.
Yeah, certainly did. They look very good in this opening series. I think going back to the Death Prophet, the early game, it's just you don't usually see this, but Death Prophet both times early exorcism used just gets 100 to 0.
Yep.
Right. That is such a momentum killer for the hero. Like, you could still have a good mid game swing, but you talked about all the problems that Death Prophet had there. But the fact that they didn't get any real momentum going with the Death Prophet, because one of the first exorcisms just immediately got shut down. Like, this time around, they managed to kill that mid tower, at least for the first exorcism. But then Abed goes to the side lane, does the exact same thing, pretty much, that we saw from Zeal in game one, which was exorcism and too boldly try and hit the tower, and didn't realize that the enemy team was already set up and rotating, and got immediately punished. So rough times for Maus, and fortunately for them, this is again the Western European qualifier, so there is that second slot available. So these lower bracket teams maybe have a bit of a better shot, but starting off in the lower bracket right away, probably not giving you too many good opportunities here. We are going to go to a break before we get to our final series of the day, which I know a lot of OG fans are sitting and waiting for. That should be happening very soon, right after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to day one of the Western European qualifier for the International. We are in our last series of the day, and it is a series that I think there are a lot of fans on both sides looking forward to. It is Team Secret versus OG. Avery, can you please remind perhaps some of the less diehard fans who is on each of these squads?
Well, you know, when you start with OG, is Seb on it or is Seb not on it? That's where you have to start, right? And Seb is not on this one. So that's where you should start with that. But this is Stormer.
Not on it yet.
Not yet.
There's a spot available for him. They always have a seat. They always have a desk. It says reserved for Seb if he decides to show up.
Yeah, we'll see how much he ends up doing on the Mobile Legends side, you know, if he decides to come back. But maybe he'll bring some experience from there. This squad, Shad, Stormer, Mixa, Kidaro, and Daze. This is an interesting squad for OG. I think they've been changing their roster a lot this year. Maybe not to a lot of people's surprise. They have a lot of very critical fans, so if the roster's not doing too well, there's probably a lot of pressure to change something up, right?
Sure.
They don't have Kezu as coach anymore either, so you're switching out the coach as well. And to me, this feels like they're trying to build something around Stormer, maybe. Like that's maybe your core player here, trying to build around him a little bit. Bring in some guys that have experience in the tier 1/tier 2 scene, but none of them, I think, really made it big outside of Stormer having some of the runs on Avalis, right? So
yeah,
we'll see what they can do here. I in particular like Shad. I think Shad has shown a lot of promise, and he's a little underrated right now. But ultimately, this is a squad that's going to have to come together in this qualifier, find some momentum, and get some synergy going. And of course, you have the god of Dota himself, No Tail, back into the fray, holding the reins, holding the mouse for the draft. I mean, this is a guy who has not been in competitive Dota for a while, right? If you go back to, I guess, maybe a little bit when the previous version of OG formed around that Stockholm Major and everything, when they brought ATF in, I think he was involved in the team a little bit then. But outside of that, he has not really been a competitive force for some time. And there is a big question mark of like, well, now he's very active in this team. He's talking about the strategy, the scrims or whatever it is. You know, he's there wearing the uniform. Is his presence going to be as big of a net positive as we know the potential is there, right? Because we all know this guy can be he's the greatest player to ever, one of the greatest players to ever play this game, one of the greatest captains and voices to ever play this game. But can you translate that to a squad that has 5 dudes who you haven't necessarily worked with before, who haven't worked with you, who haven't worked with the OG idea of Dota? That's always a big question mark for them in their rosters. And here's another version of it that we'll see if they can get it all to work and come together.
Right. And can he do it without Seb? Right. Because obviously No Tail is a player that has had success without Seb. But notably that OG success was, you know, like people when it comes to the best captains in the world, right? When we talk about like who was, you know, the best in that regard, No Tail and Seb were like a duo in that regard. You would say Kuroki, you would say Puppy, but it was hard to separate No Tail and Seb when it comes to the captainship and leadership of OG. And we've seen OG without No Tail and with Seb, and now we're going to see OG without Seb and with No Tail. Even if he's not playing, he's at least coaching. So we'll see how that goes. And also in particular, since he is replacing a coach that I think, you know, like we don't necessarily know exactly how good coaches are and what their impact is on a team. But you and I at least know Kezu as a very smart Dota mind. He really knows his stuff. So I have to imagine he was at least somewhat a benefit to that squad previously.
Yeah, coaches get thrown under the bus a lot. Like if the team doesn't do well, all right, this coach is useless. He was trash. If the team does well, it's like, oh, well, everybody knew this guy was good all along, right? And the benefit of having a pedigree as a coach, like No Tails, even if your team doesn't do well, there's probably not a lot of people that are going to put that blame on you. There's probably very few people who are going to be like, oh, No Tail screwed this team up, right? It's like, who's going to say that, you know? So
yeah,
maybe it's hard to throw the coach on the bus when he's the most experienced or the most successful guy. And often if you're a new coach, it's very easy. So there's a big range there where you can fall into. That said, Secret, no slouches their own, right? I mean, this is still Puppy going at it. It feels like it's like
Yes,
15
sir.
years of watching this guy go to TIs, try and make it to TIs, have his streak broken, try and reignite it here. This guy just does not quit. Like it's got to be respected, and this is another year where he's trying to put it together, kind of at the last minute, get this squad going. You still got the Olacor here, the only South American player in this qualifier. It's pretty spicy, and they have their triple CIS core trio, right? Stealing players from the region that's been the most successful in Kiritich, Rebel, and Cloud. So this is also a squad that you cannot underestimate, and we saw how well Kiritich was performing in the previous Dream League as a stand-in, right? This is a guy who is making a name for himself very quickly here. He did really well in that Bet Boom squad, and if he can pull this win out, if he can help lead this team to a TI, I mean, this guy's stock has got to be going up very quickly, very fast.
The player that I probably know the least amount is Cloud. I have maybe seen a few games of him, and that would have been when he was on One Win earlier this year. But he was on it for last season as well. So, but I don't really feel like I have any identity on what he's like as a player.
I think that's pretty fair. I think if you look at these three cores all together, particularly Rebel and Cloud, like these guys still have a lot to prove, and they haven't been active for so long that we have seen them succeed or fail in a way. So there's still a lot to be figured out about them, which is, I always felt was nice when you have some of these guys like that on your team, because you go up against other teams and they don't know as much about you. Like, they know you from pubs or scrims or whatever, but it's not like you have 10 years of professional history where it's like, well, yeah, of course, Sumail Storm is good, right? It's like everybody knows certain things about you by a certain point, but with these guys, like, you're still making heroes your signatures. Maybe you don't even know what's going to end up being your signature playstyle or signature pool of heroes or whatever, because a lot of times you don't know that as a player until you start winning with it, and you're like, oh, yeah, I'm pretty good at this. So I think there's still some room for them to figure it out, and maybe Puppy is the guy who can unlock it all here at the right moment in the clutch hour of the year.
Right. For those of you guys who don't know, these are players that came up during the COVID era. So their competitive history really only starts in like 2020. So there's only, compared to everybody else in Dota, they have a rather short player span here. But we get into our first picks, and we are not going to be seeing the trade-off of supports like we saw in the previous series. I do think that maybe I'm just taking a wild guess here, but I do feel like the Western European teams, the actual Western European team, like I feel like when the Western European teams were more dominant, they were way more likely to take cores first pick and give themselves more flex on supports. Do you think that's true?
Trying to think back to like that era where Gaiman and Liquid were dominant. I don't know if the pick order was necessarily an indicator. I think it was more they just really tried to get the support matchups more, because that ended up being really important about playing around the mid hero a lot and playing for rune battles and that type of stuff, right? Because the biggest early game objective was like power runes at that time. Now you have other stuff you have to think about. You have to think about Wisdom Shrine. You have to think about this Tormentor at 20 minutes, which, yeah, you can say that's not a super early objective, but your supports having impact for that still matters a lot more, right? It's okay if you lose a power rune or two if you get Tormentor later, for example. And so, like, 14-minute Wisdom Shrine, like, who's contesting this? So there's more objectives to play for, which means these support matchups, they matter more in certain points in the game and matter less in others. And I think it's less just about who's strongest in the first 5 minutes only, because that's what that meta felt a lot like. That's why we saw Enchantress so much. That's why we saw like Clockwork in that meta for a little bit. Is like, if you just win the first 10 minutes of support, that was all that mattered. And I think now we're seeing that branch out a little bit. Obviously, winning early game as support is still super important. You have to be a good laner, but we are seeing a bit more of like these team fight heavy supports come back in, because they're just really strong around Wisdom Shrines, Tormentor, Roshan, and this stuff adds up. Like, we've seen more Elder Titan, we've seen more Undying, we've seen more Warlock until he got nerfed. And these were heroes that we never would have saw in that previous year or two of Western European dominance.
Yeah, I've heard it. Let me see if you agree with this. I've heard it described that supports, when it comes to a drafting perspective, are more important when it comes to filling the gaps in a lineup, to cover up like the weaknesses that your lineup has. So when you draft supports too early, sometimes it means that you're more likely to end up with a draft that cannot cover, like has a particular weakness to it.
I think that's fair. I think the other extension of that is like if you end up going late in the draft and you have to fill the holes with a core, that pick becomes incredibly constricted and you don't get a lot of value out of it. Like you want to end up in a
you're
position
trying to contest with like laning, like your lane matchup, and you're trying to also think about what the mid game is, and it just feels like too impossible to make that perfect.
And that's like usually we see some team like last pick Viper or something. It's just like, it's not that good, right? You want a last pick Storm or last pick Puck or last pick like, you know, some playmaker that can take the game over and scale and provide a lot of threat power. You don't want to be forced in these corners. So if your support duo can just give you a lot of capability to pick a lot of different stuff, especially through mid, that it can play around, you usually feel better off. By the way, this draft is going incredibly fast. It's just like No Tail and Puppy, they don't give a damn. They've been around here too many years. They're like, oh, we already know what's going on. This is the first pick I think that has slowed down a bit, but they really took these support heroes fast. All pretty good supports. Maybe the Phoenix is the one that stands out a little. Not a hero we've seen as much as these other ones, but is a very good hero against the Death Prophet. Again, we are seeing another first pick DP game where this DP is just getting obliterated in terms of counter picks. Like you're up against Doom, you're up against Phoenix, which is a long range Supernova, Sunray plus Vessel Buyer. You're up against Pango. Like, man, these DP games just look so hard. And I go back to if you pick this hero and you flex it to support, okay, but this is another game where you showed both supports, you're guaranteeing it's a core hero. And how are you helping this DP fight through all of this? Right now you have the Shadow Demon Shard. That's it. There's nothing else. So
yeah,
again, you're kind of just picking this DP, letting it get countered, throwing it on an island. I have my doubts about how much it's going to be able to have an impact in this game right now.
Gyrocopter, pretty decent response to that, I think. Like a lane winner, but it also deals with the Phoenix Egg, which is a problem for the Death Prophet going into team fights, right? Like you want to be able to exorcism, just run it down. But if you get hit by fire spirits and the egg gets used, forcing the Death Prophet to back out of the team fight midway through exorcism, that feels awful. So if you can actually have somebody that deals with it, and Gyrocopter is probably the best carry in the game to deal with the egg.
I mean, I think he takes value, like he takes advantage of dealing with the egg. He's definitely not the best, right? Like you rather have a Morphling or some just like higher attack speed hero, but or like Ursa. But yeah, I agree. Like,
but he's got to be in like the top 3 of like carries that you pick versus Phoenix, right?
Yeah, it's a good matchup, and he can definitely do some work. And this is also just a lot more AOE in team fight. Like now you're looking at a really strong 5-man group from OG here in terms of, can you stand your ground if you're secret? Like who's going to take the brunt of some of these spells? Who's getting demonic purged and kind of tanking through it? There's a DP silence. There's an ice path. There's a missile to deal with the Pango, because if the Pango just goes in, he has a free fight right now. But if he gets caught initially, it can go really bad. There's nothing to bail him out. So a lot is dependent on this Pango getting the jump first. Who has vision for that? Who can frontline? Would not be surprised to see if Secret want to take another hero that kind of just goes in and starts the fight, so that the Pango guarantee has some good impact here. Like,
what do you think the
not Wraith King,
hallmarks,
but something like that.
What do you think the hallmarks of OG drafting? Like, how would I be able to tell No Tail is drafting?
I think they think a lot about how to enable the star hero of their lineup, like what their win condition is and how to play through it and what that timing looks like. And they think a lot about what items these heroes are going to buy before you're even in the game. So sometimes they'll pick a hero just for an item. Sometimes they'll pick heroes just to make sure other heroes work. And they think a lot about these combinations and how the synergy aligns. Now, the upside of that is when you punch, like the famous Seb quote, right? We want to punch as hard as possible when everything combines. You can just win the game right there and then. But if you miss it or you flub it up and the execution's more difficult sometimes, then it can really just look completely terrible. And so here, this to me is like, this is a different kind of style that we're seeing from this OG and what No Tail's putting forth. This looks like pretty straightforward execution, not a lot of complicated synergies, just some good core heroes that take towers, take buildings, have some good answers to what Secret we're doing, right? You have a couple heroes that can kill the egg. You have a couple heroes that don't mind if they get doomed, like the DK. You have a Shadow Demon Disruption for some small bailout on Shackles, stuff like that. The only hole you're really missing is something to deal with Rolling Thunder. I think that's the one thing they did not address here. But otherwise, it's just pretty well-rounded. I don't think they're trying to do anything crazy. See if Secret have some wild pick last year, but it's hard to see what it was. I think your potential Naga Siren also got block picked pretty well here with this Gyro Dragon Knight. So maybe you're just going to take an offlaner.
Yeah, I was going to ask
Underlord type deal. Mars.
Yeah.
I think Cloud is a big Mars player. They might just go for that. Oh, Monkey King. All right. Oh, very interesting pick. Doesn't strike me as the greatest Monkey King game. That's why I'm like curious. They really wanted this last year. They wanted, because the thing is, like, the Dragon Knight matchup's not that great for this hero. The DP matchup is okay. The Gyros, sure, it's good, but the two supports here is miserable. Shadow Demon Jakiro. Like, that's like almost enough to dissuade a lot of people from wanting to play Monkey in a game like this, especially last pick Monkey, where you're trying to push this big Monkey King threat out there and be like, my last pick Monkey is going to take this game over, but you're doing it into Jakiro Shadow Demon. That, it just seems really bold. Like, you get Demonic Purge, you're having a rough time. You're getting, you know, all the attack speed slows from Jakiro thrown on you, you're having a bad time.
What do you think about the Dragon Knight and where he's at meta-wise? In mid-dragon, the Corrosive Dragon builds, it's been a little bit since we had where it was the meta where Dragon Knight carry was being run all the time with the red facet.
I think he's definitely weaker than he was in that patch where he was first picking. He was just dominating, right? I think that's very clear.
Yeah.
I think the hero still does Dragon Knight things, though. Like, he's still good enough to justify the pick. When you need a hero that can frontline, when you need a hero that can provide an extra stun from the core role, that's super valuable in certain games. He's a hero that I think he's like a glue hero, right? Like, you're not picking DK and then teams are like, oh shit, they got DK, we lost. But you're picking DK to make your lineup work and make your game easy to play. And I think that certainly does do the trick here for OG.
Okay. Because I was thinking about it. I was just like, do you need another frontliner? You have Death Prophet, and you have Gyrocopter, who's not a frontliner, but he's also no slouch in being able to play, you know, forward in a team fight. So I was like, did you need another hero to push towers? Did you need another frontline hero? And if you wanted stuns, right, there's a billion mid laners that give you disables, right? So you had a lot of options on the table there. So,
I think there's a few things that make it interesting in this draft. One of them is you get another hero that can hit the tower and a better Aegis. Well, maybe not a better Aegis carrier, but another potential Aegis carrier alongside Gyro and DP, depending on if somebody gets doomed and dies in these fights. Like, who are you putting Aegis on in this game, and who are you trying to force the doom into? And the other thing is it gave you this flex with the Death Prophet, technically, going into that last pick. Like, Secret could have put anything mid here, technically, right? Because they could have played offlane Pango and carry Doom. And this gave you the option of putting the DK or the DP mid and putting the other one in the offlane.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe they just really wanted to keep the DP mid open in case, like, I don't know, Timber came out or something wild here.
I do like the idea that it is splitting. They have split there because, as you said, like the OG style of drafting where they're playing through one hero. That is antithetical to what Doom is, right? Doom is like the ultimate anti-4 protect one, like when you're just trying to build around one guy. This is definitely, OG did not build around one core for this game. They did not put all their eggs in one basket, which is going to feel good against Doom. It does feel like this is a game where, like, it could be that, like, Dragon Knight is able to make that transition and start being like a real damage dealer if this game goes light. Or maybe it's just classic Gyrocopter takes over. Or maybe the Death Prophet gets early momentum and she becomes a monster. We haven't seen that yet in this qualifier. Death Prophets have struggled, but maybe this is the game for that. So I do like that against Doom anytime.
I agree. There's a lot of scale in this lineup. You always have good scale when you have Shadow Demon too, so this is a pretty even draft. I mean, I have a hard time betting against Doom though. Zero just seems to win, man. Like, I feel like especially when you get this Doom Death Prophet trade, it's got to feel good as the Doom team. Like, you can make up for it, but you've got to feel pretty confident. Puppy, he's just running down days. He's got a TP out of there. Almost pays a big price against the two fire boys up here. This lane's already looking tough for OG, but we'll see what they can get out of it, as the Olikor also getting run down. Almost dies as well. Okay. Yeah, these 2-4s are not having a fun time early.
Yeah, no surprise, I guess, in that regard, just because the two safe lane carries are so strong, and they're backed up by decent supports. Daze, Disruption, and Puppy still level 1. They took advantage of the situation, found an opening, and managed to get first blood. So Daze, pretty clutch with it. The fact that he pulled off that TP play earlier, doesn't give up first blood, and now finds the opportunity to claim first blood is a really nice swing of things.
I mean, that said, Puppy took 300 damage from neutral creeps in that entire exchange. A little sus there, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. He thought he was playing
Puppy
Chen.
and fighting it out with the neutrals, man. That's classic.
It really is. Satyr Torment, they're doing some work here early. See who gets the last hit on it.
But the dive, Daze, Blood Grenade, and being chased down with the Fire Spirits. A lot of damage over time coming from this duo. And unfortunately for the off lane pushes up at all. There is a lot of distance for them to be able to run you down. So no surprise that there's a kill returned back the other way, as that I'm sure that top lane is just going to be a back and forth mess.
All according to plan for Puppy. He just gives him the extra XP, so when he kills him, he gets a little more. And all works out for him in the end. Just get some camps up on this Phoenix, he'll be super happy. Lotus is coming out. Secret won both of them here. But Kiritich, even with that mana burn, he's not manning up here. 2 siphons online for Mixa here, and that urn already online for the Death Prophet. This means you do not want to give up any kills on his lane when that urn comes out super early. Oh, he got his courier killed too. All right, Puppy's having a little bit of a slow start here, but he'll warm up pretty fast.
I like how Puppy is the one player perhaps in the world that you can't shit on for losing his courier just because he has so much legacy.
I'm not gonna do it. I don't want the machete, bro. Like,
or maybe he has so much physical stature.
Yeah, I'm not gonna end up like, you know, this guy goes to land and I'm there and he just walks up to me. He's like, I heard you were making fun of my courier desk. Like, I'm not gonna be that guy. I still have stuff to live for.
We haven't seen Puppy at a LAN in quite some time, and obviously the Western European qualifier for TI is the most important one. Puppy being the last player to have attended all the TIs and missed out last year, and perhaps looking at another year of missing TI as the secret rosters just haven't been able to do it lately. Theolacor once again getting very low, but he continues to survive. I don't know how much regen he's bought in this lane, but he's living.
He's bought a lot. He's at the negative GPM territory. It's really adding up.
Territory. Oh man.
Yeah, it's rough. He just has not gotten that much CS. He's bought probably an average amount of regen, but one last hit, no kills. Rough times for the Shaman out here, as the pain just continues. Just tanking everything, giving the Pango as good a lane as he can get. Can't blame him. Not a lot of stacking in this game, especially for a Shadow Demon lineup with a gyro that could do it. Like, we're going to see one there, but nothing too early. All these guys kind of just playing on the lane. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of stacking today in general. Maybe the meta is just shifting a bit faster. Teams are playing more aggressive, rather look for kills or opportunities. I'm all for it.
How's mid lane going? Looks like it's going very well for the Monkey King. 32 and 12 compared to 23 and 2.
Yeah, he's owning.
As you said, it's a melee on melee matchup, but it's also a melee on melee matchup that Dragon Knight does not suffer that much.
No, he's fine in this matchup. And I always thought this matchup was honestly good for Dragon Knight overall in the grand scheme of things. Like, here's the high armor hero.
Nice catch. Liquor got tired of getting low over and over again in the bottom lane. Turns up to top and gets the kill on Daze and will now make the rotation. What I love a play like that at 530 area, because it should theoretically give you the numbers advantage for the rune fight. And it doesn't actually work out here. Stormstormer gets the illusion rune, but it's a nice theoretical play.
You can do the same thing at like that 630, looking for the wisdom shrine. Like, you can gank this top lane, you can look for the play, and if it works, you go wisdom shrine. If it doesn't, you can still often go wisdom shrine. Especially if you got people low, they might not be able to contest it in general. See if Secret look for something similar up here. 30 seconds out from that objective, they are lingering around top. Would love to keep fighting around this Doom. Super strong with 3 points scorched earth. And you just never got the earn charges on the Death Prophet up here either. So that's a big win for Secret, denying out the kill that would have powered this up. Kind of been a dead item for the early game.
Radiant are scanning.
Mixa doing a good job. Oh god, maybe cursed him. I was gonna say of not overextending and not getting caught by the rotation of Liquor, but then that's exactly what happened. So there he goes.
Yeah, getting a little too anxious. You still will trade the wisdom shrines. That's something here for OG. And Stormstormer did put some pressure on that mid lane and just goes back to the stacking. This is the one thing about this matchup that I think is nice for DK is if the monkey wants to leave to go do the wisdom shrine shenanigans, you just hit the tower, right? And like, you're kind of chilling.
Yeah. I feel like a lot more teams are doing. I almost feel like mid laners can't do the 7-minute play anymore because teams have gotten. It was so meta for a little window of time that teams have developed all these strategies to play against it. Whether it's making sure to mass rotate or having these picks mid that will punish it in some way. Doom does get used to kill the Jakiro. Shadow Shaman survives off of his foul play and no damage over time to be able to stop him.
Dire's middle tower.
Well, it's Doom down for the Death Prophet at least. Still no earn charges though. And man, that was a high level Jakiro, by the way. That was a level 5 Jakiro. So yeah. I actually don't mind doing him there. That is not a low level kill to secure.
It does give you a window where they can get level 6 on Death Prophet and their Doom would still be on cooldown.
Yep.
I wonder if they're going to try and play for that and get that safe lane tower killed.
The dangerous part is we're going to see something we saw in all those other games where if Secret just bring numbers, I think you just kill him. Like you drop a Wukong on his face, drop a Rolling Thunder. You can't really bail him out.
Meeks goes back to help out Daze, but he's going to realize that this situation is not a winnable one. He does manage to get the kill on Liquor. Looks like foul play was still on cooldown, but with the presence of the Monkey King, it does not go well. You could see why he wanted to get aggressive there because it seemed like OG wanted to make a move. They were coming through the gate at that same time, but Heroes just arriving to the fight late. The Jakiro and Gyrocopter not able to really get to the fight in time. Stormstormer does do the thing where you're saying if Monkey King's gonna leave, you pressure the tower, but getting caught in the process makes the situation much worse. Oof. Got a bit of damage on the mid tower, but dying for it, not worth at all.
Oh, this Monkey King just got 2 huge core kills in this game. Both the tower pushers going down to him in the time of 1 Wukong as well. He only had 1 to use for these pushes, he got both. And that was a play top where OG could have brought Shad in. He went through the gate. It just didn't sync up. So you didn't have this gyro for that big oomph when the skirmish actually happened. And that costs him time. You don't end up getting this tower. You don't get that early fight with the gyro with the barrage points that you were looking for. And he misses some XP bottom. It's kind of an awkward sequence for Gyro, who's the strongest hero in this game right now.
They've
almost gotten both the safe lane and the mid tower, but it almost feels like OG is like they feel so pressured to get these early towers that they, you know, there's all these heroes that show up mid, and then they're like, okay, we got to do as much damage to the safe lane tower as possible. And then when they, you know, heroes show up at the safe lane, Stormstormer's like, I got to hit that mid tower. And they are just getting caught on both sides. And at this rate, Secret is going to be the ones taking the tier 1s first because of a move like this where they kill the Dragon Knight and take over the lane. And even as you TP in, you're TPing into Rolling Thunder potentially. So this is going to be dangerous for Shad. He's already lost both his supports. Monkey King will hop away through the trees. And
you gotta be careful of that tree cut. God damn, it's like cutting every tree around this monkey. Almost did him dirty there. But yeah, you're right. Like OG are just, they are overplaying their hand around these tier 1s. Instead of using the tier 1s to get good fights for themselves, they're just sacrificing heroes to try and bring them down, which I think is kind of antithetical to your goal with this lineup. Like, you will get these tier 1s eventually. It's not about the tower, it's about the fight it gives you. It's about the team fight that Shad can connect to with this gyro that is going to give your supports the levels they need in this game. It's not about the tower. And you haven't been taking these objectives in terms of setting up the fight. You've just been trying to brute force them down. And you've paid a heavy price. 2 deaths on the Dragon Knight, 2 deaths on the Death Prophet in this early game. Slows you down a lot.
Sure. Did manage to finally get that mid tower and that safe lane tower. Team Secret, though, they take the enemy safe lane tower and are currently playing in that area. Looking at the gyrocopter, Monkey King, see, he's out. Back to farming for him. Stormstormer, when they get the Blink Dagger, maybe that will make things cleaner for OG when they'll have a clear source of initiation. Maybe they'll feel that, I don't know, maybe they will put together team fights better off of having a Blink instead of just brute forcing towers.
I honestly don't know if you should go Blink here. I think this is, I don't know. I think your lineup's kind of just designed to scale with 3 cores. You don't have that much damage follow-up on a Blink initiation unless you bring the gyro. And I guess my question is, what are you going to fight for in the next 3 to 4 minutes here that the gyro's connecting to? 14-minute Wisdom Shrine? No. Bottom tier 1? Probably not. Early Roshan? Probably not. I mean, you could do it with Exo, but I don't think you need Blink to force that anyway. I feel like you should just farm
but at the same time, you built Spirit Vessel on Death Prophet, right?
Sure.
Like you kind of already tipped your hand to going into that fighting direction, and like Dragon Knight's the only thing that's really going to enable that, unless you get the good fights around towers, which they haven't done some.
I mean, I agree though, like the way OG are itemizing is it's for the early game. You know, you have this Falcon Blade, Dragon Lance on the gyro too. He's perfectly happy to join the early fights. They are strong. As long as you can find that fight. And I guess my question is, where are you going to find that fight in the next 3 to 4 minutes here? The only place I see is Roshan, if you want to really try and force an early Rosh with Exo.
Right. If he were to go the slower build for the Dragon Knight, what is that itemization wise? Is it Mage Slayer? Is it like Midas?
I think your options are pretty much Midas, Mage Slayer, or Maelstrom. It's like all you can really do.
Look at Illaquari trying to be cheeky with it. You're not gonna get, but if he manages to get TPs out of them and survive, that is like worth in a way. He didn't even TP back to base. He TP'd to the tier 2 top, so he's still kind of out on the map.
It's not nothing. I mean, this is space for the Pango to continue to farm out, push this bottom wave in, and then you can go for a play if you're Secret. You have Diffusal on the Pangolier. You have your Maelstrom on the Monkey King. You can also just keep farming here.
They're gonna go for the smoke.
Yeah, I prefer this.
Hit a little timing here. Yeah.
Yeah, you still have this mid tier 1 you can go to. Like, this is the upside of sometimes having the tower up, is it gives a clear point where you know OG are kind of going to be around this area.
Even just something like this, quick pick into maybe taking some of the neutrals and farming your way back, but they're going to go for the mid tower. Got the Shadow Shaman wards. I mean, they don't even need it.
Yeah, just take this
mid for free. So I like the fact that Doom didn't join in on that smoke rotation. Definitely felt like this was not a full commitment smoke, right? It was just something, go out there, get something, take that mid tower as a result of getting that pick. I have found the other scary part about Doom for me, I'm like playing as an offlaner, I'm like, man, the safe lane Doom, how do I deal with this hero in the safe lane? It's just so strong. And then later on, it feels like if the game slows down, it's not bad for the carry Doom, because it's like when an alchemist is free farming, right? It's just like, yeah, in some ways, like the hero is going to cap out, but it gets to this overwhelming point so quickly, you know, that you're going to have some window of like 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and this hero is going to be, you know, 5 slotted, and it's just going to be impossible to beat in those mid-game team fights. So I don't feel bad if the game speeds up for the Doom, and I don't feel bad when it slows down like this either.
That's called just being a good hero.
That's true. Nice initiation into the Ice Path macro pyre. I mean, they do have some. They have that, right? They have that follow up to the Dragon Tail initiation. Jakiro's probably one of the better heroes to take advantage of that situation, but they would like more off the situation. They might know the Monkey King's here because
he's taking a lot of
he's already
damage.
taking so much damage. This exorcism, it's ate him up, and beautiful disruption. He's coming back and he's still dead, but the exorcism lasted long enough. It did extra damage. The supernova goes out there. No disables to keep the heroes in play. Kadaro even playing, because he wants the gyrocopter to be active here. Gyrocopter was coming over to the fight, but Team Secret have already called it a day. They used a lot of spells, did not get that much for it.
That's such a weird situation. Like, I feel like you have to just drop the Wukong and go. I don't think you can sit there and take that much damage off Exo with nothing happening. That's kind of bizarre. Maybe he just thought he wasn't going to take as many of the hits as he did, but there's no one else there. Kind of brutal.
It also didn't help that the Death Prophet didn't seem to know he was there, but walked right next to the tree. And obviously, the closer you are to Exorcism, the more damage you take, because the ghosts are it's based off of them hitting the hero and then coming back to Death Prophet and going out again. So if that distance is short, damage from Exorcism starts amping up, and he was about as close as you could get.
That is not the fight you were looking for. Your Secret there, but you didn't lose too much here. And if you're OG, at least you got something off this Dragon Knight Blink. Like, you got the big pick off, you got something to close the map a little bit, but like I said, it's not going to lead into any big objectives here early game. So you're going to have to keep farming up. And you are going to have to play into a very farm Doombringer, as Kiritich is putting in the work with the bargain. And this is Midas back on the menu, Radiant's running the whole time. He got the Alpha Wolf. It's the carry Doom Dream right now, just slowly out farming you.
Yeah, I mean, as time goes on, it's definitely looking more and more like what you were saying about the Blink Dagger. They really didn't get that much for it, and you are beginning to wish that you had gone for more farming builds on some of these heroes.
I just feel like that was how this game was going to be no matter what. Like, I just did not see you getting a lot of pickoffs with this Blink. As much as you would have liked it to have been like that. Secret are just they're not gonna fight you head up unless it's for a big objective.
No, maybe that. Do you think that situation is different though if they had gotten momentum off of the Death Prophet, like the early pushes from Death Prophet and Dragon Knight, right? They get those towers without dying as much. Maybe they even get a good team fight. Like if they got that momentum early, right? Then this build up, the itemization that they win for would have been perfectly fine or even great, right?
Honestly,
or
even
do you
then,
still fundamentally disagree?
I don't know. Like, I think there are games where this early Blink looks good, but I think he's about to die here. And this is going to make it feel a lot worse. I just honestly, part of me thinks even if theoretically the Blink is good, in the modern state of Dota, it's just kind of been eroded in terms of its value. Like, the map's just too big. People just farm too much.
The setup from Secret right now is too good. They get the Dragon Knight kill, but at the same time, the smoke rotation behind Shad. I mean, fantastic setup from Secret. The fact they managed to pull off both kills, very crucial 4 kills like that, back to back, pretty sick. Trade-off is OG will manage to get the Tormentor. It's the Demonic Purge, but they're going to get caught on the way out. Now, Theo the Core is going to die for this one. Does the Pango want to go through this gate? He's going to get silenced. He's not going to get off Rolling Thunder away. He might just die of the Exorcism here, trying to get it off now, but the Exorcism, the last bit of damage. Oh, he needs a little bit more, and he's got him. Mixa gets the double kill. Secret gifting OG something on top of the Tormentor.
Get the
trade-off
Phoenix.
was perfectly fine. They get the Phoenix as well. The trade-off was so good for Secret, and then they got greedy with it.
I mean, that's greedy's one thing. That was you thought you're gone. Like, I don't know. It's just one by one through a gate and nobody else is there. The Doom's not involved in any of that Tormentor attempt. The Tormentor's already gone. Like, what are you even fighting for here? I think you just let the Olacor die and you just farm the map and you would have been okay with that trade.
100%.
A very strange sequence there for Secret, and then you lose Puppy on the Phoenix afterwards. He's not going to be happy about that. I mean, your Doom is so fat right now. I don't think you have to force a lot of action that is not around Kiritich. Or OG forcing your hand. Like, if OG just go in the Roche pit with Exo, that's one thing. If they force that Tormentor with Exo and you're set up to contest it, okay. But I don't think you're under that much pressure to, you know, force fights right now. Like, you have a lot of scale in your lineup.
We are going to see, there's a reason why I said earlier when Puppy likes to interact with the neutrals quite a bit. He is, of course, known as a Chen player, but he's also known as being one of the greedier 5 positions, historically speaking. Plays, farms a lot of neutrals, and he is going to be going for that, was it Kataomi build? Who was it that always did the Scythe Rush on
Cowrie.
Phoenix? Cowrie, that's right. I mix up the Eastern European K boys.
Another solo play by Theolacor. This is, again, very awkward.
Very dead. He's going to get +1 maybe. Disruption on Cloud, and the silence is there. Can they get the follow-up with the slowdown? Yeah, they've got him. Man,
nice
OG,
find.
they're cooking now. Secret giving him some openings, and OG, I mean, to their credit, they're taking full advantage of the situation.
This, they definitely are, but it does feel like Secret are just forcing some random plays. Like, what is this solo play wards in the river via Shaman? Like, you're just baiting your team into bad positions. And now OG, they get to group up. And this is what their lineup really wants to do. Group is 5, force the objective-based fights where Secret have to respond. And you have your BKBs, or at least you have the BKB on the Dragon Knights. You almost have the gyros, but he won't have it here.
Oh, they spotted him. Ace catches the Monkey King +1 with the Monkey King already dead. I mean, they got a Supernova in the pit. That's a really good position with the Doom out on Mixa. Maybe they can blow him up here. Kiritich has to TP away during his BKB, but the Phoenix can finish him off. Well played by Secret. They'll probably still lose this situation. They're going to lose support, but getting the death profit out of it. Yeah, I mean, if only the missile wasn't on him, he could have comboed that into the Rolling Thunder. Maybe they could have killed the Dragon Knight as well, and then maybe all bets are off for the Roshan. But as it stands, OG well positioned to take this Rosh if they just... I mean, they should have the courage to do so. Oh, God, they're actually going to fight this one. Rolling Thunder is coming out. Shad has managed to get that out of him with the Serpent Wards. Roshan's going to die here. He's going to pop the BKB, but he's blocked out by the wards. He's got to get inside the pit to be able to grab this. Aegis, they go for it. Stormstormer jumps in. Aegis on the ground. Somebody pick it up, for God's sakes. Aegis, Shad finally gets the grab. They wipe out the 2 in the pit. They get the Aegis, and they don't get the Roshan kill. Shad is going to lose the Aegis. Rival's still jumping in after this one. Oh, somebody take this Aegis away from this man. All right, they finally got it. Kiritich, he'll take him off one swing of the sword. Now the question is, are you going to be able to get out? Secret seemed a little bit slow to... I mean, this is a 3 versus 5, boys. You got to get that kill and get away as quick as possible. Puppet gets caught. Now the missile into Kiritich. He's going to get the slowdown with the call down. He beautifully placed double slow into the ice path. Kiritich is gone, and OG had taken full control of things now.
Shad owned that fight. He delivers BKB right as the ward's Rolling Thunder gets dropped. That's what allows him to go back in there. And eventually clicks the Aegis. Eventually gets it here on the side of OG. And a nice chase down on the Doom as well. Very nice fight from him. This Gyro putting the team on his back right now after a Roche play that almost went awry.
Yeah.
This is just, man, it feels like the last 5 or 6 minutes for Secret has just been super awkward. Like everything about these plays is, it's just people trickling into engagements. The team fight, you don't have everybody alive. I don't think we've seen a fight where all the cores were alive and fighting together. Whereas for OG, they've pretty much done everything as a team, and they're getting the rewards of a coordinated effort here, for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is. I mean, we had some criticism for OG and like some of their early ideas of the game, but reached the mid game. They to their credit, they did not panic when things were going wrong. It seemed like in the early game, though. Now to jump in. That's going to be a Shadow Shaman dead right away. Traded up for the Jakiro. The Supernova goes off, and OG not in a position to deal with it. Meanwhile, the Doom is trying to run after the Death Prophet. Can't really commit, though, because the Exorcism being out. It just means that chasing the Death Prophet ends up throwing a lot of damage back your way. And so Secret will have to back out, giving OG control over this area and likely to take the tier 2 tower.
Supernova and Doom used. You just gotta support. Feels pretty bad. Nice disengage from OG. Glimmer Capes, or Glimmer Cape plus Force Staff already up between the supports. Counts for a lot in these fights against the Doom. Secret gonna chase here. It feels like we need some impact from this Monkey King. Rebel had a really good start, and then he has not found his mark in the team fights. It's been too discoordinated.
Yep. And we're seeing some of the other side of the Death Prophet versus Doom matchup. This was way more common in older Dota with this matchup between Death Prophet and Doom, is that if you got off the Doom after Exorcism, it was really bad because Doom back then didn't stop the healing. So if he already got Spirit Siphon off, he already got Exorcism off, then Doom was effectively not really stopping anything. And so Death Prophet was kind of like, you know, just a Carry Tiny or something like that, where he's just like, I'm still doing all the damage and you're not really stopping that. And we're seeing that out of these last couple of fights where Doom's out the Death Prophet, the Exorcism is already down, and he's just taking so much damage from Exo that he can't ensure the Death Prophet dies.
Especially if he survives the Doom and can come back in the fight. Like, he can heal up really fast. So that's the worst part of that, is if you don't finish him off, you're really screwed. And OG just push him, man. They don't need Aegis. They have BKBs on the two big cores. If you want to commit on the Death Prophet, this is one of those lineups where, sure, you might be able to all-in Mixa here, but the other 2 cores are going to take your lives, take your buildings. Solar Crest already done as well, helps this DK frontline. That's an easy range tracks right there. No fight from Secret, who are probably left wondering, like, what did we do wrong in this game? Because it felt like they had some nice early game control and then just turned into nothing.
I mean, I'll tell you, it felt like they panicked a bit. They were too pushy to try and take advantage of certain situations, like, you know, oh, Tormentor's down, you know, like maybe they're low, let's get through that. Then they started losing some control. The Roshan fight, maybe an example of that situation where they're just trying to force things too much. Felt like their reaction to things going bad was much worse than OG. OG seemed to like be able to keep their composure, where it feels like Secret did not, because when things started going bad, they just continued to get worse and worse.
I'd agree with that a little bit, yeah. Feels like OG just know what their game plan is. They're just playing towards it.
Yeah.
And it's get all 3 cores fat, have 3 semi-carries that kind of counteract this carry Doom. Can only Doom 1 guy. The other 2 will carry the fight. And just don't take bad team fights in this game. Keep fighting for the big objectives you want to and progress your game plan. If you could ever get an Aegis on this gyro, then you have your high ground mechanism. Can even put on the DK this game, depending on who's stronger. And that's a tough Aegis for Secret to get through, because you likely have to commit ults to do it. Like, you're going to have to drop something between the Doom, the Wukong, the Supernova. And the last BKB for OG is arriving now? Yes, flying out for the Death Prophet. That's huge. BKB Dragonite, BKB Gyro, BKB Death Prophet. With Disruption, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, Solar behind them. That is a lot to get through. And you don't have BKB Piercing control. You have nothing.
Yeah, there's pretty much no way that, and unless you are getting the initiation on the Death Prophet and chaining up some disables, there's no way that Doom actually ensures that Death Prophet dies.
Yeah, no way. I mean, whoever you Doom here is going to BKB walk it off, and they're going to get Glimmer to Force or whatever, and then what are you doing in that period if you're secret, right?
So the question, that's a good question. What is secret? If you're in their position, what do you do right now? Are you just trying to dodge team fights and then just go for the Hail Mary smoke contest?
I mean, I'm definitely dodging fights. The only place I'm fighting is either High Ground or Roche Pit, because at least then you can take advantage of this Supernova Wukong Rolling Thunder while the Roche is getting low. That's pretty awkward for OG to fight into. Like, we saw it around that pit. That Supernova in the pit was pretty nasty.
It was very strong.
So
and
that's
maybe
your
Hail
best
Mary is
bet.
too strong of a phrase to use, because it's not like Secret's down that much, right? They've cut it down to only a 5,000 net worth lead. They're likely to be picked off a few times, as you said, if they're going to be dodging team fights, and OG does not have bad catch in that regard between Blink Dagger Shadow Demon and Blink Dagger Dragonite. So likely to give up a few kills here or there as we wait for this Roshan to spawn.
Yeah, they're in an okay spot. You just don't want to give up bad Cordas going into this next Roche, because if OG get that Aegis, then you're in trouble. It's going to make that high ground defense a lot tougher. And we'll see what Shad can pick up here. If he can get to another item, like during this Roche spawn interval, that would be huge. Because he just finished Broach. He's hitting a lot harder, Gunpowder Gauntlet on top of that. And he can sell this Falcon Blade going into the next item. So he really has like 3k plus gold here. He could just buy out for something and try and just min-max the damage for this next Roche fight, particularly if it's a long Roche spawn.
Oh, that's it. So I was going to ask about damage. Do you feel like he needs that much more damage? Because he's looking at S and Y, you're going to be looking at Satanic, and you're going to be looking at like maybe Daedalus at some point in time. Like, where do you think the priority lies between those items?
I would want damage if I'm him, because you have two other semi-carries that are both going to provide a decent amount of damage and have a lot of HP. So you need to... Basically, you just want to be in a position where whatever two cores don't get all in, if that happens, you have damage to carry the fight. Like, I'm actually not as concerned about building survivability here, because I think in the situation where you get gone on, you get 100 to 0, like, you're going to get 100 0'd or whatever. But in the situation where you don't, then just deal as much damage as you can. Just kill Secret while they're trying to kill you, the one core they doomed and are trying to all in.
5-man smoke wrap around. Here comes that Roshan play. Secret looking to contest. You put it pretty aptly. They can't really afford to give one of these cores an extra life, as it would likely cost them at least a Doom, a Wukong's Command, or something to be able to claim that Aegis, and that doesn't leave them with too many resources for the second life. So they did long wrap around, got into the Radiant side control point for Roshan, but OG have pushed into the Dire Triangle and hold the Dire side, and they are in the better position to threaten the base. So if OG makes read of the situation, they just kind of can push the creep waves into the base and maybe get a response. Puppies there to try and deal with the creep waves. Now they go into the pit. Does OG actually know? They got a scan on him, so they do know. The Rolling Thunder, they see an opportunity to go for the initiation. It's going to be Jakiro, already dead. Nullified out of this fight. Immediate buyback from him, though. That was an intentional play in some regard. Disruption used to try and bail out the Death Prophet here. With a teleport onto the outpost, they have their full 5-man squad up, but Shad is a bit isolated here. Very isolated. Going to be shackled down, controlled up quite heavily. Can the rest of the team get here in time? Certainly not. They can't even take advantage of the situation. Daze, who showed up, immediately gets killed as well. It's more buybacks coming out from OG. A quick teleport away. Nice readed situation from the Monkey King. Got out of there. Unfortunately, his offlaner does not. Cloud ends up going down, and OG, a heavy investment to do so, but they will walk away with the Roshan with the Aegis.
That's a very heavy investment. Triple buyback there. A lot more than you wanted to spend to get this Aegis, particularly the gyro going down. This is where, again, you won't get to put the Aegis on him. You have to give it to somebody else here. I'll give it to the Death Prophet. That's very interesting, too.
The two other cores are not good for Aegis, right? Because they're transformation heroes.
I think the DK is a little better, but maybe this Death Prophet Ags and gives them some playability. I mean, Secret, they played this really well. They had the right angle. They had the high ground. They're able to commit ults. They take down a support early. The Sunray Supernova plus that Doom ticks out the DP, so Puppey sacrifices his life to make that happen. And then you get to focus fire this gyro way separated from the fight. OG did not get to maintain a good formation on that exchange because they basically got caught in the river and it split the fight up really naturally. Awkward situation.
It seemed like
for
they
them.
had the idea, right, where they took the triangle and took the outpost, that they knew they were going to play for buybacks off in that team fight. But it almost felt like because they were going to play with buybacks, that they did not maintain formation for a proper team fight. Because like they had the scan on the high ground and everything. Like Jakiro kind of barrels forward, he gets jumped on, but then also the gyro is so far forward, he gets isolated from his team. The way that he takes that fight.
There's no way you should just be face planting that high ground with the Jakiro. Like even if you have buy, it just doesn't do anything for the fight. I think they honestly probably would have been better off just pushing Secret's base and making them show and come back, and then going Rosh. And then Secret has to go through their vision, through their outpost. To reach them, you can take the fight there if you really want to. I think they had the better position and kind of gave it up. And that's why they had to spend sort of buybacks for this fight. Now, in the end, they still get an Aegis, and you can argue it's still worth it here. But you can't afford to put up too many bad fights like that, particularly if Stormstormer goes down.
Yeah, if another fight goes bad, it's going to go really bad because then you're dealing with dieback timers and a much bigger opening for Secret to take over the game.
They caught the
That's what
DK.
just happened here with a pick off on the Dragon Knight. No BKB opportunity against the Shadow Shaman. BKB, Death Prophet teleports away. The other two supports will also both successfully get out. So they have managed to limit the losses as much as possible. But yeah, that's still going to put your Aegis timing kind of awkward here for this 3.5 minutes.
It's also the worst hero to have go down right now. He's so much of your presence around the map. We saw the Hex pick up for Puppey as well, so you have a lot of Hex chaining that can go out between the Phoenix and the Shaman here. A lot of control if you get jump first and you don't get BKB off. And the Bashers can eventually come out here for Secret. Like you can get a Basher on Penguin, you can get a Basher on the Monkey. You can build some BKB control in this game. You can continue to scale. You're not just automatically getting outscaled in this game. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes. It's kind of an awkward situation for OG. Like you want to push and fight with this Aegis, but it's on the DP. So it's not that good to just go and exo their base, and then if he dies, it's like, well, yeah, he comes back, but it's not as impactful.
Yeah. And Aegis is not a guarantee of a team fight against Phoenix, right? Because it's always kind of dangerous. It's like you can't just give away that one fight because when they come back up, they're coming back into a supernova that's going to explode. And a Wukong's command, like they do have that like zone control of Secret that if the execution is good enough, it doesn't matter how many lives you have if you're just coming back into the same shithole, you know?
That is very true. You can disengage it, but it doesn't mean you're going to win the fight. That's AC done for Kirtich, so he's hitting a lot harder now. This boosts up some of the other two cores damage as well. Monkey and the Pango benefit from the armor. And it's just smoke on smoke action, looking for the fight, even into the Aegis here. Let's see if OG can get some bait value out of it, but no, it's just, oh, nice disruption.
Good disruption, but the Supernova is out, so the Dragon Knight is ward trapped into a Supernova. So it is a clean win already. Mixa going back in, going for the kill on arrival. Rival gets the big heal off and is able to win the fight against Mixa. He heals up the full, now full shackles on a Shaddy, pops his BKB, but he's surrounded by too much physical damage. He wouldn't be able to TP out. And the Death Prophet coming back to life is instantly killed. The Aegis does nothing for you in this situation. Secret. I mean, this has just been a back and forth game where it feels like there's always one team that has a better mind of what they're doing in the fight. Right now, it's Secret.
That DK got double hexed right off the bat, and there was a very good disruption that countered both of these hexes. So in theory, it's not a bad turnaround, but you just get doomed and you can't engage into this supernova, so it doesn't really matter. Like the second you get jumped, it feels like that fight's over.
Yeah, the situation is it would require Shad to be closer to the fight so we could just BKB commit onto the egg, right?
Yeah, you all go in, but it's pretty scary to do that. It just feels like we're seeing OG get outscaled right now. And I mean, to me, this is the Doom puzzle. Like, you give this Doom away, he just wins. This hero just wins, man. He does so much damage. He's so damn tanky. He always gives you a clear path in how to win a fight, right? Like, you go on whoever the problem hero is, you Doom that guy, and you're probably happy with the exchange. It's not complicated. It's not something you have to figure out. It's just, who's the problem? Who's doing the most damage? The Dragon Knight? Okay, we jump and Doom him.
And we're not seeing that the other cores can carry the fight like we were theorizing, right? But have these other 2 cores be damage threats. But they did manage to catch Secret as they pushed. What happened there? They were like
getting way too greedy.
They rotated back their Monkey King back. Yeah, another situation where they're just getting too greedy.
Like, it's just an unnecessary push. A bad death on his Doom. He was worth a lot of gold. He had a huge streak. That's a 6x streak. That's a 2,000 gold kill. Just on that Doom, a lot of it going to the Dragon Knight, yeah. And that's full Satanic for Stormstormer. I agree that we have not seen the Tricore be too effective so far, but this game could get to a point where it is if you can continue to find farm on everybody here. But that's the key for OG. You have to find farm on all 3 of these cores. You can't let someone fall behind, because then it makes dooming whoever's in the lead that much more impactful. And here's an Exo just going high ground. Okay, very aggressive.
I love this. Try and get that buyback out of the Doom. If not, building's going to be coming out. And it is unlikely, I think, that Secret is really going to be able to punish you off the Doom buyback. Right? It would require Shadow Side to get a good grab on you. And they do have 4 staffs to see there to bail you out and make sure that you can get off of BKB and reset. So that's going to be 1 lane of barracks. 20 seconds left on the Doom. Doesn't seem like enough for OG to do anything in the mid lane. So yeah, they've already made the... Well, actually, that's not their drawing. It looks like the call from Ribal. He wants to push into them as the Doom is coming back up, but OG's already pretty much reset. Butterfly's going to be next item choice. He was thinking about Satanic, and I feel like that's always a little awkward with this kind of build now, where you go Revenant's Brooch on Gyrocopter. So he's going to go Butterfly as his other item, which I like more. Better damage. And maybe he gets doomed, maybe he doesn't. Last few fights have been Dragonite has been the target there. But I think the biggest thing is OG just need to stick together, so we have an opportunity to see the Tricore lineup have impact when one of them gets gone on, right?
Like when that jump comes in from Secret, if you're just all there with everybody, you just pop triple BKB, you kill Egg, you just take the fight. Like, you can't get jumped on one guy and leave that guy behind. You're not winning that fight in the long run. Even if the guy is by, I think it's pretty unlikely. You just have to be together. Take it as a team and believe you have enough scale and correct itemization to win that team fight. Attack speed, you have it to kill the Egg. Absolutely can sit there and kill the Egg, at least until some BKB control is out. We have a Basher on the Monkey, but no Basher in sight for Cloud on this Pango. So that's kind of hit here. If you're Secret, like, your only ability to control the Egg hitters is jumping them first or bashing a dude. Like, pretty unlikely.
I do wonder if you're getting to a point where, because it's a level 3 Egg now, right? So it's 10 hits. It's probably, still good and everything, but I do think it's not as much a guarantee win anymore when the Gyrocopter has to spend that much time hitting the Egg, right? Because those are no longer all flat cannon shots that are going to go out, right? Because flat cannon is... Oh no, flat cannon's 10 shots too. Never mind. I forgot about the talent.
Yeah, it's still fine. Also, it's not... In theory, it should not just be him. It should be like 5 flat hits and 3 and 2 from other people. Yeah, it should be a joint effort here.
Smoke up. Pushing into Dire Triangle. Secret was set up for it, but the lane is pushing in bottom. They kind of have to deal with that. It looks like are they conceding this area, or are they setting up? It's funny, they don't want to take it on the staircase. They want to take it in this more claustrophobic area, which I suppose is technically better for Supernova and Wukong's command, right?
It's also they want to make sure they can keep clearing this bottom wave. because this is the lane without the racks, so they have to cut this wave to maintain some sort of map control that OG can't just sit there and wait it out on. Which in theory, OG can still do this if they don't think Roche is going to spawn super early, or that Secret are going to force it down. They can just hold the high ground and be very patient here, and someone from Secret eventually has to show. Secret baiting the rune? No, they'll take the rune.
All right, well, seeing the illusions, OG definitely know there's probably a smoke in this area. There's some sort of play. Misa is not being that careful with it. Nullifier placed on him. They're getting the control on good disruption. Has an opportunity to get on BKB, but he still gets hexed up, and he's underneath the supernova anyway, so likely to die. Shadow Demon in his attempt to bail out Misa. And Stormtrooper's going to go back in. Double buyback's going to be used right on the outpost here. BKB committed to kill off the Pango. He's dead. He has buyback, though. Silence on 2 as Mixa starts slowing down the Doom. Doom gets eaten up by this Death Prophet, man. Good use to the Boundless Strike and Blink Daggers to try and retreat here. Rival BKB's TP's out, no control here, so he will manage to get away. Team Secret are gonna have to use some buybacks here, but maybe they could stall it enough. The exorcism starts like fading, and maybe they could take the team fight off of that. But 3 dead on the side of Secret, and OG pushed into the base.
If you win this fight, you're gonna get Roche off this. It could be a big throw from OG if you die overextending here.
Here comes the initiation. Some of these heroes don't have BKB, remember, and the buybacks have been completely committed inside the Wukong's command. Slowed down to a crawl. The Dragon Knight just cannot get out. That's 2 dead. The 2 that died do have the buyback, so OG may still be able to have a 5-on-5, or maybe Shat's going to be caught BKB here, and he's doomed up. He's also going to go down.
Doing a lot of damage,
lots of damage out. Holy shit, he got a lot of damage out.
Okay. Is that enough, though?
It doesn't seem to be enough. Without the OG are not sure, I guess, should they have bought back immediately and TP'd outposts? Could they have gotten here in time? I'm not sure, but as it stands, now they've lost a hero that does not have buyback. Now they really cannot contest Roshan, I believe.
And an amp damage spawns bottom river if Kiritage wants to check it here. Or he's heading straight for it. What a rune find. I mean, now you absolutely go to Roche top. Expensive buybacks from Secret, but they held the gold the whole time. I mean, they were prepared for a long fight here. And this is that push from OG that's... Like, is this the push you want to force, right? Like, you do want buybacks here, but I also feel like if your goal is to get buybacks, you're instantly bailing with everybody. This was not an instant bail. This was a, let's linger and see what kind of happens. And this is the reason you get caught on some other heroes. And I think this is easily a situation where, okay, you push, you get buybacks, you lose Dragon Knight, you buy the Dragon Knight, you can still take that Roche fight, you have buyback advantage. They don't have, they might not have Doom or Egg or something, right? And that could be a good situation. So the fact that OG are a little hesitant here on, are we getting buybacks and getting out with everybody, or are we actually just taking this fight? It costs them a lot right there, because now you effectively just threw a fight into Secret, gave them a massive Roshan in this game. And they were kind of getting capped on item slots in some of these heroes anyway, so for them using the gold for buybacks to win a fight is pretty valuable, honestly.
Yeah. The recipe doesn't cost that much anymore, but it is... Oh, caught the Dragon Knight. Oh, no. Stormer. He gets off the BKB. Doom is up in a second here. He doesn't need TP. Oh, my God. What is he doing out here with no TP, man? Oh. I mean, he could try and blink. He could try and hide.
No, there's no way out. There's no shot, man.
Out. Oh, no.
That's a terrible death for him. Gotta get the lanes out somewhere else at least, but I was just about to say, like, Secret just got big items off that. They got Refresher on the Phoenix. They got BKB on the Shaman. They're gonna have a Refresher on the Doom. They have Refresher on the Pango. That's like, what is that? It's gonna be 3 Refreshers going to this next fight that were not there before. And you got a Refresher Shard that the Olacor's carrying around right now. You can give that to the Monkey King, and it's super good for him, right? Because he already has level 25 Wukong. That is 4 Refreshers out of nowhere, and that is just a ridiculous level up in fighting power. You could end the game with this right here, particularly if OG do not have buybacks available for a high ground defense. They have a Gyro and they have a Chikiro. They are very susceptible right now. Like, you're just gonna get, you know, a quad Refresher all in with all these spells, die and lose the game.
it's funny, the Phoenix took the Dazun Blood Right. So he's got double HP cost on his spells. He loses HP really quickly when he casts spells, but it doesn't matter because he's going to be an egg most of the time. The push from Secret. This area is completely owned by Secret. They will take the one barracks cleanly and get away. Maybe that was they really ensured we're getting one lane of barracks and there's no contest from OG, and then we're backing out.
Honestly, I think this is absolutely the correct call because you still have Aegis for 230 here. Now all you do is you push bottom lane in all the way, and you do it again on bottom lane. And you force OG into a fight where they will still not have the Death Prophet buy or the Shadow Demon buy. You know it on timer. And you will have all your spells up, including all of those refreshers, so you can drop another Wukong wards on the racks, play for the megas. Even if you lose the fight, you're going to get megas out of it. And you probably win the fight because you have 4 refreshers right now. So if you just go down bottom lane here, it's looking real good for you right now. OG are going to have to pull something out of a hat here. They need more damage. They need Divine Rapier Gyro or like Refresher DP or something. Yeah. They just need more. Oof.
Yeah, Shad's trying to buy out Aghanim's Blessing and Divine Rapier, so he kind of needs every bit of farm that he can get for that. But if he gets that, right, if he gets doomed in the fight, if he's not able to have that impact, are the other 2 cores going to be able to put out the damage? And
right now, no.
That's where
it's going to take a good
right
jump.
Now it doesn't look like it.
I mean, I don't hate the idea of trying to fight Secret outside of your base as OG, because if you just let them set up ults on your racks, you're kind of getting mega no matter what.
Yeah.
So I actually think this smoke it's a nice idea. It's just Secret were very disciplined about it, did not give the opening. And now you get to walk down bottom lane here with a minute left on your Aegis. You could still look for the angle from behind if you're OG. Don't have a smoke
they're trying to play on this high ground ward.
It's a good ward.
Doom, he's going to walk forward underneath that ward sentry. They're going to try and jump him. He does have the Aegis, though. Rolling Thunder. Oh, it hit into some sort of rock there, so he wasn't able to hit the backline of the supports. Meanwhile, the Death Prophet surrounded, encased inside the Serpent Cage, and now the Supernova. The area is controlled, and it costs the Death Prophet her life. It's a 4 versus 5 now, and Secret, remember, they invested into all those refreshers. They are just as strong. There is nothing missing from this lineup, potentially.
It was a nice idea from OG, just not enough damage, and that Doom still having Aegis means you can't commit into that fight like that. Did get the Wukong, he'll refresh for it though, and yeah, Wukong round 2.
Force that disruption goes out. Gyrocopter for the supports. They're going to pay the price for bailing out the Gyrocopter. The egg, though, maybe they can kill the egg. Yep, egg a little bit too far forward. The Gyrocopter and Dragonite aren't able to deal with that. Now the Wukong command has gone. It is much of the team fight of Team Secret. They'll get the extra kill. Cloud, he'll also die. That is 2 diebacks. 2 heroes that do not have buyback. Not likely to be punished for it. It's back up in a minute. But still a little bit of relief for OG. A little bit of time for them to think about what they need to do next.
Oh, that's huge for them. They were staring down getting mega'd or that game being over. Instead, an overextension on this Phoenix gets punished really hard as they finally are able to hold a decent formation here. And I mean, how did Puppy even like end up that far? He refreshed, dove, egged, and it looks kind of okay. But the thing is, it's outside the Wukong, and the DK's position on that egg is way too good for Secret to contest.
Yeah.
So it's just an overextension. OG take advantage of it, and that breaks that fight open. That high ground goes horribly wrong here as OG. They find an opening.
All right. OG, you're going to try and take advantage of the diebacks here. Tango has his now, but
he's looking.
Puppy, he's gonna lose his off the gold. X initiation. Circle Walk goes out. Got the initiation. Disruption goes out, but again, the Wukong's command just means that one of these heroes is always left behind. They can't save him, and then the support still though. Bixa doing some decent damage here on Kiritich. Got him to about half HP. If they could have traded out kills somewhere, It would have been fantastic.
Going back
OG
in.
goes back in. He sees the opportunity. Kiritich, he walks back in to try and help out for the kill, and Mixa took full advantage of the situation.
No, OG, they're going for the throat right now. That is a death on the Doom. He does have buy, but he has no Doom for 90. Stormstormer, he's going to buy back. He's going to force the issue here.
I love this. An all-in play. OG didn't just play for, farming out their next item during that 2-minute window. They said, Secret, they're a little bit on the back foot. Let's see if we can get some mistakes out of them. Uses all of our resources to try and make this punch happen. Sunray burning down the gyrocopter. Got off the BKB, though. He turns back into play. There goes the Supernova. Shad, he can't kill it. He needs a 4-staff down to low ground. Who will survive for now? Mixa slows down Kiritich. Kiritich not able to get a hold in that fight. Couldn't get a harpoon out. So nobody is going to be caught, really, on the side of OG.
What?
Reset.
He got shot.
Not. They got shot. No! The Shadow Shaman comes in clutch and denies the Gyrocopter's retreat. Now Mixa, he'll also be caught up in it. The Gyrocopter had the buy. The Death Prophet does too. But Secret do manage to get a punish out of the situation, pulling more resources out of OG.
Oh, what a catch by Theolacor. Did not give up on the play and finds the juiciest target of all. Instant buyback forced out of that gyro. OG do not cleanly get out from that base. It feels like every time one of these teams pushes high ground, it backfires hard. And
yeah,
this game just keeps swinging back and forth. OG almost get megas out of that play, but they do not get that last Rax. It's going to hurt them here, as now it's Secret's turn to run down OG's side of the map.
At the same time, it does feel like you're on a bit of a precipice here. Secret, they're the ones winning the game, but also this fight goes poorly enough. They've invested buybacks. They get diebacks. They can straight up lose on this push, and they are facing into all 5 of OG. They're gonna set up the Wukong's command. Play it slow here. Just hit the buildings with the Wukong's command. Rival takes a lot of damage here. A lot of poke here from OG. Gotta respect that. These spells, long-range spells, trying to get him on the disruption as the BKB fades away. And if they can get damage on him, he can't jump away into the trees. Can they get any follow-up here? Can anybody get the stun on this guy? He gets away with a boundless strike. And into the trees he goes. The missile will chase. Unlikely that they'll be able to follow it, though.
No, Secret had to go back. Their tier 4s were getting assaulted. These lanes are causing them big issues. But it does buy them time. Heritage back on the map, and the refreshers are coming off cooldown. It's a big deal here.
Please tell me that this ward inside their base is not going to stay up forever here.
Yeah, I can't believe this is not dewarded. This is an insanely good ward. By the way, Roche was up that entire time. They were opting to go for that play over just forcing the Roche.
I love when games get like this because it's like messy and both teams are making hard decisions, and both teams have oftentimes opted for the more aggressive play to try and get the enemy team to blink, try and get them to fail their defenses of their base instead of going for the safer route of just like playing for an advantage and playing to secure that Roshan and then build up more net worth. Both teams are going for the knockout punch, and both teams haven't gotten it yet.
If you're OG though, I mean, I feel like time is on your side right now, like with the bottom lane going in, and the fact that one of those tier 4s is already gone. I think if you're just patient here, you will be rewarded eventually. You cannot force this Roche. That is, I don't know about this. I don't think you could force this into double Wukong, double Rolling Thunder in the pit.
He could have just been hitting it, right? He's got the Aghanim Scepter. They could have slow chipped it down, but he committed the exorcism for it. Serpent Wards doesn't get the trap. Disruption goes out, and the Monkey King's not in position to immediately get a Wukong's command. So this time around, the disruption is a save. Half HP on Roshan. Both teams see it, though. Serpent Wards in the pit.
Running out. Your DK forms at half. Kind of got to go here if you're OG.
They do. Rival playing his time. Supernova inside the pit. They can't go for it. Trying to get forced out. Mixa doesn't get up the high ground. Gets up the BKB. Now gets up to the high ground. But now the Wukong's command is going to be dropped. And Roshan, it's going the way of Secret unless somebody makes the hero play. Daze tries to make the hero play. It's not enough. The timing's slightly off there. He almost had it. A blink disruption into an attempted Aegis grab. Silence on 3 though. Beautiful setup from Mixa as the Wukong's command goes down, and the buyback from the Shadow Demon gives them their numbers. They take advantage of the situation. They get some catch here. They will get 1, not 2 or 3 on the original silence that was set up by Mixa. They get something. They do not get a massive lead.
Secret got what they came for. Aegis, Refresher Shard. I think they popped it in the pit though. Still some refreshers up, but ultimately they take it away from OG. They have a dieback on the Shaman, but it only cost OG that Shadow Demon buy, as theirs are going to start to tick back up here, and they can push. They have a 5-on-4, I mean 5-on-5 with Aegis technically. Downside for them is another Refresher Shard to Secret is just brutal here, because you can put Aegis plus Refresher on the Monkey King, and now it's so hard to push and fight into this guy.
Yeah, it's like you have to get the Wukong's command out of him, reset, don't lose anybody in that, and then try and do it again. And that's just Mixa.
What a play.
The first attempt. Disruption. Got the grab on him. He's already at half HP. He's gone. But the damage came in, and that Monkey King died fast. Could he die a second time that quickly? He jumps away into the trees. Does manage to get back. A buyback from the Death Prophet, and OG are continuing to commit here. They couldn't get the Megas, though. The Doom is now expired, but remember, a refresher is up. More is coming. Mixa, he jumps right in, immediately silences the Exorcism this time around. He's going to make sure he gets something out of it, but he gets doomed up again, and he's isolated from his team. No saves are coming. His rival has forced him off with Wukong's man, and the changing of the guard. He managed to dodge some damage and keeps himself alive. He shoved back the rest of OG, kept his team isolating the Death Prophet, and because of his facet, manages to stay alive.
Dude, Shad Hurricane Pike that monkey off of the Boundless Strike-In. That was kind of nasty, but ultimately, you can't find the kill on him. It costs you the Death Prophet dieback here, as Mixa just commits twice for the fight, and you still don't even get the racks.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't get the Megas out of that. You got Puppy's buyback, and that's it. Neither team can get what they want on these high grounds. It's way too difficult.
They did also get some other resources, right? The Refresher Shard did have to be used by Rival,
yes.
So that is now out of there.
And his Aegis,
Refresher
of course.
on Doom is on cooldown for 2 minutes. So it doesn't mean Secret can just go straight to the high ground with full confidence. They might do it, but they are going to be lacking in some resources.
And you did get a Scotty up for Rival on this monkey. That's pretty big. He is getting beastly, man. I mean, this is arguably the hardest scaling hero in this late game. If he can get Wukong off, no one's fighting him.
All right, they're going to get into the base while the Death Prophet is gone. It's a 4 versus 5 with 2 buybacks. Monkey King and Pango can give up their lives to ensure Megas here without, the fear of OG just running it back at them.
You're pushing without tier 5 neutral zone.
Trying to get the early initiation. Shadow Demon, he spots him, but the Wukong's command still went off. That's trouble. Now they're inside of the Wukong's command, and the Stormer Dragon Knight can't seem to get out. He's dead. He's going to have to use a buyback for this one. The Supernova and the Wukong's command controls the area for now, but they still had Glyph. So the barracks won't die yet. They'll be able to make use of their buybacks, but the barracks
just
are
want
low.
the Megas, man. It's
And
only
it's
one.
so hard to make the full commitment here to jump in. The balance strike out, but a nice disruption. Puppy uses his Supernova now defensively, but it sets up a gyrocopter. He's going to mow down the egg, and the Shadow Demon, the Shadow Shaman rather, he's going to die for it as well. He's trying to get the protection to the egg. They do manage to get the Megas, but they're going to lose their heroes for it. It is 2 supports dead and 1 core. OG, they will have a chance to run it down. They will have the numbers advantage. They will have a 4 versus 5 into Megas.
They also have the tier 5 neutral advantage. They got 4 of theirs up. Secret have none. That's a massive advantage going to this fight. The Stygian on the Gyro, Fallen Sky on the DK, Divine Regalia for this Death Prophet. Outgoing damage on this hero is significant. The Secret, they're still sitting on all tier 4s. Plus a tier 3
we're
shift.
guaranteed to be looking at Megas on Megas, but OG have the chance to go throne here. You could already see the Pango is desperately trying to cut the wave. He knows if they can kill this next wave, maybe they can get backdoor protection up. Double buybacks used, and OG will not go for the throne.
Are you really not going to try and throw in here? I mean, Refresher buyout for this Death Prophet. I think you just gotta go. You gotta believe that you have what it takes to finish this off right now. You know there's
don't
no
let
Phoenix.
them get the tier 5s, right?
Yeah, exactly. You have such a big item advantage.
But you're pushing into Wukong's command, and you're pushing into a Stygian Desolator Wukong's command. That is tough to beat, man.
Yeah, that's... Man, if you had ways to start on this monkey, well, that's something.
I mean, the throne is exposed. They still have Glyph. So they can't all in for the throne. Not yet. Cloud taking so much damage is already going to die. He's going to have to use his buyback.
Okay.
And he will not have a Rolling Thunder on that extra life.
Yeah, he got messed up. Also, that's Wukong down. No refresh available for this monkey. He does not have a shard.
He was using refresher shards before. Oh, he's trying to catch the creep wave with the courier. They get the initiation though. Out, disruption goes out on a Shat. He's able to push himself away. Rival makes the commitment and immediately got stunned up in the ice path. Another buyback to be used. OG are whittling down Team Secret now, pulling life after life. There is nothing left for Secret. There is no more blood from the stone. They have pulled everything out of them, but these last 5 lives.
Another Wukong in 30. EXO running out. This is your window to try and end this game.
They have
You've
another
got to go.
exorcism. There's a refresher up. They can play this a little bit slow if they want to. Jim's going to be used down. Supernova as well. They have to get kills out of this situation. They got a big one. The Dragon Knight's dead, and so is the Gyrocopter. Wait, no, not dead yet. A disruption goes out. Can he get off something through this time? He gets off a couple of flat cannon shots. Anybody dead? They got the Doom. They got a dieback out of him. The mini buyback from the Gyrocopter. If they can get more, they can still have the numbers advantage. But the Rocket dies a well, and now it's Team Secret. Now they have the numbers. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 4 if Secret want to try their luck at a push.
Dude, you just can't go high ground. Like, no matter what happens, going high ground is wrong. You should have just farmed. You should have just sat in your base. Why are you trying?
This is why the Falcons of the worlds do not go high ground.
Somewhere they're laughing their ass off. We may be boring, but we win these games. Oh, there's so much on the line, dude. This game has just gone on forever. So many pushes, so many kills. We're like approaching 100 kills. It's also
all right. Secret.
It's tough to keep track. It's tough to keep track of all these buys too, because they're all at different timers. Like if you're in this game, it's not as if you push and all the timers are together. Like you look at these timers, they're all over the place. It's just a mess. But yeah, like you said, tier 5 neutrals. There's a disgraced Regalia now for Kirtich because he died disgracefully, so he gets nothing.
I mean, so did Death Prophet. So
Yeah,
it's disgraced Regalia on both sides.
Double Stygian for the monkey and the pango. That is, that's just straight nasty, dude. Like I don't know. You get hit by these guys, you're dead. It's not a This is wild. This is a wild game right now, and we're gonna have some buybacks come back up. We're also gonna have the last tier 5 neutral Book of the Dead. We finally got one. Oh, I guess Daze is still waiting on his. But,
yeah, I feel like things have changed a little bit on the Book of the Deads. I do feel like we're seeing less of them. Maybe these teams specifically are not that interested in the item, but it used to be we would have like 2 or 3 per side, right?
Maybe they just didn't roll them. You can always just not roll this item.
That's true. That's true.
I think teams still value it a lot. Like I think Kadara would have taken one over a Minotaur if he'd gotten it.
All right, Rapier into Aegis. Chad.
That's powerful.
He's set up here for sure.
Glyph is also super important in this game. Like you need to maintain your glyph if you're both teams and use it at the right moment. But nonetheless, it'll be a buyback
juggle
advantage.
all the items that are inside this pit. He gets the banner with the courier.
It's too much gunk, man.
It really is.
If you're a Secret, you're just trying to get your buybacks back up right now. I mean, 2 biggest thing for you are buybacks available and a refresher for Monkey, because that's the one refresher they're missing because he's been playing off those shards, but you have to finish it up here if your rival pretty soon. Probably drop Nullifier or swap it out for BKB. and just play for double Wukong, not the double BKB, but that feels a little bad too. But you need it here. You need an extra Wukong, especially in these base defenses. So that's what Secret's looking for.
Want to give props to Valve for their the neutral item change that they did. The fact that you can choose the enchantment for the tier 5 but still keep your tier 4 means we're seeing a lot of this situation now where it's like they don't want to give up magnifying monocle because it's the only cast range item that you can get. So the Shadow Demon is like holding on to his magnifying monocle but still is able to have like the tier 5 enchantment. I think that kind of like helps decrease the impact of like RNG on these tier 5s a bit.
That's true. Or you can just roll well.
That's true. Luck is a skill for sure. Level 30 almost here for Gyrocopter. Unfortunately, that's one of the sadder carry level 3s. 30-second cooldown. That's pretty
not
whatever.
too relevant.
They could get to Dragonite level 30 now. That's.
I mean, we say that, but Secret already have some, right? They should have the monkeys here, and they already have the Dooms. So he has the Break and the Mute.
Yeah.
Which is honestly pretty good this game.
Like Dragonite is just screwed at that point. Can't use Satanic, can't use Worm's Wrath. Like what do you or Dragon's Blood or whatever it's called?
I mean, you are truly doomed if that lands on you.
Yeah.
OG looking for the push.
Oh Jesus, Stormstormer is just gunning for it, man. Tried to get a pick. He could have gotten it. Maybe it would have been amazing, but
I like how there's like these. There's like 2 trees in the base that this monkey can be on, you know?
Oh, yeah.
There's like this one and the one tree on the right. And you know he's probably on one of these. I feel like it'd be pretty tempting to just go in and try and cut them all.
If you had like old Macropyre that burned down the trees, like you could probably legitimately just like outside of the base Macropyre that, and there's probably like an 80% chance that you've stunned the Monkey King.
Yeah, you get him the first time for sure. Unfortunately, they have 0 spells that cut trees in this game.
Yeah,
you'd have to like Hurricane Pike over it, which I mean that's not what you're looking to do here at 70 minutes in.
No, that's insanely dangerous.
The question though is how do you end this game? Like you have buyback advantage right now if you're OG. You have Aegis. You have Divine Rapier. What changes here? I guess Boots of Travels with buybacks? So you can truly take the fight in Secret's base with 10 heroes? It's kind of it.
Yeah. I mean, if you have outpost control, it doesn't feel like it's that big of a difference. Well, it has to be faster, but at the same time, don't they also have to reset anyway when they die? Because they're usually underneath Supernova or Wukong's command. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you die and those ults come out, you have to TP on your heroes, so the second those ults are out, you can go back in again.
Okay.
Like you can't be waiting for some guy to walk from outposts. You're missing your window. As Puppy Paws comes out, a little high ping.
I thought you said you didn't want to piss off Puppy.
I mean, it's a good meme, you know. It's a good meme.
Yeah, do it.
How many times do I actually get to say that meme with him in the game? You know,
that's true.
It's rare nowadays. I got to take advantage of it.
Well, you know, chat, just remember, if Puppy makes it to TI, Avery may have put his body on the line for your entertainment, you know?
Yeah.
All right, Boots of Travel for days. How many Boots of Travels are we getting? Who has it queued up?
I mean, Stormstormer has bots. Yeah. They're definitely thinking about them collectively.
Going back for Shivas, man, it's crazy. We don't have a Shivas on OG.
Yeah, it's a big component that's missing. We're also missing Ags for the Shadow Demon. Could be pretty nice here. It's usually like a pretty solid late game Ags. Just opting for more survivability. Sure. Honestly, refresher Jakiro at this point.
The Doom, I mean, he's already probably the one getting Demonic Purge, but if you just have extra of them, It's nice that this Doom is, he gets his initiation, and then I think he's just not able, because normally Doom's like a good chase down hero, but they have to stay inside Supernova and Wukong's command, and he's likely getting Demonic Purge, so he's not really moving anyway. So he's not able to like play fights that I think you usually would like to play as Doom.
No, there's no way. Nobody is tanky anymore in this game. Like, it's just about who gets the damage out better. And for Secret, that's all about Supernova and Wukong, with a little bit of Rolling Thunder, maybe a Doom sprinkled in there. And for OG, it's about fighting around the Gyro and the Dragon Knight, right? Like, you have to just keep these guys alive and let them just hit people.
We're almost
ideally
to,
not under those ults.
We're almost to the rerolls on tier 5s, which may or may not be good for some of these heroes, but the important thing is to replace the disgraced Regalias for Kiritich and for Mixa.
Honestly, the way this game is going, I feel like this is one of those rare games where I kind of don't want the Regalia. I feel like that's crazy, but I genuinely think there might be some better choices because I just don't think anybody can survive in the fights. Like, there's just no way to survive, so then you rather have something that works all the time. And I don't think you're lacking damage. Like, I don't think either team is like, we need 20% more damage, you know?
Okay, but
it's like, how much damage do you need in this game?
Let me make an argument for you, and I don't know if the math actually checks out here. I'm sure it has to, right? Shad, he gets a Regalia because he is the one person who, I think a second life is not nearly as impactful. He has Divine Rapier, right? So he's more all in on his one life. And I think Regalia might be more damage than Stygian Desolator, or at least it's more team damage, right? He's going to be doing more damage in a full 5-on-5. And then Stormstormer can take the Stygian Desolator,
that's true.
right? So they could still have that single target focus and still have that orb.
That would be fine. I think Gyro's the one hero I can see for, particularly if he has Aegis, because the 20% on his flak hits is incredibly significant, whereas the armor is like, you're only hitting the guy you Stygian first and hit him.
Right,
it's not as good.
And you're no longer getting damage out of Stygian Desolator. I forgot that was the thing, so.
Yes. But 13 armor is, I think it is more than 20% on a lot of heroes in a lot of situations.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Shouldn't underestimate it. That said, we saw a block of cheese. Pretty nice here. And he did re-roll that Regalia for Helm of the Undying, which has got to be pretty good here.
I mean, that's guaranteed one more Infernal Blade hit, right? When he's chasing down heroes, he gets to live for 5 seconds. It's a 4-second cooldown, so you're at least getting that. You're getting more Scorched Earth damage. Maybe you get a guaranteed another Doom goes off or something like that.
See, that's what I'm saying. I feel like they felt it too. They're like, I don't want another Regalia. Like, I don't think I'm surviving. I don't think the extra damage really matters. Like, you rather just have something that impacts the fight for longer, or even more Books of the Dead or something else, so you can push. Nobody can push this game. It's some cursed game where every time you go high ground, that your odds get worse.
What I haven't actually, oh my god, it's almost a 50-50 game according to Dota Plus. That's so funny that it really never stretched too far in one direction. Like, very early on, it favored OG at that 30-minute mark when they were getting their full mid-game swing, but past that, it has never been past a 7:30 game.
It might go exactly 50-50 moves. It's inching. There's just been so many kills in this game too. Like, holy crap, man.
Yeah.
All right, next fight. Everybody has buyback. 10 buybacks available. Stormstormer just walking in the river says, "What's up?"
This guy has had
about to find out.
Some bold plays that have not paid out before. Dangerous position to put yourself in, and Kiritich is going to try and take advantage of the situation. They go for the heal, and they got him.
Well, if that was a bait, it was not a very successful one.
No, and Rival, he peeked his head into that triangle area. OG were not very well set up. He might have been able to get some supports out of the situation, but as it stands, it's just the one kill on the Dragon Knight. If Roshan spawns fast enough, probably Team Secrets. I don't know if you commit buyback to play for Roshan anymore. It
doesn't feel as good as it used to, I guarantee that. especially into the secret lineup. Like, you just cannot win the Roche fight against this lineup. It's not possible. Even with buybacks, I do not see how, unless Monkey King just dies twice.
Yeah.
This is an uncontestable Roche.
I'm just saying, Dragonite does have a Stygian Desolator available on his next round of tier 5s.
Yeah,
he could
really
take that, he could take that, and he could take the attack range and pass range fast. And they're actually going to try and have a poke here. That is a bold play from these supports. I mean, they get good damage out of that Macropire. Rival is kind of in an awkward position at half HP. With the Shadow Demon
what is going on?
Dying, he still gets some spells off. He had to change his guard, though. Rival, he was able to get back. He refreshes immediately off the shard in case anything was coming their way. But
all right, they got it. They threw a lot on that Shadow Demon, but they got it. That's Aegis for the monkey.
His ass for sure.
Yeah, they really got his ass. That's like 10,000 damage put into Shadow Demon. Just a giant FU. As they secure Roche, I genuinely don't think OG had much interest actually contesting that. Just poke it, see what happens. Still sitting on this Divine Rapier for Shad with a Refresher Shard from the previous Roche, so there's just not much room to use these slots anyway. Though I'm sure he would have enjoyed an Aegis. And now, you get scanned, Secret pushing in. Trying to make something happen. Kiritich, he's on a Sentry, but he gets the Doom off anyway.
Does manage to get that initiation. Force Staff trying to get the Death Prophet out. Now a stun onto Kiritich, though. Stormstormer turns back around, trying to kill the Dragoon, but he gets the cheese up, full heal. Now Shad is joining in on the damage. Put some good damage onto Kiritich, but they killed the Death Prophet and are being able to reset now. A couple flat cannon shots getting their way. Ghost Scepter helps the Tango be able to dodge the damage. Meanwhile, on top of the outpost, it is going to be the Shadow Shaman going down. OG will find something for this. They lost some heroes, lose some buybacks. They could get the full supports. That's not the end of the world, for sure.
That's an expensive price for 2 supports. Triple buyback there, including that big Death Prophet buy, plus Helm going down. Yeah, that's costly. Didn't even lose the Aegis here of your Secret. That's definitely a successful team fight for them. Still have Doom available off the back of that Refresher, so they can look mid. Yeah, they want a little more here.
They do. They could get something. Leaks that jumps over to the other side of the Wukong's command. The Wukong's command is being kited out pretty well with a demonic purge placed on the Doom. Good BKB TP out. Nothing to stop him there. But Rival, he was unable to make it away to the trees in time. Shad, with his new pickup, the Swift Blink, closes the gap. They get the Monkey King. They get him once. They get him twice. Now it's going to be OG. They used the buybacks to hold the team fight earlier, and now they can try and get the buybacks at a team secret. But in order to do so, Avery, it means they have to go into the dreaded high ground.
I don't know, dude. Like, are you supposed to do this? Everything we've learned in this game, it says you're not supposed to.
There is no other option. You have to get the buybacks out of them. That bare minimum.
They want all in it.
He's gone. Instantly, the Dragonite is dead. And Shaddix uses BKB. He gets bashed up. He's in trouble. He turns around, does the damage to the Doom. Doom's almost dead. Doom is dead. So is Puppy. The Phoenix is gone. The attempted bots in. They actually went for the death.
Stormstormer throwing him.
Maybe he had to cancel for it. Stormstormer goes for it. They kill the throne. They got it out of him. They got the glyph out of him, and with enough lives, they end the game. What a way to do it. OG proved that sometimes ramming into that brick wall does work, Avery.
It's the easiest high ground of their team's career, I believe. I mean, they knew it all along, right? You just go 120 minutes here against Puppy. You wear him down. He's too old. He's played too long. And you're going to break through eventually, right? Like, the 8th high ground's a charm.
Game?
I think it was an hour 20.
Oh, okay.
So,
I was like, wait.
I misread it there. But that's an 80-minute game. Still, I mean, that is a brutal game for both teams. You do not want to be the one that loses that, because it's going to be tough to recover at the game 2. And the OG Tricore prevails. Like, they eventually have enough scale between the 3 of them to just barrel through the 30 ultimate Secret have. And the
Secret
glyph,
invested all those refreshers, so many extra rounds of spells, and it wasn't enough.
Man, if only you have like one more Wukong there, one more glyph. The fact that you have Divine Rapier on Gyro counts for a lot, because he doesn't get the ultimate throne kill, but he forces the glyph out early in that last push, which means when you buy back and you bots in for round 2, you can just BKB all in it with the Dragonite, even though he doesn't have DK for him. And you just don't have enough damage to pour out fast enough. I think if your Secret you almost have to go on OG when they're going up the ramp, right? Like, you can't let them get on your throne in the first place. It's usually what happens in those super late game situations, but damn, what a game from both teams. I mean, that is a high pressure situation, a high pressure game in the ultra late where things get super chaotic and it's very hard to make all the decisions correctly. You just kind of have to go with your gut. OG prevailed. The OG magic. It's here. It's back.
It really is. It really is. They didn't panic too much when things were going bad in the early game. They hit a nice mid-game swing. Then things start going bad again. We go into this crazy late game. And, I mean, they had to make that clutch call a couple of times, right? And they opted on the side of aggression, which, you know, is some of the OG forte. And it worked out in the end. Let's put it that way, right? It didn't work out too many of those other times, but it also didn't work out for Secret. But eventually, OG is the one to break Secret on just going straight for the throw. Like, okay, here's a question for you. Do you think, all things aside, do you think OG were going to win that fight? If it was just a 5-on, if we're talking deathmatch scenario, right? There's no throne to end the game. Do you think that OG is in a winning position there?
I think they can win that fight. I don't think they're favored to, but obviously that fight is going to look a lot different if they're going into it trying to win the fight as opposed to killing the throne, right? Because people are getting sacrificed to kill the throne, so it looks more one-sided. But yeah, I think they die going high round. If that glyph comes out the second time at like a better spot, they might just lose that game. Both teams were not good at closing out for the Megas and ending this game. I'll put it that way. But it makes for a really exciting match.
It is. And that is TI qualifiers for you right there. The pressure is highest. I don't know if you're watching the NA final yesterday, but we saw it there. The pressure was getting to the two teams. Both sides were making mistakes, and that's what happens because the International is the most important tournament, and everybody wants to be there. And these teams are fighting to do so. OG, though, have the advantage in game one. We'll see what happens going into game two.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going into game 2 of OG versus Team Secret. If somehow you missed it, we just had a crazy game 1. Went to 80 minutes between OG and Secret. It was Megas versus Megas. I got a couple of stats for us here, Avery. That was the longest game of the qualifier so far across all the regions. So 80 minutes. We're already peeking out here for OG Secret, both teams showing up. But then on top of that, this was also the, I don't know if you saw, Days was part of 40 of the 43 kills from OG. I don't know what percent-wise that makes it exactly, but for a Shadow Demon to have that kind of kill participation, I think that was pretty impressive.
The boy's a beast. Showing up here in game 1, I mean, that's what you need. Now, that also could have just been him, tagging everybody with Shadow Poison and not actually having that much impact. But hey, if you're involved in 95%, then what can you say? No one can flame you, right? You did your job.
That's true. That's true.
That was a fun game. That was a really fun game.
What were the takeaways for that game 1? Because we saw some sick plays, and we saw some highlights, we saw some lowlights, we saw some things that both teams need to be able to improve upon. So what are both teams bringing to the table here, given the evidence of game 1?
Rethink about how you go high ground, right? Be more disciplined about it, and really think about what you're trying to achieve in that high ground. Are you going there to get megas, even if you die? Are you going there to get buybacks and get the hell out? Be aware of the Roshan spawn timer too. I think some of those high ground pushes were just at bad timings. You die, the enemy team gets Rosh. That's what really swung that game a lot. So that's like the biggest thing. If I were a coach of either of these teams, I'd be like, guys, when we're going high ground, think about when this Rosh is coming up and what we're really trying to achieve here. If you're okay trading megas for Rosh, I think it could be okay sometimes. But trading Iraqs for Rosh, generally not worth it in these late game scenarios, particularly if the megas don't even come out. And we saw the megas get delayed a long time in that game for both teams. So definitely focus on the high ground pushing here and making sure you're disciplined about it and you know what you're trying to achieve. Draft wise, I think both the drafts were fine. Like we saw the power of both of them, especially going into the late game. The Tricore for OG, the raw scaling power of the spells on the side of Secret, especially the Wukong's command. But something for Secret was definitely off in that mid game, right? If I had to point out one thing for them, it was the early game was pretty good. The late game was fine. It was just they fed a bunch of kills around that like 20-minute Tormentor. Some of those sequences were really off. The Olocore felt super disconnected from the rest of the team. And it came together, but it felt like it came together a little too late for them to close that game out. And those little things add up a lot. Like you remember that bottom lane, that push could have been a game-ending push if they get to drop wards Wukong on that last Rax and just get megas there, and it just didn't work out. So I think there's some discipline concerns there if you're Secret. At the same time, OG, they had their same struggles in that department, and I think you do have to be concerned about giving this Doom away. Because, yeah, you beat it, but this Doom went 21, 6, and 21. Like, he had 1,000 XPM, he had 760 GPM, he dealt 73,000 hero damage, he tanked 160,000, the most in the game. Like, this hero is just a monster, so you really have to respect what this hero can do, and next time you might not be so lucky.
Yep. We almost had 100,000 damage being broken there. Ribal was the top damage dealer of the game, 94,000 hero damage, and then Shad was right next to him at 90,000 hero damage. So almost broke the 6-figure mark. As we should be getting into game 2 here relatively soon. You were fine with the drafts. We talked about some of the playstyle shakeup there. What do you view as the strengths and weaknesses of the teams? Like what makes this OG from what you saw in that game 1?
I think they played well together, not in terms of synergy. Like they have synergy, but I mean in terms of they held the formation that their lineup needed to hold pretty well that game, other than a couple bad deaths. And the reason those deaths seemed really bad and out of place is because this lineup just gets omega punished when that happens. Like when the drag, I think Stormstormer had 2 or 3 deaths where he just got caught off on the map, and you're just looking and going, man, that like looks really stupid and bad. And obviously he's trying to get some map control and stuff, so it's fine. But it highlights how weak their heroes are when they do get caught out without all the cores being in that same place, which means you just have to be really disciplined about it. Like, you have to make sure when the fight breaks out or when someone gets jumped that everybody's there, right? You cannot get caught off guard. And I honestly think they did a pretty decent job of that. Like, I feel like it was pretty rare when the big team fights happened, somebody got picked off right before the big team fight, right? So I think there's some props there. I think their issues were more like disciplined around the high ground and when you're doing it and what you're getting out of it.
Right. Bigger picture stuff, but it felt like some of the individual tactics of how you're setting up your fight was better for OG. I think Team Secret, part of this is just draft, of course, but I did feel like they were really good at setting up. So they won their lanes, or they outperformed, I would say, their lanes and their lane matchups. And then they were really good at setting up these like 2 or 3 man kill teams around the map. Like when they made that play and they got the gyro kill, I think it was bottom lane, or no, it wasn't the gyrocopter. It was somebody else. They killed maybe Stormstormer bottom lane. And then at the same time, there was that smoke that wrapped around Shad on the mid lane. So they killed the Dragonite, and then like one person was able to TP mid, and this 2-man smoke gank ends up catching Shad from behind. I think that was like a pretty brilliant move that they set up. So anything else
threw it
for
away
Secret?
On the Tormentor.
And then they threw it away in the Tormentor. That was pretty
But
sad,
otherwise, yeah, it was a good sequence for them. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they had good sequences in these games. They also had, I think, the worst sequences, right? They were maybe more volatile, whereas OG was a little more stable here. And ultimately, that little extra stability got them the win. But that game easily could have gone either way. Like, that is not a game you're super happy about if you're either team, but you are clearly more happy about it if you're OG, because now you get to go into game 2 with the potential to just close this series out, which would be a pretty big relief for them, because I don't think either of these teams wanted to face the other this early on in the bracket.
I mean, yeah, I think that it is. They are 2 of the teams that have some Western European players, and they're matched up against the first round, which is kind of funny. But yes, I would say these 2 teams certainly have quite a bit of history. Both the orgs certainly have a lot of history. That's for sure. But I think the most iconic part is that we have Puppy versus No Tail in the drafting chairs, at least.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, we're this deep in Dota's history, and these 2 are still going at it. And I mean, you don't know how many more times you're going to even see this, right? Like, this could be the last time these guys ever face off. We don't know. I'm not saying that to curse anybody, but like, don't take it for granted. You know, some of the best minds that ever played this game are still going at it. It's not going to be true forever, especially with all these young guys coming up that are just way too damn good. So it's cool to see these 2 still doing it, and going head to head here as we get another support trade in the first round. This time it'll be the Shadow Demon getting even higher priority. This hero's cooking. I mean, this hero is, I don't think he's the first pick he was in like 2 patches back when he was completely busted, but this hero's always strong if you can control the pace and you don't get run over. Like, the later and later that game goes, his spells just get better and better because he pierces debuff immunity and he has a save. And those are 2 things that can always win you a late game team fight. It's a very scary hero to play against because you really have to be on point, and you have to be disciplined about taking objectives and controlling the pace and playing the team fights well. If you don't, this hero will punish you. He gets really fat and he can make game-winning plays. And it is, of course, a nice answer versus the Shadow Shaman, since you get some immediate shackle, cancel, and turnaround potential.
When you're in the drafting chair for these very important series, midway through the series, how much do you take into account the player-hero combination and somebody's performance, right? You're midway through the series, so some guy is just feeling it, right? I'll use the example of last series, right, where we saw that 1W was really feeling themselves Squadix's puck, right? He just destroyed game 1, and you're like, run it back game 2, right? Is that something that comes into your mind, or is it more about this hero is creating a problem for the enemy team, and let's make them try and fix it in game 2?
I think that is definitely something you think about, and you can definitely just feel like, I'm popping off this hero, they don't have an answer, I'm going to play it. But I think the logic behind it not being answered also has to be there. Like, you do not want to force some hero that some guy's feeling, and then they have a bunch of counters and answers to it, and it just has a dog shit game. Like, it doesn't matter if the guy's feeling it. Like, it's going to be a bad game for the hero. It's probably not good. I think people used to pick a lot more off of the feeling and the momentum like 5 or 6 plus years ago in that age of Dota than they do now. Whereas I think now it's a lot more, I don't want to go off like what feels good. I want to go off what logically makes sense and play a wide variety of stuff. And, you know, like I feel like we see that a lot with Pari Vision, for example. Like I think that team has a lot of heroes they're really comfortable playing and confident in, but they're not just going to pick something because it worked the last game, right? They vary it up almost every game because the situation changes. So as much as you can feel something, there still has to be a good reasoning for what it's doing in the draft. And, you know, like maybe we're picking Puck because, again, we see they don't have stuns and it works out and he has a free game and the guy's feeling it. I mean, then it's just too juicy to turn down. That said, I could absolutely see Puppy go back for the Phoenix here, as it seemed like they were pretty confident in that support duo. They picked it pretty fast, and they do balance each other out. It is a hero that he can farm on and scale on, and it is a nice hero versus the SD as well. Like, it's a pretty solid matchup for the Phoenix. You don't feel good throwing any of your spells on him if you're Shadow Demon, because he can always just egg and reset everything, so would not be surprised to see that Phoenix come out here, and I'm sure OG they're thinking about it a little bit at least.
Yeah,
of course.
We saw a number of situations in that like 40 to 60 minute window where Shadow Demon was doing a good job getting defensive disruptions, but they did not matter. And part of that was the Supernova and the Wukong's command. It was just like, you save the hero, but he's still trapped by wards. He's still under Supernova, and he's getting damaged by the statues from Wukong's command. There's just like disruption can't do everything.
That's a really interesting pick. You're not only showing both supports very early here, but this Disruptor is not like a powerhouse of a hero, right? He does very specific things very well, but he also has not the strongest laning, and if he falls behind, he's pretty useless around the map. That said, it is a static storm that is more disruption for the Shaman. Could be annoying for that Phoenix pick a little bit, but they're just going to jam it anyway. And I feel like you knew this Phoenix was coming, and I don't know if Disruptor would have been my choice against this hero. It can be okay, but it's not an end-all be-all. So it's an interesting pick. I think they have to have some further idea with this Disruptor, because you gave away Doom as well. Like, that is... You gave up a lot of power
that you started with. I don't know if you want to give the Doom up again. This hero is just insane.
He really is, dude. Like, he did so much work in that game. Timber into Doom Phoenix.
Well, they're strength heroes, but they're strength heroes that are good against Timbersaw.
Yes. This is an incredibly aggressive pick. This is some no-tail thing where he's like, we're just going to run them over because I think they're being too greedy and they're picking too much scale and too much greed. And the second we win lanes, we're just going to run the whole map and glimpse everybody back and kill them all, and they can't play Dota. Like, I feel like that's what he's saying right now. And that these matchups don't actually matter because they're never going to get to play them when they're 10k behind at 15 minutes, right? And that can absolutely happen here, but it has to be executed super well, or you're going to feel the pain in these matchups. Void Spirit. I mean, there's like your big lockdown spell. It does pair well with these supports. You have 2 setup spells that can go into the Remnant, and it is another form of AoE silence.
Is it the AoE silence? Like, what part of it? Why am I picking Void Spirit over Ember or Storm or like the other spirits or even like Puck, right?
I mean, it's a good question. It scales through right-click plus spells harder than those other heroes. But otherwise, honestly, I would feel like I would rather have the Storm or maybe the Ember here, though it's not the greatest Ember game. Could just be a player preference thing too, like what feels stronger in the current patch, what's been working better.
And this is a bold pickup because you're doing it blind into your mid matchup, and now he's going to be potentially playing against the Monkey King. Now, Team Secret, part of the reason they can take this Doom early, it's a super strong hero, but also has the flex. So it could be safe lane Doom, could be off lane Doom. It's off lane Doom, maybe Monkey King can be safe lane, and it opens up a mid still. But as it stands, Monkey King is a good matchup against Void Spirit.
Exact same heroes for Secret this time around, so they already played this draft once, did not win them that game.
But it was
Will win
working.
the game too.
If
Yeah,
you're
it was,
Puppy,
to
you
a
could
degree.
say they're like, we should have won that game. He can confidently say this was a lineup that was working for us.
And in theory, this is a better Monkey King game on paper.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Like, you're good
100%
against these
it is.
cores. You're really good against Disruptor. It's like a pretty bad matchup for Disruptor compared to Jakiro. I don't know. I feel like Secret is, they're playing the same draft, but it's just looking a little better for them unless OG just completely stops this early game and can just
I think it's so
continually run at you.
cool that it's No Tail versus Puppy in the drafting chairs, and Puppy is so well known for his stubbornness when it comes to drafting,
5
and it
seconds
got him
remaining.
to so many TIs, and it got him to so many finals, and it won him so many trophies. But it was also a repeated criticism that the community would oftentimes had is when things went bad for Team Secrets, people would point to Puppy is so stubborn on the draft.
Yeah. No, that's true. It's a double-edged sword, but he likes his style and he's going to go with it. And I mean, that's a man's pick right there. We've been seeing this hero come back in the meta. Like, he's had some success. You got to respect it. He had some crazy games earlier today, like 15-1 games, just this Blade Mail Blink build-up. If you get it online fast, it's some serious damage. It gives you that reliable jump. I also like this pick because I feel like this is what they were lacking with the lineup last game, was something to catch heroes and hold them under the Wukong Supernova, right? We saw OG disengage from it a lot or kite those spells out, and then you need refreshers, you need to go ultra late. Here it's like Axe jumps, you have a BKB piercing stun, you can jump with the Shaman. If the Shaman gets disrupted, the guy BKB's out of it, you can just Axe call him. And he's still stuck there. And that's huge in this type of game. So even if it's not the best Axe game, it gives their lineup a lot. And Lina last pick, man, there's a lot of early fighting power for OG. But it feels like they're really in on snowballing this game at some point in the first 20 minutes. It doesn't have to be some crazy lane stomp, but like the action's got to get rolling here pretty early with this Disruptor Timber, because these matchups do not look fun. Like, you just picked Lina into Axe, which for a lot of teams, Axe is their go-to counter to this hero. Now, it's not a one-position Lina, but it still functions very similarly. This ended up pushing the Void Spirit to carry, which is, it's a very slow carry hero if you're not chain killing the lane, which
I
looks
think this
a little
is
unlikely.
literally what happened with who was it? Was it Extreme in the upper bracket final or something like that? No, they drafted the Lina and then they got counterpicked by the Axe. And then what they did was they shifted it into mid. So we're seeing a similar situation where they have Lina and they feel like mid Lina is much better, I would say, against Axe, because carry Lina just gets demolished by that.
Yeah, for sure. It is way better and it functions way differently. It's just now you have a carry Void Spirit, and that is another big wild card in this game. A hero that can scale really hard, but also a hero that is not going to beat this Axe on lane. Like, I think this Axe should have a very good time against Disruptor Void Spirit, unless you get cheeky First Blooded or something. I'm favoring Secret here. I think this game looks very easy for their heroes to play in that mid-late game as long as they don't get run over, and I think the chances OG can execute that are looking a little slim, because I think they were getting a little out-executed in the previous game in terms of the lanes.
Fair enough. And if that does indeed happen, we will see our first game 3 of the Western European qualifier. But as it stands, we can get into game 2, and we'll see whether or not this Void Spirit works out for OG. I think the offlane meta changed pretty dramatically over the last few weeks. We talked about getting dying offlane. That became super meta very quickly over the last few weeks. And then Axe is the other one that I'm hearing. It's just, I haven't seen this one as much. Saw a little bit in some of the other regional qualifiers, but the word that I'm hearing is this hero is just tearing it up in the off.
His spells are strong. A little extra slow on the
Team
battle
Secret.
hunger.
They run into OG, but it's a fight in OG. They are here to
that's
fight.
damage.
It is not going to be a straightforward 5-on-5. Found the strike, hits on a 3. Well played, but a lot of damage out from the Whirling Death onto the Doom. Disruption to make sure he can't get away. When he comes back in, it's First Blood for Mixa. So the OG already off to a good start with the First Blood for their Timbersaw, and I love this. They're going to immediately smoke back up. They still have an opportunity to get multiple bounty runes and maybe even another kill.
Daze's kill involvement continues here, already on the board. And that is a nice first blood to get. We talked about how much this lineup needs to snowball. That is one way to guarantee it a little bit here, as they will split the runes. So that extra smoke doesn't yield anything, but it will send the disruptor to base, refill a little regen here. And I am very curious to see how these lanes go, because I think it should be a very clean win for Stormstormer mid, but we do see these monkeys get out of a lot of tough situations, and I do think it's a good monkey game in a lot of ways. So if Rybel can make something happen here, just go even, he should be happy with the outcome. And more important, this bottom lane for me, like this Void Spirit versus Axe, this is a real interesting one, because my gut read is that Axe should basically freeform this lane, especially with the Shaman support. You just throw out early nukes early. Like, as long as you don't get glimpsed into some crazy bad position, I think it's hard for OG to man up on you, and a free-farming Axe in this game looks pretty juicy, I'd say. Right. You are playing against Shadow Demon. That's the one downside. Like, this Shadow Demon matchup is disgustingly bad for Axe, but outside of that, you have pretty good call targets, and most importantly, you were just picked as a stun setup for the rest of the lineup. Like, this is not a game where the Axe has to go in and just solo kill cores. So,
for sure.
I have some faith in this pick.
Have you seen, on the topic of Void Spirit, have you seen the Void Spirit shard tech that people are doing now? The
to kill the waves?
Yeah, they buy an early shard and they use it to farm out waves, and you just throw it down and you don't even have to show your hero, right? You literally could just kill a full wave.
Yeah, it's strong.
So you're able to do that kind of like ghost shove stuff.
Might be a reason we see it flex to carry. Like, you don't have to go a Battle Fury build up on this hero from the safe lane. You can go shard plus fighting items and still be able to push waves and farm pretty fast. Might open up this hero a lot more as a 1, because his stat line is still pretty crazy. I know people kind of dump on the intrinsic edge in 8, but ultimately it does make him a pretty strong laner, because he just has extra regen, he's got good armor, he has really high base damage as the lane goes on and on. He's a good body.
Yeah, he's one of the universal heroes that still has that bite to him, right?
Yep. And of course his talents and scales still pretty ridiculous if you get 5 or 6 slotted. Can be a long way to get there, but a lot of gas in the tank. So far though, Mixa is the one having a very good time in this laning phase. Like, he is free farming the CS chart. He had that first blood. He's getting big up here, putting some damage into that strength damage doom. Already has boots plus braces. This Timber is in a really good position to snowball this game.
I think Timber is one of my favorite offlaners to get first blood on, because I think the time you punish Timbersaw is in those first 2 levels, and if you're able to just show up to lane with a bracer, I think it's just it makes a world of difference for the hero. It kind of guarantees that you get to that level 3 area, your damage starts amping up, and the trade-offs become a lot more effective in Timbersaw.
For sure. I mean, also this hero getting to the levels before the carry is huge.
Sure.
Because sometimes you can just chain whirl.
Disruption intended to catch the Phoenix mid-dive. Instead hits Mixa. Could have been a kill. Would have been a kill if he got the disruption. But sadly, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're playing against Puppy, and you know, the fear, the fear factor got to you a little bit.
Yeah. 21 and 5 on Stormstormer.
On a lesser player, that's all I'm saying.
True. Stormstormer he's definitely taking advantage of the range versus melee matchup.
Putting in some work, yeah. But I think this is an okay-ish outcome. You know, it's like you have boots up, you're close enough within the CS chart. Probably have to spend a little more on regen, but again, you're just trying to get out of this lane. Another Battle Hunger on Kadaro bottom, but he's chilling. This Axe lane is going fine for Cloud. But Shad is also free farming it and did not have to invest in a lot of regen. So his Void Spirit's big chilling right now. I thought Secret were going to be able to put a little more pressure on him. Maybe the first blood trait did not do him a lot of favors. You're behind
Yeah,
on
could
XP
be.
a little bit. Enemies get level 2 first. It kind of changes a lot of this stuff. And this hero is tanky with the Resonant Pulse going through.
Well, Timbersaw having a free game means that even if they're not getting kills, like on that Phoenix, we see what's going on here. You could still double stack up Ancients, which is something that Secret will not have that same kind of luxury. So OG may not have a net worth advantage right now, but they do have a potential net worth advantage just because of the amount of gold they've stacked up in their triangle area. Nice pullback there on the Remnant. Didn't quite get him back into tower range.
Cloud is going to go this Vanguard, so you go this early Vanguard on Axe, you want to get aggressive with it. You want to push the lanes in, you want to dive under the tower, you want to chase heroes off the lane. Otherwise, you're better off just getting a faster blade mail, or farming up some stacks, stuff like this. Vanguard's always strong in this hero.
Leaving Kiritich alone. Kiritich almost getting caught in a bad situation. Fortunately, Scorched Earth will mean he can always walk away, but it shows that the Phoenix is not there. They very clearly went on the Doom. Beatings didn't show. He's down in the bottom lane, but Theo Lacourt get caught in a bad situation there. Got a little bit too close to the tower, gets caught by that Remnant, but the Monkey King coming in. That's what they were playing for. Level 6 on the Monkey King. The Wukong's command doesn't immediately get them a kill, though. Failing to find anything so far. Shad coming back into play, but he's got his shield, so even if he's a bit low, and it's Daze who's going to slow down Cloud with the disruption, Kadaro with the shocks, and then Glimpse not even needed, pulls back Corpse. And OG getting much better of the laning phase now. That was a really big swing.
I'm surprised Secret were going for that kind of aggressive dive into this lineup. Like, that is not the strength and how your drafts pair up. Fighting into OG early sounds nightmarish with glimpses, poisons. The Lina can easily TP. Unless the Monkey King is just chasing people down with an early Jingu.
Oh, Stormstormer, he's gonna get greedy. He thinks that it's just him and the Monkey King alone in the trees, but Theo Lacour managed to run his way all the way deep down into the mid lane. Still though, Mixa getting the solo kill in top lane is equally large.
This first blood for the Timberwolves so far, he's been able to take this lane over, free farm it, and now just solo kill Doom. Absolutely destroying this matchup. Level 7 to the Doom's 5.5. He has ruined Kiritich's game. Absolutely ruined it.
This is a matchup that can go bad for the Timbersaw too. Like Doom actually can,
Yes, it can.
thanks to Infernal Blade and Scorched Earth. He does so much magic damage. He can actually win the lane against Timbersaw, but it's, you know, it swings heavily one way or the other. Whoever wins it, they usually win it by a lot. And Timbersaw definitely is winning it by a lot.
Little things adding up here for OG in this early game, and that's exactly what they want. If they can get some levels on the supports now, they're going to be really happy. They still have stacks on the triangle as well. However, they were scouted by Dire Ward, so they're going to make
another
a move
kill onto the Doom. He's just dead. There's no way out of it. Disruption into Whirling Death into Chakram is just like, he's 75% of his HP is gone instantly.
They've really put the screws in on this matchup. It's looked good. This is one of those things that I think it's caught Secret off guard, how much pressure he's been able to put up here with the Timber. And now if you're Secret, how are you gonna find a trade on this map? Because you can't really steal the stacks. You don't have the greatest heroes for it in this monkey mid. You could really try and force it, but it's not that efficient. Ideally, you bring Rival top and try and kill this Timber. But the wards from OG are on point, and this is going to be a smoke that probably yields nothing up here as he just backs off. And now he can just go do stacks while you're smoking on him.
Their
pretty
triangle
awkward.
ward got dewarded too, so they don't even have all the stacks right now.
Missed the leap.
As the disruptor comes in through the side, so it's support for support so far, and the Wukong's man really does. Oh, he got glimpsed back too. He's gonna be glimpsed back into the Timbersaw. That is disaster for Team Secret. 2 different fights in the first 10 minutes that have gone horrifically wrong for them. OG now extending out a 4,000 network.
and amp damage Lina, just pummeling your mid tower. He's probably just going to get it here with a bot. That is mega value for Stormstormer. What a sequence for OG, just creating some objective pressure on the map with the Shadow Demon stacking and forcing Secret into an awkward situation where who's going to come to deal with this? Now you're getting Glimpse killed. This is where this lineup is going to shine. Like, you're going to run around, you're going to kill everybody with Glimpse. You have an insane amount of damage early from all three of your cores. Do whatever you want right now. You can smoke kill some Ancient stack too. Yeah, why not? Just accelerate even more. This is super efficient. And
Void
Secret
Spirit
getting
to
no
kind
trade-off.
Void Spirit to frontline and kind of get them to try, get them to retreat. And then you glimpse them back, and then you're pulling them into an Ether Remnant. You're pulling them into an LSA, right? They're coming out of that glimpse and probably instantly disabled, likely bursted.
Yeah, this OG lineup has a lot of synergy between the glimpse and the disruption. It sets up a lot.
Mid lane, TP's trying to defend the situation. Is the Liquor not exactly sure, and maybe he was dewarding.
They are executing this game right now. This game can snowball very quickly for OG. Like, this is what this lineup's built to do. If you continue to execute it here, you could win this game in 10 minutes from now. Like, it could just be in a state where Secret have no play options available. Because again, their lineup is pretty greedy in a way. Like, they need time for Doom to get Midas and online. They need the defusal on the Monkey, but he had the tough lane matchup in the Lina. And Axe as a hero also needs time. This is a hero that doesn't really do a lot until Blade Mail Blink is up. And he didn't have stacks to go back to.
I think that is my one complaint about the Axe. I think it applies a little bit to Centaur right now too. It's just like, when you hit your timing, it hits really hard, but you do have to wait for it. You do have to wait for Blade Mail Blink. And if you choose to go Vanguard, it means that timing is delayed, even if your laning phase is stronger. So if things go bad in the first 15 minutes, then you can't rely on your offlaner to bail you out.
Well, that's absolutely true. This hero is not great at pulling you back on his own in a lot of situations.
Even worse if he gets picked off as he's trying to farm up Triangle and the smoke went his way. Timbersaw looks to slow him down, and they got him on the glimpse.
Too easy, man. OG can just run into anything they want right now. You can steal some of these Ancients. More Ancients for Meeksa. Dude, he is so goddamn fat.
He's
like,
huge.
what in the world? He has 650 GPM at 12 minutes. That is wild.
He's got the damage from the Kaya, and soon he will be untouchable because of the Aghanim Scepter. Secret have a Timbersaw problem for sure.
Now, you could doom him, but it feels like you're just dying so fast. You're not gonna have a chance.
Disruption,
to this guy.
Miksa TPing in off of that play. Meanwhile, they go for the glimpse on mid at the same time. It's OG this time around who are splitting up into their two-man teams and trying to get kills on both sides. They do manage to get the Liquor. Does look like they gave up on the Doom kill, though. Doom just TP'd out after the disruption. So.
They're eyeing this Timber top. This is not the guy you can kill.
Shadow Demon, though, if he steps a little too far forward, maybe Rival can get him with Wukong's command super.
Oh, he cut the tree.
He cut down the tree. No, the Supernova will protect him. There's no punish. Rival will survive, but it means
Not
they
like
miss out on the
this.
kill on the Monkey King. And the Doom, who just TP'd back, he doesn't have a TP to make that play again. Fortunately, oh wait, no, they still have the glimpse. They didn't catch him with the glimpse. They started off on him, and they will finish him off with the glimpse.
Everything is going right for OG right now. Oh, we got another tree cut.
Rival, he'll turn around. He desperately wants at least a kill on today's. He will get it, but he will die.
The Timber is just racking up the gold, man. Like, this guy is completely out of control. Don't have good early answers for him. A lot of the answers in the draft are predicated on you scaling in this game. Having late game Sunray, you have 0 points in Sunray. Having late game Doom, we've seen 0 Dooms. Having an Axe who can set up the other heroes, he doesn't do it himself. Those other heroes have been disabled. So when you look back on these answers, none of them are alive right now for Secret. OG getting whatever they want. They're going to find another glimpse here. They can get vision on the Shaman.
There's just no way the Liquor would be able to juke this out, so. It is just kill after kill. 14 kills, 7,000 net worth lead for OG. And looking at potentially looking down the barrel of yet another 2-0 in the Western European qualifier.
It's going to come down to the Cloud here. Like, you're going to have to get this blink on Axe and make some big plays. And Secret are going to have to go with it and just pray it's enough to bring down these really tanky frontliners. It's a lot of HP to get through, but it is doable if you throw everything. Like, if you throw Shaman Ward Supernova on an Axe call with a Wukong Doom on maybe that target or somebody else, you can bring these heroes down. Does not feel great right now, though, for Team Secret, that's for sure. Especially as this Lina, like, we haven't talked a lot about the Lina this game, but he's just going to scale, and he's going to be cleaning up the map as Mixa finds another solo pickoff. This map is going to get closed out fast, because you're going to have the bots on the Lina that can connect to any of these plays, and if you show on lanes, Timber, Void Spirit, they just run at you. They chase you down, you get glimpsed. Lina can bots in to back the fight up. It's so much effective map control right now for OG.
And the response to that is Team Secret, you have to punish one of those signs, right? You have to punish the Timber Saw, the Void Spirit running into you and try and set up some sort of 5-man trap. But that is so risky.
You also need the Axe Blink to do it.
Yeah.
You still don't have. It's just a slow crawl to get there. You're going to bleed another support kill here. As you're doing Roshan, OG just get everything they dreamed of right now.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that Team Secret were doing in game one when it comes to like making 2 plays at once around the map because they had enough confidence and a bit of a lead. Here, OG have a huge lead and certainly enough confidence that Team Secret won't really be able to do much in return.
Just gotta farm your core items and take that one good fight. You do have some comeback mechanics, some Doom gold mechanics, you know. Doom can equalize a lot of net worth as well. Just gotta find the space. And Aegis for OG, 4 minutes here. They can play really aggressive with this.
Time is now for Secret. Vanguard, Blade Mail, Blink Dagger. It's all up for the Axe. And Puppy, he's trying to beat No Cloud. He called before he blinked. Oh no!
What did he do?
He called before he blinked. You gotta punch the numbers before you call, buddy.
Not like this.
Oh, it was all set up for this. They were bleeding out heroes all over the map, but it was all okay if they could make the Axe timing work. They had to hit the timing perfectly. They had to hit it hard. They had to knock OG down a peg. And instead, the exact opposite happens. He fumbles it entirely. And OG are full swing of things now. 11,000 net worth lead.
That is not what you were. That is worst case scenario. What you were looking for with that. I mean, now it feels like you really have to just make a desperation play. Like, just smoke out here and look for anything. This game is completely slipping away from you.
Yeah, you don't really have other options. I mean, maybe this time around,
just farm, but
they can get call. I mean, they still have Supernova too. So if they get the initiation, they'll get it on days here. So a little pick off on days. That's nice. OG are not going to try and get something in response though.
I mean, anytime you can find Shadow Demon in this game, it's nice because then you don't have to jump somebody who's getting disrupted. So it is a big deal to find days first in this game. And this will buy time to farm up a little bit here for Secret. You finish the Radiance on the Doom. The Olacore constantly split pushing bottom. It's going to be on OG,
I got something for you on the Void Spirit. He is a Mage Slayer buyer. And Mage Slayer against these carry Dooms, I think, is super effective.
Yeah, sure. If you can get the hit in. It's pretty nice.
There's a tree, rival. Not going to be able to jump away in time, and once the Timber Saw's on top of him. Had to make sure he couldn't get the Boundless Strike save. He almost got it off, but good Static Storm from Kadaro.
Disruptor continues to shine. When you're ahead, this hero puts you more ahead. The Olacorp barely getting out. Little tumbler toy action. Shaman Classic. Secret just praying they can split push this map for like another 20 minutes. Maybe find some pickoffs.
OG's getting so big. BKB soon on the Lina. And Mixa as well. So they're going to hit a double BKB timing. They already have the Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit. What's he opting for? He's going to buy the Shard next.
Radiant's top tower is under Radiant
I can't blame him. He's just mega farmed. And Tormentor time for OG. Dodge that gank bottom. It's a nice read of the map. Don't give up anything in this period. And see who has. Can get a
He's
shard
definitely
on
wanting
anybody.
the Demonic Shard out of this, Demonic Purge rather. And instead it goes to Kadaro. My opinion, much worse than the Shadow Demons.
Yeah, not a premier shard.
Especially since he has only level 1 Thunder Strike, but it does make it last longer, and you could do these like trap plays and stuff. So it is still a vision mechanic, which, given how far ahead they are, that vision mechanics are worth their weight in gold.
It's not the worst shard in the game, put it that way.
Smoke, but they do not go
They just
for
can't
mid.
find anybody.
I mean, it's the only heroes they can go on, but it's also correct they don't go for it, because I think it would have just been a disruption save off the call, and then Void Spirit has full mobility to get away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So much time lost, though.
Tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
And it's just you're not finding the action with the axe, man. This is not how this hero likes to play. BKB already done for the Lina. That's pretty brutal here. If Stormstormer gets it off and you don't get axe called in the fight, he's basically a god.
You're pretty much guaranteed to be looking at like a 5-minute window where you have the BKB advantage on OG. Secret are also building multiple BKBs, but they need some time to get them. So OG should be confident and should be looking to close out more of the map here, and time to start taking some of these tier 2s, being even more aggressive with their smokes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna gate back bottom. Trying to find the Lina down here, but Stormstormer's already out.
They're going to run into the axe. Not a bad hero to run into at this point in time. Delay his BKB. Stop him being the ones. Get the initiation. Mixa on a godlike spree. And Daze found the +1. Looks like he blink disrupted Dealacor for an extra kill, putting Mixa beyond godlike.
10-0. What a monster. Just absolutely decimated this game. The aggression has paid off here for OG in game 2, that's for sure. 22-4. Whew, very different than that game 1.
Oh yeah. Seemed like OG cleaned up a bit of that early game, where that was where Secret were doing pretty well for themselves the first 10-15 minutes.
That's why I thought. That's why I was a little unsure if OG were going to be able to execute this, because the early game execution in game 1 wasn't that clean. This time around, it was way more decisive, way better. Like starting from minute 0 with this first blood, being together, playing the lanes better, getting the stacking up, just looked a lot more crisp. That's what you needed here, and you got it. Secret's still looking for some kind of team fight. We've had Supernova up for a while, but you have to jump the Lina. You have to check the
They know they're
SD
behind the tower, and
disruption.
they've already tagged Axe with damage. No initiation for the Axe. They were looking for a fight. If they were looking for an opportunity, OG shut the door on that one pretty quickly.
Dire's top tower
It's just get BKBs and Hail Mary this. That's what this game's turning into for Secret. You need BKB Monkey, BKB Doom, BKB Axe, probably, if he can get there. And then just look for a fight into the next Roche, if you can line it up. If you can find a Doom pickoff, I mean, you'd love to Doom anybody in this game. I don't think we've seen a single one, right?
Yeah. I thought maybe we would see one early on on the Timbersaw play, but I remember distinctly it was when he died back to back, so he had to run out to lane, and the 2 supports of Secret were smoked. And they made that play to kind of look top, but like the Doom wasn't even in lane yet, and ultimately Mixa didn't put his head out of his shell in the first place. So
yeah, it's been a rough one. I mean, Doom is not the best hero if you never do anything. Put it that way.
That's
like, you know, it's kind of the staple of it.
It is his hallmark ability. It is what he's named after.
There's some pause here in this game, though. I mean, the lead is significant for OG, but Secret will get to their BKBs here. And that is something, because it is a very good BKB game for Secret, right? You're looking at Demonic Purge control, but that's it. Delina does right-click you, but Delina's a pretty magic hybrid right-click carry, especially at this point in the game. The Void Spirit doesn't do really anything to you. The Timbersaw, his presence gets negated a little bit at least. The Disruptor goes away. I mean, you've got to be happy with your BKB timing here if you're Secret, just ignoring so much of the damage. Like, they can go after your supports. You know, Timber can just go after your supports for slaying, but your 3 cores they're gonna be gods at least for a little bit if you can find the right jump.
Dire are scanning.
And Monkey's flying out, and Axes is a ways away. So you probably have to take the fight without that one. You want to contest Roshan here. Available for both teams. They're going in.
Jump on the Timbersaw. They're going to try. Already a disruption has gone out. And Kiritich couldn't even get off the Doom. He BKBs, TPs out. A glimpse. I mean, you never can get clean out of this situation. If you do not win the fight, you're losing multiple heroes against Timbersaw, a Void Spirit, and a Disruptor. Tons of chase, and the extra pullback of the glimpse ensures it. 2 supports die, and straight to the Roshan pit.
They took a gamble, right? That's Secret saying, we're just going to take the chance and hope that SD's not there. And if he's not, we can call the Timber into Doom. And it can be a fairly straightforward kill, though even that, he might just BKB you running out. It was a risky play. They don't have a lot of options right now. So it looks bad from our point of view, but kind of got to take what you get here.
I almost feel like they're far enough behind that you can't call the Timbersaw. I actually feel maybe you could still initiate on the Timbersaw, but you have to like Shadow Shaman initiation and then Doom off of that. Cloud has to catch Selena. He has to catch supports. Like he actually needs to do some damage with that call. I think you can't just set it up on, on Timber.
If it's a full fight, I 100% agree, but I think they're just saying, let's just see if this guy's alone.
Yeah.
Like, if he's alone there, we kill him. If he's not, that's life. We'll take the risk. We'll take the gamble. OG just not giving a lot of openings right now. And 4 minutes. 2 lives for Stormstormer here. Pretty hard to go in and call him now. He sieges your base.
Amp damage in the top area. They get that. That's siege on high ground. That's a whole nother ball game right there. That becomes a very fast push on a tier 3 tower. And Secret, they're not going to have a large window to come up with something here. Mixa and Kiritich going at it here. Kiritich finally lets out the Doom. And once again, the Shadow Demon is there. There is no free opportunities here. OG keeping it tight in their formation, covering each other constantly. They've given up 4 deaths in total to Team Secret. And I don't remember when the last one was.
It was days at around 18 minutes.
And then it was days, and then it was days, and then it was Stormstormer. The side lane cores haven't been touched.
So the kill an actual hero was at a 7-minute mark.
Yeah.
That's quite a shutout. And you already have Lincoln's done for Shad. The Doom targets are getting harder to latch. The aggressive pressure on the Doom. That was the first Doom we've seen. Didn't even kill the hero. Feels bad, man. Now you get to go high ground here if you're OG with that amp damage in the bottle. no Doom available for a minute, you just plant Remnants on Stormer. You have to pre-BKB to jump him. Which you do have the BKB on Cloud.
All right, Eul's to get rid of the amp damage. Most of the damage has already been done, though. He's taking the tier 3, taking one of the buildings, and Cloud. Oh, he jumps into the remnant.
BKB.
Did not pre-BKB. Fumbles another initiation.
Oh, not like this. I mean, you're gonna get like disrupted on the play anyway. But...
Oh, brother, he's still gonna get glimpsed back. And okay, what is happening here? We've got a Serpent Wards on the Lina, and she is stunned. Theodore is in a position to chain up the Lina here. They might be able to get this Aegis relatively clean. I mean, Cloud, let's be real. Cloud already blew up his initiation.
That's
so
fair,
I almost don't think he matters. It's up to Ribal. It's up to everybody else. If the supports can take out the Aegis and Ribal can actually maybe kill something with his positioning where he's at here, he's going after the Disruptor. Let's see what he makes of it. Static Storm does go off. They go straight for the supports off of that pause. They go for Puppey, try and take away the Supernova. They do manage to do so. There goes that Aegis, though. Kadaro didn't end up dying inside the Wukong's command, though. And coming back on the second line, BKB immediately active. Oh, Jesus. Change the guard. Ribal trying to change his positioning, trying to get out, but they are just all over the place. OG swarming over the battlefield. Mobile enough to catch him despite his jumps, despite the facet, despite the shard. They catch him. They kill Puppey again, and that is death. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Secret have anything left.
Didn't even get to doom anything in that fight. The aggression from OG, just catching Secret off guard. The failed jump from the Axe cost them so much. And they found nothing in this game. This was just a complete shutout. Very well executed lineup from OG. If they don't have as strong an early game, this can look a lot different here, but the fact they snowballed so hard, it's easy street now. And yeah, what a Timbersaw performance. 13-0-9 for Meeksa. He's not been killed once.
Impressive stuff. Sight the Vice. Next up. Damn. I mean, he's got, oh man, he's got the tier 2, the extra spell damage. He's got everything. He's tanky because he's got BKB Ags. He's got Kaya. He's got Whisper the Dread. So he's got Spell Lamp. He's now got Lockdown in the Sight the Vice. So like this guy is so farmed that he does everything as Timbersaw now.
Can't ignore him. And you can't not ignore him. There's just no easy choice with this guy. There's your shard for the Shadow Demon as well. It's pretty nice here. Oh, one last fight for Secret. They're going down to the lower bracket here. Not a fun place to be this early on.
Satanic for Stormer. So that's going to be a tough kill as well.
There's no easy kills for Secret anymore. All have effectively 3,000 HP. They all have defense mechanisms. There's always the Shadow Demon disruption, which you have no answer for in this game, right? Your answer was supposed to, like, Phoenix plus Wukong created an AoE control, so when the guy comes out, he'll just take the fight. But you're so far behind in damage that OG are just walking it off. In fact, that last one, we didn't even see Supernova until Puppey used it just trying to do anything before dying. It's gonna have to be a fight for Roche. I think that's Secret's best. Oh, they're gonna smoke now. This is pretty risky.
OG
this
also
feels like you
smokes.
gotta find Lina. You gotta find Lina, Shadow Demon, or bust.
Yeah. Ribal shows himself a little bit. Fills out the wave mid. OG looking to get an initiation on anybody who shows, but nobody is. So they just play it safe. Play underneath their ward. Again, feels pretty disciplined by them. Check the high ground, make sure there's nothing there. Now they go looking, saying, okay, maybe somebody's out here farming up the sides of the map. They're not. Secret instead have fully set up in the triangle, dropping double wards in the area, centering it up to make sure there's no vision. They are just hoping OG will give them something.
I mean, unless it's the Lina up front. I don't know what else they can really give him. Or Daze just walks into them. That would be the other golden goose. Just wait for Roche here. It's up in a minute. No reason to take a bad fight if you're OG. Especially when you're really hard to jump. Like, that's the problem. You can kind of just show whoever here, and as long as SD's behind, there's no easy jumps.
Another smoke from OG. I mean, they've been running the map, and there's been very little fear of rebuttal here. Oh my God. He BKB'd at the first sign of something because he's so scared. And he literally walked back into him to give him a little nightfall display, you know?
Yeah, at least he went into him, you know? It's like... That's all you can do there.
Of course, the immediate response is, okay, we need to try and push out the lane that they're not in, so they go to top, but OG, they know that. They're already setting up.
Secret bringing everybody up here, though. OG might not be ready for the numbers. They're the ones getting set up on. They will find the Shadow Demon.
Ooh, blink right before Cloud. It catches him. Shad does manage to get away. Now they're kiting things out. Shad, he jumps into the back line. He's already silencing out. Rival, meanwhile, throws out his Wukong's command. But look at the damage of Stormstormer. It's another amp damage, man. He just finds all of these amp damage, change the guard, but he can't change his positioning outside of the Wukong's command, so he still gets the kill. A Doom gets used for a 6 kill, perhaps. And it's going to be on a support. If he takes out, they got him. They did. But that is going to be a 5-for-1 OG. They can close it out now, looks like.
Did we see a single axe jump that landed for Secret this game? It feels like every time he's jumped, something bad has happened. Like that one, he got the blink out, didn't land anything. The monkey was on the other target. Such a tough game for Secret. Just nothing going their way on these attempts to claw their way back in, and it's not an easy one to do it in. I mean, this position is quite oppressive as OG trying to close it out here. That's the downside of Axe. Like, as hero, he can snowball games, he can be really strong, he can have a good laning phase, and sometimes when he falls behind, you're stuck in games like this where you're like, God damn, why did you pick this hero? I feel so useless, but to be fair, almost anything would probably feel useless here.
Live by the call, got the call. Got a one, got a good one, perhaps. Immediately bailed out by the disruption. Stormstormer has BKB. I think he still has Satanic too. He wipes them both out with a quick blink in whirling death. And without Doom, they have no. That's it. They have nothing. They have no options against any of the cores. OG. I mean, it was a close back and forth game, 80-minute game. And there was some great plays and there was some slip ups in that game one, but game two, OG, they played this as clean as you like. It really doesn't get much cleaner than this. They did well. They did better in the laning phase, I would say, than they did in game one. They took advantage of a little bit of momentum and built up into a lot of momentum. And once they had broken Team Secret of being able to fight them back and take them out on team fights, then OG never gave up a pickoff again, right? They just managed to play a clean game where they gave nothing out on the sides of the map. They closed out the map, got pickoffs, and didn't lose it.
I think that's the important part, because if you start giving up pickoffs around the map, like, this game can turn Secret's way with a lot of scale and a lot of good late game core matchups, but they never gave up that opening. Just kept oppressing the map, kept getting the pickoffs on their sides, and I mean, that guy right there, Mixa, this guy, 15-0 and 15. Just dominating Timbersaw performance. They had a very good idea of how to play this hero. He's level 30 on it, and they had a very good idea for how to combine it with supports this game. Just took the game over. And I mean, you're looking at 2 cores for OG that had over 1,000 XPM in this game. That is the Timber and the Lina. And that shows you how much of the map they're just gobbling up, right? This boss Lina is just everywhere, making the map tough for Secret to play. And ultimately, the Shadow Demon being behind everything, none of these jumps are going to go well. Like, even when you land them, there's not enough to cover the play, even if it had worked out. I feel like, I mean, no doubt he cooked on this draft. Like, he really punished Secret's slow pace and their greed. and he said, hey guys, we're going to be able to execute the first 10 minutes well enough that we can play this lineup to its full function and just oppress the entire map. They got there, never looked back. Easy win for OG, and yeah, they'll just 2-0 this series, knock Secret down. Not a bad start for them.
Absolutely. I think what's cool about that is also after watching the first 15 minutes of game one, the fact and how close the game was and everything else, the fact that you have the confidence, right, to put your team in that position, right, in this game two and say, you have to execute better in this game two. This is how this lineup is going to work, is that you like, we'll run them over, but it does mean that we can't afford too many slip ups in this early game. You know, the fact you have the confidence in your team to be able to pull that off, pretty cool stuff. And as a result, OG dominating second game victory, 40-6 in game two. Very clean score.
That is a brutal beatdown when you look at that kill score. But I mean, the one flip side I will say about the execution wise is like that last pick swap of the Void Spirit to carry and putting the Lina mid ends up being really good, right? Because it shuts down that monkey that I think Secret felt was going to have a good early game and kind of be the linchpin, and just completely killed their one tempo hero they could have had in this game. And so maybe you can argue, well, Lina into Axe, a little sus, but like it doesn't matter because this Lina's job was to kill the monkey's pace. And that just creates a free game for the Timber, creates a free game for the supports to run in aggressively. And that's all OG needed with this lineup. So that pick really, I think, threw Secret off. And they were just, I just don't think they were expecting the carry Void Spirit at all.
And the Monkey King's plan B in that situation, right, when you're in that bad lane matchup, it's going to be that first rotation with Wukong's command. But he can't go up and take the Wisdom Shrine because Timbersaw has won his lane. And he's too strong. Like he actually matches up really well against the Wukong's command. So you can't go up there. So you have to go into that safe lane. But you're going into a Void Spirit. And we saw it was a play that in some ways I think was Monkey King supposed to be his way back into the game. And we saw it was pretty forced by Team Secret, and OG responded really, really well. And that shut out the Monkey King, as you said, for kind of the entirety of the game.
And once he's shut out, there's no one to carry the earlier mid game, right? You're just farming Doom and Axe. So that's kind of it for that lineup.
Well, we can go ahead and take a look at the results from today. The winners of these last two matches, they will have a day off going into tomorrow, as one W should be matched up against the winner of Nigma Galaxy and Navi Jr., which is going to be played tomorrow. And then the matchup of OG, you know, they're also into the semifinals. They're going to be playing up against Avalis and the matchup of 4 Pirates, which we will also see tomorrow. So those are going to be upper bracket matches. And then we also have Mouse versus Virtus Pro, that's a matchup you probably expected to see at some point in time in this qualifier. But did you expect to see it in the first round of the lower bracket?
Definitely not. These are two teams that I think would have thought they themselves are going through in that upper bracket, or maybe just claiming that first seed. So we'll see what they can pull out. I will say Virtus Pro to me looked a lot better than Mouse. Mouse was just off today. Like I think that team has more potential than they showed, but if they don't get it together fast, they're just going to go 0-4 and be out of it. It was definitely off for them. And I mean, I am looking at that Navi Junior Enigma Galaxy match. I think that's a big one for how this bracket plays out, because I could easily see either of those teams also taking a slot pretty confidently. And we have seen what Navi Junior has done in like the last month, right? They have some good momentum. They're not a team that plays afraid a lot of times either, even though they're kind of young. So I'm pretty excited to see what boils down tomorrow, and no free games in this bracket at all. All these teams are capable of taking games off each other.
Absolutely. Would you say Navi Junior, maybe they've got the juice?
Yeah, I would say that, Austin. It was very good.
Thank you. All right. We are closed out for the day. This was just day one of the Western European qualifier for the international. We will get all those matches that you saw on screen tomorrow, and plenty more matches to come over the next few days. But thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you guys for more Dota 2 tomorrow.